here with the big Triller, Red Trill Pill. Hey, yo,
Hey, big up House for breakfast, man.
Now, big up,
the man them.
yo, big up Red Trill Pill for coming down today. You get me? Now, big up you, brother. Trust me, it's gonna be.
Now, big you up, man.
Big you up,
man. Big you up. Hey.
Yo, big up Red Trill Pill, living legend out here. You get me?
Yeah.
If you know your history about him, you know he's done some great things out here. You get me? Very intelligent man and articulates himself very well. So just stay tuned, and we're gonna find out as much as we need to find out about REDPILLTRILL today. You get me?
Yes, man. Yes.
Yo, big up yourself, my GG.
Big up respect, brother.
So tell us a little bit about yourself then. Where are you from? What's your origins?
I'm from London, Southeast London to be precise, Peckham to be more precise, North Peckham Estate to be more precise.
Oh, okay.
12 Walkford Way if you want to know my you get me?
Locations.
Yeah.
Origins.
Nigeria.
Oh,
Nigeria,
you know, we guessed on the train today. I'm
come
like,
on, man.
where do you think he's from?
Yeah, man. Igbo
That's a
boy
badger.
here, you get me?
Yeah.
Igbo boy here representing West Africa, the whole of the continent. You know, but I'm a world citizen, you know.
Was you born in Nigeria? Was you born here?
No, I was born over here. I was born in King's College and that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Camberwell.
When did your parents get here then?
Complicated story, but I would say around the mid-70s.
Mid-70s.
Yeah, they come over here. Dad came over here to study. Mum came over here, and then Dad bounced. You know what I mean? He bounced, took an extended holiday, and never came back. You know, gone to get the milk. Dad went to get the milk, but his shop must have been closed. He ended up in Niger. So it go.
The pressures.
That's how it goes.
The pressures. But it is what it is, man. You're still a great man. You get me, King?
Respect, brother.
You get me? So what was life growing up in the hood then? Peckham to be precise.
Well, you know, I was in Peckham before it was Peckham. It was Pecs. You know what I mean?
Yeah?
It was Pecs, man. PX and growing up there, I mean, I grew up on North Peckham Estate. It was like at one point Europe's largest housing estate. It had when I was there, it had a 98%. It had a 90% unemployment rate, and then amongst the black people in that 90%, it was 98%.
Yeah,
but it's mad because it felt like everyone was working. Everyone's mum was getting to work, so I don't know what's going on. You know me? But yeah, mad.
Yo, that's nuts.
But that's a breeding ground for hustlers, and survivors and warriors and great people. Many great people come from there. You get me?
Sorry, I know this has got nothing to do with it, but where you grew up, was it more Caribbeans there, or was it more Africans there?
Obviously, everyone knows Nigeria is mini Lagos right now, but I think it was a little bit more balanced. But everyone that I thought was Caribbean was probably African pretending.
Pretending to Caribbean.
You didn't know. Like, and to be honest, my mind, I wasn't really minded like that. Like, oh, where you from? And so I don't think I asked bare the man them where they were from. I just assumed from looks that they look this way or that way. And stereotypes are usually wrong.
Why do you think people did that?
I think it's South London's got a unique history of, like, you know, Windrush coming over and establishing culture, and, like, you know, right about now, even to today, Caribbean culture is very strong around the world, especially Jamaican, especially in South London. So definitely. I just think that it was more a thing of going with the popular vibe, and there was maybe a little bit of stigma about being African, you know, like, you know, people want to call you African boo-boo, so you have to sweat up their lip for them. And
Zulu warrior. But not knowing Zulus are great though, because
and there's like, what I realize is, you know, the Jamaican culture, as rich as it is, and that there's a big westernization in the center of it. Like, so it's like more the smells of people's foods and the fabrics that people's parents are wearing, and that made other people feel like they don't really relate to them because there's already established kind of culture one. And so it was more just getting used to each other. The same kind of thing happened when the Somalis came over a bit later. It was more of I'm not sure, rare. And then gradually as cultures integrate, it's more of an understanding. But I don't think there was malice behind it, because everyone loves Africa now. Do you know what I mean? It was just miseducation and more Western. I would say the white supremacy ideology creeps in even when you're not aware of these things, from your beauty standards to, do you know what I mean? Like what the food you like and that.
Even to the films we watch.
To your films you watch and that.
I remember Friday when the African guy walked in, and they made it funny on purpose. Right. So subconsciously, it's to take the mick out of me.
Of course.
All those things,
planting early roots of division and that between the cultures and between the people. Them.
So I asked that because someone updated me about the Windrush thing. Yeah, and they was talking about they put most of the Caribbeans in Brixton. Right. Most of the Africans in Peckham. So I just was trying to get your perspective. Yeah. That.
I mean, we were surrounded by like Africans and Yardis. Like that was mainly what we was dealing with. Bubbles and Yardis. That's what we was dealing with, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, so big up everyone, man. But I mean, we as kids, we were one. Do you know what I mean? But maybe the older generation, there was things going on in where there was like conflicts, and then as we got a little bit older, obviously the Africans were like they wanted to get on road too, and they was doing their thing, and then it turned out that most of the men that you had to fear or be wary of were from Africa. Do you know what I mean? As well as, so it was just, everyone's on badness, and we just exchanged badness like a badness university. Mad thing.
Damn, the virus got in.
Yeah, man.
Did you go to school in Peckham as well?
I did. Yeah. I went Gloucester Grove Primary School, which is in the heart of Peckham, in the heart of North Peckham, between North Peckham and Gloucester Estate. Big up SM1 and gigs and all them, man, from that corner. And then I went to Wet Park, which is on the front line of Peckham, which was interesting. You go to your music lesson, or you go to your science lesson, and you look out the window, and man shutting crack. It's interesting.
Peckham's weird as well, because it's like you got Dulwich right next to it.
Right next to
it. And it's like it's a different world, dog.
Yeah. I mean, even Dulwich has its. Listen, man. Once you're in Babylon, or even outside of Babylon, there's nowhere, like, if you're a smart person, the hood is wherever you go, like, there's always going to be these kind of elements. So even amongst posh looking buildings and stuff like that, there's a lot of crud that goes down because, like, poverty, you can't seat poor people next to rich people and not expect the poor people, what they say, never be blind to a poor man's dreams. You have to understand that, man, I'm gonna get it. That's our spirit. So,
and it's just next town.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It is, isn't it?
And Dulwich ain't even that smooth no more, man. It's not. It hasn't been for a long time.
On the eye, I mean.
On the eye, definitely. It's got a different look.
You drive past the park, innit?
Yeah.
Then you know you're in Pex.
You're in Pex, yeah. You see the difference, man. Definitely.
Oh my days! And what about adulthood? Did you stay in Peckham as an adult, or did you leave there?
Due to taking many trips and visits at Her Majesty's pleasure, I was definitely moving around. What had happened was, my mom was shot and murdered. So, she went to Nigeria, and she was killed out there. She went out there for holiday. Whatever. She was killed out there. So from then times, from like 13, that's when it happened. I was on my own in the yard, and then it was just a madness. And I ended up going to live with my sister in another part of South London, and that lasted for a little while. Then I just one day I was just like, yo, call the police.
So how old was you when that happened?
I was 13 when that happened. Still, yeah.
How did you take it?
It turned me into a bit of a madman. Do you know? I mean, I was a different youth anyway, yeah, and I was concealing a lot of my activities and behaviors from my mother. I was, as an African boy, you know how we do. So we learned the double life real quick. Okay, mommy. What's that say? What's that? You get me?
Yes,
so it's the duality. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And man, I don't know. I just felt like when she passed, I didn't have anyone to check me, or like I was free.
What about family? Did they come?
I didn't have family like that. I didn't have family. All the aunties and uncles and stuff that I thought I had or knew, they just disintegrated. They didn't exist. They were a figment of my imagination. And to this day, I've been proven right, because I've never seen or heard from anyone that used to come to my house on a regular talk about your aunt. I'm your auntie. I'm your uncle. You get me? But yeah, I just gave in to a certain extent. Just gave into the streets. So whatever I wanted to do, I was doing, which made me like one of the worst of the worst, because I didn't have no one to care about after that. You get me? Yeah, no consequences, you know. But also, like, not like to spin it to a positive. I had freedom to express myself and explore my personality and build myself up from the foundation that Mumsy had set. I had the chance to just become my own human being. So everything you see today is just down to me, really. Obviously, we're going against the system, but you know, like my character when I look in the mirror is self-built.
Did you have a happy childhood?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed, you know, climbing, scaffolding, doing graffiti, snatching handbags on the way to primary school. You know, playing run out with my friends. Like, it was a weird childhood. I was into criminality. Like the olders would get me to climb through things and put my little skinny wrist through letterboxes and open doors and do all kinds of mad things. Do you know what I mean? And then at the same time, I was, even today, I'm very childlike. Like I'm a man child. So like I embrace the childlike qualities. You know, they're gods amongst us.
Indigo.
Yeah, you get me? They're gods amongst us. So being like, my childhood was varied. You know, some would say tragic. You know, there's a lot of detail in there that was like, yo, there was a lot of persecution, and you know, but then at the same time, I laughed and I joked and I smiled all through it, even through the worstest times. And I can look back and say, I did enjoy growing up. I enjoyed my childhood. Do you know what I mean? Would I want that childhood for the next generation? Hell to the no. But you know, we work with what we got.
Well, you're a strong brother today, though. So
yeah, man.
I'm strong.
Anyway. I'm strong, you know. Yeah, man, I'm strong in part of what does it mean? Strong-minded, yeah. And one thing I could tell you is I'm very, very strong-minded. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I might be a bit weak when it comes to certain temptations or certain things that you know, it's life. Yeah. But yeah, I'm growing still, and anything that's not growing is dead and stagnant. So there you go. We just give thanks for growth, powers, elevation, powers for breakfast. You know, I hope you got your plate out.
And what about education? Did you go out finish college? Say no more.
Education. Yeah, I mean, education was mad. Like, for instance,
what is education?
I got excluded from primary school probably about 6 times. Yeah, I got from primary school. Yeah. I think we were just different. We were
stapling people's ears on tables. What's good?
All kinds of various things, which I probably think most people probably wouldn't be getting excluded for nowadays. And this is when you check it out. This is actually where the racism comes in. You're living in an area densely black, poverty, and then at the same time, we got these teachers that are just busting in from, I don't know where they've been shipped in from, but they don't connect with our culture or our personalities or our learning types. They're not geared towards bringing the best out of us as a people, melanated and or otherwise.
They're not experienced as well.
Right.
They do bring the teachers that have just finished uni,
right,
straight into that,
freshers
inner city schools,
right?
But really, you need experience, 20 years.
Yeah.
The hardship that people have been dealing with.
So they didn't relate to us, but they stood over us, and obviously this is my first brushing with authority. So like they labeled me as being anti-authoritarian from very early. This is something that was actually written in my primary school records of being I'm anti-authority.
So did they try to segregate you from other class students, like put you in different groups and that, like anger management groups and stuff?
No, not necessarily. Weren't necessary to that level, but I was always at the office. I was always this. I was always rare. They're making me stand up in assembly and shaming me for something I've done before the gates is even open. Yada yada. And to be fair, like can I swear, I was a little effer. I was a bad kid. But I just needed the right outlets to
more misguided.
Yeah, man. I weren't no worse than like other people in the school, but as a whole, I don't think our school was doing very great. So education, I was very intelligent, you know, a very ample reader, very hungry for information, and I loved school. Do you know what I mean? So on that whole, like academically, the future was bright for me if I could have gone down that road undeterred. But
did you used to read a lot when you was younger?
Listen, I was in the newspaper for being able to read the newspaper at 3 years old.
Because you articulate yourself very, very well, bro.
Yeah.
Listen to you, do.
Yeah. Well. You know, we learn, like, one thing I could say is man became bilingual. Do you know what I mean? And learn how to communicate to different spectrums. But that was a way to survive. So I could chat to 100 eyes and be like, yo, boom, 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 chat to local, be like, yo, yeah, one, boom, boom, boom. But also, we can do oh, no, well, actually, no, that's not how it went. And, you know, this is actually what I did. And yes, Your Honor, like, I was just walking and minding my own business and somebody threw, you know what I mean? Like,
that's one of the biggest skills, though.
It's a big skill. In London, I think we're great at it. So in London, you notice we like to, like, chop through different accents. And just because you know, I go on holiday and I'm talking to boss man, and then my language starts talking like boss man, and they're like, oh, why are you talking like that? I mean, I don't even know.
It's like you flip it,
yeah. But we just kind of find the closest route of communication where we can relate to each other. So it's a survival skill.
You're right, it's a survival skill. You see boss man. You see auntie.
Yeah, exactly.
Uncle.
Come on.
Yeah, man.
You know,
mad still. Hey, but big up yourself though.
Big up
from that little story you told me to where you are today. Yeah, big up yourself.
Yeah,
bro.
thank
you.
You
Get me? The growth is crazy. Because you know what? You could easily turn the other way, my GG.
Yeah.
The fact that you're here on this woke path,
you're
waking up people still. But salute to you, bro.
Respect. Respect.
Let's get a bit juicy.
All right, let's do it.
What is dirty woke, brother?
Dirty woke. I mean, I think you just explained it.
I think so as well.
Yeah, you just explained it. You get me? It's that simple. Like, obviously, I think it's more a description of my personality and my traits, and maybe two sides that I'm most comfortable to reveal to people. So the dirty side is, you know, where we've come from, and I'd say the society that we've been thrust into has brought out certain traits. So I would say hustling is a good trait, but I would also say it would go in the dirty bracket. Knowing how to make amends, and you know what I mean, knowing how to defend yourself, being able to war or back yourself is dirty. You know, maybe even certain things that man's into, smoking, drinking, whatever. My language, like you said, I was articulate, but I like to swear and use profanities and say what I want. I think it's a sign of intelligence to be able to do that and understand and own it. Where a lot of people say, oh, swearing is a sign of a lack of intelligence. I don't agree with that at all.
Passion,
and and that, you know, like my personality, like the gal, you know, like been a huge pro woman, pro girl, and advocate for the females. So, you know, that side of things, you can maybe put the dirty in with that. You know what I mean? And just I don't know, man. What I'm trying to show you is to be aware of your surroundings and aware of yourself as a man or as a woman in 2021 does not mean you have to go on like you're holier than thou or seat yourself on a pedestal to get people to look at you like, oh my God, this guy is just perfect and he just does all the right things. And
that's a joke. That don't exist.
Right.
Because how can you learn from people that ain't been through it? Bro?
Exactly. So I have to show you the dirtiness so that you can see that the wokeness is not coming from a hypocritical standpoint. So yeah, you can, like, and even for the youngsters today, like, people think to be conscious or to be aware or to be involved in your community means that you have to be an angel or have to come from that background. And I don't agree with that. In fact, I believe that if there ever was to be some form of revolution or some kind of uprising in favor of the people to be liberated, I believe that you're going to need the dirty ones. Yeah, they're the ones you're going to look for.
The shadow men.
Come on, man. They're the ones you're going to look for. And it's just a balance, just to let you know.
It is.
Yeah, it's all, basically it's balance. Let's just get it right. Yin and yang balance. Here we go. You get me?
What first got you into music?
You know, music's in our cultures and in our surroundings, environments. You know, like growing up, where I grew up, there was a lot of sound systems. You know, it's got a good history. South London's got a good history of like sound systems and stuff like that. So I used to always see people playing their music and whatnot. I went to my first party, my first rave or dance at like 11. Do you know what I mean? I stumbled into this thing and people was dancing and I was like, what the hell's going on here? What is this? And I just fell in love with it. Me and my boys at school, we started, you know, we built up a little sound called the Merciless Crew.
Jesus.
You get me? And
what you doing? Grime? Jungle?
nah, it was like kind of like, yeah, jungle and whatever. And yeah, man, we just enjoying music. And then from then, I just always had like a thing for music. And I didn't really get into it until I went to jail and I came out and it was like, one of my brethren was like, oh yeah, come, will you follow me studio? So I went to the studio with him, which was someone's bedroom, and listened to the beat. And then I just had a pen and paper and start writing something.
How old was you?
How old was I? I think I might have been 18, 19. No, actually, I'm lying. I was in jail. Yeah, 19. About 19. And I was like, I wrote a bar and then I recorded it and like, it was like no one else was on the song.
Was it a conscious?
Nah.
Okay, just bars.
You get me? It was a Gallon bar, but I was going in. You get me?
Bad to the bone, huh?
Yeah. I was going in, and then everyone was like, "Yo, Jez, you're sick. Like, what? You've never written before?" And I was like, "Nah, not really." And then I just got the bug.
You said Jeds?
Yeah. Jedi, yeah.
When was you called Jedi? Between what period?
My name is Jediah, so like, you get me. But what, like, in terms of music, yeah, I've always been called Jedi. Jedi's just me, innit? Like, always been called Jedi. But in terms of music, I've gone through different names. When I look back on it, it's like each time I bring out a new piece of music, I change my name and make it a concept.
Because you evolve.
I don't know. I'm just weird like that. I just like different. I feel like I'm big enough.
Yeah. Big up, family. What we saying? We enjoying a little interview. We enjoying a little, you know, the little vibes. I hope we are, man. Happy New Day to each and every one of you, man. What's good, man? I happen to be your boy Jedi, man. I represent for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, and Red Pill Trill. Those are free on my YouTube channels. Welcome to the Trill Network, Trilluminati Live, the home of the Trilluminated. The Trilluminati are in attendance. Big up each and every one of you, man. Even though they fucked up our membership, I still know the green team. I still see you, and we'll be right back to it real soon. As soon as the sanctions lifted, we'll be back to business on that front. So please, you know, thank you for your continued support via way of hitting that like button, sharing the stream, participating in the chat, jumping on the panel, you know, just being a regular fucking team player, man. I appreciate each and every one of you. And all of those that hit up the donations, special shout out to you lot, the PayPal crew, the Cash App crew. You know, without you lot, I wouldn't be doing this because I'd be at work. Yeah, man. And shout out to the haters, man. Pocket watching. Say nothing. Who else can I big up, man? Who else can I big up? Extra special shout out to man like Sniper for holding it down. He held it down yesterday. I weren't here. And everyone else that jumped on to support and have a conversation with him. Man like Triller, you recognize, brother. Carnage, you recognize, brother. I appreciate that. Zulu, Beefy, you know, Zion, MD, Sarah, Sneets, Sash, that usual clique, man. Raw Beats, whoever jumps on, much love to you lot, man. If I've missed your name, jump on now and bad me up. MJ, you know. Who else have I missed? I don't know. There's a lot of you lot. Forgive me. And thanks to everyone that comes in early and presses the like button, man. We got nearly 50 people. We've been watching a little... let me see what you lot are saying about this interview thing. Because, yeah, even I was watching it when I was doing the shit. Like, I need to do more interviews, man. I need to do more. I'll take Trill Sneaky in the building. Number 1. 1000. Big up. Trill Sneaky is number 2 as well. RE is number 3. Big up RE. She got a UK thing on, a UK profile picture on. MJ, Mary Trudy Jen is like number 4. Jats Blaze is like number 5. Chevelle Anderson is like number 6. Trill OG is number 8. Ray Han is number 11. Is Ray Han Rain Hands? Are you Rain Hands, Ray Han? Big up Drop 12. You know, TN Zulu 16. Keep them likes coming in, family, man. Keep the likes. Let me see your numbers, man. I'll type Red Dad 17. Rax number 18. Mrs. Sarah number 19. Telling me I ain't got no manners. Big up Gurdeep, like number 20. Who else we got in the building? Very true. A lot of teachers are from outer privileged parts of London. They use inner schools as a tick box exercise to climb their career ladder. And inner London pays more. Please homeschool your kids. Mad. Yeah, man. And yeah, you're so right. I don't think I would ever send another child to mainstream school with a clear conscience ever. Do you know what I mean? And I wouldn't be advising that for any of my nieces, nephews, grandkids, whoever comes my way, whatever next generation is coming forward. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't recommend that. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. Big up Chris One Life. Big up Chris One Life, man. Dublin's Trillist, number 27. Big up the whole Trill squad. Yeah, man. MD Gold. Life is filled with so much more. Take a breath. Go explore. Come on. I love your rhymes, MD. You're actually very thoughtful. A very thoughtful rhymer, man. I like your rhymes. Have been banging for the last 4 or 5 weeks. Your rhymes have been on point. So yeah, big ups to you. I recognize that shit. UK Rider says, 28. Big up my bro. Was watching a bit of yesterday's show. Little recap of Maku was interesting. Yeah, man. I even missed yesterday's show, man. Can we get the link so we can badge you up? Yes, indeed. Big up to Trilluminati Live, Chats and Family. Tony Brown, how can I forget you when I was doing my shout-outs? Tony Brown, you're welcome. Yo, jump on anyway. Jump on. Never gassing you. Jump on, my uncle. Yeah? Like number 32 each and every time. Bit with chest. Where's the link? Chevy Wevy. Hey, Chevy, you know. Listen. Nearly yesterday, Chevy. Nearly. We would have regretted it in the morning. Big up the whole family tree. All right, man. Yeah, so I'm gonna hit you with the link. Let you lot roll up. Let me see what today's got in store, man. I'm sitting on my bench today. Like normally I've got like this little stool, but I've swapped it for the bench today. I'm feeling benchy. You know, bench life. Yeah, I'm feeling benchy, man. I'm feeling benchy, man. Okay. Let me get this popping. Let's get this popping.
The Motive Events, in conjunction with Dirty Woke and SMFY.
This is
To celebrate the release of Todd's and Red Pill Trill's VXC mixtape, we invite you to a night of live acts, special guests, music, giveaways and lickness. Tickets are £10 from Shubs, music by Raja Ray, Saturday the 5th of March, 6pm to 11pm, Bay 56, 4-6 Acklam Road, W10 5TY. Artists on the night: Logic, People's Army, Loon, Getty, Leon Flames, Elijah Moore, Magical and Watusi, Chevelle Anderson, King Seth, Shoko.
Yeah, man. So make sure you hit up that shubs.com, get yourself a ticket. This Saturday coming up, we're going to have the big link up. It's been a while. We missed out February. We didn't link up on February. You know, last we was together was January. Yeah, we're going to add more to the faces, more people flying in. You know what I mean? This thing turning international. And that's how we're going to keep it popping all the way through this year. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to link up, do different activities, have different pieces of fun. I'm trying to get a coach trip sorted out so we can like all link up and get on a coach somewhere. And yeah, I'm all about the experience and the memories, man. If you ain't got a family, as long as you're down, as long as you're real, as long as you're correct and you know, proper people, raised proper, then we can always link up, man. Yo, jump back in. Who was that was just left? Tony Brown? Better come back. Wagwan.
Wagwan.
Did you hear my message, Chefs?
Yeah, I heard it.
That's good, then, isn't it? That's good.
Yeah. So
Wagwan. Huh?
Big up. I'm home today.
Yeah? You rested your
Because
little
there's a
lungs?
strike as well as that, but there's a strike on the tubes today.
Is it?
Literally everything is suspended. Every underground is suspended.
what?
By the way, I love your profile pic today, by the way. It's looking very scrumptious.
Oh, thank you, man.
Wagwan at the camp, Jedi. Wagwan.
Turbo Tony,
Wagwan, chef.
Turbo
You know, right,
Tony.
yeah?
Yeah, man.
Nice,
Alright.
nice.
You've been work already this morning, yeah?
No. Just roll out my bed. You get me? I heard the call of duty. I had to roll out a bit quick time. You get me? You know, I'm not gonna let down the family.
Unks,
You know what I
listen,
mean?
we gotta play chess, Unks. Me and you gotta play chess. Because it's the only way I'm gonna
Jedi,
learn
you're
from
gonna
you.
lose.
I'm gonna
Jedi.
lose, but I think he knows the only way I'm gonna get better if I play someone like him and get me find out his tactics, because he can't teach me tactics, right? He can only play against me, and then I can like.
Jedi, you're a flop. You made us lose yesterday, anyway. You flopped the show yesterday. You met man from Canada, yeah. Come embarrass us. You get me? Your fault.
Better to do than grow weed
and then
play
all playing music in the background, do that.
I was kind of getting down with that little chess music still, if I got to be honest.
You know?
Big up everyone.
Big up Sneaky.
Naomi's got a new picture up. Let me inspect this one then.
I'm gonna slap a kiss on. I'm gonna slap a kiss on Sneet's weekend coming.
Yeah, you might not get the opportunity. I'm sick again.
Just do it, man.
You sick again? What do you mean you're sick again?
Yeah, I'm sick again, man. Oh, I thought I was all good, and then yesterday, I was running around on my lunch break, like literally trying to get loads of shit done. I come back, and I'm like hot and sweaty, and I made the mistake of opening this window here, and there was like cold, sharp breeze coming through on the back of my neck. Anyway, when I got to like evening time, I was shaking like a crackhead and sweating. I haven't been ill like this. You know, since this whole thing started, I haven't been sick. I am extremely pissed. I don't like being sick. So yeah, Uncle Tony, if I don't get better, you might not be able to plant that. You know?
I found out over the weekend.
I have to send it by email then. I have to send it by email. Big up Naomi. Big up love. I don't know why you're always in the chats. I don't
It'd
see.
be nice
It's
to
about
hear your
time now. You
voice,
got to jump on now.
Naomi.
Yeah, you got to jump on now. You're going on like a Frightened Friday, man. Jump on, man.
Yeah.
See, I got like say I Friday Friday. But no, with the Uncle Tony, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's a good look. So yeah, sorry to hear that, Sneaks, man. I hope you get well, whatever, man. I don't know. You seem like you need like some chicken in your life or something, man. I don't know.
Some type of meat, innit, Jeds?
Mate, I don't need no chicken. Nah. Leave me.
No, that's why I said meat.
No,
Some kind of meat, you know.
I don't
Some kind of meat, you know.
Turbo Tony, no one said you should, you know, add to it. Just let the thing run.
Was it the jerk kind? I was wondering if it was the jerk kind or, you know. I was wondering which kind of meat.
Tandoori kind, yeah.
You know the thing about it, yeah, Jedi. I was trying to search for an Indian. I was trying to search for an Indian cuisine, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't find it, bro.
Yeah, well, you could have just said fucking.
How was rehearsal last night, right? Jed?
Huh?
How was it last night? How was the rehearsal?
Yeah. It was all right, man. It was okay, man. We got a couple of little issues that we need to iron out, but it's all right. Yeah, man. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'll tell you the truth. No, I'm not even going to tell you the truth on it. But yeah, it was cool. Okay. It was calm. You know? Yeah.
Right, I'll check
Jedi, what's the backstory to that picture?
What picture?
What's the backstory to your picture, the one what you got up there? What's the backstory to it? Because you look kind of surprised. What happened there?
I look surprised.
You kind of look surprised. You kind of look. Isn't that a Jedi surprise look? Nah? You're pointing to a tattoo, right? And you're looking kind of surprised.
I'm not pointing to a tattoo. I was pointing to the person next to me.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was wondering about the backstory to that picture.
Where is the surprise, Unks? I don't see the surprise. His eyes
look
okay.
Doesn't his face? That's not the normal Jedi face, is it? Is that the normal Jedi face?
That face is ramp with me and you get pump up straight, no problem.
That's my normal.
And you see the guns.
That's my resting face.
I don't recognize that face still, you know. I don't recognize that face, but if you say it's that face, then you know.
I don't get it. What do you mean you don't recognize that face?
I don't see the face. It looks like a concentration face. That look like a humble. That's a concentration face.
Nah, you got the same bare weird shit. It's just my face. Whatever. My face is just normally set. I don't do shit with my face.
Exactly. What's the difference?
Yeah, my face is just there. That's my face.
Look at that face.
Yeah.
And look at that's a like a.
You know what? Maybe he wasn't high. Maybe he wasn't high in the last.
You got several faces.
He wasn't high, Tony.
There's no difference.
You got several looks still. But that face there almost.
Tony, come on now,
to the rest of them, yeah.
I don't see the difference.
This is completely the same face. I'm just like different angles. I'm just not like maybe.
You know what? You know what? You might be right. It just looked to me like a surprise Jedi face. But you know, I'm getting on now, innit? Maybe I should have put on my glasses before I made a comment.
Oh, yeah, you should put them on.
I don't think I'm surprised.
I think the only difference, yeah, I just feel like he wasn't high in this picture. That's it. Maybe he wasn't high then.
Yeah, you know what? I think I've ended up with a bit of mud on my face. So you know, now I'm gonna go and put on my glasses before I make any comment.
Hold on, wait. So what are you not saying? I just look high in my pictures.
No, you don't. But I'm just saying maybe it's because of the eyes, because he's saying you eyed them. So maybe they weren't low enough.
Like not low like this.
The eye them look kind of googly.
Yeah.
They look kind of googly, right? No?
These eyes look googly.
No, not. That's a serious look. That's a serious look.
Belongs to there.
That look there is a serious look. That I would say, is that the Jedi look? That's the. Hold on. This face is the
Unks don't know what he wants to
That's
say
not the
today.
Jedi.
I don't know what's going on with Unks.
You're right, Chef. You're right. You know what? Let me just put a padlock on my mouth for a while. Let me just put a padlock on it.
Smudge, big up yourself. Love
Big
is the
up everyone
Lord.
in
Big
the
up yourself.
chat.
Raw Beats, big up yourself.
Big up Rory. Big up Love is the Law. Who else?
Smudge.
Big up everybody.
Smudge. Yeah. Well, yeah, man.
Rory.
What is going on? What is going on, man? What have you lot got for me, except for Ukraine?
Oh boy.
I don't hear no more.
Do you know what's a good topic? Well, what I realized today is that obviously, based on the fact that I can't get into work today, how dependent we are on this transport for London thing. Because as soon as that stopped running, nobody can go them job.
I know, even people with cars now.
What I find.
Even
because there's traffic. There's mad traffic on the road, Jeds. Like
Shutting down main roads and stuff. Like,
not just because of the traffic, but because of like the cost. Because they're putting
congestion charge.
Yeah, congestion and ULEZ and all these things.
This is the thing. My director was like, "Oh, I'll get you a cab from your yard." Yeah. I was like, "Okay, cool, no problem."
You know, they really want you
ready. You know, like that. Got ready, all of that. And then when I'm booking the cab, it's gone up to like £70. Cool. But then 70? I'm booking and it keeps from 50 to 70. I'm booking and then it keeps cancelling because I guess congestion charge and how long it's gonna take. You get me to West London from North. It was mad. So he's just like, okay, cool, because you'd have to do the same thing to go home. And I guess you don't want to reimburse me, like, you get me a good amount, because this is the thing. By the time I looked again, he was like, okay, wait until 9. When I looked again at 9, it went up to like £80 to £90.
What the hell?
And I have to work from 9 till 6. So by the time I'm getting home, that's another time where it's like, what do they call it?
Peak times,
peak hour times, and that's gonna be a good £90-something again. So it's just crazy. And that apparently it's going to be happening for like up until Friday.
Is it?
This is a perfect example, though, of if everyone would just stay home to show the government that you need us to treat us better. If everyone would just stay home, everything would stop. Think about it, Jen. Everything would stop. I'm just saying, though, think about it, yeah? If everyone from Tesco, Sainsbury's, Asda didn't go in, there was no one to open up shop. Do you know what I mean? Like, the government would have to do something about it.
Yeah, I think it will only take a day as well.
You know?
I think it will only take a day as well. If everybody was to just lock off,
the economy would drop. It would absolutely crash. They wouldn't know what to do. Yeah, like they need to understand that. Like everything is reliant on people. You can't just treat people how you want to treat them, and then you get me. But I know they must be losing bare money for the next couple of days, boy. When it comes to that,
I'm all for it and that.
Yeah, go on.
What about like in those instances? Like, if the supermarkets close or whatever, like, the first thing that came to my head is, like, I don't know, a mum with a small baby who needs access to certain things. Do you know what I mean? Like, emergency.
I mean,
yeah, but if everybody knew, if everybody
warned,
if everybody knew that it was going to lock off,
So if we knew that this was going to take,
so they can prepare.
Tony.
Yeah, you would just stock up stuff in it.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought, just out of the blue, have you ever thought how much it would take for you? Have you ever thought how much, it will cost for you to live like as an individual, like weekly? Have you ever thought of that? I just thought I'd just throw that question out there. Like, how much do you think you need to survive on weekly? So that's including your food. That's including your food, your amenity, your travel, And if you needed to go out, that also. How much do you think individually?
My travel comes up to.
If it's a stupid question, just let me know. But I just thought I'd just ask that. Just to...
170. No, it's not. My travel comes up to 170 a month. Yeah. If
no,
if I
weekly.
was paying weekly, it'd probably be like
weekly. Yeah.
50, just how I'm saying. If it was what's it called weekly, it'd probably be like a £50 a week. Yeah. And
what travel is 50?
And then
yeah.
Food.
Yeah.
Probably, most likely around that. And then food, it's probably, unless like another £50 probably, or 45.
That's a one-er.
And then to go out,
we'll round up at a one-er.
Yeah, probably 150 a week, maybe.
And that's included gas, electric, your fags, your drink, your raving. 150. That's all you need a week.
Bring it up to 2 bills. No, just bring it up
don't
to
forget,
2 bills.
Don't forget, you pay council tax.
Nah.
Okay. What about mobile? You obviously pay for your mobile, innit?
Yeah.
Go on. How much is that?
You don't need your mobile. You said what you need.
That's a month, though.
I thought you said what you need.
Yeah.
All this shit. Travel, bruv. What you need to survive. Yeah. You can survive off for 10 a week. What are we playing at? You can't,
Jed.
But can you though at this point in time?
You can't.
Everything's gone up.
Are we excluding rent?
We'll exclude rent. Yeah, we'll exclude that.
Right.
All right. But you can't live on 10 a week, Jedi. You cannot live on 10 a week.
Food, innit? All I need is food, bro.
Jedi, you can't do it, you know, because I'll put you to the test, you know. We will put you to the test, you know.
To the test, whether I can survive on a 10 a week. Brother.
You can't survive on a 10 a week, King.
Brother, £10 getting me how much chicken and how much rice? Tell me
you can't survive on 10.
Tell me I can't make 7 meals minimum out of that. What are we talking about?
You could, but what about but your electricity costs money, innit? Your gas and everything else. That's what we're talking about.
You're adding all of this stuff on.
No, but that's how we started, King. That's how we started, King.
I will cook by fire, unks. Like I will cook by fire. Do you know what I mean?
Jedi. I put you down as I think between 200 and 200 and £300 a week, guy.
A fucking laugh. I'm not.
No, that's
I'm a hardback Nigerian. We gonna get that price down. Let's see. I'm getting that fucking price down because
you're not gonna do it, Jedi. You're not going to do that because, bro, how do you run the stream? You run the stream by electricity, right?
Have you met Jedi?
Right?
Have you met
Jedi? You're always talking about. I don't know about now. I think you've kind of like gone teetotal for a bit, but yeah, there was a time when a man would hear you, drawing on a chalice, right? Yeah, right.
Right. All right. First of all, dash the weed and alcohol and all that and cigarette. Dash that out the way. There's no need for that. Yeah, that's gone.
So that's all right. So you can put that on hold. You eat a lot as well. You eat a lot as well, and you go gym.
Huh?
Say that again.
We're not even spending half a penny on that.
What on the gym? On the gym, you got a gym membership, innit?
I don't need gym. So you can scratch.
Okay, all right. All right. You do that in your yard. Okay, all right then. What about food? What about food, Jedi?
Food. Hold on, man.
Yeah, how much do you spend on food? And don't talk about somebody else brings you in food and donates food. Don't talk about that. How much do you spend on food? We're gonna put you under the microscope.
Hold on. I'm a very cheap guy, man. Like, I don't.
No, you're not. Where do you shop? Where do you shop?
That's why the girl them love me. I don't cost them much. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm a cheap date. You know what I mean? From you got a Netflix.
You're a 200.
I'm wondering if Uncle Tony's met you, Jedi, personally. I don't know if he knows you.
Chefs, this guy, Chefs, don't stick up the man. Jedi is a 200 to £300 a week man. Jedi is a 200 to £300. So what are you saying? That he's a £50 a week man? No way.
He's not actually that. He's not what you think.
I'm not
he
that.
is.
Thank you, Chefs. I'm not.
He's not.
Jedi. Hold on, Chefs. Chefs, are you saying that JEDI is what then? You're saying that he's a £50 a week man?
I think we've all been there where we've had to survive off of a tenner for that week.
I'm sure I have.
We've all been there.
Come on, man. You know what? You lot are gonna make me go into serious mode. You lot are lying.
You gotta get into serious mode because you're chatting put.
Because
look at my butchers, yeah. Shumat Road. Look at my butchers. Hey, listen, you get there with a tenner, yeah. You're gonna feed yourself for a week, bro. You might not listen. Let me be real. Let me be real with you, unks. It might not be 5-star cuisine every night, but we gonna eat though. We gonna eat. Me and you gonna eat for a week, bro. Me and you, me and my uncle.
Listen.
JEDI,
sardine will cost you
all right, listen.
That 50 pence up to 79 pence. If you can get 3 of those, normally you can get 3 cans of sardine for like £1 or £1.20. Yeah, fam, that's 3 meals.
You lot are just talking. You lot are talking about food and food. I noticed that you lot are talking about food and food alone.
Yeah,
chefs, we didn't start on that.
If you don't eat, you don't survive.
But what about the amenities?
Okay, so you got to change the question then, unks. It's not to survive. It's what do you spend your money on a week, or what's the least you would spend for a week? That's what you should bring it down to then.
All right. I'm asking, how much do you need to survive? I'm sure this is what I said originally. I'm sure this man is just going around the internet trying to look, Waitrose.
Brother, I'm gonna apply.
First of all, is that Waitrose? You don't shop no Waitrose, man.
What, bruv? Listen, pilchards. I'm going to Waitrose to get pilchards for £50, right?
You don't eat that. You don't eat pilchard. People don't eat pilchard again.
I don't eat pilchard.
You don't eat pilchard. With what? With what? JEDI?
I eat
with a tomato sauce and rice.
With rice. With dumpling.
With rice. With
fried dumpling.
Whatever,
boiled dumpling.
Pasta.
Pasta.
You know what? That's how I know that. You know what? I thought you people was like, the real McCoy. Now I'm finding out you lot are a bag of
Uncle, I promise you, man has done sardines and rice, pilchards and rice.
We're talking today. Why you lot? Listen, you lot are talking about back in the day when sardine was 20 pence. I'm talking about today. I asked you lot a simple question.
If not,
but I asked you lot a question: how much do you lot need to live for the week? And now you lot have gone back into this like 10-year-ago price.
I'm not gonna lie to you, because you're confusing me of what you're adding. You're adding electric, community.
I started with that, JEDI. I started with. All right, give me the criteria then. Let's have the criteria.
I'm writing it down.
All right. I'm going to give you the criteria. Amenities, i.e., meaning gas.
Yeah.
Electric.
Yeah.
All right. We'll scrub community, and we'll scrub water. What else? Right. What else we're going to bang into that? Internet.
What?
Internet. We're on internet right now. You have to include the internet.
Bruv,
you have to include the internet.
I don't need the internet to survive, though.
Maybe you might. No one does. None of us do. Day-to-day living. No, not to survive. I'm saying not to survive. I'm saying how much money do I think you spend a week? I'm saying that you're a 200 to £300 a week, man, and I'm standing on that. Maybe Chevelle might be £100.
You're wrong. All right, first of all, my phone contract, is like something like 40 quid a month, right? And I got unlimited data.
£10. All right, £10. £10. Go on, £10.
Data. I got like something like 40 gigs of data, which I never use. Yeah. My social media and that.
But you pay £10. You pay £10 a week, JEDI, for it.
Hold on. Big up Voxy. Yeah. hook me up with that whole. I got free social media, so when I'm on Insta or YouTube, it's not taking none of my data. I'll pick them up. The guys at Foxy, right?
See.
So what's that? £4, 40 a month. So that's £4. £10 a week, right?
£10 a week. That's £10. Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
If you're calling that internet, right?
£10.
Yeah. Now gas.
You writing this down?
Yeah,
gas. How much a week gas? Yeah.
If it's just me in the crib and nobody else,
JEDI, I don't care whether it's you or others.
Huh?
I don't care if it's you or others. How much do you spend on gas?
Yeah, but then that's not fair because they might
no,
gas bill.
JEDI, if you share a household, it makes it even worse. You're definitely a £200 a week man.
But
if you share a household,
it doesn't make sense.
No. I asked you a simple question, and the question was, how much do you think you spend a week? Right? You told me £10. I'm saying that you're 200 plus.
Sometimes my you can be a we. Us. So I need to understand who you're asking for. If you're asking for me,
we are talking. We're talking. We're talking whether you're with or you're not. Yeah. I'm saying I believe. I'm saying that whether you're by yourself or whether you're with people, I believe that you said £10, which is a joke. Nah, I believe that.
Remember, it was just half term, right? And so when I got used to me, that obviously the bill's gonna go high, man.
That's Uncle a bag Tony, of money, right?
I came in when I was young. I came in a couple of women, Uncle Tony. I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? I came in a couple of women, and do you know what I mean? The egg got fertilized, and now they're big people running up. They're big people. They're big people asking me for coffee machine. Punks, like, do you get it? Like, I'm brother. Remember, I'm in your gang now, you know. Yeah, right. So they're asking for, bruv. That's for. I can't even explain.
JEDI, I don't want to hear your dad's story. JEDI, I'm being honest now.
See, this is what I'm saying. You need to hear dad's pain, but cool. I'm saying if it was just me, I like the version where it's just me. I'm not gonna lie. I like it sounds so good. Can we just do that bit where it's just me? But then I can fantasize. I don't have to worry about no one.
JEDI, you're killing me, man. But I don't want to hear the fiddles today. You're telling me you're a £10 a week. I don't want to hear about nothing. As a man with children at this stage in your life, you are not £10.
Yeah, I'm saying for gas for me on my own.
Yes.
Yeah. That's 7 showers, seven showers. Like let's say 2-3 hand washes a day, and maybe a little hour or two of
that's
heating
14 showers, by the way.
What? 7? No, I said 7 showers a day. Not 7 showers a day.
No, it should be 14.
Why?
14 showers a day or
14 a week.
I'm trying to save money. You feel I got time to be washing what? You feel I got time to be washing?
Chefs, you know them bag of locks. You know them bag of locks is gonna cost some money. You know that.
Yeah, I'm not washing them for that week. Are you okay?
For that week, you know.
Stop chatting shit. No.
Jed.
No.
You're trying to cut back. Now you know the situation. You're trying to cut back.
No. Wait, stop. Let me school you, look, because you're a little barley as well, yeah? I have to school you. I don't wash my head. Yeah? I don't wash my hair every week, bro. So that's not going to be a bill every week, gas bill. And when I washed my hair like Sunday, I washed it at the sauna. Yeah, use that there thing. But the sauna costs money, I can't lie.
There you go. I was gonna throw that in. Your gym, it's got to be at least, I think, £10 a week. Your gym.
Yeah, to be honest, I pay £38 for my gym, and I pay like £40 for my sauna, which has got a gym as well. But I don't use it for the gym. I use it for the sauna. If I never had the sauna, I'd be getting
that's £20. Big corn. Already we've wrapped you up to big corn.
So
20. Internet is 10. We're up to 30. Yeah, big corn. Right now, let's get to your shopping now. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You confessed last week that you love a shop, and you was reeling off a bag of things. Yeah.
How much that shop did hurt me.
He's been listening.
Nah, I did fuck up. That but that's not every week. That was to stock up on certain toiletries and essentials. That's the once a month thing. Yeah, see, look, he's jumped out. Oh, he's back. That's a once a month thing,
man.
That's
what you only shop for toiletries. You only shop for toiletries once a month. You don't do that, my brother. You don't do that. So that means you shop big. That means when you shop big. Then when you shop toiletry, you shop big.
Wait,
you shop big.
I buy soap furthermore, I don't even buy soap, because Sash gives me soap. So I've cut my soap bill down from buying couple dudu Oson soaps a month to none. I ain't bought no black soap for time because I'm working with Filipino soap now. Yeah.
You know you're hustling me. You're hustling me, you know. You're literally hustling me.
I get free soap.
No, you're hustling. Because you're talking about, when did you make the connect with Sash? Just the other day.
Don't watch that. This is what's running now, isn't it? Yeah.
You made the connect just the other day. I'm just talking in general. All right, now we're gonna have to get sticky now.
Filipino soap now.
Yeah, someone gave me soap for Flames. Sash gave me soap for Flames. I used it. She gave me soap for someone else. I used it. The only person whose soap I gave to them that was delivered to me was Shev's, and even then I was grudging. I didn't want to give her the soap, so I've stolen from my friend to make sure I don't pay for soap. How about that?
Chev,
that's how far I'm willing
you got to be on my side now, innit, Chev?
Bro.
Chevy, you got to be on my side now, innit? That guy's a living thief. What did I tell you about robbers?
Yeah. Just when you
Chev, what did I tell you about them robbers? You remember what I said about them robbers earlier on the last year? You remember what I told you about robbers?
If I come to your yard, I'm stealing your soap. I'm burgling your soap.
See what I mean? Teeth, you know. And this guy was knocking me. This guy, remember him and Matthew was knocking me, you know. Listen to that. Listen to what JEDI is saying. He will come to your yard and tea from your drum.
Yes, I will. I'll teeth your toilet roll.
Blake was meant to get his soap, man. Said nope, not today. How are you?
You know what? Don't leave nothing lying around when JEDI don't around.
He didn't even got eyes.
When things get hard, I just used to
see. He can't even see how smooth his skin would be with such a soap. He can't even see. So
wow, you know what, JEDI? You're wicked, you know. You're wicked. I see for the people that were soap.
Yeah, fuck it. I stole people's soap. I don't care. I'll steal such a soap anywhere.
Sass, are you hearing this?
Jump on. Khan spends about. I would say Khan is a what? £500 a week, brother.
250 with the kids. No. He said 250 with the kids.
250 with kids, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, me Nigerian without kids, brother. I'm telling you, we could do this cheap. I think I could put this to the test and see how little. If you drop £50 in my note and said, "See, like it's Monday," you said, "See."
Big up, Sash, by the way.
Yeah.
I can. You know what? I want to test you, JEDI. I'm telling you, you can't do under £100. You can't do under. I don't believe you can do under £100.
You're gonna give me up to £100. I'm good. Are you okay?
Nah, man, you can't do. You're up and down too much.
Exactly.
You're up and down too much. There's no way you can do £100.
Chebs, can you ask our uncle what is it he thinks I'm going to be spending £100 on in a week? Like what? What am I spending it on?
Chev knows, you know. She just wants to back you up. Chev's just backing you up. You're £100 a week.
Is an independent woman. She knows. Yeah, £100. I'm good for a week. Are you okay?
Jed.
Unks,
On a normal day, when you was a teetotal, JEDI,
what do you think, Jed? No, Unks. First of all, Unks. Yeah, Unks. Spend much on travel.
Yes, mate.
So that's not even included into his budget. Do you understand? Like, so yeah, you don't really travel, do you, Jeds?
She said I don't travel.
Well, am I late or something?
What do you mean I don't travel?
Am I late?
Yeah.
I
What do you mean I
didn't want to
travel?
put. I didn't want to put your. I didn't want to put your
Put it
business
out there.
out there, but obviously, you don't take public transport more time because you've got your scooter, right?
Nah, I don't have a scooter. That's not true. Nah, I do take public transport. Yeah, I do.
All right, how much for the ticket?
Okay.
Normally, how much for the ticket? Is it a day pass? I don't take transport. Is it a day pass?
Yo, hey,
that
you
we-
lot, jump on the channel. What's wrong with these lot? These are making me sick. I don't know what these lot are talking about, man. These are making me
Who's
sick.
in the
Creative
chat?
Events in conjunction with Dirty Woke and SMFY.
This is JEDI Music.
To celebrate the release of Todd's and Red Pill Trill's VXC mixtape, we invite you to a night of live acts, special guests, music, giveaways and litness. Tickets are £10 from Shubs, music by Raja Ray, Saturday the 5th of March, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m, Bay 56, 4-6 Acklam Road, W10 5TY. Artists on the night: Logic, People's Army, Loon, Getty, Leon Flames, Elijah Moore, Magical and Watusi, Chevelle Anderson, King Seth, Choco.
Yeah, we're back. I don't know what these lot talking about. Yeah.
What the
I
shoots?
don't forget to get.
Don't forget to get your ticket for the shoots. Big up, Chemo.
I'm
and
out here
Sneaks is
defending you,
Sneaks
Jed,
is very
but I don't know
unwell.
what you lot are talking about.
I
I don't know if you lot have noticed, but Sneaks is
Yeah.
very sick. You know, she's removed herself from the panel. She's very sick. Get well soon, love. Yeah. All right, back to Jedi. Go on,
I'm
Jed.
not gonna lie. I'll write it in the back. What I think.
Jedi eats a lot. He goes to the toilet every fucking day, right? And everybody knows this. He
Shut
eats a
your
lot,
mouth.
right?
Listen.
He eats about 20
Check the private-
kilos. He eats
check the
about
private
20
chat.
kilos
Check
of
the
food.
private chat. I think this is what's happened to Sneaks. I don't know. It's one of the two. I hope it's not
Okay.
bad.
Oh my god.
Jedi.
this man is evil, you know. The man is evil.
Jedi.
The man is evil, you know.
Susie thinks something's wrong with this man.
Are you still gonna back him up now, Chefs? Are you still gonna back him up? Comment.
Apologies on
£100.
behalf of Jedi.
Hold on. Chefs, £100.
Nah, it's
100
20.
Chefs, you're a bit delayed, you know, Chefs. But I'm saying, yeah, can we clarify that Jedi could survive with £100 for a week? Like,
What?
I feel disrespected by Uncle Tony. You're not even respecting my Nigerianness or nothing, bro. £100. I might come by the time you get back. I might put £1,000 in your hand. I told you I made money. Thank you for the loan. What are you dealing with, Uncle? £100.
Jedi.
Real ghetto you're to, you know. Real ghetto.
I don't care. I don't care what hustle and bustle you're doing, you know.
What do you mean?
I don't care what hustle and bustle you're doing.
Yeah.
You spend £100 cash raw every week, and you don't know that.
Yeah, that's cool. But I could do
You can't
under.
gawa. You can't
listen,
gawa.
I promise you, yeah, I could do under. I could if
You
I had
may,
to.
maybe, yes, I believe that. Yeah, you just go to the corned beef and white rice and pilchard and whatever. Yes, for the week, yes.
Right.
But I'm talking on a normal day, right? You're not on a normal week. You're not spending less than £100. Let's be real here. Yeah, let's be real. You're a shopaholic. You done confessed to that already. even though you clap a few items on the way out, you love a shop.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. When I did go to the market the other day, I shoplifted. Good for you, a couple items.
Fucking no, you can't stop the raffing, innit?
How's the man gonna call you a shopaholic?
I shoplifted, man. I'm the human.
No, I
just
called
like
you a shopaholic, Jedi.
Yeah, I know. He tried to call me shopaholic just because I said I'm gonna get two flannel and that. Yeah, I'm going to buy soap and flannel. Man telling me
remember, he teeth in sachet soaps, them that are meant for other people. So he ain't got to use, like, he ain't got to, because he got 2 bars there, like, in the teeth. Oh no.
This man is a career criminal. Why are we listening to him? Why?
He's a career criminal. Oh God.
Yeah, it's not like that. I'm just saying, isn't it? Yeah. Like, I know I can get by. I can get by. I know I can get by. It's nothing. £100 is actually nothing. Anyone that can't survive for a week on £100, there's something's wrong with them. Who remembers that show when the family would swap and then the rich family would have to spend what the poor family would have for a week, and they'd end up bawling like, "Oh my God, I can't believe people live like this." How when Friday come, they can't even get their champagne and their thing and boom, boom, boom. It's mad. Do you remember that show?
I didn't watch it, but I remember it still. I remember like they used to do a lot of they used to do a lot of swapping in with families, like for a week, and
bro. But when you start to see how people living and that, and the woman's like, "What?" I've got like the woman's got like a chef and a nanny and all these things there, and now she's got to do it on her own and figure out things for the youths them to do. She's taking the youths to the after school club and that, and then hearing the stories of the other youths there, and she's crying. Oh, I can't believe people live like this, and boom, 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 and yeah, it's mad.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a good topic, innit? That was a Chef's gone, I think. I think it's just me and you now. So if I thump it out. Chef's here, yeah.
Yeah, Leon's saying that your throat don't sound bad. You sound like your throat's good. Can you confirm?
Big up, Leon.
Is your throat...
He says the throat doesn't sound bad.
Leon.
Yeah, I don't know why Jedi's gone, you know. He said your throat doesn't sound bad.
The issue.
No, my reception, my internet.
As I said in the chat, on a little blood clot. Basically, yeah, Unks, I didn't know that I was what's going on with the internet though? This is ridiculous. Hello. 1.
Yeah, it's very bad, chefs.
1.
Very.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like you're getting your internet from Mocha.
1.
Yeah, I can hear you, chef. But it sounds like you get your internet from Mocha. I don't know what one.
Wait. Hold up. Let me jump back in. Hold on. Car.
So Tony, that must mean that must mean that you're spending like what? 3 bills? You are spending 3 bills
a week.
Just from the way you approach that subject, you're easily spending 3 bills.
Yeah, yeah, easy a week.
On a normal, and this is what is this? Just for the essentials. Just to cover your essentials.
I buy my food. Caribbean every day. I get my knickknacks.
Wait, hold on, mate. You buy Caribbean food from the shop every day.
Every day.
I don't get people like you, man. What's wrong with you?
Because I can't cook.
You ain't got a fucking kitchen in your yard, brother.
Yes.
He's gonna cost you less. He's gonna cost you less the year to get a personal fucking chef to teach you.
Jedi, you know what? You're right, but I don't even think of it, you know, because it will just blow my mind. I really can't afford the food. No, the amount of money what I spend on food, if I was to actually think about it, I'd go mad. So I don't.
But it's silly, man. It's silly, man. That's really silly of you. What are you doing?
It is, but hear what now, yeah? Because I'm kind of teetotalish. I haven't really got a lot of bad habits, yeah? I kind of save a lot, you know. I do my work and I save. I don't really rave and I don't really do all of that no more. So the little money what I get, I spend it on my grandchildren. even sometimes my children, even though they're adults, and myself. You only live life once. And remember, I don't really
Can we
take
do a delay
holidays.
test?
Stuff like that. What's that, love?
Yeah, because you never been on a holiday. Yeah, this is
No,
another thing.
never.
So like,
I know people are laughing at me, but
you're weird,
I know
man.
people are
You're
laughing.
weird, bro. I told you. You're weird. Jamaica, man. What's wrong with you?
No, I'm gonna make a check. I'm gonna make a check. You get me? I'm gonna make a check. My brother's been calling me out there for the longest, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Jed. Don't worry about that. It's never too late until you're out. You know what I mean?
Because you need to go establish yourself. So when I come out there, I've got that Tony Brown treatment. You get me?
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. I've got tons of family. I've got tons of family out there still, but it's just that I've not been a man interested in travel. I don't know why. It's a bit weird, and I don't even think it's a phobia. I just ain't been interested. I've given you the backstory on that.
It's not weird though.
I've given Jed the backstory why I've never traveled.
I don't find that weird at all.
Thank you, Chef.
That man not interested in traveling.
I'm not interested, Jedi. I'm all right with the people who I'm around and who I interact with.
Right,
you know, I'm
rubbish. Sorry.
Next minute you're gonna tell me that I'm boring because I don't drink and smoke. Next minute you're gonna
obviously, uncle. This is one thing where I tell you straight away, you're wrong. Like that's it. You're wrong. Nah, you're wrong. When it comes to travel, you're wrong.
Jedi. Yeah. You sound like one of them people, right? Like when I'm standing up in a dance and I'm rocking, yeah, and they ask me if I smoke or drink, and I tell them no. They're asking me, so how can I enjoy myself? You sound like one of them people.
Are you mad? How dare you, man? How dare you?
Okay, all right. So why?
No. I'm one of them.
So why am I off kilter? Why am I off kilter? Because I haven't traveled.
Because you just
I've done everything.
Bruv, it's out of order. This globe, listen, you got globe DNA in you. Listen, you got the blood of travelers. Yeah, you got the blood of people that have seen different parts of the world. You can't let that stop with you, and you don't even go nowhere. Now, what is that? Broaden your horizons, brother. Oh my God. Unks, if I met you 10 years ago, I would have took you away.
But maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't stop with Unks because he's got his kids, he's got his grandkids that will hopefully travel.
I've told you know what, Chef? I've told him the backstory.
No, don't listen to Chef's nonsense. That's even more reason.
No.
Listen, it's even more reason, yeah, because you want to be able to give them that wisdom, and that wisdom comes from experience. And it's not just experience of South London, you know, brother, or London.
True.
Yeah, because you don't even know the country well, let alone the continent that you're attached to or the world. And I'm saying you need that. Granddad needs to have a worldly understanding of how things run in different places, right? That he needs that. You should have that.
Jed,
you deserve that.
Jed,
You've been around
Jed,
long enough.
Do you know that I am going in it? You know that I am going.
Yeah, I
promise you all. When I'm in Jamaica, I'm gonna ring you. I'm going either this year or next year, no later. Right? I'm gonna go and visit my people's land. Right? Yeah. But also Africa. Mm-hmm. I want to go Africa as well. Yeah, I want to go to the motherland. But what I'm saying, up until this point, I have not traveled. But I'm not actually embarrassed about it because I've given the backstory to Trilluminati already, why it hasn't happened. And I know she's read the same book as me, so she knows. When you're doing things and you've got a family around you, and I don't want to leave them an inch because obviously, as a man who used to pound the pavement, yeah, we don't get sick pay. And it just caught up with me. You understand? It caught up with me where I'm now a big age and I've not made that, I've not done that, I've not traveled, but I will.
A big man like you.
What do you mean, Shane? What do you mean,
a big man like you?
Hey.
A big man like you. Never travel for Jamaican Airways. A big man like you. Yo.
What are you gonna say when I do it? When I do it, you know, I hope now you're gonna say, you know what, Uncle, big respect, whatever, you know, because I'm telling you, I'm gonna.
When you do it,
why?
When you do it, you're gonna say to us.
When you
do it, you're gonna say to us, you know what?
I fucking wish I did this 20 years ago, you know, Jeds. You're fucking right. I weren't even
Earlier,
I don't even, bruv. Listen, man, are you mad? That's like you saying you run the ends. Not that it's not about running, but let's just say you know the ends, but you ain't come off your estate. You don't even know what the high roads look like. You don't know what the high roads look like. The back roads.
I haven't known.
You just been on your
Jedi.
estate.
I've not even been to Manchester.
This is what I'm saying. It's no good. But we can sort that out. You don't have to wait till next year or whatever.
You meant to say Galchester.
Yeah, Galchester still, but yeah.
Galchester, yeah?
I will take you down places like that because we need to go places, man. We need to travel the country and the world, man. Nah, man.
And we don't want to be hearing nothing like, not this week because we never did know and rare. We're gonna give you ample time.
No. Me not gonna wake up me if I hurt me.
So we don't want to hear no excuses. Right, no excuses. No arthritis. I'll just tell you to bring your heat pad then. Bring the heat pad and whatever else you need and your painkiller then.
I can't go though. I can't go because you know you need the what's his name in it. You need Maxine, so I'm not gonna travel with Maxine. So you see, I can't go there.
No. Wait. Maxine time is.
Well, you need Maxine for what?
Maxine done?
I understand.
She's done in that. She's done yeah, she's not as popular. They're not.
What
you don't
Maxine?
need, you don't need to travel with Maxine again.
Yeah, I feel like Maxine can get left at home now. Things are changing a little bit.
Yeah.
So. There's definitely
explain what is Maxine.
Put V in front. Take off M and put V.
Let her use her brain. There's lots of places you can go without Maxine, you know, like enough places. The whole time. Do you know what I mean? So not everywhere's asking for Maxine to be with you still. So yeah, it's doable.
I understand, but just get
I'm gonna do it because I feel like I'm gonna do it because here what now? I feel like a bit of a flop. I've got young'uns really telling me that, you know what, uncle, you should have traveled a long time. Along with my youth then, because they've traveled, you know. That's the thing about it. They've traveled. And they keep saying, Dad, yeah, they've traveled. And they say the same thing. They said, Dad, if you reach them place there, you're not coming back.
I don't think you're gonna come back. I really don't know what you're gonna do. Because you're gonna be like, what the fuck? Hold on. Brother, man, don't let this place like
be out there.
You know, Jedi, do you also think, you know what might happen as well?
Cane.
It might draw me out. It might get to the stage where now, like, every year I want to, like, travel and, you know, put a strain on my resources.
No, stop that. This is called the traveling. No, listen, but it's right. It's called the traveling bug, yeah? And most people do.
Yeah.
I didn't travel too late in life, so I semi-understand. I was on the criminal thing, and the traveling holiday just never came into my mind for whatever reason.
Thank you.
That was the same thing. Another reason was I never wanted to have the photo ID called a passport because I wanted to be inconspicuous and low and stay off the radar and off the grid and all that. And that was just nonsense. But they done had my mugshot already. So that was just stupidness. Things that you teach yourself.
Yeah, and your fingerprint.
Yeah, things you teach yourself will get taught just to keep you in a fucking box, man. They love that, me not getting a passport. I should have traveled 10 years earlier. You know what I mean? But
I got a passport with not a stamp in it. I use it as ID. That's fucking embarrassing, you know. Let's change the subject. Fuck you know. This is silly. I've got a passport.
No.
I've got a passport and there's not even a stamp in there. I use it as ID. Yeah.
My passport just ran out. I need to send for a new one. It just ran out. That's scary. That's a scary
Send
thought.
on the passport.
Yeah,
man. That's a scary thought, car. Traveling,
no,
man.
they've changed it now. You need to be walking with Maxine. You need to be walking with Maxine.
When you find someone, yeah, like, because I've had the experience of like meeting people and then leaving their country and then coming back a year later and meeting the same people and they're like, yo, and they're going away and coming back again and meeting the same people. They're like, yo, so it's like now I've got a friendship in another country. I literally can leave the hotel and bop down the strip and then link up with the baddest man in the ends. Do you know what I mean? And he treats me like fam, like, yo, you know what I mean? Happy to see me, boom, boom, boom. Man owns a little stretch of beach, everything. So them kind of experiences are beautiful, man. You know what I mean? Take my little weed spliff and that, and screech out of the hotel in the evening. I go sit by the water on the beach with the shore, and you can just hear water, the shore, and you see the moon, and it's just hot, and it's just nice. Ah, man, come on, man.
Jed, I think what it is, right?
Yeah, man.
And the clothes, them.
I think what it is, right? I think what it is, when people, right, when they've normally gone on holiday, what they actually talk about doesn't interest me. Because most of the time they say, yeah, boom, went over there, link to gal, bond to spliff, drink to drink, rare tear, boom, bam. Now, if I'm doing all that over here, well, forget about the drinking and the what's the name, I'm linking girl, and I'm having fun here. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? I just don't know. But everything, everything
there's a different type of gal over there, sir.
Yeah. It's not, you can't talk about no England gal or no England Jamaican gal.
And you have to think about, listen. There's a difference
in
the
pick of
food
the bunch
as
over
well.
here, you know.
Like the
I've had my
fruits,
pick of the bunch
the
over
fruits
here, you know.
over here. Beer water in the fruit stem. Whereas back home, you're gonna get proper things. You can pick an orange from the tree itself, and it goes sweet as ever. You get me? Like, there is a lot of differences.
I'm quite embarrassed that I'm quite embarrassed. I'm quite embarrassed that I've got people half my age encouraging me to travel.
Just yam it, eat all the juice.
You know what? Me have blood clot. And you see when I buy my blood ticket, I'm gonna show you lot stuff.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it stuff. I'm quite embarrassed that people half my age encouraging me to travel.
Yeah. No, I thought you were gonna say when you buy your ticket, you're gonna buy two. I'm gonna say, Unks, man, I'm packed already. You get me? Where we flying from? I'm there. Blood clot. What are you talking about?
Look on the red eye.
Honestly, go put your foot on real ground for once in your life. Not some ground with some cement underneath it, some fake earth and that, some fake park. Go and put your foot on real ground, real soil, dirt in between your toes. Yeah? Go hear the
red one.
Step out and just get laced with heat. Like lace is just there everywhere. You can know where to run. It's just there. Evening, morning, breakfast. Just warm. And then you're gonna enjoy being in the majority of your people. Black faces.
No, I need some melanin. I need a top up. You're right. I need a top up.
Yeah, that's one thing. Because nature's gonna deal with you in a certain way and cure ailments and relax your mind and de-stress you, right? But what I'm saying is, you're just gonna be in an environment where if you look left, you look right, you see black people. That's important for your psychology. You battled a long time, soldier. Even every good soldier needs to go back to the barracks, you know, and reload his weaponry and things there. So you need to
wicked analogy. Wicked analogy. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, they got officers' mess. Every officer have to sit down and drink a coffee and relax for some time. Like, you know what I mean, innit? Like, come on.
No, you're right. Jedi, you're right. You know, you're right.
Getting that psychological thing. Bruv, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Enough people go on holiday for the first time. And they get a kind of sick feeling at first because they're gonna have to detox. Like they're gonna have to detox. I even had that. I went on holiday and I had certain mood swings and certain weird vibes in my mind. You know what I mean? Where I was just trying to let go. And then after that, I realized I went on holiday one time. I was stressed. There was bare stuff going on at home, bare stuff going on in the UK, and I felt stressed. And I got on a plane. So yeah, fuck it, fucking off out of it, right? A man got to the other side. A man still kind of felt put the bags down and that, strolled out onto the beach. I remember this feeling. This was like my second holiday. I remember this feeling, thinking, rah, how come I can't even think about the things that were stressing me 4 hours ago? Like I'm sitting on the beach in my shorts, trying to think about the things that were stressing me. And it was like trying to grab a handful of water. It just kept slipping through my fingers. I'm like, rah, look at that. The spell is off me. I can't even be stressed if I wanted to now. Obviously, you do get stressed in these countries, but I'm saying it's different. Like the thing that was weighing me down, I just couldn't even. The scale of it was just so small because I realized I'm on the other side of the world now, and it just puts things into perspective. Trust me, when you come back, you're likely going to come back with a list of things that you want to conquer and finish and get out of the way. And there's all someone that you want to phone and tell them you love them. You know what? I fucking love you, you know. You know them mad phone calls you want to make, like, rah. They're like, oh, what's going on? Nah, man, I'm just thinking. Just thinking. And
when you're away from them, you appreciate them, innit?
I've got the space to just tell you, you know what, you mean something. You know what, me and you, when I get
You
back,
know
we're
what,
gonna do this,
guys?
Yeah.
I'm thinking for myself as well, like, because living in this country is so stressful. I've been thinking of late, like, to just go back home, like, in the next 2-3 years, to just go back
for good,
home.
Chef, yeah? For good.
I feel like I'd be so much more happier back home. I was always happy back home, regardless of not having the money, not being able to buy certain things, but I was just happy.
Yeah.
Regardless of everything.
I've
been thinking about that maybe in the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, you know, Chefs. As long as, like, you know, as long as we can establish certain things, then that's all good, man. It ain't even gonna matter. As long as we can establish
Gangalini,
you can come in a couple times a year. What, Flame?
Yes, Flames. Big up, brother, Flame. Big up, my brother.
As long as we can link up a couple times a year and go certain places together, like, you know, we can meet somewhere else, another country or whatever, you know, a couple times a year, link up, then I'm good, like, go, man. Go. Fucking go, man.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna miss out on something? Yo, King.
Yeah, I've done the bandana thing that looks wavy, looks sick. I'm just doing the other one now, and I'm gonna get my brother to bring me so I don't pay the ULIs and shit. So it's gonna be an in and out thing, pause. But I should be with you in the next hour or so.
I respect, brother. You know my buzzer, man. Ring the buzzer, G.
Yeah. Big up everyone. I just come on to chat to Jez quickly.
Big up, brother Flame. Every time, General. Hopefully we'll see you weekend. And you're not gonna be there.
Flame.
But big up still.
Yeah,
big up,
Flame. If you're not gonna, Flame, I'm gonna cuss your blood clot. You know.
I'm gonna try and make it. Still, no promises though. I'm trying to make it definitely.
No, man.
But
try
no
and make
promises.
it.
Can I ask?
There's a whole after party.
Can I ask
and
for somebody
everything,
else
so
to
I
jump
don't
on
understand
the
why
panel?
we can't see you.
Oh
Leave it,
no,
man.
true. After party, yeah, I can.
Allow that, man. Allow that. We never talk about that on there. Anyway, 1 5 on that.
All right, ban you lot then.
Yeah.
Can we get another channel? Can we get another channel member?
Yeah.
A panel member, sorry, another panel member, sorry, to jump on.
Panel.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Change the subject a bit. Why are they going on so like? Why are they going on like Frady? What's wrong with these people in the chat? Come on, man. Just put your bloody avatar up there and don't say nothing. You lot are disgusting, man. You got old timers like me trying to put in a bit of work, and you lot with like young, virile, witty minds are just in the chats, just tapping away. Jump on. Listen, we're not begging no friend here, you know. We're not begging for no friend, you know what I mean? Countless weeks you hear JEDI asking for you lot to come and add to the program, and all you lot do is just hide off in the wings. I'm gonna start pointing some of you lot out, you know. Some of you lot are gonna start hating me. Nah, for real, man.
Hey, wait, can we talk about Sheb's going back to yard though? To live?
Yeah, yes, my brother. Yes, definitely.
I mean, yeah, I think that's your environment, Shebs, man. That's where you're probably supposed to be. You know? So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a goal,
I don't know.
man.
Like, I was chatting to my best friend.
Because you have a best friend out there, so a best friend probably saying, "Yeah, come back, yeah, man, come back." That's it. I can't really think of
Portland. Big up Portland Comfort Castle, my people, and big up Portland every time. See? Sorry, JEDI.
No, it's all good, man. Pick them up. Yeah, Shebs.
Yo.
Yeah, I can't think of a good reason.
See?
I can't think of a good reason for you not to go. Like, if I'm real with you,
Like,
the only thing is when it comes to living, I'd have to chat to my dad about potentially building me my own little hut or some kind of yard in some type of way, because obviously I'm not going out there to live with my dad. That's too much stress. But if I was to send money out there and he could build me a little yard, that would be nice. But that's the only thing that would be concerning, and potentially getting a job.
Yeah. I think, yeah. I think that means that you need to do a couple trips, you know? You need to do a couple trips, spend longer out there each trip.
100.
You know what I mean? Acclimatize, build 2 links, you got your friend out there. You know what I mean? How would it go if you went out there and then your friendship fuck up? These are things you got to consider. You got a bestie. And
I've got to consider, yeah. I was thinking about potentially, like, I don't know, like probably going halves with my dad, get a couple taxis on the road, so that's an income for me. Do you know what I mean? Get a couple drivers to run the taxi them. That's a business. And yeah, maybe making a couple of stalls. That's also a business. Like, but it's just putting my mind down, like getting.
I'll tell you what I would ask you.
Everything sorted.
What I would ask you is, what kind of life do you want out there? Like, what do you like? Do you know what I mean? What life do you want out there? Do you want to live a better life than you live in here? Like, in terms of possessions, or is it just a quality of life where you just get to enjoy and you ain't got too much stress and you live in
It's more so a quality of life. Yeah, simple life. But obviously I don't want to struggle like that. I still want to make sure that I can be able to feed myself or feed family or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But more so quality of life for me, man.
Just trying to follow.
Well, remember I told you the other day that my brethren, he's gone to Ethiopia, JEDI, remember? And he wants to draw us over there. Yeah, and he's doing well so far, you know? He's doing well so far.
Uncle,
I can't hear you. Somebody's trying to phone through.
Rashida.
Yo, Unc has hotline bling, you know.
Come on. Fellow Craft said, enough out there will happily feed you. What do you mean happily feed you?
I don't know what that mean, you know. I don't know what that mean, you know. I just see it and ignore it a while ago.
Yeah, feed you what?
No, gonna feed me. Probably grapes and pineapple and...
Chefs, if you go back here, where would you settle? Would it be with Chefs? Can you hear me, babe? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Chefs? Yeah.
Yeah, but I might be
lagging.
Go...
Is it me? Is it me? Am I lagging?
No,
okay.
It's me.
If you just speak, you'll be all right.
I wanted to ask if like what part would she settle? Would it be like in the inner city or on the outskirts or in the country? You know, if she was to go back and settle in Jamaica.
Well, my father come from Manchester. My mother come from St. Elizabeth. So that's 2 different sides. However, my dad lives in St. Thomas at the moment, far from Kingston, probably about a 40-minute drive, 45-minute drive away from Kingston. So I'd probably be around there, like St. Thomas, or like my best friend lives in Harbourview. Yeah, around that area.
Yeah, my people are Portland, St. Thomas as well. They're around that area there. Yeah, so. Well, I need to get out there and see for myself.
Around that area, so.
and get to know my family a bit better.
Trust me. Because when I went out there, I went out there in 2015, right, to get away from England, because I was kind of stressed out by quite a few things that was taking place in my life. And I said to my mum, I think I got daddy issues. I need to go speak to him. He was never really in my life like that, but he was in my life. I always knew he was my father. But you get me. So I went out there in 2015 and I spent 4 months out there, and it was the best time of my life. The best of my life. I didn't have money. I didn't know how I was going to get it, but God provided every day. And so, yeah, I'm grateful for that opportunity.
Big up Mood, Bess and Aero. Every time, family. You know, I got to show my manners and respect to you lot every time. And whoever I miss, big up still. Yeah, Chevs, man. Yeah. But you know what? I am going to go out there for real. Yeah, you know what I mean? Fun and joke aside, I'm going to definitely go out there and mix it up with my family, you know?
Broadcasting out of the UK into your homes. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, you need to.
In some cases, kind of work on it, get the property ready. But
she looks
is JEDI playing some?
Yeah, I got a woman here, but like it's like she looks depressed. I don't even know if I want to talk about repatriation. She looks well depressed. I don't even know. I don't know why she looks like that. Talking about repatriation.
You think she looks depressed?
Brad, very depressed.
What does that mean, JEDI repatriation?
Welcome to my
leaving to go back to Jamaica. Like basically going back to your homeland.
Okay.
Repatriation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Channel. First time you're passing by, you try to put the thumbs up if you like my content, thumbs down. If you don't, you share if you think it's of use to anyone else, and you subscribe if you want.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
She look fucking beige, man. I know this is the chick that she speaks on. What's her name? The something lawyer or whatever.
What, am I seeing things? What? Why is her neck? The collar on her shirt, is it too big for her neck or something? It almost looks like
I don't know what's
they've just slid her head into the. I don't know. It just looks funny. It looked like.
Yeah.
And yes, I wanted to talk about whether.
Yeah. The collar just looks massive, isn't it?
That right.
Yeah.
Is it too late to repatriate? There's a lot of programs going on at the moment about going back to.
Nah, I want to listen to her, but she's fucking boring me already, man. What's with the vibes on these people, man? Like, you talking about Jamaica now? You're supposed to be lively up yourself, man. What's the dead vibe?
Yeah, definitely.
This is what England does, you know. This is what England does. Makes you all like, all rigid and dry, grey. Copying the
sucks the energy out of man.
Yeah, man.
Sucks the energy out of us, innit?
I'm not even playing this.
That's why we used to call man grey man, innit? That's why we used to call man grey man and all them kind of stuff.
And something there now work neither. So what going?
Can you hear us again, chefs?
Okay, so I'm delayed clearly, and it looks like this thing don't want to work for me right now.
Well, you're good, man. We work.
I think you're good now.
1.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
3.
All right. Yeah, man, we're good, man.
Yeah, everything's back to normal now.
Everything airy, you know.
Is it? You know. Since my man is scrolling through, you see Kude. What's that? Is that a country? Is that a country phrase, or is it a town phrase? Kude. When somebody say Kude.
Kude. I don't know. Yeah. It's like I'm not gonna say it's a country thing, you know. I'm not gonna say it's a town thing, you know, because I don't know the origin. But it's like look there, innit? That's the definition of Kude. Look there. Look over there, so look where model. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know the origin of some of the words we say. I'm annoyed that was said them. Do you know what? Another thing, Jeds, as you said, it is this country, you know? Because you see, when my mum came to this country, I don't know who told her, but she felt like she was sending me back and forth to Jamaica. So every time I'd come back, I'd come with an accent, yeah? And every time I'd speak in my accent, she's always, you must talk better than that. I'm not being funny, but what's better than your own accent? And I just feel like these people, like, she always felt like speaking the Queen's English was always better. It's not. Like, there's no, you could, like, what's the problem? Or she'd say, oh, you chat bad. In the same accent, you know, she'd tell me that I'm chatting bad. In the same accent. We're using the both.
I think what it is, Chevs, right? I think that they thought that we'd go through chatting the Queen's English more than our own language. When they used to say that, I think they meant well by it, but we didn't want to lose we didn't want to lose our identity, and we was proud of our identity. Whereas they was trying to like just basically cut and go through in it. They didn't want our patois to hold us back. So I think when they said all that type of stuff, I think that's the reason. Chevs?
Chevs dropped out again. Yeah.
Wow, man, that internet is fucked.
Inconsistent, man. Hello. Go, move from me, man. Move from me. Get away, man.
You know, Jeds, you know when you was growing up, yeah?
Yeah.
And say you would say certain things in African, yeah?
Yeah.
Did your mum say that to you, like, stop talking like that, talk the Queen's English, blah blah blah? Would she say that to you?
Nah. Never.
Okay, and you've never heard of an African parent say to an African child, stop speaking like that, you know, you're in England now, blah blah blah.
No, they're not going to tell you to stop speaking your language, which is more Western, or what we got is Pidgin English, which is our version of patois. They're not going to tell you to stop speaking that. But like, if you was being asked, no, I don't think you're not gonna be told to stop speaking the way that you lot speak. Just be sure to know there's different ways to speak to different people or different times. So you're probably gonna lead. They're gonna lead by example. My mom's gonna put her telephone voice on when someone calls, innit, or whatever, you know, and then she's gonna laugh with her sister about her telephone voice, like yeah, man, I didn't know who it was, so you know, and then you know what I mean. But you pick up, you realize if you speak in a certain way, you might be able to pass through, but you're made aware of that's what you're doing, rather than trying to shame your original tongue. Or my mum would never dream of doing that. Yeah,
right.
But people are different, because I know there's, like, for instance, I know there's Jamaicans that would say, like, in Jamaica, in St. Elizabeth, they'll be telling you that patois is a primitive way of speaking, or whatever, less refined, and the sophisticated people speak better English than the English people. That's just the same in Africa. They speak better English than English people. That they take that language seriously. They roll their R's, and they sound like they're from high society by the time they finish speaking. Do you know what I mean? All regal and shit. But yeah, I never really heard no one say, "Oh, don't talk like that. Don't talk like that." You know, no. But I know it happens in Jamaica still. I'm not gonna lie. Part of colonialism, man. You know.
Yeah, for real. When it comes to my brood, though, I make them know, you know, be proud of what you are. You know what I mean? Don't make nobody tell you that they're better than you. You're always the best because you're you, innit? So I always try to encourage them and lead by example myself. I'm not perfect, but I'm not going to be wrong and strong. I'm not going to be doing something in front of them which I know is wrong. And then when they question me on it, I'm going to tell them off or want to slap off their mouth. You know what I mean? I'll always hold up my hands and say, you know what, you're right. And, you know, make them know so what I'm doing is wrong. Right. But adults, we're not, you know, we're not perfect, are we? You know? And I like this, and I like your show because it also it's made me investigate certain things. Whereas I used to take certain things for granted, I now investigate and do my own research. So it's broadening my mind. You know what I mean? I'm not stuck in a rut. It's really opened me up to like, you know, like to the bigger picture. You know what I mean, Jeds?
I do, my brother. So here we got, don't move back to Jamaica because you won't last. This is a subscriber's letter to these two people. Gonna check out what they're saying, see what perspective they're coming from. They're probably gonna fight against that statement still. Knowing them, it's like a clickbait kind of, well, knowing YouTube, I should say, it's like a clickbait title, I'd imagine. I don't know these two, but let's see what they got to say. See if we can shed any light on Chevelle's pondering to leave and go back to Jamaica. Which actually, like, I support. As long as she can, like, do some good planning and that, I support people going back to their places of origin. At least go spend a little time, give your home country some of your years of your youth and that. Do you know what I mean?
Most
people always think about leaving when they're old. Do you know what I mean? Leave when you're young, man. So you can put some energy and spend some real time somewhere.
What's up?
Welcome back to the Delprat family, guys.
Good to have you guys here.
All right. So actually today we'll be touching on a topic, a very touchy topic, and a lot of persons, sometimes even in the comments, we've seen where persons talk about it's not wise to move back to Jamaica, right? Because you got dead people that will kill you, right? So actually a subscriber reached out to us, that warming message, you know, really asking for our opinion on this. So we are gonna actually share with you the message from the subscriber, and we're gonna be discussing this because we know a lot of you guys and the Delprat family community, a lot of you, D squad, you are actually like living overseas.
The diaspora.
Right. Living overseas and you have intentions in moving back to Jamaica. All right. So so first I'm gonna read the message. All right. So it goes like this. Hi, I'm considering moving back to Jamaica, but we were told by someone, right, that we shouldn't. Them never say move back, but do this. The person say you shouldn't move back because we will risk losing our lives. You can help. Can you help me? Because we've seen some land and we'd like to buy and build. But this person says if we tried to build in Jamaica, we could get in trouble with building contractors who could scam and kill us, right? We wanted to buy some land to grow food, to feed ourselves, but the advisor said this would lead to us getting killed. This would just draw attention to ourselves. They advise that our best bet is to live in a gated community, and only then would you stand a chance of safety, right? I don't know if you can help because I am still interested in moving back to Jamaica. We have loads of family in Jamaica and we were born in Jamaica. It's just our kids are born in. What do you think? What do you think? Can you help? Well, guys, what do you think about this letter? Let us know in the comments your honest opinion about this, right? Whether good, whether bad. If you don't agree with it, let us know.
And if you've had similar situations where persons are the same to you, yo, if you go there, you're dead. Like, you know, let us know what you've been thinking. But we wanted to bring our opinion to it.
Right.
Bring what we know to it, what we have certainly seen to it. So guys, this is our opinion. We are not security forces, men.
Yeah.
we you know, I mean, we are not armed with the stats, because you see some people are armed with stats.
Yeah.
And how most people die and all these things. We are not armed with the stats. But we are giving our opinion from what we've seen around us.
And of course, too, we have family and friends that come back to Jamaica from time to time. I even have friends too who settle back in Jamaica after living overseas for many years. Yeah. So we have personal experience on this as well.
Yeah, so
right?
we know people who have been overseas for years and come back and them live and have businesses and stuff like that. So it's not impossible. But what we must first say is every decision you make, you must take proper precautions in whatever you're doing.
Right.
So it is up to you to do your research.
Right.
It's up to you to make the best decision for you, your family, your safety, your health. It's your decision.
Right.
All right. And because of that, you have to do your research, you have to put in effort into it. All right. So this is our opinion on it.
Hey guys, I know a lot of you are anxious to know what's going on with Baby Del Pratt.
Yep.
All right. Kias actually did an update on her channel. Cassie Does Live.
Yes.
All right.
Go over, guys, and support.
Yes, link in the info card, guys, and also in the description for that to that baby update video. All right, guys. Also, we get the thing them, guys. We get the item them from the baby register. We collect the barrel them, guys.
Yep.
All right. Video already posted, but if you missed that video, link also in the info card and in the description.
Sorry.
Yeah, they kind of went off somewhere else with that, innit? I think, Jed, you know, all my life I've been hearing them stories still. Like, you know, be careful when you go over there and you're building and whatever. Oops. You want me to continue with my...
Continue.
Yeah. You know, I've been hearing, like, you know, all my life the same thing. You go over there, you got to be careful. You got to watch family. When you go there, don't make them know that you're coming. When you're leaving, don't make them know that you're leaving. La-di down, rate and whatever. But what are we gonna do about it? You know, there's good and bad everywhere. You know what I mean? There's good and bad everywhere. So there's a chance you're gonna take. I would say if you're gonna build over there, I would say, you know what? Go every year and what's the right word? Just go every year and get familiar with your people and your surroundings. Just keep going, visiting, making sure that if you're building, you're doing regular visits to make sure that it's being done. You understand? Because you can't even trust family either when it comes to those things. You know what I mean?
You'd be sending them money and then you go out there and nothing's done. And you'd be like, what?
Nothing's done, yeah. Or house is built, but you can't, there's no, when you try to enter the premises thinking that it's yours, they're looking to chop you up. You know what I mean? They're looking to chop you up and done you. So it's a difficult one. You know what I mean? It's a difficult one. You know? I know a couple of people who've bought, like, you know, condos in gated communities, and you know, the ones who have done that, they will swear by it because they've got security and everything else and like-minded people in that community. So, you know what I mean? Swings and roundabouts, innit, Jed, innit?
It does.
You just have to do your research. You just have to do your research.
Naomi says, anywhere you go, you have to be careful.
Yeah, I agree with them. Totally. Not even in London, Jed. I can move from where I am to East London and I still got to be aware of my surroundings. Because if I got a hooligan living next door to me, it's going to be it's not going to be too pretty, is it?
Nah.
You know what I mean? And things can kick off.
Fellow Craft said, trusting a Jamaican is like trusting Judas.
That's a bit hard still. That's a bit hard. You get me? You got traitors in all nations still. You know what I mean? That's a bit hard. Wadada 77, big up hard still.
Big up 7.
Respect.
I 7. Yeah. Forward, brother. Forward. You get me?
Yeah, Natty Jed, we are going with Star. You for come blood clot representing her. Where them, my brother? Come in 77. Hail up, uncle, man. Come on, man. Even if it's for a 2 second.
Yeah, pass through, my brother.
Yeah, man. I give you a big wad that you for come in and I heal up the unks. You get me? And he's an intelligent brother, you know. 77.
Of course he is.
Yeah. Him trilogy music. There's quite a few of them.
Yeah,
they make some lovely comments. Yeah, some of them really they have me in stitches with their comments. I'm telling you, it'd be good to hear their voices, innit?
Jebs is back. 77 soldiers here.
I don't even
Is he
know.
here?
Is it working?
Chef, big up 7-7. That's what I like to see. You get me?
Yes,
You get me?
Big up,
Big up.
broski.
What da
7-7.
da? What da da, my brother?
Bless you, King. Respect, man.
What you mean, sir?
Nothing, man. Just there. Just listening to the
Nothing, man,
comments.
just there, but just like all the accent, just currently, I just a part of the lingo, you know, just there. That my love. But yeah, sorry to cut you, yeah. Based on what I was saying when I left earlier about, you know, our parents, well, Caribbeans telling us that we should talk better and stuff like that. Jedi, I think you hit the nail on the head a couple of days ago when you mentioned about Caribbeans are more westernized.
Yeah.
And because of that, they think that, you know, Western society is better than where they come from. Not understanding that, yeah, maybe financially, but when you come into Western society, you lose all sense of self. Do you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, that was my part.
Yeah. But it's like the things that people cling on to, things that people love about themselves are different, right? So you, like,
yeah.
If I'm thinking about the Jamaicans, I might think about the rebellious spirit. But the rebellious spirit ain't necessarily what the upper class is going to be celebrating. You know what I mean? They're probably going to be celebrating the ability to conform and blend in, and you know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, celebrating how much they bow out in it, for real.
Exactly. 7-7.
We got Toms, you know, in our community as well.
Trust me.
I was made to feel bad about me being my authentic self. And that's how you start issues like self-hatred, you know what I mean? And not loving who you are because somebody makes you feel bad about who you are.
For real.
That's real talk.
Like, it's
That's real talk.
I remember when my mum used to tell me, oh, you're for top, but I always used to feel like, why? Like, what's your problem? Leave me alone. I shouldn't be feeling bad to speak how I want to speak.
You know, the thing is, Chev, yeah? You know, the thing is, though, you was able, yeah, to kind of prick that and know that what she was telling you wasn't right. You was able to kind of know that still, which is a good thing. You understand?
I was able to know that because of how I felt when she was telling me that. Do you understand?
But that's what I'm saying.
I knew that feeling is like, you get me? Like, you can't come on and then you same one that is telling me not for top bad and them. So every minute, yeah, send me back home every other 6 months for do some foolishness, and then you know I'm come back and tap bad. Well, on the people must soon forward. Well on.
Yeah, true. Those things. The older generation to me as well. You know, past a certain age, you see, like the elders closer to 70 and them thing there, who did come in the 50s. My great uncle and aunt, they're very brainwashed. You get me?
That's a fact.
And they love it. And I did put a comment on before cause I only met them recently, like the older ones. And when they did meet me, I think there was a bit shocked still. You get me?
What, True was Rast?
True, I was Rast, yeah, and true, mixed race, innit? The whole of them black and they don't know themselves, you get me? So when them see me with myself and my locks and everything, them, I think they was a bit freaked out, you get me, blood? And they're saying, oh, you can speak patois better than we. I'm like, oh no, I was born in yard, you get me? I've never been to yard in my life. But they don't know their culture.
So me and you's in the same boat. Yeah, what people need to realize that there was a whole heap of bag of wire even amongst us. But I would say the majority of Jamaicans, we're firm. We stand firm. We don't take shit, and we do our thing. But we still got a percentage of us who are yellow. They're just yellow, innit? They're just wankers. You know what I mean? We can't all be like warriors, but you know what I mean. We've got a lot of coons in in our communities, in it. So there you go. I would say that Jamaica's got less, but we've got coons everywhere. So
well, definitely. Even if you check, they say that Jamaica was the place where even all slaves that were taken to the West passed through Jamaica, innit? So even if they were going to America or other Caribbean islands, and they would drop off the most rebellious ancestors.
That's right.
The enslaved ancestors, the most rebellious ones in Jamaica. You get me? So that spirit still lived to now.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, I mean,
That's why, to me personally, that's
but
why you have.
it's been watered down though. They're watering it down, you know, as you can see with this like Chichiman argument. They're watering us down, you know. We're still there, we're still hanging in, but they're really trying to water us down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, man. The system is stronger than the spirit of the people. Unfortunately, you get me at the moment, and the brainwashing and everything is very strong, especially with the youths. You get me? The younger youths, them is just more and more fooled by Babylon. You get me?
Most definitely.
From what I see, and it's unfortunate. When I did listen to Cartel from when he first bossed. You get me? I think it was like he brought out up to the time in 2002, 2003. You get me? And he was proper blood, but he's a perfect example of how fame did get to him and make him. I don't know. He was a big example to the youths, and he is responsible for a lot of fuckery to me. You get me? The bleaching, the slackness. He influenced a lot of that up to this time. You get me?
Yeah, definitely. I that brother there, I ain't got no time for that brother. What he's done to the young'uns' minds is kind of like, it's ridiculous. I didn't think that a punk like that would have so much influence on the generation below. It's just terrible. You know what I mean? It's just terrible. You know what I mean? What he's done to them is just mad to me. You know what I mean? I never thought that one individual would spin the generation, like the Jamaica, the younger ones' minds like that. I just didn't know that would ever happen or even could happen.
For true.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing about Jamaica though, is it's like a land of contradiction, same way, because you have mans who fully sell out like Cartel, and you have mans like, for instance, a man like I Wayne. You get me? You know that artist there?
Yeah. I Wayne is tough, man.
Yeah, and him born out bleaching and all them thing. You get me? So it's like the opposite end of the spectrum. You get me? You have completely unconscious and you have completely conscious. You get me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a madness to me. You get me?
Yeah. You know what? I totally forgot about I Wayne. You know, that's one brilliant artist. You know.
Yeah, man. That's one of my favorite artists, though.
Yeah, I Wayne, man. Very conscious youth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
man.
Today, as far as I know, you know what I mean? 'Cause I didn't even know he was still singing still, but the last music I heard coming from his stable was Conscious. So it's good to know that he's still there, you know?
Yeah.
Because them man that was coming up like Garnet Silk, innit?
Yeah, for real, man.
Right?
Yeah, for
like
even more conscious than Garnet. Yeah, him still make music, but this is the thing: his music, him have millions of views on YouTube, but you still don't hear about him like that. Especially within the Jamaican community. You get me? That's how come you not hear about him. Them not playing tune on radio. You get me?
Yeah. To be honest, like this ragga scene, I'm not on it at all. Like I just ain't for it. When it started to when it switched from dancehall, I think, to ragamuffin, I think that's when I started to kind of like, or was it the other way around? Was it bashment? Hold on, what was it? Was it?
It was ragga, and then turning a dancehall, and that turning a bashment, ain't it?
You sure it wasn't dancehall, ragga, then bashment?
No, ragga was first before dancehall.
I think dancehall come first, you know.
Saying okay, well you know better than me.
Yeah. I think dancehall was like Josie, Charlie Chaplin, Supercat, Early B. That was dancehall, and then from there, I think it went to
Yeah, and then ragga's like Shannon Ranks here, ain't it?
That's it. There you go. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, and then it's from there. Well, I did like the Shabba era, and then after that, when he went, I think, mainstream, yeah, that's when I was kind of like, this is kind of not going the way I thought it was gonna go, and then it just switched from there, innit? When it got more mainstream, and they called out Shabba, that's when it started to get a bit wonky as far as I was concerned.
Definitely, I agree. It happened to enough artists. You see, especially enough of the conscious reggae artists come out of England. The reggae bands like Aswad, Steel Pulse. Enough of them did so commercially. It was awful to witness. You get me? And I never seen it first, and I wasn't even alive them times. But it's awful to witness that.
Yeah.
From singing same way they went from singing some really conscious tunes to singing some fuckery. You get me? Some soulless crap.
Yeah. Disheartening, boy, I'm telling you. As a man who was there from the beginning and used to chod proud, and their music there, encourage man to be warrior, stand firm and be a soldier. You get me? And then all of a sudden it went from that to some Mickey Mouse thing. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't even know where to go from there, because as a man who loved his music, you know, you want to hear their music there constantly, because them music they keep man firm. And then when it starts to get wishy-washy, you say to yourself, fuck me, where am I gonna go to now? And then after that came rap.
Selassie the first. Naturally, you man a fire away, you see. I win, you see. Yeah. In a skin, yeah, na put on, you see. Yeah. I mean, I saw TV there, so you know, I don't know drag TV. You see what I say? So you know nothing can go wrong, right? Island, Selassie the first. Oh man, for we.
Go on, I win, you know.
Selassie the first. Lava. One of the.
Really,
We say I farm this, the vineyard is for.
They don't know it's a farm fire.
Still until the side look here, they don't it up. Look here, tough and dry.
It can't
if I look at Bungo,
it can't
so balance. Isn't
it? No fertilizer.
Fire stand. Yeah, man, a fire stand. You see, the last year the first naturally. Yeah, man.
So, on the work, see, man.
Yeah, man, we give thanks to the right.
Different from your swap.
Yeah, just a make a little chat. Yeah, look at a little one over there, so. She don't know the much English nor the spellings of it. You know, if you're white, no care glass, and I take no disrespect for no look at 20 kind and 30 kind and anything there. You see me, I say? You might can forward, and as we say, a whole heap of ones are family all about, and space they all about. So the least little chance we get, and the least little height and little space. We just plant something. The cure the soil dry and the dirty stuff. Little water around, and we get something going. Go over to for the knees, she's dying. Mercy, please, for life she begging. When she gets up to the box, she.
Jesus Christ, we're nice.
See, that's why I love Wayne. You see what I'm saying? Still a till the soil, even though the dirt is tough.
Oh, you mean, man? Wayne, you know.
I know.
Yeah,
you see.
I think I'm gonna have to look him up after this. You get me? Because I thought he was off the scene. I ain't heard nothing from him still, but good to see that he's still about.
Yeah, him there.
Yeah, still up on fire, you know?
Yeah, man. Lava. That's where man start chanting. Lava from mostly is Wayne.
Same.
Because it was fire before that, innit? But Wayne are the first one to come.
Yeah.
Lightning, earthquake, and thunder, you get me?
Same. You know what? There's a thing I've been hearing about the I want to get your spin on it quickly since Jedi's.
Sorry, I swear. Sorry, I've been talking, but my mic was on mute. So my bad. I swear, Sizzler was saying lava first, no?
Nah, I don't think so. You know, not that I can think of. I can't think of one tune where, because Wayne did bring a whole album called The Lava Ground, and that was his first album.
Yeah. I think it was him, you know, Jed. Because I've got that album.
Because somebody says lava, that their catchphrase. Like, I can't even think of who it is. Not like their catchphrase. One of the things he says. What is Wayne, yeah?
That is Wayne, yeah, trust me.
It's not Wayne's voice. It's not Wayne's voice I'm hearing, though. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What do I know? But, yeah. It's got a vibration there still. What's this? Is that beehive?
Yeah, that's bees for the honey, man.
They're just dying to like get this this wood for the fire tune. You know what I mean?
Pumping, yeah, for real, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute it every time it comes on.
No, they want to play it every second, just.
Can I ask a question, like quickly, like?
Yeah.
Jed, is it all right? Yeah, to a brethren Wadada 7777. And you know that what I call it, altercation, the argument between is it Lisa Hike or Hike and the Chronics?
Leela Ike.
Yeah, and the Chronics crew, yeah? And them saying that because they're supposed to be Rasta, yeah? But there's another set of man who's saying that because Lisa Hike has now come out as being bisexual.
Yeah.
Is that right? What is your view on that? Like,
My
I just want to hear your take on that.
In the immortal words of Sizzler, is my fire upon the wall of them, yeah?
All right, say no more then.
Yeah, see that.
Say no more. Yeah, because you can't come amongst Ras with them, the kind of thing there. So do you think that Chronic should lose his locks for actually trying to sneak that, you know, through the gate?
They're trying to sneak Coffee through the gates as well. And
he's
right next to Coffee as well.
Blood, Sizzler's on a tune with a lesbian. Sizzler Kalonji's on that tune with DJ Khaled and that 070 Shake girl. He's a blatant lesbian who's throwing up devil signs in the video.
Who, Sizz?
Yes,
Sizzler.
Exactly. You say, all them tune them get
people.
I know.
But isn't Buju and Capleton in that same video with DJ Khaled?
Buju, yeah.
Another one.
Yeah. But this is another thing, Buju. From I did see the video of him tasting coke and all them things. I can't rate him the same again. You get me, blood?
Yeah.
What do you mean tasting coke?
There was a video of him tasting up the coke with a knife. You mean what? Tasting it to test it because he was gonna buy it still.
Is it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is a video.
Who is the one that come to England and everyone said, yeah, this brother's a crackhead? Is it?
Back a days, artist or recent?
Nah, back a day. I think, is it Beres? It's not Beres.
Gregory. It would be Gregory or Dennis Brown. Gregory
and Dennis in it. Dennis got hooked, and Gregory was definitely on the pipe.
Who is it, bro? Sniper knows the person.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah,
we can, Chevs. We can now.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Is it Iwayne that's got the charges?
No. It's not. It's Jakura. The stabbing. Yeah, the stabbing charge. Yeah,
he's another fraud.
Yeah,
I've never liked
7-7.
He's a rapist.
The whole of them fire upon them. You know why I say that, yeah? With the whole chronics people them as well. Understand our Rasta, yeah? Rasta is a way of living, right? Yeah, so it's either you are or you're not. When would I call them dress up dread? That's what they are. Do you understand? They're not proper Rasta. Do you understand? Where they go by the way of life and whatever. The fact that none of them can call out Leela Ike for what she's doing or what she is or whatever, it shows that you're standing in alignment with her. Do you understand?
100%.
Yeah, it's fuckery. It's fuckery.
All of them are bathroom dread.
And then the people them that are calling it out they're trying to make them feel bad because they don't want to subscribe to what it is that these people are trying to push.
Yeah, because it's gonna stop their money as well. That's the worst thing. You get me? They're fake, man. The whole of them protege, I call him protege from day, you know, before I heard about this Leela, I call him protege.
What, that cross-leg thing?
I did meet him.
The man's in barroom.
Protege Wagwan, him did look scared, but they're all middle class youths. You get me? No disrespect to middle class people, but even in yard, them is not ghetto people at all, or even country people.
All right, wait. Well, you're not gonna put my brother in that list.
Who?
Kabaka.
He is middle class, but I do rate him more than the rest of them. 100.
Roy. Big up MD, big up love. Why don't you jump on, babe?
All right, Kabaka Pyramid School.
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, they seem quite like flexible. Like they seem like an open.
Right, Jedi.
More open, innit? Like I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, they get ghetto. That's the problem. They don't come from ghetto. They come from very privileged background. You get me?
But then, do you know what I also think? Though 7-7, I also feel like with Jamaican people, through them hungry belly, you see, as soon as them get a little money in them hand, them feel like say them better than nobody else and don't want to do what them used to do, which is call out the fuckery. Do you understand? If they didn't have money on the line, I guarantee all of their mouths would be open. But the fact that we're part of a new generation and we're pushing this. Yeah.
When Buju went done all these years, who was there for him? Who cared? You lot never cared, man. Everyone's talking about free Buju, but no one cared.
No one business. You're right, Jedi.
Yeah, because I think the acts in it. I think it's the act, innit? Him being harassed.
Man had to make his apologies to come out, innit? And since he made his apologies, come out and whatnot, been on record apologizing, you know, they eased him up and let him do a couple things. Because they shut him down. He couldn't travel, he couldn't do nothing. All his music was down. Like, it was a problem for Buju. So...
Yeah, Buju was
Jed,
blacklisted.
I think people wasn't really backing him, yeah, because of the act. Like him being harassed, yeah, and basically like, you know, like buying Palico and all that. Nobody's gonna really support him when it comes to them kind of thing. That's why I think nobody was there for him. You know what I mean? Because you can't be doing that. You know what I mean? As a Ras, you get me? You can't be doing that.
Stereotype that the Rasta man is trying to get away from, innit? Jeds, of how they view Rasta man, innit? So
100%.
Yeah, the man was doing some natty dread moves.
Big up
You get
MD,
me?
where
Man
did he
on a
go?
Rasta man. The man I behave like natty dread, you know?
For real.
Where did MD go?
She's there.
She was there. Yeah, she was there a second ago, yeah, and she just like jetted.
Chubby, LA.
Give thanks and praise to Mr. Trill Billy Cool, you know?
Oh, big up the whole family, Lang, man. Listen, there was fair argument yesterday, you know, but I did like the reasoning still. But Jano, man, fucking hell, I can't agree with that Gain, what his face was. I can't agree with him, but good luck.
What happened yesterday?
The argument was now him and H was going at it, innit? Like two madmen, innit? They're not giving each other space.
It was about crypto or something, Trillbilly.
Yeah, it was about the war and the Babylon war what we're having now. And obviously...
But I'm not going to lie, big up H, but you don't have to fucking talk to people, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Every 5 minutes, someone's dumb or stupid or idiot.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Insults.
Yeah,
you got to allow the insults thing, innit? Because the arguments go forward. It's like, that's why I stopped fucking with Shifa. I'm not going to lie, that's why I stopped fucking with him. Because obviously the arguments are too much for him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how reason
like this is my
argument, innit?
Hey, Freddie.
Yeah.
Big up MD.
Yeah, big up MD. Wait, I can't wait to see you use that, you know. I can't wait to see you use that, you know. Yeah, especially I don't know whether to come in my Ethiopian
big up Queen MD.
My Ethiopian garments. I'm done.
Yes, come.
I'm the only one in the world. I'm the only one in the
If you wear the colours,
this look like Rastaman hour.
For you.
Yeah.
Hey, this look like Rastaman hour, you know. Pure Rastaman panel, you know.
Come on, man. 7's large, man. He's one of my original family members, isn't it? Even though I don't know him, he's definitely an original family member.
Big up MD. Bless it, sis. Bless it.
Big up.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what though? Fucking hell, man. You see this Buju thing, it's a bit technical. Like I heard what the elder said. Tony, I 100% agree with you. But you know what? Drugs and Rastafari, it's a bit synonymous.
No, it's fucking not.
Yeah, but not our drugs, though.
It's different if it's herbs, but when it comes to like cocaine and all of the rest of it, we don't deal with that. Rasta,
we don't co-sign them kind of drugs.
Don't co-sign them things there. Do you understand? It's the new dread them that want to be bringing. And when I say the new dread them, I mean like the 90s, them type of
the youth, basically.
You understand?
But that's
where
more of a reflection of the.
Go on, MD.
No, go ahead, Hafte.
Finish. Yeah, they're trying to change the script. You know what I mean? These new age Rastas. Well, not even Rasta. Them have natty dread. They're trying to move.
They're called gangster Rastas. Them have a new thing called gangster Rasta now, innit? So
yeah, more
you mean new thing? Are you look?
But when you think about what Rasta is,
you can't be gangster Rasta.
Talk the fucking truth. You're not talking about new thing called gangster Rasta. You mean new? Rasta been gangster from how long?
Can I just say, there was a difference here
Illuminati natural dread. We don't want you in this argument.
Hold on. No, let me chat to Jed. There is a difference though, because yes, we're not stand for certain things, so we'll fuck you up on side, not a problem. Yeah, but we stand for what is right, right? And if it's not
true.
If it's not herbal or from the ground itself, do you understand? We're not trying to push them things there. Do you understand? It's what Rasta really stands for. The rest of them that want to be doing up badness and have gun, but them want to kill man and do them something, yeah, and want to turn bad man. That's not what Rasta stand for.
No, we beat with kettle drums. We beat with kettle drums, Sarah. That we do. And one
badness.
In the 90s, half of the Air Jamaica flights were full of cocaine. And what happened with that cocaine? What happened with that said cocaine is it built land. What Rastas are on now. So unfortunately, you know what I mean. It's a bit of an oxymoron. It's a bit of
it don't make the action right, but it doesn't really condemn the people, because you have to understand life's war
even
evolves,
if you're doing
and sometimes
even
people
if you're
evolve
doing
with it. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that it's always going to be correct. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right, MD. You're right what you said there. I mean,
but definitely when I think of Rasta, I think of herbalists. When I think, you know, when it comes to mind, just very down to earth, very natural, naturally based. Do you see what I'm saying? But in terms of the younger people that choose to have locks in their hair, the ones that do it as a sort of fashion or protective style, or just to connect more with their heritage.
Well, then would I call fashion dread?
Yeah. You know what? Some of them I would class as fashion dreads. Others I would class as people just more connecting with their roots and you know, the ideal beauty standards of where they're from and the
we love you, Rastas, but we can't let you continue.
You don't own it, like own the style,
copyright locks, like the copywriting of locks has to stop still.
No, because there's so many places throughout Africa where the indigenous people have the style.
I love that. Don't like Rastas. Copyright the lot. Yeah.
So when you do a little bit of research and you realize that no one man can copyright locks. No one movement. So
I know. Now you know what you're saying, Jay. It's too true, bro. I'm not gonna lie, you know. And you know what? The reason why we held onto locks so fiercely, guess why? Because no one never fucking wanted locks. Everyone used to say, "Get that dread out of here." Like anyone else apart from the dread, like you see,
I think we're losing. I feel like we're losing. We're coming away from the argument here because it's not just about the hair.
Yeah,
it's about the way of life.
We're just dealing with that real quick, and the nature of Rasta and the stereotypes and what people. I know enough, man. That they're into their Rastafarian belief system or whatnot, but like they're still
living in Babylon.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Circumstances will have you taking certain steps. It don't mean it's right, but it's what you need to do to survive.
Man, like Cam, big up yourself, King.
Yes, family. Big up,
Cam.
Big up, brother Cam.
Yeah. So I hear you, though, Shebs. I hear you. I just wanted to establish certain things. So when the fashion dread thing come up, which is the first one, gonna put someone that's got locks but not abiding by the tenets of Rastafari. I beg you to ease, because it's not nice, in it, to get called a fashion dread, because I made a connection with, like, I let my hair grow.
Yeah.
You're not gonna call Samson a fashion dread.
No, for real. I had to remind the people.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Jeds, and I feel like yes and no. But when I say fashion dread, I'm just talking about the one them where do it. There's no meaning behind it. There's no it's just I just want dreads because it looks nice. There's no connection to oneself.
Chefs.
Like.
Sorry to cut in, love, but you know, would we say that Jedi is a fashion dread? What would we call Jedi?
I wouldn't call Jedi a fashion dread because he has way more knowledge.
Everyone shut
I said no way. I said no way. You see, you notice how Selassie is side-eyeing him. You notice how Selassie is side-eyeing Jedi.
No, man. No, you can't say that about Jedi still. Jedi is a conscious man, you get me? To me, a fashion Jed is more, I would say, more a fashion rest now, because you have man who would have charged Rastafari every day, like Butcher Banting, and they would have lived
no,
up.
what would we call? What we seriously though? Seriously, what would we call Jedi for real though? What would we call him? What category would we put Jedi in?
I just feel like he's someone that's connected to
Physically, I can't judge a man's spirit, but physically, I would say he's a dreadlocks, innit?
But I say a fashion dread is someone more who preaches the thing now, and then like preaches the thing hard, but then is doing everything opposite. If you're just doing your own thing, then no one can really say nothing. Because it's your own
and I lie about it.
But
exactly, Cam.
No, but all of it is about making distinctions, though. Because realistically, even for someone who has locks for fashion, I wouldn't even see that as a bad thing, because you know what? As fashion goes, it's better that you look towards what's natural and what is to the culture of where you originally hail from. Do you see what I'm saying? Rather than wanting to put,
however, there is a very distinguishing factor, though, sis. Do you understand?
No, of course, but then people should be clear and make clarity. You know, and then someone said, "Oh, your locks are nice," or if they would say, "Oh, dreadlocks," then the person who has the locks can correct them and say, "Look, this is not dreadlocks. I'm not a Rasta. These are locks because I just wanted textile, or I just wanted to be fashionable, or I wanted something to connect closer to my roots because this is what I find beautiful." Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You know, dreadlocks is different from Rasta, though, isn't it? You lot realize that Rasta is different from dreadlocks, you know?
Yeah, come on. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Rasta day in the art, Virgin, you see me?
Well, you know what's mad? Yeah, when I was growing up, like, I don't like this. Obviously, there's different schools of thought. I grew up with some brothers that actually are very pivotal to the UK Rasta experience. Their family, their music, everything, that they're known guys, isn't it? Yeah, like, I grew up with the Rassites. Yeah, that's what they call themselves, the Rassites. Yeah, so they took me to Triangle in Hackney when I was a youth. They taught me Abashanti when I was a youth. They trust me, they got me situated. And that's because my home life and what I was going through was very turbulent. But that give thanks, Brother Cyrus and his mum and dad, and that they took me in and it was like, yo, this youth goes to school with my youth, and I can see what he's going through, and he don't seem like he's got no one. So
was that the lady that you said you wish you would have asked her if you could have lived with her? Oh.
No, that's someone different. That's Auntie Ruby. Do you know what I mean?
Big up Auntie Ruby, man.
Yeah, so it's a wonder because none of the positive influences I had around me were Jamaican. Do you know what I mean? Let's be real. Like the stable women and whatnot that actually gave a fuck about me were Jamaican. I had a lot of Nigerian and African family, but I was scared of them, a lot of them. I felt like they had some kind of something on them when they looked at me as special, and they looked at my mum as special, which meant that they acted funny. Their energy wasn't
funny, right? It wasn't real.
And I could pick that up from when I was young, innit? I didn't know what it was, but as you get older, you realize, yo, some of these people were probably dangerous for me to be around when I was young. But anyway, I digress. But one thing I would say is like man's parents and that, my adopted parents and that, they didn't like the term dread. Because they was like, yo, because people would say that how their locks were dreadful. You know, back in the days, they'd call the locks dreadful, boom, boom. But then now, I'm hearing some Rasta chanting and bigging up the dreadful aspect of it, like to say it's a dread on Babylon, like it causes Babylon to fall. So I'm trying to understand, where do you stand with the whole term dread?
Dreadlocks to me is a term.
Honest, you just put me on game.
Invented by Babylonians, but that signifies their fear of man in it. So man embrace that in it because we are dreadful to Babylon. You get me? That is what man is here to be. You get me?
And I definitely don't see it as anything bad. Like whenever I see like look, I just see a beautiful thing, because even like with the Jagannaths, they refused to cut their hair until they brought victory home. Do you see what I'm saying? and obviously the hair is naturally gonna go into that natty the natty look. Do you know what I'm saying? That kind of style. So yeah,
But
man.
technically, that's hold on. Let me just say, technically, that's incorrect. I think Soldier will agree with me. Technically, your thing was supposed to go into what's known as like a Congo, right? Really, if you're really being a purist and no comb, no scissors, nothing touching your head, and you're not doing things to separate them locks, that's gonna go into a one Congo. It's got another name. Apply.
No, but it would all depend. It would depend on the texture. I know what you're talking about, but it would depend on the texture of your hair, because it don't necessarily have to form into one lock. It can form into different locks, and depending on the cultures where you come from, you might separate them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right, but like I'm saying, separation is grooming, is it not?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with grooming. Grooming is part and parcel of the cultures and the society we live in. Do you see what I'm saying? We have festivals and occasions where traditions, where you will see people have certain tattoos or face painting or different types of hairstyles. It's all part of the culture, So big up, yeah, man. And like, comment, and subscribe, people. Hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff.
Where I go? Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Can you always
I'm still here.
Yeah, she always says that when she's gonna make an exit.
She's about to,
Grab her by her ankle, man. Put a rope round it. Grab her, man. Yeah. Right. Big up medicine,
Big
man.
up medicine, man.
Yeah, what's happening? Big up medicine, man.
Jesus, that is good, yeah. There you go.
Big up, brother.
Yeah, man. They are.
Yeah, we're just having a little natter,
Yeah. There you go.
So yeah, but like I was saying, back to that point, Soldier. Yeah, I feel like I heard that explanation. It's dreadful to Babylon, and it makes sense. But also, I know enough Rasta, you couldn't really call them dread. I think there's even a tune where man say you can't call me dread or
you
because
can't call
you know why words are
dread
powerful, isn't it? So then it's like, why are you gonna speak that dreadfulness upon your energy when in reality that's a fire? So call yourself a fire or something.
I think it all depends on how you see it, though, MD. Because as 77 said, we use what them give it and we turn it round back upon them. You understand? So we're able to. You call us dreadful. That's because we're dreadful to you, innit? So if that's the case, if we're dreadful to Babylon, then we're gonna pioneer that all the way. That's a positive for us.
Would you say it's kind of like the N-word, but specifically for the Rasta community to say dread? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, how some people in like society like me, I won't use the word. I choose not to use the N-word, even though there's no one can tell me anything if I did choose to say it. That's not to say, in certain songs from back in the day that may have that word, I may fall into it is what it is. But as a whole, I don't use that word. Do you see what I'm saying? And I understand people want to say that they use the word in a thing type of way, but for me, there's more endearing terms for me to call my brother, or you know what I'm saying, like king, emperor, Neguse, you know what I'm saying, lion, ambassador. I'd rather say these things when I'm calling out my brothers than to use that word. So I can understand why some Rastas wouldn't appreciate being called dread. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see a Rasta man. I see a Rasta man, as a ital, organic, peace-loving fella wearing as a dread. I see him as some booger yaga brother with locks on his head. So you know what I mean?
The dread to me just means rebellion. Like we're not stand for that, and just like
but a Ras is rebellion. To me, being a Ras is a rebellion. You're going against the grain, innit? You're letting your hair grow.
I guess so.
You understand? In a way where people's going to be offended.
And whereas a dread will knock out 2 teeth out your mouth. So I don't know, like, do you know what I mean?
A dread is a man. A dread is a man who
that would just knock a man out still, same way. Do you see what I'm saying? You're always
going to have Rasta man can get militant too, Rasta man militant too,
Yeah.
You get me? But he's got an order wearing as a natty dread. Him no business. You see him in all types of mix-ups.
But I just feel like,
I think it could have changed now, but back in my time, a dread was a dread. You understand?
Let me clarify what
Rasta man.
I would never refer to a Rasta man as a dread. You get me? I would refer to is locks, yeah, as dreadlocks, yeah, that's the hair. I would never refer to a person as a dread unless it was a disrespect, you get me? Because to say somebody is a dread, that means they're just a dreadlocks, they're nothing more than that, you get me?
But don't you think using the word dreadlocks, I know you're saying you're not going to call the Rasta man or Rasta woman dread, but to call their locks dreadlocks, wouldn't you just be like, that's like that kind of using the N-word, adding the extra A's instead of the R's? You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't know.
They would probably say the same thing, no?
I wouldn't
you know
because
the N word. Hold on a minute. Let's try and sort this thing out with the N word and the natty dread. There's something not a bit off key about that analogy for me. I don't know what it is, but because this natty dread being equated as being the same as the N word. I think the N word is worse.
That's just one
No,
thing.
no,
though.
no. I'm not saying that it's any better. I'm so sorry to cut you.
Like you got for instance the hood, yeah, and a lot of people look at for instance we are putting projects the hood in America or whatever, yeah, and it was supposed to be a bad thing, yeah, it is a bad thing, but in a sense a lot of things came out of that hip hop music. We took from that badness and made something good. You know what I mean? Not say everything about the whole culture is good, but we made something good of it and we twisted it. And that's what we do with everything. We normalize it in a sense. You know what I mean? And
but then rather than normalize it, why not transform it? This is why, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't think I would call
anything that's
Rasta.
there so much
Yeah,
in
go
your
ahead.
face will get normalized after a while, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I suppose that's just the nature of people, because at the end of the day, Rasta as a whole, like generally, the ideology of Rasta is very peaceful from what I've seen, very, kind of love-focused based and living natural and, you know what I'm saying, herbal and, all that good stuff. But obviously, people are people, just like with anything. Nothing in this world is ever really good or bad. It's just the intention of the people behind
That's
the
what I was
steps that,
saying, Cam. It's about perspective, it's how everyone sees it.
Of course.
Differently.
Yeah. And also because people have different life experiences, although they may not be perfect. Like I speak for myself, like as a Muslim, I'm not perfect. I try my best to adhere to the tenets, like obviously the foundational tenets, and everything else I do my best to adhere to. But there are some things that I don't adhere to, but it doesn't make me any less of a Muslim. It's just me on my journey. Same thing with a Rasta, even though they may be not moving as with all the characteristics of a true Rasta, it doesn't mean that they still ain't Rasta because they took certain steps, because you're not your circumstance. You see what I'm saying? You just might be in a position in life where you may need to have to take certain avenues, but that's all part and parcel of survival.
Yeah.
And
I'm right.
you know what I'm saying?
Attention. Then the spookism, the drink is there because it's not good for you in certain ways. It can make you behave. We're not saying it's an evil thing. We're saying it's not good for you if you overdo it. And that's the kind of teachings of everything about Rasta. It's more of a teaching. It's your own personal journey.
I would say, this is why Rasta say, Rasta is a liberty and not a religion, because I wouldn't really feel comfortable to call myself a Rasta if I wasn't living up. You get me? On a level. When
you mean that you're not living up, what exactly
it's a liberty.
If I was the type of person that would be selling cocaine and causing destruction, or eating pork, or eating beef, I wouldn't, or eating lamb, or eating chicken. From my perspective, I only eat fish. You get me? I wouldn't feel comfortable to call myself a Rasta from what I grew up with. You get me? Cause the Rasta that I grew up with, more on the militant side, you get me? People might not see that because they see me as mixed race. And like I say all the time, I say I'm pale because I am pale, you get me, blood? So
you've been, you know what, Sevens, you've been mixed race has nothing to do with it, my brother. It's all about, like you said, it's your liberty.
I'm saying how the general population see me, you get me, blood? So if white people now ask me, are you mixed race? You get me? Black people know say I'm mixed race. But even as an example, to my brethren will ask me, like, what are your views on, for instance, slavery and them things, you get me, blood? I'm radical, you get me? I bun white society, you get me, blood? I don't business what nobody wants to say. I bun white supremacy, you get me, blood? So I'm radical about drugs. I don't, even if one of my brethren is selling coconut, I would disassociate myself from that, you get me? But I do not want to be around that fuckery. And I've seen the detriment of that growing up in for my personal self, you get me? So it's not just a spiritual thing, it's I can see the destruction of that causes, you get me, blood?
Yeah, from your own eyes.
I hear you.
So, if you're not living up, then don't call yourself a Rasta, innit? Straight up. If you're not living up to
That's true.
and that's why Rasta say.
What about all the historical and kind of more kind of like things about Rasta, which are like Africa Unite and the whole movement of that, and like seeing who Selassie is and Ethiopia, more historical context like that. What would you kind of think that somebody could be into that and kind of be learning about?
Well, of course,
and
this is why life
not
is a
still
journey.
not have bread or whatever, you know what I mean, or like eat whatever, and still be able to be in the Rasta community. In a sense.
Definitely, you can still be in the Rasta community, but to call yourself a Rasta means that Rasta means head.
Be seen as a Rasta as well. That's another thing that.
Say again,
I think the thing about the Rasta community, there's many different
Is that why
schools.
it's called Rasta? Because Ras, like in Amaringa, Ras means head. So the head star. Is that why it's called Rasta?
No, it's called head as in the actual. It means head as in like a leader of an area, and it like the title Rastafari, and it means head to be revered. It means head of an area.
Okay. No, when you put it at the full, okay.
Certain people do refer to the Lux as Ras as well. You get me? More in other Caribbean islands. I know, for instance, in the US Virgin Islands and Trinidad, and that they will more refer to the Lux as Ras. You get me?
No, it's my mistake. When I'm saying it in English, I'm using like Ras and Star instead of Rastafari. You know, because when you're saying it with the correct pronunciation, obviously the word is sounding different in my ear, so it sounds like a stupid question. My bad, sorry.
But brother Seven will tell you that there's different schools in Rasta, There's not just one, one criteria. There's different schools in it. There's different schools, but they obviously stick to the basic rules, to the foundational rules. If that's the right word I'm using. Am I right? Yeah. There's different schools. Like you got the 12 tribes. You got Baba. You got all different like schools.
School of vision. There's even like there's 5 different Rasta, what they would call sects or groups. You get me? Within South Africa alone, you get me? There's a group of Rasta in South Africa that live in Cape Town. They're called the Sackcloth Men, and they're Khoisan. You get me? Some of them are coloured, which is mixed race. You know what the South African term coloured means, and obviously when I say that, Khoisan heritage, and they live up in the hills, and they only wear sackcloth. You get me? They also call themselves the Bahatawi, which is also the name for the dreadlock priests of Ethiopia, and that take the Nazarene vow and live a life of what the liberty of what a Rasta should live. Same way, because it goes back to the Nazarene thing from my principle, but I would say Kingsiple. You get me? But the main thing with Rasta is a reverence for Haile Selassie. For me personally, you have to have a reverence for Haile Selassie, yeah? And you also have to deal with the liberty. And that's the difference between Rasta and religion to me as well. I love the beauty of different perspectives of things, you get me? Because some people say Haile Selassie is Christ's return. Some people say Haile Selassie is the father. Some people say Haile Selassie is just a great king, you get me? But they can all be Rasta, and that's the beauty of it to me, you get me personally, where I have family that are very religious in their mindset and will say, from you don't believe this, for instance, people will say, if you don't believe in the Bible, then you can't be a Rasta. But then certain Rasta will say, burn the Bible. But to me personally, they're both Rasta.
So, like, you know, because all I know is I don't really know much about Rasta. Like, a lot of the Rastafarians that I like grew up with, they went to the Orthodox Church. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, growing up, I never really, I didn't really see much distinction aside from the hair between,
well, the difference
and Rasta, because they do a lot of the spiritual systems are the same, but there are differences, aren't there?
I'll tell you one thing about Rasta, yeah? If you don't believe what he don't believe in, he's not going to mash you up for it. That's what I love about Rasta. He's not going to tear you down if you don't believe what he's dealing with. he chooses to basically practice what he preach. If he's dealing with idol, you will see that the man is dealing with idol. And if he goes away from that, then he's not a Ras. Simple as that.
For real.
You know what I mean? That's what I like about Ras.
So basically, not doing a tenet is it a specific tenet of like Rastafarianism that if you don't do that, you will automatically be classed as a non-Rasta, and like you wouldn't be classed as a Rasta anymore?
For instance,
what I mean is it the same like if someone said takfir for another Muslim, is that basically what you guys have in Rastafarianism? If they step away from a particular tenet, they're out the fold.
Yeah, I would say, sorry sis, I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I keep thinking
that's fine. Go ahead.
I would say, when you do fuckery, certain things like eating pork, rapists and all them sort of things, murderers, you get me, blood, drugs, you get me, selling drugs, all them things, you can't be a Rasta and do them things. And even, this is what I love about Rasta, even the most uneducated person, if they see a dreadlocks eating a bacon sandwich it could be a white brummie, they'll say, I thought you was a Rasta. Do you know what I mean? Because even that ignorant person knows what Rasta is in their heart. To me, you get me, blood?
Yeah. That's mainly that's what I think it mainly is about Rasta. It's just said, my brother, it's in your heart, you know what I mean? So no one can really tell you fully. You can tell you about what you're doing. The man will tell you about what you're doing, you get me? But it's more of a journey of your own thing. And if you pay reverence and you know about historical things, and you know what I mean, it's not just a fashion thing. Like you actually have some historical kind of reverence of the whole movement and the culture. I think that's where it starts, because even there's a lot of tunes they say you don't have to be dread to be Rasta. You know what I mean? So it has a lot of space for people's own lives in it. You know what I mean? That's why it's not a religion; it's a way of life more so.
Well, even Prophet Gad, 7-7, he wasn't a Ras. He didn't have locks on his head, did he? He was a ballhead, innit?
Yeah, man.
So there you go. Well, even Selassie, innit? Even Selassie, he ain't got locks on his head. So there you go.
For real.
Yeah, man. And I'm not gonna say about perception. I have people might think one of the biggest like musicians is all about that, is like totally into all the liberty and everything, but it don't really go like that, my brother. You know what I mean? Some of the biggest stars, I'm not gonna say no names, but I've heard stories of them man there in the studio doing up the yayo. You get me? So and a man them who went there were thinking, like shocked, you know what I mean? But in a sense, it's like the perception of everyone else will think, yeah, this guy is a liberty, because how hard he is doing everything else, and he might really be into other shit, but one of his vices is that, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's a shame. Still, I would say that you have to encourage anyone that's not living right to live right, and Rasta or nothing. If you see anybody sniffing coke, you should want them to do better, and blood.
Exactly. But life can touch anyone. Don't matter about your
and people are people.
The difference between taking drugs and, because I wouldn't say somebody who's a crackhead can't be a Rasta, you know. Somebody who's selling crack is somebody who's different from taking crack, in my opinion. You get me?
Okay. Why is that?
Well, because that means you're a victim. You're not a perpetrator. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a crackhead, you're a victim of society. So I wouldn't say because somebody take crack, them can't be a Rasta. But I would say somebody who's selling crack, you can't be a Rasta and sell crack. You get me?
Okay. But big up, family. I'm so sorry. I got to go. Like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that
big
good
up,
stuff.
MD Queen. Big up, love. Have a good day, yeah? I've got to slide off soon myself, to be honest. I've got to go and shower and do all that great stuff. So if somebody else can join the panel and help out with the conversation, that would be good.
Yeah, man.
That's Budgie tasting the coke, innit?
But yeah.
Sevens,
just to keep the conversation going still. What do the colours of the red, gold, and green, what do they all stand for?
Red signifies the blood of our ancestors that have died fighting against fuckery, yeah. Gold represents the richness of the land, yeah. and green represents nature and natural living. To me, that's my understanding of the red, gold, and green. You get me?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, just to keep the conversation going. I know what it stood for still, but just to keep the conversation going, I thought I'd just throw that in until somebody else joins the panel or somebody else starts to ask questions. What about you, Cam? You got anything to say about the topic?
Yeah, same thing, man. Go for the gold, obviously, and the what's it called? Green for the land and red for the blood, innit? Yeah, man. But yeah, what's the topic on right now?
Well, I think I can't. Is that the Buju? I think that's the Buju video. That
yeah, man.
Jedi's put up there. Yeah, I still like Buju and I still rate Buju. I've got to be honest. You know what I mean? All right, he made a mistake. We're not perfect, but what's coming out of his mouth now, the things what he kind of like, you know, stands up for. I'm for, especially when it comes to his people in Jamaica and everywhere else. You know, the man's got a lot to say about our condition. And, you know, to me, he's not just keeping silent about it. He's making big talk. So,
for real. I do still obviously have ratings for him, blood. I would never say I don't rate him at all, you get me? But it's more than anything, because of Rasta, yeah, them things are very sad and very disheartening, you get me? But I heard enough, like the brethren said, like Cam said, there's enough artists who mix up in them things, you get me?
Yeah, man.
And more than anything, the tune that Buju and Sizzler was on with the funny girl was worse than any of you get me? To me, cause you really sell out then. Cause that's the two man who did get the most chastisement for speaking out against funniness. You get me, blood?
Yeah.
Sizzler was both banned, so I think say DJ Khaled did do that on purpose or whatever. You get me, blood? It's like a ritual to make the man them look a fun, look like a joke thing.
It's like
it kind of mashes up. It kind of mashes up their legacy, innit? It kind of destroys their legacy, innit?
And you have to do it to show that he's sorry in a sense. I'm not sorry, but he's changed his view or what. You know what I mean? Like, look, I'm jumping on a track with my girl. Boom. You know what I mean? But as you said as well, I would like. As you said, innit, we only know so much, innit? Would you really know what his life is about, and what his views are, you know what I mean? So
I'm surprised Buju being the man he is, that he even fell for this, you know. I'm telling you. You know, because he's a universal superstar, isn't he? Reggae wise, he's known all around the world, right? Before this, he was known all around the world. So for him to fall for this is kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
What's the video of? Sorry, I missed that bit.
It's the vid. I think it's the video with Buju.
What, the one that Trilly's playing right now?
I think it is, yeah, because I'm looking at it on my phone. And my phone, as we know, the phones ain't that big. I think what I'm seeing is Buju in the corner with some guy. But I think they're I think it's to do with the deal.
Yeah, it's the video of Buju tasting the coke still.
Is he tasting the coke?
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right. I can't see very clearly on my phone, Seven, so I think you got to kind of basically run the dialogue for us, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. There was audio on the original video I did see as well, but this is just the video. You can't really see what going on though. It's just them standing around.
Okay.
But you did see the black coke on the table a minute ago, and Buju go buy it and taste it up. You get me?
Right. Okay.
But yeah, man. I think a big thing about a culture as well as it grows as well is, like, for instance, you might get some narcos, from Mexico, and they man see themselves as Christian, and but they're narcos, and they'll do a whole load of fuckery. but they are Christians still. They're doing a fuckery, but that's their, you know what I mean? It's their.
But that's what I'm saying.
I think the hard thing goes as well. It's like,
this is why Christians can go to church and ask for forgiveness. You get me, from a man.
Yeah.
But as a Rasta, you can't. I don't know, man. There's repentance, obviously, but you can't. It's not comparable to a Catholic selling coke and being able to go to confession. Rasta is not a religion like that. You get me? That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah. But in a sense, you even get a Buddhist. You get the Buddhist man them in China deal up their opium and thing, accuse whatever, and them and are Buddhists, but they will do, you know what I mean? Do the owner kind of thing.
I agree, but I'm saying there's space within their religious thing for them to do that and still be that. You get me? They can. I don't know about Buddhists, for instance. I think that's more of a liberty thing, but yeah. I don't know, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. I think that Rasta, there is space for things. Not to say got like the space now go do fuckery, you know what I mean? And it's all cool, but I mean like there is a human aspect to it where shit happens, you know what I mean? And yeah, man. But you're your own biggest responsible. You have to be responsible for yourself, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%, of course.
It's like your connection with the Most High, and that's it, really, you know.
Oh yeah.
Whereas in other religions, they have other people and all the different systems. But the point that I'm trying to make is though that I think I'm not trying to say go do your fuckery and all of this and that, but I think that a man like Buju is still a Rasta man. You know what I mean? He still is. He might have sold coke, he might have done this or that, but yeah, man, he still is.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll probably have different opinions about it. I was brought up as a Rasta. I've been a Rasta my whole life. You get me, bro? I grew up. I had locks. They got cut off when I was 8. I started growing my locks again when I was 15. I'm the only man I know who's Rasta, you know, bro. So.
No, I feel you. I grew up a lot in the Rasta community as well, and I had locks for a good 8-9 years. You know what I mean?
I'm saying there weren't no Rasta community. I hear you, bro. I'm saying there weren't no Rasta community. So living this life as a teenager, being the only Rasta man I know, blood, apart from in later years when my brethren them, some of them turn Rasta in it, blood, but certain times growing up, I was the only Rasta, so I am very militant and stuck in my ways, you get me, bro? I can't make excuses for man's doing that, bro, you get me?
Yeah, I get you, and I can't tell you you're wrong for your opinion on that either, my brother, at all. I'm not coming from that viewpoint.
And especially when it comes to coke and crack, because to me, yeah, crack was a thing that was pivotal in actually breaking the Rasta community, especially in the UK, in the 80s and the 70s. Yeah, it was the fashion was to be Rasta. Yeah, so that means that it was fashionable to be conscious, blood, and crack. Yeah, and the ragga thing, even dancehall, the dancehall and ragga, yeah, and the violence thing and the crack, that diluted Rasta to a point where there is no Rasta community in the UK really anymore. You get me?
That's a fact.
You definitely had its back. Yeah, definitely. I'm not. Yeah, with drugs, man. Yeah,
I definitely can testify to that. What you said there is a fact. You know what I mean? That coke thing and this ragga thing and this villainy, yeah, and debauchery and all that contributed to our demise. And then right on top of that, what comes along? Fucking rap. That just killed us.
Yeah,
but that's just my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Even the hip hop, you see, early hip hop was conscious as fuck, blood, and they made that fuckery as well. Anything that we created was positive to start with, blood, and Babylon got involved and fucked it up. You get me, blood?
Yeah.
And who they couldn't fuck up and make them change their mind and make them start singing some fuckery, they killed off. How I see it, you get me, blood? That's why so many conscious artists end up dead.
Right now, for me, hip hop is dead completely. When you got the likes of Nas X and all that, like running the route, come on, man, what more do I need to see from Young Thug? Them man there. I just said, you know what, this thing is finished. This art form is finished. You know what I mean?
Society, it's only getting worse. Everything can get worse, King, for real.
That's why I don't look up to nobody, you know. I don't have nobody in no high esteem, you know. I work with who I need to work with, and that's it. If I see that you're dealing with love and positivity, yeah, man, you got me in your corner. But once I see you stray from that, I'm off.
For real. I work same way. I agree, man.
They try to normalize the main thing of the bulk of it. You know, you're always gonna have offshoots, and we can't control everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's like the main bulk of things. Yeah, man, they fucking fucked it, bro. There is underground people. There is good talent out there, man, but they just won't get to play. You know what I mean? The whole industry around it is designed, man.
All man can do, for himself is to represent his lifestyle in it and be the best example he can be to people. That's all you can do. You understand? That's what I believe. You know what I mean? I can't represent a whole group of people because the way I pray, the way I see life will be different from you. Even though you might say you're a Rasta and I said I'm a Rasta, the way I might deal with life will be completely different to you. And I might have to do things, to go through life which you might not need to do. You understand what I'm dealing with? So if we say that we're going to represent a religion, whatever, a gang, an organization, we have to just basically just try to be the best at it as we can. You know what I mean? That's what I believe anyway. That's what I believe. You know what I mean? Yeah. And to be honest, I've said this before, I've been everything. I've been a Ras, I've been a Christian, I've been a Muslim and all that. But when I realized that there was always an argument with something, I just said to myself, you know what, I'm going to scrap all them labels, right? And I'm just going to be myself. But I believe in the Creator. Why we're here, I don't know. And I'm not going to pretend that I know, you know. And with all the sciences and the and history and everything else, like up till now, I can't work out what this is all about because there's so many contradictions and that it's just mind-boggling to me. So the only thing I can work with is good in it. I know that good energy gets back good energy. So I just try to be as positive, and as good as I can. But at the same time, if a man come with badness, I'm ready to defend that as well. You know what I mean?
100, same way. Trust me, blood.
I mean, I'm gonna go and tidy up. I'm gonna leave my avatar up. I'm gonna go and tidy up.
So to for everyone, viewers' discretion is advised. All right, observe.
It's e-commerce. Let me tell you who love drugs. Jeffrey Isaac, Dennis Brown. It was alleged that John Holt was doing crack. Also alleged that Barry Salmon almost died from crack. We don't know if that is rumor, but we all know.
Yeah, it was Barry Salmon that I heard was on the crack-a-lacking.
Yeah, he's right, man. I can't believe that. Yo, blood clot, Barry Salmon.
But my man's calling out Bob Marley and that as well. So yeah, Bob Marley was.
Yeah. You know, E-Commerce dresses up like a woman though these days and makes music videos just like a woman.
Don't take him serious. I'm telling you lot now, as an old school, do not take E-Commerce serious. He's a joke. He's an embarrassment to the reggae industry. Yeah, don't take E-Commerce serious.
Serious,
man. Hear it there. Uncle Tony's written him off. Said nah. They can't trust these man's testimony.
Yeah, don't trust what E-Commerce is. E-Commerce, is clout chasing right now. You know what I mean? I don't know what he's on, mate. You know what I mean? I think he's fallen from grace, and he's hurt about it. Don't take his testimony as anything. Take it with a pinch of salt. I'm off to go and shower and brush my teeth anyway. Be back in a minute.
I think E-Commerce is just a fuckery as well, brother. He just he's just calling it out, fam.
He's calling it out. He was there, isn't
he? He's on a fuckery. That's the way he knows these men are on a fuckery. But he's like, you know what I mean? He's saying, yo, this is what I want. This is how it really is. You know what I mean? But that's the thing, man. I think idealistically, it would be nice to have everyone doing the same thing and at their best. But you know, in life, bro, that's honestly what I've seen. It's never a reality. Like not everyone I know is ever at their best and all on the same thing. And you know what I mean? So the best you can do in life is, man, just try and live up your best as you can. And keep striving to go forward and keep growing, and then just teach other people and help them too as well. You know, don't force other people, just teach. And that's what I think when I was in the Rasta community, that's what I found the best aspect of the whole embodiment of what it was. You know what I mean? It's just yeah, man.
For real,
It's got so much it's got so much variation, you know what I mean? You've got someone who's into African spirituality, someone who's looks at it from this, that, you know what I mean? But yeah, man. It's more about the movement and what it means in a sense. Because if someone was just on a vegan, yeah, and was a nice person and was just peaceful and all of this and that and had dreads, but they weren't about the movement of Rastafari, I wouldn't call them a Rasta. I'd call them a vegan, fam, or fucking whatever they're into, you know what I mean? A fucking hipster, bro. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, man.
No, I agree still.
Yeah, man. I think like as anything gets more and more organized, innit? Obviously, and it's with the people, innit? We wanna always look at it as the best and the roots of it, and not let that get watered down, innit? So it's like, yeah, man. The thing is, the best liberty is to be a vegan, or to fucking, you know what I mean? Be a Congo, or be out in the nature, and you know, there's always more to do. There's always more ways to be more rooted and closer.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
I agree. You just have to strive towards that though and do everything you can to be that, don't it, bro?
Yeah, man. Yeah. But I get what you're saying as well. You can't just claim it out of nowhere as well, and all of this. I do get that whole aspect of it. So definitely, man.
Yeah. You're gonna play this Jedi. Let me see what the man's got to say. Boy, we can't let it go quiet, Cam.
Yeah, trust you know, fam. I've got a sandwich here right now, fam. I'm just putting off eating because I'm like, I can't even leave the man on the panel alone.
You live in London then, King?
Yeah. I'm over here, man. East. Yeah.
So that's the Rasta community was about around.
Yeah, man.
There is a much bigger Rasta community in London. Obviously, there's more people in it, so the centralization of Rasta is more common. You get me? Whereas in Birmingham, it's a bit less organized still. You get me?
No, I hear that, man. I hear that. I come down to Birmingham a couple times for some events back in the day, man. Yeah, man. There's around the Wolves and yeah, man.
Yeah, it used to, these times, especially through COVID as well, you get me, bro? And all this, it's like, things just mash up, man.
Yeah, man. I do like Birmingham, though, man. I do like it, man. It's like more people are just more natural, you know what I mean? It's like an older school of London, man. People got time for each other. You can have a good chat with someone. People are just down to earth, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Funnily enough, I did go to London once and I met one of the craziest. He called himself a Rasta, but the man I was talking about Africa, he's saying, "Oh, why you want to go to Africa?" He said, "Them nobody have food and them can't even get a yard and all this kind of shit." I'm saying, "Bridging, you lost me." I'm talking to him about fluoride in the water. He's saying, "You really think they would put that in the water to hurt us? It's for your teeth," and calling me a fool and all sorts of things. So yeah.
Them just one of them old school. He sound like one of them old school brother just caught up in his own ways and his own ways.
Man.
You know what I mean? I know a million guys like that, man. You know what I mean?
No, man.
And them and they will be wearing the biggest bloody
red golden hat.
You get me? Or bloody, you get me? Yeah, man.
For real, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's sad though, cause this place where we live in England as well is like a fucking. It's like a main place for confusion and I call it the erosion of souls. You get me, blood?
Yeah, and that's the other thing we need to take into consideration.
Yeah, man.
You know, we're in Babylon, bro. It has effects on people. We'd love to all be like the most militant, hard people, but we're humans, fam. You know what I mean?
Well, definitely.
People at good times, bad times. We have so much bad influences around us. You know what I mean? So,
For real. But there's another thing is from you know better, then you must do better in it, blood. So there's nothing wrong with making mistakes, but always try to learn from that mistake and not make the same fucking mistake again. You get me, blood?
no, definitely,
And
man.
that's one of the most important things to me as a Rasta. You get me, blood? Is the discipline. That's what I get from Rastafari anyway, blood. The discipline and always trying to do good. You get me, blood? And obviously everybody pops up a cuss and I get vexed. You get me, blood? But I can always apologize as well. You get me, blood? And say I fucked up. You get me?
No, I feel you, man. The strength and the willpower and that is all. That's obviously I wasn't born a Rasta or anything. It was something I was kind of inspired by, and so I become a vegan, you know. And that was just doing that was one. Not so you have to be a Rasta, in my opinion, anyway. But like the big step, I did it personally, and I did it for a good 3 years solidly, man. And I lived an ideal life, man. I didn't drink alcohol. I didn't eat any meat, didn't eat anything animal products. I smoked, everything, man, as solid as I could. But what I got from it was a strength and a good willpower, because it was something out of the usual for me, man. So yeah, definitely, man.
Nah, big up, that's proper still.
Nah, definitely, man. Even me, I wouldn't say I'm on that anymore. Even my whole opinion of everything has changed. Like my whole kind of like how I see myself, and I think that Rasta is kind of, you know what I mean. I think it's more of an individual thing, but in a sense, I've kind of gone off the point. I say, man. Yeah, man. I'll just take it like that. I had a point as well. I was gonna say, but
so what changed in your way of thinking that made you move away from Rastafari, if you don't mind me asking?
Not even move away from it, to be honest with you. It's just like I just see myself as like I wouldn't like to be in a box, in a sense, and I don't think it was created to be a box like this is what I am, shut up everything else, in a sense. And not to say everyone in that does that, but that's a mind state that can happen with people easily. I've just seen it, you know what I mean? So it's like I kind of try to go against the grain with that kind of stuff in a sense with myself, you know what I mean? Because man, and I still take what I take from it, you know what I mean? I still see myself as Rasta, but it's more a part of my journey than what I fully represent, you know what I mean? Like before I had locks, man, very long, and people will come up to me straight away and they'll be like chatting to me about this or that, about assuming what I'm about. But now I've sure I heard people have to actually chat with me and then work out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man. So yeah, man, I kind of look at stuff from that point, like in a sense of like I just take positive. I take stuff from things positive and negative and try to see the logical sides of it all. You know what I mean? Or the positives, you can say.
Yeah, I agree. I take that stance in life. Full stop. You get me, blood? Try to take the best out of everything. You get me?
Yeah, man. No, definitely, man. And that's one great thing about Rasta as well. I think was like ingrained in it. Like Selassie, man, he used to go do Hindu ceremonies with gurus, do this and that, learn about different cultures. You know what I mean? It weren't like he was just into one thing. He was into the Bible. He was Christian. You know what I mean? He was a learned man. You know, he never writ off nothing. Even in a sense, Christianity and Islam are kind of like against each other at them points, but you never hear him cussing up Islam. You know what I mean? Even though he was in battle with Muslims, he would never have disrespect for Islam as a culture himself, you know, or the religion, you know what I mean?
And he always stressed the unity of Christians and Islam, you get me, in the speeches that he did speak about that, you get me?
He never fell into the verses. It was always like, how can we bring things together? And I think that's what the beautiful thing about Rasta is, and that's what I've evolved from it. You know what I mean? In a sense, but I kind of take myself now from I'm more into that kind of, you know, now.
Well, definitely. Even the union of Haile Selassie and Empress Menen of being she's a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, innit?
Yeah, for real, my brother.
So that union, even that is like a significant thing, that the union of Ishmael and Israel, you get me?
100%, yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And even how them two got together, it was like she was set out to be with someone else, but she actually ended up getting with my man. You know what I mean?
Well, definitely. And even a name, men in the English, it can correspond to moon, and it, like, for instance, the menstrual cycle. You get me?
Trees. Yeah. Never thought of
That's
that.
like, that's like the feminine balance, and then you have Celestii, which is like celestial, solar. You get me?
Yeah, the lion, that masculine energy. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Even at the coronation, man, they were both coronated like the ancient Egyptians, like the mystery system, where they were both put at the same.
And that was His Majesty that asked for that to happen, because that was the first time that a queen and king had ever been crowned at the same time, innit?
Yeah, man. That's power still. That's what I'm saying. He was a deeper brother, man, mystical man. He used to put lots of different aspects of different things into his spirituality. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
And certain things he said, like, no human being should question the faith of others, because no one can judge the ways of it. You get me? Them kind of things.
Yep.
It's real
100%.
foundational to me as a Rasta. You get me? That's a real foundational thing. You get me? Is not judging people. You get me? Really?
Yeah, man. And that's the thing as well.
Oh, you're gone quiet. Let me leave and come back, Bridging. Because I did have a phone call and I can't hear.
Yeah.
One sec.
Yo, how where the blood clot the man them gone? What kind of fuckery I got? Jedi, where you there? Yo! Fucking hell, this is disgusting. Where's everybody gone? So what am I gonna do now then? The blood clot. Alright, let me have a conversation with some people in the comments. Let me see what I want. Who's in the comments? Let me shout out certain man. Big up Sniper. You get me? Love is law. What? Let me see what I'm saying now. Part of the plane, Bitcoin to bring in the central banking. Okay. I ain't got a clue about Bitcoin. Hey, listen, I need some help here, you know. Where's everybody gone? And I've got to leave in a few moments myself. Stop Zilla, come and help me out, man.
Isaac shit up himself on stage. Yo, man.
Fucking hell, mate.
Yeah, I was backstage still. I had a phone call and then I couldn't hear Cam in it at all.
Yeah,
okay.
I got disconnected as well.
So I had to move and come back.
Yeah. I was kind of panicking there, Sevens and Cam.
Still, I was panicking. I was like, shoot.
Then, well, listen, you two carry on, because I was kind of like enjoying that little back and forth. So if you two carry on, I'll just I'll just be in the background just listening, innit?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, is that gravy? Is that gravy?
Yeah, man, that's good.
Yeah. But this Joker on screen, Eka Mouse, yeah? I used to be a fan of the old Eka back in the day. The man used to sing some conscious songs, you get me? But for his behavior recently, I've got to look at him sideways, most definitely. You know what I mean? It's got to the point where I don't listen to his tune them no more. And some of his tune them are some of my favorites. Like ganja smuggling and, you know what I mean? I want to do them. Coming on, no. You know, all them kind of tune there. Them tune there was rocking down place. Yeah.
Trust me.
Now I refuse to listen to them. Now I'm getting a phone call.
Hey.
I gotta go in a minute though still. Someone else to jump.
I gotta go right now.
Jedi's gone. Where's Jedi? I'm just reading the comments, man.
Anyway, people, I'm gonna go before my girl kills me for making the food go cold and not eating it.
Bless up then, Cam. Good to speak to you,
Alright, man. Then we'll be back in a bit anyway.
Respect, man. Guidance, bless.
Alright, blessed, man. Love.
Respect. Jedi, where you there, Bridging?
Yo, Sevens, is it only me and you now?
Yeah, man.
And I've got to go in a minute myself.
I know, same. Yeah, I got something to do at 2. I literally have to go in a minute.
Yeah, I think, around that time I got to leave as well.
See, I feel like I just scared off everybody. This is why I don't really come on the panel too tough.
No, Sevens, man. You're mad.
Yeah,
You're mad.
Give thanks.
No. I mean, we need you on the panel a lot of the time because the thing about it as well, like judging by your comments and even speaking to you, my brother, I know that you're intelligent. You understand, and also you don't put up with everything.
Yeah, give thanks.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's you're always welcome to join the panel, and you're a young soldier I check for as well. So I like hearing your input. You know what I mean?
Give thanks from you. Same way,
I
man.
mean,
So listening to you on the panel as well.
Thank you, my brother. And I was a man I used to stay away because obviously I didn't know how the people would take man like myself because I'm just like, like raw in it. But coming like the people are warming to me and it's gravy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got haters, as we know. You're always gonna get them haters in it, just trolling, and they've always got something to say about everything, but you never see them on the panel. You never see them doing nothing but trying to mix it up with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But who cares about them?
Yeah, for real.
You get me?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about them, man? You know what I mean?
Serious, man.
Yeah. Explain this to me since we're here now, right? And sure, we want to keep this thing going for a little while longer.
Yeah.
When I used to be a Rasta, the main issue I had was certain man was trying to tell man that they saw Selassie as God, which obviously I don't believe because I don't believe that the Lord needs to manifest himself, into a man to prove to me that he exists. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right? Tell me the whole concept about the Selassie thing.
I can only tell you from my own personal.
Yeah, tell me from your perspective, yeah.
I see Haile Selassie, yeah. You see my name, Hail Abba Jan Hoy. Yeah, that means Hail.
Yeah.
That's one of the titles His Majesty was crowned with. Abba Jan Hoy, yeah. And that means Father Majesty, yeah. It basically just goes back to the Bible. Basically, I guess that's how I see it. My verification, and from a theological standpoint, not my own personal spiritual standpoint, but from a theological standpoint, I would refer to the Bible. You get me? And really,
so you don't actually see him as a deity.
I don't see him as a deity, but that's because I bond the word deity and I bond the word God. But I bond them words because I think that they hinder people from seeing the truth. You get me? I think when people hear the word God, they automatically assume that it is something outside of themselves or something outside of the earth or something outside of nature and something supernatural, which as a Rasta, I deal with natural. I don't deal with supernatural. You get me?
Yeah.
Personally. So to me, if there was let's use the word God for the argument's sake, you get me? If there was a God, I think it would only be right for him to be part of nature, you get me, and not something outside of nature. So I do see His Majesty as the Most High, you get me, but people's perception of the Most High kind of will stop them from.
Right. So you don't see him as a god, but you see him as an example. Is that am I getting it right? You don't see him as the actual creator, but you see him as an example.
I would say that the spirit inside him is of a divine nature, of the most divine nature. So I would say that his spirit, obviously not his flesh, because his flesh was born in 1892. Yeah, so the spirit that resides in me is of that of the creator or the father. Yeah, I would say that. But to say that he in his physical manifestation is the creator. Obviously, don't make no sense because he took on flesh in 1892. You get me? So, but the spirit that rests within him is that of the Father. Yeah, and I would say that Yeshua, who is what most people would call Jesus. You get me? But I born Jesus same way I born God. You get me?
Yeah.
He's a representation.
I'm not into this God and Jesus thing myself. I just believe in the Creator, which I believe, is good energy and the superior energy. And I believe that when we pass away, we join on to that and make it, and whatever. You get me? I'm just guessing here, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, for real. Well, this is what I love though, and this is the thing. Every man has their own beliefs, and I think this is why I don't like religion, is because people try and force their beliefs or what they're
That's why I don't deal with religion. Yeah, that's why I don't deal with religion, because there's no way me and you can pray the same. There's no way me and you are even gonna think the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You've got your life to live. I can't be here in London in a mansion, say for instance, with a bag of food, a bag of this and a bag of that. And when I see you in a poor country and maybe you need to still to even, to eat that day, that I'm going to be there saying, well, you know what, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing this. But I'm living in a lap of luxury. You understand?
Yeah.
So I don't deal with, I don't deal with that at all. I've been on the planet long enough to know, what's right and what's wrong. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, and I'm not even saying that I know everything, because I don't. But my common sense tells me, my common sense tells me a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, So where am I gonna go with the conversation now? You got anything to talk about? We've got 10 minutes left. We've got 10 minutes left, me and Seven. So somebody needs to jump on the panel.
Man.
I mean, somebody needs to do something.
I believe the same thing as you, though, Tony. You get me? It's just that I revere Haile Selassie as the highest, though. You get me? But that is just because of his works, his words, and because of who he was historically. You get me?
Yeah. I don't really know much about Selassie. To be honest, I grew up with me being involved with the movement, and really, to be honest, I became a Ras because of the militancy, fighting against the system and things like that. That's why I really became a Ras in it. I wanted to show the people around me that, don't fuck around with me, I'm not of you, I will take you out. If you try to do me anything, I'm coming for you. You understand? So it was like that was me being rebellious. You know what I mean?
For real.
But actually studying like the man himself and everything else, I didn't really do that, if I got to be honest.
Yeah, for real. I think that's the thing, though, innit, man? I think there's beauty within that, even blood, because that is what Haile Selassie to me represents, and it is fighting against colonialism and fuckery. You get me? And injustice in the world. You get me? Is even the fact that he's the emperor of the only African country that was never colonized. You get me? These things are significant. You get me? And Italy invaded, and they ended up having to leave. You get me? They didn't end up colonizing it, so.
Yeah, that I do know. But yeah, is there anybody else going to join this panel? You know what I mean? Because we need a topic.
In a second, blood.
What, you're going to dust off, yeah?
I'm going to have to in a couple of minutes, because I need to get ready to be.
Me as well. Me as well. Come on, man. We can get somebody to join the panel. Where's Jeds?
Jedi, where you there, man?
Hold on a minute. Let me text him.
No.
Are you here?
What's happening,
Bloody
bro?
hell, mate. What was you doing? Sleeping?
It's not Jedi, it's Khan.
Is it Khan? Fucking hell. Thank the Lord. Fucking hell, Khan. We need somebody like you, mate. Trust me.
Oi, Tom, I've just been out on the streets, yeah? Oh, the population just looks depressed. People looking like the war's going to kick off here. Everyone's panicking, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the news
looking depressed and sad, like it's the end of the world.
Yeah, they watch too much news, blood.
I'm telling you, too much negativity. Too much
Missile
negativity.
to start flying.
Too much negativity.
That's what it is, bro.
You think a lot of people mind if it really was to like go up in smoke? You know, to the way people feel now, and nothing ain't really going on for most people. Do you think they would even mind if this place was to go up in smoke?
Remember,
there's a lot of noise going on. You know,
in the time of Jesus, people used to climb into their graves and just lie there till they died. People used to do that back in the time of Jesus. People used to make a grave because obviously you got to pay for your grave and that. And then before it was even time for them to die, they'll just go and lie in their grave and just wait to die. That's how depressed the people were, innit? Because they're living under that Roman occupation. They were getting stressed. They couldn't take it.
Yeah.
I had to go and
I didn't know that, that's news to me.
Yeah.
That's news to me, Khan. I didn't know that still.
Yeah, man.
But I think a lot of people wouldn't mind if the place just went up, mate. Because, from COVID to this now to whatever after, it's just nuts, isn't it? And then like everything, all the amenities and everything is just going up. What do they expect people to do? You know what I mean? Like we're just gonna go. I'm telling you, man, it's just gonna go baloney soon, man. It's gonna go. Well, it is. To be honest, it's that now, innit? It's that now. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's crazy, man. And I'm gonna find out how depressed people are in a minute because I'm gonna hit the road in a second myself.
Yeah. Obviously, all the COVID and then the shit weather, and then the news stories and everything. People just looking sad. Prices are going up. Petrol's going up. Everything's going up. Go around Tesco's. Tesco's is empty. There's hardly any people in Tesco's. Like the price is too high for them. No one even wants to go there.
I got kicked off. I don't know why, but Jeds, we need because me and Sevens is going soon. So
don't spend the whole time talking about that you gotta leave, bro. Talk until you gotta leave. Fucking hell.
What? Listen, mate. Look, listen, mate. Look.
No, wait, Uncle. With all due respect, I appreciate the time you're spending on it, but talk rather than talking about who's gonna come on and who's gonna. How long you got?
I've got you.
Right.
I've got you, but I've got no topics. I'm dead when it comes to topics. So the only thing I can do is bounce back and forward. I've got to leave. I've got to go. Who's gonna come on? Blah blah blah. All right.
All right, cool.
Jedi. I'm telling you, man.
I'm the same.
Listen, people, love you. Look like cooked food. Yeah. I'm gonna S the spot now. I'm gonna S the spot now. Yeah, and do what I need to do. Jedi, never do this to me again. Never leave me and two panelists to hold up the show because you know that I can't do it. Take care, everybody, and I'll talk to you lot later. Yeah, one love, one love.
Guidance, please, man.
Big up, man. You're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, the brother was telling us about Rasta. I was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Rasta.
I heard that most Rastas are Christian.
I wouldn't say so. Not these days as well. I'd say back in the day there was definitely more of a Christian Bible-based thing, but it's 50-50 these days. A lot of men look at it from the Kemetic point of view. You get me?
Oh, I see. Yeah, but from the beginning of the Rasta movement, like, what was the objective? What was the point of it?
Well, it's a spirituality system, and the point of it is to give reverence to Haile Selassie and to live upright and.
So the Haile Selassie part is like pivotal. It's like imperative.
Well,
is
yeah,
important.
Well, yeah, we're named after Rastafari. The name Rasta comes from the name Rastafari, which is Haile Selassie's pre-coronation title. So if you don't deal with Rastafari, you can't really be a Rasta. You get me?
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's the man's name.
So why didn't they just follow the religion of Haile Selassie?
Well, if they would have done that, they would have just been Ethiopian Orthodox Christians.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Orthodox.
The whole thing of Rasta was in the Bible, it says that Christ will return, and when he returns, he'll be called the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering line of the tribe of Judah, yeah, which is the exact titles that Haile Selassie was crowned with, yeah. It says also that it will be of the line of David, which Haile Selassie is of the line of David. You get me?
I don't know if that's been proved, like in terms of DNA. It's not 100% being proven. But was Jesus of the line of David?
We don't deal with DNA. We deal with nature, brethren. So we don't need to prove anything with Babylonian science. You get me, blood? We're born science still. I deal with nature, not super nature. You get me? We ain't got no microscope in our eye, so I just deal with what I can observe with my eye, not what our next man tells me, because that's like coming like religion. I'm not a DNA analysis myself and can't look at the DNA myself. I've got to rely on the next man, which is just like religion, isn't it?
But these days, there's no other way to prove the line of David.
But what I'm saying is,
how are you going to prove
it?
Do
you know? How do you, even if you did have the DNA, how do you know, if you're not a geneticist, that DNA is not a lie?
Because what they done with Haile Selassie, God rest his soul, they got his relatives.
I'm talking about the specifics of DNA. I'm saying if you get DNA results, yeah, how do you know that they're 100% accurate? You have to trust the company that give you those results. No.
But look, let me explain it to you as far as I know, innit? Because I might be wrong. When it's talking about lineage, yeah, there's only one part of your DNA that they need, which is the Y chromosome. That's like because the women have 2 X's and the man has an X and a Y.
I'm aware of how genetics work, Khan. You're changing the subject.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that basically that's how you prove your lineage is through your...
Even if somebody said, yeah, Haile Selassie wasn't of that genetic line and they gave me the DNA results.
No, it was inconclusive. It was inconclusive.
I don't trust their system anyway. So I would have to be a geneticist, yeah, and have to analyze that DNA myself and work it out for myself for that to be truth to me.
So let's look at it the other way then. Like, did Haile Selassie himself claim to be the line of David?
Of course.
And like, what was the proof of that? Like, was there any kind of like
historical documents of his lineage, traced generations with names, dates of emperors stemming back to Menelik I, who is the son of Solomon?
All right. So you're saying that it's proven anyway?
Well, it's proven through historical records. If you want to take it to DNA, then it's not proven through DNA, but yeah, through what I would say is proof. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then it comes back to the same point of why not just follow his religion?
Because, Bridget, that's like saying to Christians, why don't you just be a Jew like Christ? That's like saying...
I'm saying to somebody who's English,
that's like saying
why
to Muslims,
follow the Church of England?
That's like saying to Muslims, why don't you follow the religion of Muhammad before he had his revelation? Rasta is set apart from that. We are Rasta because we hold the divinity of Haile Selassie specifically. We revere Haile Selassie specifically. We'd be Christians if that was the case. If we followed Haile Selassie's religion, we would be Christians.
Yeah, what's wrong with that though?
Did I say there was anything wrong with that? I'm not a Christian though. Are you a Christian?
I mean, like, why are you against being a Christian Orthodox?
I'm not against being a Christian. I actually see myself as a Christian and I actually deal with Christ.
All right then. Okay.
To me as a Rasta, you can't not deal with Christ and be a Rasta. That's my own personal perspective though. You get me? There is enough men who don't deal with Christ who are still Rasta. Yeah, but for me, yeah, you have to deal with Christ.
Yeah, but I wasn't really trying to scrutinize it. I was just trying to say, like, for example, with me, yeah, if I'm saying to an English person, you got your own church, your own religion, and the Queen, who you kind of like is the top of your pyramid or whatever, she runs the church. So as an English person, why wouldn't you be a Church of England?
Well, your example's flawed already. Your example's flawed already because Rastafari was created in Jamaica, so they're not Ethiopians. So you get me?
Right.
So it's individual to Jamaica.
But you don't have to be Ethiopian to be Orthodox Christian, is what I'm saying. Now, from your main man, who's the ruler.
This argument,
was Haile Selassie but 1 minute, bro. I'm trying to learn as well, isn't it? Well, I'm trying to find out, was Haile Selassie the head of the church?
He was the head of the Ethiopian Tawahedo church. Can I just quickly explain what the word Tawahedo means and actually why it's different from every other Christian church in the world?
Go on then.
The word Tawahedo means oneness, yeah? And the Ethiopian church is unique in the aspect that they see Christ and his divine and human nature as one, yeah? Every other church sees his divine and human nature as separate, yeah?
Ah.
So the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church sees Christ as fully human and fully divine. Yeah. So that's one reason that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church does work with Rasta. Yeah, because we see Haile Selassie as fully divine and fully human. You get me?
I get it. But other Christians don't see it that way, innit? They got a different kind of version of Trinity.
Bridget, I don't business what other Christians. I can only watch what I do. I don't watch what other people do. You get me? Most Christians call Christ Jesus, which is an abomination. They say you're going to go to heaven in the name of Jesus, and that's a Roman version of the man's name.
Listen.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
All this stuff. Do you think? Do you even know what the symbol is in my profile picture? If you don't know that, then you don't even fucking know what you're talking about at all. That's the basis of all the shit you're talking about.
Bridget, I don't business what you have to say, Cage. Your name's Cage because you're locked in a cage, Bridget. Your mind is mentally shackled.
Bro, Cage makes his own cages. You're locked in Cage's cage. What do you mean? Cage is lucid. You call it lucid Cage.
You're lucid, but you're not lucid.
You're loose.
I'm lucid. Your mom's loose. I'm not.
Boy, Bridget, I'm going to leave the panel still because I don't deal with these kind of fucking demons. Bless up, Khan. It was good speaking to you, Bridget.
Yes, my brother.
Big up.
Jedi. Man.
Blessings, family.
Big up, King.
Give thanks, Jedi, man. Bless, man. Respect.
Yeah, it was nice to learn a little bit there.
Yeah, but the issue with this is, my way is special and it's the right way, and everyone else is. If it's not the right way, then it's.
But ain't that how you just came at him?
No, because he's brainwashed, bro. I don't want to hear it.
He's brainwashed. Why is he
Go
brainwashed?
Look into it. Do you know what that is? Search up the tetragrammaton.
Bro, why is he brainwashed? Just because you got the tetragrammaton? What are you talking about?
That's what he's brainwashed in. People use this shit against people. It's divide and conquer.
I've heard this word mentioned before, but I don't know what it means. I really need to look it up. Tetragrammaton. What's that?
It's the 4 consonants, the 4 Hebrew consonants.
Bro, I can't reveal too much.
Yo, man, this is your problem. This is why when you jump on, people jump off. Because they know they're not going to have no kind of conversation. While I'm explaining, you start talking. That makes no sense.
All right, continue. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but you're going to keep doing it until I
just say, Cage,
this is your pattern.
Just tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, I don't. We shouldn't have to do that.
You shouldn't have to. I'm going to restrain myself. I'm sorry, man. That's because I'm passionate.
Anyway,
I'm sorry now as well.
like I said anyway, yeah. See, I forgot my train of
No, do you know there's that little is it a sample of a rap that you done and use it on the Trilluminati with a little brain, or was that on Jedi Online? And it mentions tetragrammaton, it mentions Metatron.
Yeah, I mean,
that little rap that you done, I like that.
But yeah, but the tetragrammaton, now you reminded me what I was saying, is the 4 Hebrew consonants.
Trilluminati. You say it in your fucking music. You know what it is.
YWJH or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I know that. I've seen it.
Right, and this is the secret name of God, apparently, to the Jews, right? The secret name of God, and yeah, that's what the tetragrammaton is. So now we trying to understand why Cage is saying if you don't know this picture and this profile picture,
I'm saying
none of you know what the fuck you're talking about. We're trying to work out what he's chatting about.
It's something a lot deeper.
Right.
You ever know like Pan's Labyrinth?
How is it relevant? Are you going to explain how the tetragrammaton is relevant to this picture and therefore relevant, bruv? Like it is literally. Listen, as an adult, yeah. Let me tell you something. As an adult, it is literally not worth me engaging with you for any long period of time if I want to have a conversation. You're not prepared to have a conversation, and I think this is why people just leave when you jump on, because it's like we're not going to get to chat.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk to you, and you're constantly talking while I'm talking. I don't get it, like, and I'm not doing it again. So do it again, and I will leave the conversation. And then if other people can't chat with you, then I'll just kick you out. Simple, because you're not helping the channel run. Thank you.
It looks like Thai tattoos. You know, the Thailand they do all the tattoos. It looks like that. So.
Do you want to tell us what this picture is, Cage?
That's some Kabbalah thing, man. I seen that.
It's a symbol of the Tetragrammaton. Like you can see, have you ever seen like that movie? You know Pan? Like Pan's Labyrinth. They do that. You know, like it's a Masonic thing that's used all throughout the industry you guys are in. Like, it's something you should be aware of since you're right around this shit. Guaranteed. You know what I mean? So I was saying, they put constructs and they use this energy on people. You know what I mean? But everybody has that. That's all I'm trying to say. Like I'm a very bad communicator, and I apologize. I mean, no disrespect to anybody.
The tetra, well, I don't even know how to say it, but it's a geometric.
Tetragrammaton. It's a trinity of 3 different essences. You know what I mean? High level degrees masonry. They call it Jabulon. You know what I mean? Like GAHBULON. You can search that up. You'll never find that. But you can search it up. The information is always there. They have to hide it in front of people. You know what I mean? You have to hide it all in front of people.
So, what's the relevance between that movie Equilibrium? Like they called him a tetragrammaton. Like, if you look at the movie,
it's a trinity, like Jabulon. You know, it's like Jehovah. Bull would be like Baalal, and then Osiris. It's like a trinity of a few different things. Anyways, like Cage, it would take me forever to try explaining it. You know, like I want to get these points out, but to explain it, I have to show you things and be here for like days trying to fucking get into it. It's complex. What I recommend is you search into deep esoteric knowledge. Like one starting point I recommend, it's a book. It's called The Kybalion by 3 Initiates. I recommend you read that. That'll dip your toes in. I mean, if you want to jump into the fucking lake or the ocean, you can.
Interesting.
I think the tetra, I can't even say it, but I think from my understanding, it's a lot simpler. It's basically geometrics. You know, geometrics are the building blocks to everything. You know, in a sense, so it is esoteric. That's a building
geometry,
block to everything.
math.
So it's like sacred geometry in a sense. It's a shape that is compatible with a lot of things. It's like one of the highest kind of geometry shapes.
Isn't that the thing, bro? That Fibonacci sequence and all that all comes from that as well, isn't it?
The golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, all that.
To the I can't say it. Tetra. Can you brother say it?
Tetragrammaton.
Tetragramma. Yeah, you were. Yeah, man.
T-R-A-G-R-A. Like, you know, grammar. It's like grammar.
Yeah, because it's their grammar, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like it's hidden in the name. Like just look at the name. You know what I mean? It's like 3 grammar.
Yeah. See, their grammar goes by 3. Our grammar goes by 4. In Arabic, because even the name Allah is got 4 letters to it, and everything is based on 4. So when you see like a square and another square, and they make a star out of it, like you know, the Jews got the 6-pointed star, we got like an 8-pointed star. So all our one's based on 4. It's not based on 3.
Yeah, Allah Akbar. That's 4 syllables. Look at the syllables, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of based on geometry in Islam as well. A lot.
Syllables are constant.
But there ain't no Islamic Kabbalah. Kabbalah is only for the Old Testament, and then I think there's a Christian one as well.
No, there's Jewish and there's Christian influence Kabbalah.
There's a Christian influence Kabbalah. Yeah,
there's something called Hermetic Kabbalah, and then there's something called just regular Semitic Kabbalah.
Standard Kabbalah. Yeah, but Muslims don't have that.
Like Kabbalah, like the Jewish one would be K, the Semitic one would be K. With a K, and then like the newer one that has a Christian influence would be with a Q.
The closest thing Muslims have to that is Sufism, but I think the Sufism comes from the original books of it comes from Shiaism. So I don't know how Sunnis don't really go by that.
The original alchemists traveled there. You know, that's ancient knowledge.
There's a famous
it's ancient knowledge, but it's not
Sunni,
really anything to do with Islam. So they sort of thingy it a bit, like not neglect it, but
it goes against the narrative in too many ways.
Yeah, they don't want to know about it.
There is very famous Sunni healers in the past who dealt with like all the sciences behind like herbalism and what you call it, numerology, and just all the like all these different kind of frowned upon kind of things that are not really that bad.
No, but you got to remember that there's a lot of Shia influence on Sunnis, especially like when the Ottomans, for example, started like that. Where our country is, Turkey, is on the border of Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan, they're Shia. So like all the Azerbaijani dervishes and all these mystical orders, they all moved into Turkey. So a lot of our traditions comes from Sufis and dervishes, and like that's all like undercover Shia stuff, really.
It's all one thing though. It's just different interpretations. Even look at Jedi's picture. Look at the background from him. You can see the checkerboard. Like everything has.
That's just soundproofing.
But I'm saying, but look, it's like red and black, and it's different checkered. It's checkered. It's like a checkerboard. You know what I mean? He's unknowingly doing this shit. He doesn't even know.
Shut up, man. What are you talking about? No, this is at a radio station. I'm standing next to two presenters, and lots of people use.
I'm saying
lots of people. No. You're gonna let me speak. Lots of people use these egg cartons or whatever they're called to reduce sound bouncing off the walls or off flat surfaces, right? So what they usually do to decorate it is they usually use a couple colors. So it could have been white or black, could have been grey and red, it could have been whatever, but like
if it was white,
in that really order, simply for either way, there's still a contrast. I'm saying the symbolic message behind the
I hear you, man. I hear you. Black, white, whatever, red, white and
purple,
yellow, white and any colors are going to be a contrast. Basically. So any two colors is a contrast and enough for you.
I think we can look into anything like that. Right. You know what I mean? There is the basic things that are like that. We can say, oh yeah, that's that.
Well, I wonder why they have
not
that.
No.
You
know what I mean?
What it is, the two things have to define each other. They have to define each other. So like tall and short, fat and thin, they define each other. So they're not just two things stuck together like red and black. Do you get me? The two things have to actually define each other. That's when they have a relationship with each other. Otherwise, it's just two random things put together. It's like salmon and broccoli. There's no relationship between salmon and broccoli, isn't it?
What do you mean, man? Had salmon and broccoli? Yeah, salmon and broccoli. Come on.
Another thing I noticed, guys. Another thing I noticed, like I went to like a bunch of meetings with these Freemason people and shit. I noticed they had something to do with Spock. You know Spock, like that fucking Star Trek shit. I never watched it before. You know, it's before my time.
Spock. You mean the character Spock?
Yeah, that motherfucker does that same hand signal in this, the tetragrammaton thing. Like it's all over media.
Well, Gene Roddenberry was Jewish,
and the Masons love that shit. They love that show.
Cage. Yeah. You know the guy who wrote Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry.
He's a high-level Mason, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Well, the Masons just used a lot of like what do you call it?
They're hiding the shit in front of us.
They use a lot of the Eastern and tribal kind of like sciences, and have just took the power of that, made it look really bad to everyone else, and are just controlling everyone through that, man. Like you can see, England is supposedly a Christian country, but it's not run through that. It's run through all the guilds and whatever, which are Masons. Now you can look this up in the history books. You can see documentaries about this shit.
There's other groups, bro. That's a filtering
obviously
system.
they're doing fuckery within the organization. That's where it all comes down to, really. But I don't think it's actual sciences. Obviously, there's probably some fucked up rituals within the offshoot.
This is something science doesn't understand.
The main thing is
you do this, you wouldn't believe it. They say it's magic. We just haven't caught up yet. It's catching up. We're being spoon-fed certain things. Trust me, go do your research. This shit gets way deeper than you can even fucking imagine. You know, sometimes ignorance is bliss, so maybe you shouldn't. You should just live how you are right now, and maybe better for you.
What are you talking about?
Ignorance is bliss.
No, but how does it get deeper? Like, go and elaborate, my brother.
I can't tell you everything. I can't, or you know, I can't do that out of respect for everybody here.
Why not? We'll go against your order. No, I'm playing.
No, it's gonna go. There's certain things like they're not dumb. They hear everything.
The things you can look up online, man, and it's all there, bro. You know what I mean? Books on masonry, all the rituals.
If you want to learn, get their actual
Buddhism
literature
around
that
it, but
they're given. You can get anything, but don't believe random shit you hear on the internet. Get the actual literature.
I think more. Yeah, I think it's more so of what they do with all this kind of power or science, like you know, magic or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
There's two sides to everything. There's good people, there's bad people, and anything. Just like this.
There
I mean,
is.
There's people out here that's looking after you. I'm looking out for you, man. I guarantee it.
Yeah, no, that's part of it as well. But I think the higher it gets up, the more political it gets, because as we know, the world is not just a playground, and it's actual real shit going on, real like power, real money, real shit. You know what I mean? So family lineages to protect, interests and lots of stuff. So there is that whole thing of it. Like it might filter down into loads of ways through corporations, different groups, different levels of the society, everything, like even down to like education, all the charities that they do, everything. Yeah, but at the top of it, you just look at it from as far back as you can, really. You know what I mean? The Phoenicians, and you can see what it's about. You know what I mean? The man creating the laws of the sea, the maritime laws, and all of this.
They were traders, right?
Yeah, traders. Yeah, so these lot, you know, Masons are traders.
The Phoenicians.
Yeah,
the Phoenicians were the greatest seafaring nation. They were I think they were what they called Cushites that went from Africa up all as far as like Lebanon or somewhere up there, and then from then they were like some of them came back into Africa, but some of them went into the Mediterranean. They become seafarers. Like they started just covering the whole Mediterranean region.
Yeah, Latin, Germanic, and like Slavic languages are all based off Phoenician.
Yeah, the Greek alphabet's basically the Phoenician alphabet.
Yeah, same. So it's all most of the language we use nowadays, modern language, are all based off Phoenician language.
Yep, you see it there. That's
that's history, man.
Funny.
The Phoenicians, they're still around, man. The Lebanese, they're still around. These people.
I was gonna put the Phoenician word for cage on here before it came up. That's funny how you guys bringing that up.
It's very serendipitous.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. That's what you call synchronicity
as well, because
a little bit of synchronicity.
When it constantly happens, it gets a little old after. You
know? No, it's not actually the actual historic.
Yeah, it's normal. It becomes normal.
Yeah, because it was normal. It's like okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that all happened to me years ago. I'm used to it now. You know, like every time you look at the clock, it's like 1111. Like all that shit. Like it freaks people out, innit? They're like, oh my god, it's freaking me out. I'm like, yeah, but like that's my reality. That's normal to me now. That's like, if it didn't happen, it would be weird now. You know, like when you say something and the radio or the TV says the exact same words as you at the same time.
I honestly, like, okay, the clock thing, that's a little bit like, you know, a little iffy because your mind, I forget what it's called, but there's been studies on this. Like, if your mind looks for patterns, it'll find it, right? So, like with the 100%. Clock thing, because how many times you look at the clock and it doesn't click like that? Like, oh, you see this, and all of a sudden it's like, woo. So, like, yeah, that's kind of a bad example. But there's some synchronicities that are like impossible. You know what I mean? Like,
but what I'm trying to show you is that people try to read meanings into things that don't have any meaning. It just
I
is
read
what it
into that.
is.
That's
There's no meaning to it.
No, that's called numerology. I look into that for a bit of fun, and like they're called angel numbers. So if you type in angel numbers, and like you just type in whatever numbers you see, there's a meaning behind it. Bam, take it or leave it.
Okay, you know what numerology is? It's a regurgitated new age bullshit version.
Tell him, bro.
I don't think so. Huh?
Numerology is a new
with
age
maths and everything.
regurgitated.
Math is the building blocks of everything.
Yep.
Exactly.
Like that's why astrology is so fucking accurate. Like even if you don't believe the meaning behind it, astrology is still mapped out like mathematically.
Now, if numerology, if it,
Google numerology, whatever.
but for instance,
it's just
maths is in everything. You must be able that. There must be some logical part of it.
But the only thing it proves is that there's a design to your reality, the reality you're experiencing.
Everything's
that has a design. But if you're a believer and you believe already, then that's not a surprise to you. That's not going counter to what you believe. But what I'm saying is there's people that don't believe, like they don't believe in God. They don't believe that God created the reality that we're living in. And they think that everything's just like the Big Bang Theory and it's all random. And then when they start seeing, you know, like patterns, then it starts freaking them out because they're like, oh my God, there's patterns in nature. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like as if it's a big shock. But really, why is it a shock though?
Yeah.
Why should it be a shock?
That should be obvious, shouldn't it? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should be obvious.
Fuck. What kind of, I don't know what kind of world people live in.
People are learning. That's what they call it new age. You know what I mean?
I don't let anything stop me. Nothing's ever gonna stop me. You can shoot me. Someone can go and shoot me right in the head right now, and you think I'm gonna stop? I'm gonna always be here.
Technically, you're not always going to be here.
Yeah, not in this avatar, but trust me, I'm always gonna be here. I'll reanimate into anything. I'll reanimate to your fucking fridge. You think I'm joking too?
Well, you're going to reanimate into a fridge, did you say?
Your fridge, just for that moment of time. Yes.
What happens when I check my fridge in the bin and buy a new fridge?
Bro. Yeah, you might want to try somebody else. Might be a smaller fridge. Aunt's fridge is gonna be massive.
I got 3 fridges. I got 3 fridges, bro.
Cage loves breaking bread and feeding people. You know what I mean? The fridge is gonna be fucking heavily stocked.
Yes, bro. Yes. Yes.
Unlimited food.
It's funny, like everyone's talking about numbers and numbers are the code to this and that. If you think about it, back in the day, there weren't no numbers, bro. Before the Roman numerals, there weren't no numbers. Letters were numbers. There weren't. The letters were the numbers.
Numbers are construct. Like
The letters were the numbers. Was it the 20 something letters in Hebrew? They're numbers, isn't they?
It goes further back than that, man. If you look at the Toltec,
even in Roman numerals,
if you look at the Toltec civilization, which is pre-Mayans, pre-Aztecs, they actually have their own numeral system that were way before I Ching, and I Ching is another ancient Chinese thing I could show you. You know what I mean? But there is many. There is many. You know what I mean? They just say they say Greeks and Romans were the first to do a lot of shit, but we know they weren't. You know what I mean? So.
You can't show me I Ching. I'm the king of I Ching.
Yeah, man. But even so, look at the Toltec.
I Ching has a lot of great
numbers.
Very good.
There ain't no numbers in I Ching, bro. The numbers.
It's not numbers, but obviously it's not
it's
numbers.
been added after.
But I Ching was a person.
Like if you look at other people's writing systems, it ain't going to be numbers. It's going to be completely their own thing, but it still represents what numbers are.
Yeah. It represents what numbers are.
Yeah, so everyone had their own systems, you know what I mean? Numbers have been around for many a year. Many.
I put I Ching codes on my Instagram before. I Ching is a person, bro.
Don't
I
even
think not a
look
person, man.
You can look up the Toltec, more
This
sources.
It's
I think not a person.
written. It's a philosophy written by somebody. Obviously, someone has
It's
to
not.
write it.
It's an ancient thing, and I think it was Confucius
wrote it
that
down, right?
rewrote it. Confucius thingied it, re-updated it.
Confucius says Cage is retarded.
Confucius spent his whole life working on I Ching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the yin and yang and all that bullshit.
Yin, not ying. Yin.
Yin yang.
How is it bullshit? It's the basic of Kabbalah that you've been going on about. You got a picture up of Kabbalist imagery, and it's I Ching is like the basis of Kabbalah, the positive, the negative,
No, because
the
I don't
up and the
agree.
down, the good and the bad, the evil and the angels. It's all like, you know, that duality.
Because I don't agree with Eastern philosophy as much. It's not my cup of tea.
So Christianity ain't Eastern, no?
No, Eastern philosophy. I'm saying, not Christianity. Eastern philosophy.
But it all has a root, yeah.
They have more of a samsara way. You know what I mean? Like more of a left-handed pathway where you have to learn through suffering. Which I don't believe everyone has to suffer.
But there's Christians that do that. Then you got the whole the Stoics and all that.
More dominant on the Eastern philosophy. So I was saying, like, I don't think you have to go that left hand. Like, it is, but it doesn't. But I'm not saying it's better. Like, maybe it doesn't matter. All roads lead to the same thing, like the same highway at the end of the day. You know, like all rivers lead to the same fucking ocean.
Sort of, yeah. But like, you've still got to get on the river, and that better be going towards the ocean. Like, you know what I mean? Like, without bare obstacles. So like, it's one of them things. Like, I thought about that analogy quite a bit, yeah, like recently. But I think really and truly, you know, that path, innit? That true path, yeah, that's like you know, walking on a double-edged sword, innit? It's super narrow. So all paths might lead to the sea, and then we're all basically gonna go to the same place, innit? Like when we die. But at the same time, how are we gonna get judged? That's something else, bro. You know what I mean? So like, and it made me think about, you know, that whole ignorance is bliss thing. So if you don't know, then are you gonna come back? Because I believe in reincarnation to do it all again, or you get me? You know what I mean? It's just mad because some people just don't have that knowledge, you know.
I can tell you this: this is my last reincarnation as a human being. I'll tell you that. I'm done with this shit.
Yeah, but you're not the one who's deciding that. It's that's the God to decide, as far as I know. Or you know.
I already know. I've been shown enough.
Yeah.
You've been shown enough. What you mean?
But you have control in this experience, you know. So then you do have a bit of say in the outcome. You know what I mean?
I think
Sage, wouldn't you want to come back, Sage, and like help people, help other people? You're saying I've seen too much and I've done too much and it's all like too much for me or whatever. But what about other people? Wouldn't you want to like give them a little leg up? Like,
but you come back generally when you failed, or if you come for a divine mission. See, like as far as I know, it's like
ways. I don't have to be a human being. I can be more effective in different forms.
He can be more effective as a fridge.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that, bro. Fridge is coming out.
Yeah, I'm playing with you, Kate.
Unfortunately, I don't think
that's hilarious.
Yeah, but I don't think you can be reincarnated into a kitchen thing.
No.
Apart from a living thing.
Here, you want to see something hilarious? I'm gonna try to bet I can enter your dream. You know, next time you
enter my what? Pause that.
Your dreams. I'm gonna enter all your dreams. Watch.
Nice.
Yeah, you could try.
I think them things are maybe possible as well. I do believe in astral projection, and
I mean, you can do that.
There's actual spies who have been used as through all these different agencies, and they were using astral projection and mediums and all sorts to spy on people.
That takes a lot of time.
Okay, do you want to prove us to us your telepathic abilities? I know he thinks he's got. He thinks he's got abilities, isn't it? Cage.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna put a number in. I'm gonna put a number in the private chat. Yeah, I'm gonna put a number in the private chat. Cage, I want you to use your intuition and tell me with a number. No, it's a number between 1 and 100. Going now.
Yeah, 4. It's too late.
Nice number, Carl. Yes.
Go on, I'll give you one chance. 1 and 100.
I'm not playing your game.
You never make it as a
not warmed
Ghostbuster.
up. Carl is not warmed up, man.
He wouldn't make it into the Ghostbusters, would he?
Go on, come on, go on.
You get the electric shock.
Ron, you want me to show you for real? Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna write it down. You're gonna tell me. I'll show you it.
All right, cool. All right, cool.
Yeah. Write it down, then put your camera on, and then like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Then
are you gonna send the number to
like
me,
that.
Cage? Cage, are you gonna send the number to me? Yeah.
No, you're gonna have to fucking say the number, so you're gonna lie.
No, I mean, are you gonna implant the number in my mind? So when I say it, it's the number you wanted it to be.
I don't know how it fucking works. I don't really care.
I thought you were saying this yesterday. You were saying this.
That's like the chicken or the egg. You know what I mean? I don't really know.
Well, can't just write down the number, put your camera on, and then just keep the piece of paper folded, and just unfold it on camera, like when he's guest, whatever, innit? So we know that you're he ain't. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Go on. I told you put a number in the private chat.
Is this going to prove that he's a telepath, or that I'm the telepath?
If he gets it right,
that's it.
If he gets it right, that's
that you are. Maybe it proves that you are.
All right, go on then. You're gonna write a number between 1 and 100 down on a piece of paper.
Nah,
yeah?
make it a bit like 1 to 49.
1 to 10 or something.
Everything's already written down. Okay, we're gonna come back later on in like 10 minutes. Let's forget about the subject. We'll come back to it.
All right. Okay.
Pick up everywhere.
Hi, MJ.
Are we really doing numerology tricks with this stoned guy again?
Do you believe that there's anything like behind these numbers?
Why not? Why not?
No. Other than logic, I mean, you know, numbers are numbers, and that you can't deny what they are. If you have one of something, you have one. If you have two, you have two, innit? Like, to me, maths just makes sense, innit? Because you can apply simple logic and get equations out of it.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, this conversation was getting a bit weird still.
What, coming back as a fridge?
I thought it was pretty interesting, personally.
So I had a dream, right? Get this, yeah. I had a dream this morning. You know, like those final dreams you have just before you're waking up. And anyways, I had a dream that I got a text message, and it was from the Queen of England. And I don't know what the text message was, right? But it was like the Queen done a broadcast, and we all got the same message. And then we almost jumped on the live stream, and we were all joking about this message. I don't know what it was. So I don't think it was like the Queen was dead, because obviously the Queen sent the message, so we've got to presume she was alive. But it got me thinking, right? If you could send a message to everyone in this country, what would you send?
What if I was the Queen?
Well, if you was just you and you could send a message to everyone,
I'll be
in
like,
the UK.
listen, I'm putting 50 quid in everyone's PayPal. Everyone run to your accounts now.
We'll say to everyone, what's your bank details?
Yeah.
You lot proper on some scam. What is this? You can text 60 million people, and that's the best you can come up with. Not even, here's my cash app, drop me £1.
That'd be a better one. Yeah.
That's what I'd be on.
That'd be a better one. If everyone in the country gave you £1, you'd be sorted.
I guarantee you, it's probably from like Mumbai or something. You know what I mean? That's where most of the scams are ran out of. Tech shit. If you really want to see where all the billionaires and shit chill in India,
I saw a funny news article, and they said there's some dudes in England, right? I mean, they said there's some dudes in Nigeria, and then they got traced down to a dude in a little town in England. Use it chucking his IP to Nigeria.
Oh man, I'm on the panel with a bunch of scammers. What am I doing?
Oh, my mate got scammed the other day. What an idiot.
Don't say that.
How are people still getting scammed in 2022?
Yeah, it
I think
happens.
they're too far.
You know how much money these fucking ones from India make? Yeah, the ones that are doing the whole, like taking money out of the account, whatever, putting up a fake screen. They do some mad shit, yeah. So they get them to transfer the money, yeah. They can make in a week, yeah. So in a month, they could probably make 100,000, pounds plus easily, yeah. And that's a shit probably month. So that's why these lot can fucking do this shit all day long, like.
We were having a laugh
so
about
many
it,
of them.
about him getting scammed, right? And we were going to him like, "What made you believe that it was legit?" And he was going, "Oh, because I was listening to the background and I could hear like a call center sort of environment." And my other mate went, "Yeah, that was probably a recording."
Yeah, and it's so bait.
It's part of the scam. Oh, I was letting myself. But they got him to download the app and everything. They were like, download this app to your phone. We need to control your phone. And he's like letting them do it, the idiot. And all because they said to him, we need to refund you money from your Amazon account.
They get
like, instead of logging into his Amazon account and checking it, he's literally downloading apps and letting them control his phone. Like, what an idiot.
Yeah.
For money. He's just done it for money. They could have took your kids' photos. They could have took everything off your phone, man. Fuck that.
Con, you ready? You ready to think of a number from 1 to 100 now or not?
Yeah.
All right, so how do you want to do it? Do you want to say it or should it be private?
Should I say it? Should I say the number? Let me say the number.
I think we'll leave it private. You already have the number, right?
I've got two numbers in my head, yeah, so you got a double chance. 63 and 72.
No, it's 69. That's the one
69.
You're a weirdo.
That was close.
No.
You should have known that's what Cage was thinking anyway.
That was close though, man.
That's what Khan thinks. He's a weirdo.
I was thinking 62, 63, then I was going 73.
What do you keep?
So imagine that was probably Khan's the real number. He just changed it last minute, like.
That is what he wanted. I guarantee, because Khan is a weird guy. You know what I mean? That's what he thought of originally.
Nah, 69's not for me, bro.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's like two numbers.
69 is a fun number, but in reality, if you've ever tried the 69, it's just not fun at all.
No, but you can reverse it. It's a 96 after. You reverse it, right?
No, people make a big deal about it.
68.
But you're like, I have two numbers in my head.
I don't know how that
That's how you look at it, you weirdo. That's fun.
Yeah, I don't like them sort of things, man.
Shut the fuck up.
If I want to eat something, I'll go in my fridge.
I should have made you, that's why I knew you would pull this. I should have made you say it and then shown you it.
But this is what I'm asking you. Am I the telepath or are you the telepath?
I don't
You written a number
Stop
down
acting like
and I had
you
to
are.
guess it.
You
and
are.
I was
You're
close
feel
to
better
it,
if I
right?
say you are. What?
Yeah, see? Exactly. But how are we going to prove that you got powers?
I ain't gonna lie, that is kind of mad. You
Everybody's
did say
the
60.
same.
You did say 60 something, so that is kind of mad.
Yeah.
That's mad close out of 100 numbers. That's mad.
But you said he had two numbers. You said he had two numbers in his mind, and the numbers I put could be reversed either way. If you look at it the opposite ways, the opposite numbers. It's kind of weird.
I'm plus, with that whole numerology thing as well. Sometimes when you got two numbers, it's good to add them up as well. Like, and then you get.
But he did think about that number. You can't deny you did think about that number. You can't tell me.
Nah, never once crossed my mind. 69. You're joking,
yeah,
me.
okay.
It's like the worst number.
All right. Okay, here. Let's try another one. I wrote another one down.
All right, 52.
No, you're not supposed to say it.
Why am I not? I thought you
Because
said
you're
you
not
wrote
going
it
to
down.
believe me.
I will believe you.
Before you say it, hold on, give me a second. I gotta get another piece of paper now.
Let him write it down and then fucking make it a little different. Or whatever, innit? Try to guess.
All right, if you want to, I'm gonna prove that you're telepathic to these people right now. You know what I mean? So what I want you to do is this.
One of the Masonic games.
I want you to close your eyes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it with you, and then you see how it's all black. Like try making like a grayish screen like up here, and like just let a number paint into your mind, and don't force it. Just let whatever comes to your mind. Like don't let your mind tell you what it is. Just let whatever appears. Like tell me what it is. Go.
82.
13.
No.
So what now?
Doesn't work with you, buddy.
So I'm not telepathic. But I knew that already.
No, Cage is just chatting shit as usual. Cage, stop chatting shit with your numerology bullshit. And your coins and your dices and all this weird freaky shit that you're trying to do. Like, what are you about? What is this all about?
He's saying that the power is within you.
You got rejected from the Masons, and you're just trying to live life like one. Like, you're some kind of secret agent. What are you about, bro?
Obviously 69,
okay,
isn't
okay, here, I'll show you. Okay, here.
Oh, you can't.
Now I'm gonna try a different method.
It goes on his computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't like your method. Your method was overcomplicated.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too complicated.
I was thinking about it too long.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So here, let's try doing it easier. Just 1 to 10. First thing that comes to your mouth, say it right now, and I'll show you.
3.
Not 8.
Oh. But you know what? 3 and 8 look the same.
Allow it, man. In what freaking language?
We can train this shit though. We can get good at this. If you
Do you know how I know? Do you know how I know that Cage is a charlatan? Because you see him turn the paper over. We had another number on the other side.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't.
What are you talking about? That's a fresh one. Look, I have another fresh one right here. What are you talking about?
Turn that one over.
Have you ever tried meditation?
Yeah, it bled. It bled.
Have I tried meditation? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, it's good. It works.
Yeah. Cool. Mm-hmm. Use mantra or something, or you put music on, or just silence, or what?
Yeah, there's mantras, isn't it? Oh, money, funny. Ooh. You know that one?
All right, here. What about this? What about you try controlling me to write the number from 1 to 10? You know
okay,
what I mean? Like
I'm gonna make you write a number. Yeah.
All right.
Write the number and cover it with your hands.
All right. Yeah. I already wrote it. Look as soon as you tell me it, I'm gonna show you how. Okay.
All right. Put your camera on. I want to see the back of your hands.
Look. It's right here. Look.
All right. Number
two.
Number 2. I made you write number 2.
No, it's
number 3. So close. So close. Obviously, he's not working. You're too far away from me. I need someone closer.
I'll try one more time.
I'm sending the signal around the world.
So tell us more about this meditation, Khan. What kind of meditation is it? Where did you learn this?
There's lots of different meditations. My favorite meditation is called the microcosmic orbit. And basically, the microcosmic. So microcosmic means, obviously cosmic means like a circle, right? So microcosmic means like it's inside your body. And the microcosmic orbit is basically all the chakras in your body. You send like a little thought to them, like concentrate on each one of them. And then you basically make the energy to go around. So unlike Hindu meditation, where you focus on the highest chakra, in a Taoist meditation, you circulate the energy so it goes round. So that you don't get any blockages or build up of energy in any particular one place. You just make it like go round and round and round. That's like called the orbit of the microcosmic. Yeah, you can look it up as well. That's a microcosmic orbit meditation.
It works,
essentially.
You know it works with Jedi though. If Jedi set a number from 1 to 10, I guarantee it's going to be that number.
The same number? The first number?
Jedi's on some next shit.
Can't imagine Jedi being a bowcat like that.
We just did it the other day. It worked perfectly.
Wow, that's amazing.
So this microcosmic orbit thing, it's a form of yoga though, right?
It will come under the category of yoga, yeah.
Okay, isn't that some kind of like demonic business?
I knew you were going to say that.
It could be, yeah, it could be. Obviously.
No, I don't think that. It's not demonic.
Meditation is very simple. It's just to do with the science of the brain and basically clearing the mind, clearing the subconscious, going through the subconscious sometimes, and it's a lot of breathing exercises as well to take your mind out.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Right, but the thing is, it depends on the meditation, right? Because some people,
life is more demonic than meditating, because you're going through more fuckery every second, yeah, than you are when you're trying to clear your mind, which is like the whole point of meditation. You know what I mean?
All right. So what about when people listen to that, like certain frequencies of music and whatnot, when they're when they're meditating? Like, is that good? Do they even know what that's about? Do they know what that's doing to the mind?
You know what, sis? Sometimes I get a bit paranoid, like if, say, for instance, if I listen to one of them, I'm thinking, who actually made this? You don't know who made it.
Paul McKenna.
Frequencies there is in it. You know what I mean? So yeah, there is that. But I think the basis of it, where it's like the science, what it should be, is like there's different frequencies that are better for your actual whole system. You know what I mean? Like 432 hertz, and I think there's a couple more that are like more in tune with nature. So if you're dealing with that, I think there's nothing wrong with that. The music that we listen to is actually more damaging, is on a damager frequency than like, for instance, meditational music.
Oh no, I think if you're strong enough, you can listen to whatever, like, you know what I mean? Because I like listening to different types of things, different days, whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm like, all right, I'm in the mood for this.
What you like good?
Because it works, innit, for me. You know what I mean, it's like, you know, I know what works for me, innit? So you're saying what's good is what works.
What because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, exactly. Just because it makes you feel good.
It's not just that. It's something I can just sink into. It's like sometimes I don't want to listen to this. I want to listen to that. Like everyone, when they listen to music, they're just in the mood for something different. And there's different.
It's the whole thing with
different
this
things you can meditate to.
Everything's nature. Nothing's really bad. You know.
I think the best type of meditation is breathing meditations as well, because that's something you can do anywhere you are. Like you can do that wherever you are. You know what I mean? You have to breathe every second. We overlook it a lot, and sometimes we don't even breathe properly. Like even me, I'm speaking right now. I'm rushing to get my words out. I should be just taking breaths, breathing. You know what I mean? So we overlook that, man, and it's actual scientific to our brain. Like we need oxygen to the brain, you know what I mean? So breathing meditation, and there's a deeper level to it as well, where our spinal fluid moves up and down your spine, right? And that's vital for life. But your breath actually brings that up and down your spine as well. So yeah, man, it's all linked.
Yeah.
I agree. Still.
So, Khan, what's your favorite yoga pose?
I prefer like internal yoga rather than the external yoga.
Khan's favorite pose is the downward dog, bro. You don't know? Come on, look at Khan. Obviously, it's a downward dog.
I've seen it. I've never tried none of them things.
The breathing one is definitely a good shout, because I think that's something we all need to be more aware of.
Yeah.
That's super
as you start speaking about it, I just started thinking like, oh, am I breathing properly?
Probably not.
That's what I'm saying. Just even when I was saying it, I was like, right now I'm not breathing properly as I'm speaking. You know what I mean? So I was just smoking a spliff, and I was thinking, yeah. So we do it every second. You know what I mean? You have to breathe.
Yeah, you have to breathe. Yeah, breathing into the bottom of your belly, like
you don't. You don't have to. You don't have to breathe in.
No,
you have to breathe out.
Just saying, like there's that as well. There's small breaths as well, and then you can have these long, deeper breaths. Get me? Because you want to fill up your lungs with all the air in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know. So
you have to breathe out the carbon dioxide. You have to breathe out.
Yeah, breathe out often, obviously.
No, you breathe out first.
Whatever, man. I fucking don't know out in first now. You know.
Yeah, you know what it is though. You could just do exercise. You could just exercise because that's gonna force you to breathe, isn't it? Yeah, exercise is a form of meditation.
Yeah. So you're taking your mind away from stuff. You know what I mean? You're like,
I wonder when you're born. Do you breathe in or out first? And when you die, usually, when you die,
you when you're born screaming, innit? So it's like out, like that. It's like air's coming out of you.
And then when you die, then what happens?
Do you know they actually
they say that it's painful when your lungs expand with air for the first time. That's
But
so it
you
must
know
be
they actually say as well. They say that you shouldn't cut the kids, the baby's umbilical cord straight away. You should let the baby like resonate with the actual like breathing. You know what I mean? You should let it learn how to breathe before cutting the cord. Where a lot of doctors just rush to cut it off straight away, and that has a big effect on how we breathe for the rest of our lives. You know what
I think there's so much things they need to do to the baby when it's born, though. That's why, isn't it? They have to cut it. Like they have to go and give it its little injection and everything that they do.
Well, they have to do that now, but for many years before, the people were fine. You know what I mean?
That's true. But were they though? A lot of people used to die, innit?
Yeah, a lot of people did, but we're here. You know what I mean? We're here. A lot of people die nowadays as well.
No, man.
I definitely, obviously, medicine and that has helped as well. Like they're all like get better practices and shit. You know what I mean? But I do think as well, man, that people we just get on with it, man. We have done for this long. Look at us. You know what I mean? Bounce back from everything that.
Do you know what? See, with the meditation thing, though, for me, the closest I think I get to meditating is when I'm outdoors. I could never even consider meditating indoors in these brick walls, listening to some sounds through the computer, through the Wi-Fi, flipping airwaves, and.
But that's the thing, MJ. Like when you go outdoors,
do you know what I mean? All that false surroundings. Do you know what I mean? For me, meditation is more like being in nature and listening to the natural surrounds, looking at the natural colors that are around me. The natural.
Yeah, but once you find your inner peace, like you can find it anywhere. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? Like you can. All right, when you're outside, it's easier to access it. But once you build up that connection, because you know that thing that they do, MJ, where they use their thumb and the tip of one of their fingers and they press it together. Have you seen that? Yeah. So that is basically like you're recording a mental trigger. You're creating a mental trigger. So every time you feel bliss, for example, if you press one of your fingers and like you associate that feeling of pressing with that bliss, that means that no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, if you press them two fingers together, you should feel that same bliss. So obviously you practice it. So it takes hours and hours and hours of like meditation.
That's some kind of new age therapy that you're talking about, isn't it?
No, like when you look at the Hindu thingies, when you look at the Hindu gods, they are doing that with their fingers.
It's also to deal with passing the natural flow of the body around, the natural electric flow of the body around.
But do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like what the mental health teams be using with people. Called tapping therapy.
CBT.
They call it tapping therapy. So it'll be like when people have certain feelings and emotions or flashbacks or something, they get them to like tap their fingers. Or there's a new one that they do now where you when you have memory, they do like a rapid eye movement. So it's kind of like a hypnosis type of thing. From what I've seen, do you know what I mean? You're following the finger and all of that madness. So I don't know. I was just saying, like a lot of these things sound like some kind of new age therapy. Maybe it does have ancient roots, but
no, definitely the mudras. If you look up the mudras, there's a lot of information around them. To be honest, you know, like a lot of logical information of what they really are. You know what I mean? Yeah. But meditation for me, my kind of favorite style of meditation of such is, you know, just in a day, you just get that moment of clarity. You could be like going in with your whole day quick, just doing everything in a rush, trying to get everything done, you know what I mean? And then you have that quick moment of just at peace, you know what I mean? You just ground yourself once again, you know what I mean? And that's I think everyone has that, man. That's overlooked.
I like the mantra. I like the one-word mantra, right? Waheguru is the one that I like to use. But there's lots of different. I heard one the other day of our first prayer, the Mool Mantra, right? It's the only prayer that I know from the top of my head. Yeah.
Go on, how's it
and
go?
Like
go
the way,
do the prayer. Do the prayer so we can hear the sounds.
Cool. I don't mind. But like I heard a woman sing it the other day about a month or two ago, and the way she sang it was amazing. Like I never heard it sang like that before. So like I could try it. And I can't sing, so yeah, forgive me. Yeah, I hope it is. It goes, Ekamkar Satnam Karta Purak Nirva Nirva Akal Mort Jonni Sepang Kurprasad Japa Ad Sacha Jagad Sacha Happy Sacha Nanak ho sivi Sacha Vaheguru 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 Vaheguru, and then so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So like when I heard her sing like that, I was like, damn, I want to listen to that more. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
I hate her. I really hate her.
Oh wow!
I don't know why I hate her. Like she's really like small and skinny and ratty, yet she's like very masculine for a woman. Like she's got all the elements that I hate. The one that was singing that just now, wicked and wild.
No, actually, she was the opposite of everything you just said.
I hate her. I'll punch her up.
You're so just weird, man. You're weird.
I just hate skinny, ratty people.
What made you think that person was skinny?
She is skinny. The one in I'm an Indian.
Oh, you're talking about the video. I thought you were talking about the woman who sang the song that I was saying, you dog.
No, JEDI just played it.
Oh yeah, that woman. She, trust me, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's irritating.
She looks like a problem.
Oh, what? So you're saying the one that you sang, the prayer? There's a woman that sings it.
Yeah. The woman that sang it.
Right.
And it's weird that how I caught that on on the Sikh channel live stream, yeah. And I hardly ever watch it, but that time I just watched it and I was like, damn, I've never heard the Mool Mantra sung like that. That was amazing, like especially when she sang it properly. She had a proper singing voice. You know what I mean? And I was like, damn, magical, pure magic.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I only know one Catholic. Oh, I actually know more. Well, I'm saying, like I was baptized and all that shit, apparently. I mean, I don't really agree with that shit. I'm saying
the way you said it is so funny. I was baptized and all that shit.
But here's our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be
thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
What are we doing?
Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. You know, it is some good fucking lyrics. If you think
apparently, Jesus wrote that himself. That Jesus taught that to people.
Some good lyrics, though. But either way, all religions are trying to say the same thing. You know what I mean? Anything beyond that, you know, any division is just there for a purpose. You know, divide people, conquer that shit.
I think a lot of it is to do with a basic internal journey of your inner temple, basically. You know what I mean? And it's like there's a scientific, logical way to look at it, a spiritual way, and it's all intertwined. You know what I mean? But separated through people. But like, for instance, a lot of meditation will use like different poses and different shit, but it's to do with like raising up. You could say energy. They call it in different systems. They call it different thing. Prana, chi, energy, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? But it's all the same thing. Raising up this energy through the spine to the brain. You know, and giving best brain function. You know, and through all the practices, it's the same thing. Even if through prayers, like when I hear you lot saying about praying and like mudra, like different vocal things you can say, that's like unlocking your throat. You know what I mean? In a sense as well, fire. But that's unlocking. You know, it's doing something through vibration and that. You know what I mean? As well, and that's connected directly to the brain. Because even in one thing, they say in the Christian religion, there's something behind that. They say he was put on a cross on the 33rd day, on his 31st birthday, but there's 33 vertebrae in your spine, and there's an actual gland in your throat that looks exactly like a cross, and that connects up to the rest of the vital glands in your brain, like your pineal and all the other major glands of the brain, you know? So there's like meaning behind all these stories, and it's to do with everyone. It's like your internal temple, You know what I mean? And a lot of the religions, folklore, tribal things are all saying the same thing in a sense. You know what I mean?
I hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Went off on a tangent, but it's true. Even the chakras, they say all of the chakras and that, but the science behind that, the spine. If you look into the spine, what it represents, even in Egypt, Kemet as well, they said they have the serpent on the top of the head. That's representing of your energy reaching your brain. You know what I mean? In India, they call it the Kundalini energy. They represent it as a snake as well. So you know what I mean? Because snake is a lot of representation of energy.
Yeah,
man. And even I'm not very religious or nothing, but from what I hear, like I'm sure Jesus or Yahshua or whoever was saying to people, yo, all of this is inside of you as well. You can unlock this. You know what I mean? You're not different to what I am. You know what I mean? That's the kind of the message that he was showing people. So he's saying, it's like, yo, raise up your thing as well. You got all of this inside you as well. You know what I mean? So it's more so, what is he talking about? It's an energy. It's to do with health. It's to do with everything. It's a holistic thing.
That's
you know
what the
I mean?
thing is mainly about. If you've ever read the Gospel of Thomas, it's a lot to do with healing and rituals that they used to perform.
Yeah.
You should look it up because you didn't make it into the Bible for some reason.
Yeah, a lot of things are twisted out and hidden, you know what I mean? Or not even looked at in the right perspective, you know what I mean? Looked at it from like such a physical point of view, but what's the story behind it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even Christ means oil originally, you know what I mean? So Christos, oil, that means oil, anointed. So that, what is that? There's oil. There's actual oil in your brain. You know what I mean? There's a lot of
your brain is fat, isn't it?
Yeah,
your brain
they
is
say
fat.
the land of milk and honey and such is like the land of heaven, and although be that in heaven, and in your brain there's actual substance of, it looks like a milky substance called colostrum, and there's also another one that is
colostrum,
a honey kind of thing, and these things combined do amazing things to your brain and have mad functions, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of science behind all of this.
Yeah.
And it ties more directly into the tribal traditions as well, you know what I mean? Where we know all of these things are originally taken from. You want to look at tribal people and think that people were just running about for years doing nothing. As we know, people were doing amazing things that people still can't get their head around now, and created a lot of the building blocks for what we're using now. But how far have we really gone? You know what I mean? So we're looking at all who said what, who this, that, rather than just the facts of it, which people put out before us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
People rather run to their GP these days than think about these things.
Yeah, because it's a bit of responsibility.
And then complain about the NHS service that they get.
Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about.
How much medication are you on, Can? Anyways.
About 3 different ones.
And
you know, when you say,
have you looked to see if there's any like natural alternatives
I keep thinking you're saying Cam. It sounds like that.
What?
You
What's
take
that?
three different types of blue pill? God damn.
Nah, I don't take them blue pills. They're not good for you. Yeah, I think I got a statin. I've got what's it called? Blood pressure medication, which I think is the only one worth taking, because you can actually feel it working. When you don't take it, you feel like your blood pressure's up, like you're more switchable, you're more angry, your head hurts. Like when you take it, you just feel fine though. So that's a good one.
Oh, that explains your behaviour.
Sometimes, because I like to go off the meds sometimes.
Fuck's sake, give us a warning next time.
I'll put it in the thing, in the Discord.
I am an African, abroad and in motherland. proud of me ancestry. Tell the Ku Klux Klan, Beckett is African, and they can't erase me. I'm a born Vincentian, but I am an African.
Nice.
Yeah, big up, Randy. Crazy Randy. So what are you saying, Trill? What have you been up to?
I sit chilling. Just free for another hour or two. Yeah, man, always shit to do.
Tell me about it. That's life, innit?
I'll tell you, like, having the house to myself and fucking hell, man, clearing up after everybody and cooking and fucking, it's just mad, isn't it? It's like fucking mad being a host, I swear down. It's like keeping an eye on people sometimes is mad.
Oh, being an adult, you mean, instead of being babied?
Huh? No, I'm just saying, innit? Like, you know, fucking, it's just mad, innit? Because the other day, fucking the boxing was on, the fucking football was on, and you know what I mean? It's just a manic fucking weekend. I don't know, because when you're at other people's houses, isn't it? Like, it's just mad. It's when it's your own house and people are there, and you give more of a fuck in it about, you know, shit, like little things like mess, because you got to fucking clear that shit up, innit?
Well, yeah, because it's your parents' house and you can't have them coming home from a trip and.
Well, no, but that's easy. Like when it's closer to that time, innit? That's when obviously it gets a proper, you know what I mean, clear up. Yeah,
oh
like,
my gosh, Trilla, you sound like a 17-year-old. It's the kind of shit my son should be talking about.
Like, look, generally you clean the house anyway, yeah, like regularly. But when they're coming back, you're making sure everything is fucking like, yeah, everything's done properly. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't have to care too much. You get me when you got the yard to yourself.
Bro,
Bringing
what
Trill
the
and
fuck kind of
fucking bag
reality
of
is it?
Heinekens and pizza boxes.
Yeah, it's nice having a bit of freedom, getting away with shit. Like, you know what I mean? Leaving some dishes in the sink and shit where you can't normally get away with that shit. Fuck it.
I mean, you can move out if you want to, right?
Bro, what are you talking about?
I could, but it's not
Bro,
part
you
of
should
my
want to
program.
clean that up yourself, you fucking idiot. You need someone else to tell you that and pressure you to clean up after yourself? The fuck are you, little... Bro, you need someone to tell you to clean... Yeah, I'm saying you need somebody to tell you to
You're
clean
a
up
fucking
after
idiot.
yourself.
I said, look, sometimes it's nice to just leave shit for a little bit and just fucking do it in your own time. It's just nice having that freedom.
But it sounds to me, the appreciation that you have for freedom right now must come from you feeling restricted when your parents are around. And I don't understand how, as a fully grown adult, you can live in a way that you feel restricted. I couldn't imagine that. But maybe that's just because I've always had my own place from young. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get that point, but unfortunately, that is the reality for a lot of people. So, or even to say unfortunate, you just learn to compromise and just work with people, you know. And even then, it's basically just do your job, innit? Like, just get on with it, you know. Whatever needs to be done. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, I could just do shit in my own time. Whatever needs to be done, do it in my own time.
Yeah, but you know, not everyone has that option to even just. Some people have to take care of their parents from a young age. Everything.
Yeah, of course, of course, dude. I've seen people that are really like they take so much care of their parents. It's mad. Yeah,
I have kids and give them grandkids so they can help out with that as well. So wait a minute. If you meet a woman and get married, what's she going to move into your parents' house?
Well, that's an option. Yeah. That would be the likely option anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Wherever I am. Well, yeah.
What?
You know what I mean?
Naturally asking too much. Yeah.
Well, end of the day, getting married for me is asking too much from the other side. You get me? So I don't want to get married, but you know, fuck it. You know what I mean? I might have to. You know, it's one of those things.
What did you do with the house, the first house? When you got married the first time? You know, when you got married the first time?
Yeah.
Right.
What did you do with the house? Did you sell it?
Which house?
Oh, you didn't buy a house?
Bro, half a shit probably got ate already. Bro, all I'm saying is this: you gotta Bro, you shouldn't be relying on your parents. You should be taking care of your fucking parents. After you're 18, you should be taking care of them, minimum.
Oh, okay. In an ideal
You should
world,
be going
yeah.
out there. You should be going out there and crushing life.
Where are you supposed to get this money from at 18 to take care of your fucking parents?
I don't know. Where did I get it? I don't know. You go.
Bro, you probably inherited that shit.
I didn't inherit nothing, bro. I inherited.
You at 18, you earned enough money to take care of a grown fucking woman.
Yeah, I got me and my brother out the hood before that, 17.
Well, there you go. How did you do it then?
That's mad.
You know what he does, bro? He grows shit.
Did you say weed?
Yeah, weed got me up.
Give thanks. Well, when you're in a country where weed ain't legal,
You think it was fucking legal? I was just in my life every day.
I don't know, bro. I don't even believe none of your stories.
How bad do you want it?
You can't even string a sentence together. Let alone get your brother and a big ass woman out of the hood. Like, bro, I don't believe your story. You just on YouTube telling me this.
How much? I
don't believe none of it. I think you bullshitting.
All right, that's
bullshit.
You take whatever you want.
I call bullshit.
Bro, my mom is a mental. She owes right now. I'm still in the mess from this shit. You know what I mean? I have to pay. She owes $30,000. She was in the fucking hospital getting her brain shocked, ECT and shit, just recently. You know what I mean? Now it's like 30 grand, and the fucking lawyer's gonna come. I signed for her to be living there, and I moved. You know what I mean? So now I'm still on the hook for that. It's just constant, bro.
So he peed himself.
What's suck? That's what I'm doing, you know? 30 grand.
So basically,
I'm not fucking on my credit.
Basically, you paid for your mum to like be cared for in a home, that type of thing.
No, she was in the hospital and everything, but like you know,
so it's just medical bill.
No, that was covered, but like no one was paying her rent.
Oh, okay. Did you not just maybe try and like give us some weed?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help.
You never know. It's the right strain, maybe.
Let's just say this. This is why I hate the fucking cops, you know what I mean? Just been happening since I was a little kid. Like, I grew up so fucking poor to the point where I had to get my own food and shit. Like, I was living in a fucking fucked up environment. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? So, like, one day, like, my mom, went crazy, like, woke me and my brother up. You know? We go to the police station. We're wearing nothing but fucking underwear. No socks, no shoes, nothing. The police let us leave. You know what I mean? Suffice to say, that was the last time I seen her for years after that. We somehow made it to my grandma's. I don't know how we survived. I'm like, yo, the police don't give a fuck about shit, but they want to come harass everybody for no reason.
Bro, you talk about Canada, yeah?
Yeah, these people are fucking annoying, bro.
But bro, like, how are you so, like, you know, you got a good benefit system out there, you know what I mean, and everything, you know.
Bro, it's worse in the UK, bro. You
got free healthcare.
Little kids shooting each other. Little kids doing drills on everybody.
I swear guns are illegal in Canada.
A lot of shit does go down in Canada. I'm not gonna lie. I know a couple Canadians, so I know myself, man. It isn't like, you know, the way people look at the UK and think, oh yeah, nothing goes on over there. Canada is kind of slept on like that as well. You know, a lot of shit goes on in Canada. A lot.
Yeah, shit goes on, but bro,
where it is as well as a vital part for smuggling. You know what I mean? A lot goes on over there, man.
But it's got a lot of good infrastructure. That's my point. When he said this to me, he was poor and had no money. I was like, but you're living in Canada, bro. Like, you can't.
Bro, England has a probably one of the best benefit structures ever, bro. Yeah, well, over here, that I know of anyway, and fucking. It's the shit still happens here, man. Shit always falls through the gaps, bro. I've worked with youths as well and seen some bad shit, bro. And you think, fucking hell, how did that happen? You know what I mean? But shit does, bro. You get it everywhere.
Yeah, you still got people living homeless and begging on the street, regardless of what system is in place. And I think in Cage's case, what he's saying is it's maybe down to his mum at the time and the state of mind that she was in. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cage.
Bro, I'm from Chalk Farm. Go search it up.
You can have like all the systems in place, but if you're not in a place yourself to be able to utilize them, then what good is that going to be for anyone? And this is obviously what's given him the mindset of he has to go out and get it for himself. and big up to him for doing that.
Nobody's gonna fucking. No one's out here to help. The only one that can help you is yourself. Simple.
That's true.
I know in America that's more the case as well, but I
Don't
don't
be
know
waiting
about
around for someone to fucking help you. You have to go get that shit yourself. Simple.
Yeah, Canada's a huge place as well. And that's the other thing, man. It's a very, very big place, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like freaking, and at the same time, they got a minor population. Like our population is like, you know, there's like 35
then you can
million.
help other people. Helping other people is a better feeling than helping yourself. I tell you that. I love giving away things more than I like receiving them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pause.
What do you mean? Okay, you know, sometimes I go and drop a couple hundreds to a random teller, you know, checking me out. I don't give a fuck what, you know, checking me out, like my shit at like Home Depot or something, you know, give them a couple hundred on Christmas around times like that. That's normal. That's what you should be doing. Stop being greedy. You're going to get it back.
What you say? Who be checking you out?
I'm seeing someone's checking on my items and shit. You know what I mean? And you just give them, so I don't care who it is. It's just whoever is there.
It's nice to be in a position to be able to do that.
Even if it doesn't fucking matter, even if you're not, you just still give it. Even if you gave your last like money to it, you're gonna get it way back. I'm telling you.
Yeah, so people keep telling me I'm waiting to get all this money back.
It depends on your money management.
It should come with interest, but you can't give it you have to give and not expect to receive. You know what I mean?
Nah, I think it all comes down to money management, man. You know, you're gonna have that mind state and then fuck yourself up, man. You know, it's all down to money management. You know, you can only give as much as you got as well. You don't want to give your
But that smile and that shock on people's face is worth it. You know what I mean?
It is, but then say if you're in a position to give again tomorrow.
They're like, oh, I'm not allowed to take that. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm pretty sure no one's gonna see you take it. It's like they think they're being tested or something. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's true. There is. You don't have to give always all to give, because. But I think that's a big factor, man. People always think you have to give everything to be able to give. No, you can give a little bit, and it's still, you know what I mean. You don't have to go overboard with it.
You don't have to, but whatever. Sometimes shit comes and goes. Sometimes
I think the thing is, man, you have to always make it make sense, and you take away this. That isn't selfish, you know.
I don't know. All I know is I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna come back here one day. I'm gonna try to bless it everybody. You know what I mean? Mark my word.
Yeah, man. Send me a pack.
Yeah, I'll give you some type of crypto or some shit instead. I'll try to bless everybody. You know what I mean? At one point, you know, I'm gonna come with Santa Claus, big bag on my back.
Wait, what did man just say? Cage.
So you're gonna be coming like Santa Claus.
Yeah, that's all I heard was coming like Santa Claus, big sack.
Yeah, big bag on my back.
Mm.
You know
yeah, all right.
Cage, are you there?
Yeah, of course.
Cage, people trying to say that you're full of shit, yeah? I'm going to ask you a question. Based on your answer, I'm going to determine how real you really are.
Try testing me. Go ahead.
All right. In a real fight, in real life, who would win, Chuck Norris or Bruce Lee?
Bruce Lee, obviously. The fuck?
Fuck Bruce Lee.
Bro, Bruce Lee's, have you seen that he's like on the cocaine and shit? He was like on bare drugs and shit. Just been finding out. I forget who it was, but one of them, you know, they're auctioning off these letters and shit. And I was using bare blow. But yeah, Bruce Lee was fuck up Chuck Norris regardless, you know what I mean?
100%.
But ask me a real question. What the fuck was that? The fuck kind of question? How's that gonna determine anything? Fuck.
You already got that one wrong. You want another question?
How is that wrong?
Chuck Norris would kick the shit out of Bruce Lee in real life. Bruce Lee was like 8 stone.
All right, but
Bruce Lee will massacre him. I mean, Chuck Norris will massacre Bruce Lee. All right, name me two people that's better than Bruce Lee.
2 people that's better than him.
Yeah, name 2 people that's better than Bruce Lee
Like
in
what,
real life.
in the same time period, or like theoretically?
Nah, any time period.
I think Anderson Silva, would fuck up Bruce Lee. You know, in like an MMA thing. Anderson Silva's a GOAT. And Horace Gracie would probably fuck him up too. If he got a hold of him. You know what I mean? Horace Gracie and Anderson Silva.
Okay.
Okay, I got a question for you about Canada. Who is responsible for bringing in like a lot of the drugs and the guns and stuff in Canada and the underworld?
Everybody.
No, but who like what's the main kind of gang, like, or big organization or what?
Well, and what? And what kind of drug?
Because one of my homeboys showed me who's responsible. He's from Canada, you know what I mean? He showed me as well. So what's it called? Like, just for instance, guns, a lot of, you know what I mean?
It's the Albanian, bro. The Albanian mafia.
Not weed. Obviously, that's not a drug. So anything above.
The main people over here, it's like the Asians, you know, and then you got the mafia guys, and then you got the bikers. Like
Yeah, you're right. No, bro, no, that's certified still. My guy told me the exact same thing. He told me it's the Arabs. He said it's the Asian, like Chinese, or just 8 different Asian kind of cultures, and it's also the bikers, like the Hell's Angels and all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Indians are also involved in that. Like,
But this is all public knowledge.
There's
Documentaries
involved,
about
man.
it all.
They're very
You know what I
involved.
mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's
Yeah.
documentaries. I'm not exposing nothing. It's all documentaries and everything online. It's all public knowledge.
Yeah. There's a lot of Indians involved in the drug trade in Canada. A lot.
There's a lot of Indo-Asian or whatever they call them. You know what I mean?
Like mix of
There's some of
Canadian.
that. There's something
yeah.
called the Brothers Keepers and shit over here. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of Sikhs. There's a lot of Sikhs over in Canada.
Yeah, one guy sprayed right where I used to live at in a nice area. You know, when you advance, you go to the nice areas. Man got sprayed up like nothing. He never got caught either. They Swiss cheese and shit, dumped him right there. Nice area. You know what I mean? This is how people don't play around.
What you say? There's a big Somali and Jamaican influence in Canada as well.
That's on the street level shit.
Yeah. But like with the kind of like the slang and all that kind of shit.
But some of them, on the slang, all that. It's like we have a lot of the same words that you guys use in the UK. Yeah. But it's a little bit different. It's kind of the same thing. You guys are influenced in a certain way too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of Somali, a lot of Jamaican influence, a lot of yeah.
You know, that's just some of the people. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's over here in Canada. It's kind of like a New York. You know, there's different areas. Like at least not in Canada. I don't know about all Canada. I know about Toronto. I was born here. I lived here my whole life, so I know about it. There's like different areas. You know, there's like Little India, Little Jamaica, Greek Town. It's like a fucking New York type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One of my brothers.
There's different areas everywhere. Very different areas. It's like
one
it's
of
a
my brothers
multicultural thing. You know what I mean? We have the Carabana. It's a Jamaican thing. We have
my brother told
the
me
Greek thing. We have there's like very different things over here, like different festivals and all that. At least before this shit.
Not for real. My brother actually told me Toronto was very like London. London is just because he lived here, but he lived in Toronto before that, and he lived in America as well. But he said
it's multicultural. You know,
he said it's very similar. He said England is just more hard in the sense of you've got you've got everything is on top of each other. There's so many people, and you've got cameras everywhere. Like here, it's crazy. You can't move without being on camera in London.
Yeah, the surveillance over there, it's like New York or something. Over here, the surveillance is crazy too. You know? Like you're on camera everywhere too. Like you hop on the highway, there's still cameras on there. Like there's cameras everywhere. If they want to fucking track you, you're getting tracked. They're gonna find every move you make.
Well, you can say, what is it, like a grid? Did they have this shit laid out like a grid system over there, like America as well, like the houses and shit?
Yeah, bro. And now, nowadays everyone has Ring cameras and shit. Like,
Yo,
you're always on
there?
camera over here, constantly.
What you saying, Randy? Moody Tuesday. Why don't you jump on?
Innit?
We never hear your voice, just see your face.
Nah, actually, leave Randy where he is.
And then we chatting you up next. He loves the ladies.
Yeah, I don't think I'm his type.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised now. He said he grew up in Hackney.
All right. Leave Randy where he is. If I'm down there.
Yeah.
Pause.
Well, hanging around you guys, like I'm trying. The British, you guys have such a different demeanor than people over here. You know what I mean? Like you have that dry British humor. And
That's just some of the
humor is much better than yours. What the hell? You don't have no sense of humor, Cage. You don't even get sarcasm. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I do. But you don't understand mine either. That's hilarious. But at the end of the day, I do enjoy your humor, and also like a lot of things, like some of the vocabulary I don't even fucking get. I'm trying to pick it up, and then sometimes when people start talking, like it gets a little heated, people talking a little over each other. I can't understand what the fuck you guys are saying. You know what I mean? So half the time I'm lost. I'm like, what the fuck are these people talking about? In my mind. But I'm sure if we had us talking, people you guys don't, on my side, be like, what the fuck are these retarded Canadian people talking about? It goes both ways every time.
Yeah, man. Communication can happen, man, anywhere. Even me, I've gone to countries, I can't speak the language, but I make it happen some way. Get weed, chat to people. So not even chat, just communicate. You know what I mean? You learn new things. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Cage, have you ever been to America?
Like, I remember this one. Nah, I never even been over there.
So you never left Canada?
Nah, I've been to Cuba before.
Oh.
That's the only place I ever been outside Canada. I went to fucking Cuba. But yeah, besides that, no. I should have traveled more, when I had the chance.
Yo, Randy, let's just get one thing clear, Randy. I'm not your sister in any way, shape, or form. We're not even from the same species. What are you talking about?
So what are you saying, Cage? How was Cuba? What was that saying?
I was blessed, I was in Veradero. I went in the city, to Havana, shit like that. I remember the hotel I was staying at, it was right down the street from Al Capone's old house. The Al Capone guy. It was like Casa de Al. Yeah. It was like Al Capone's fucking mansion that was turned into a fucking hotel. Alcohol money, bud.
That's cool, man. Yeah, Cuba had a lot of sanctions, man, and it was all mixed in with the mafia in the States, innit? You know what I mean? Even they say JFK's assassination.
The Cuban people, super nice people. I'm showing you, super nice.
Yeah. I can imagine. The food is nice. I've tried Cuban food before. It's banging.
Everyone always complains about the food, but where I was at, I was blessed, super blessed. I went in the town to the proper restaurants. You know what I mean? Like, you don't eat that hotel food.
You have to go where it's at for good food, man. I heard in Toronto there's a lot of good Malaysian places and shit, street food in it.
Everything you can go down like where I used to live. By Young. You can go down Young. Young Street's are the biggest road in all of North America. It fucking stretches like crazy and far. You know what I mean? But yeah, you go down that road, you can find any food you want. You can go and get a new thing every day. You know what I mean?
What are you saying? Do you watch Action Bronson? Fuck, that's delicious.
I haven't seen that though.
You ain't seen that, man. You have to watch that, man. It's good. He travels all over Canada, the States, England.
The fat white rapper guy that's a chef. I heard of him.
Yeah, he's quite a funny dude, man. He's more. I find him more fun. Like he's a good musician, but he's also quite a character and funny dude. So he does good like food episodes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he was working with Vice or something back then.
Yeah, before.
The Vice shit. I seen an episode before. I see a clip on YouTube a long time ago.
Yeah, no, he's a funny dude.
You ever seen that one where they cook like it's a different show, but they have like they're cooking for their Snoop Dogg and shit. I think it was on there. 2 Chainz is on there. They cook them like crazy gourmet weed meals that are like $2,000, but you get like some crazy fucking gourmet. But just
the most expensive or something. Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Yeah, people are smoking like fucking 15 grand blunts and shit. Yeah, man.
Yo, I would happily be one of the contestants in one of those shows. I will have edibles all day long. Put as much weed as you want in there.
No, for real. The most expensive I had was an ounce in a cake, in an edible. That was like the craziest. That's the most I pushed out there, and it was Kylie as well, so it was nice.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I had edibles.
Yeah, it's expensive over here though, man. If you want to get like proper weed, like California grade weed, it's like £80.
Yeah, just doing it yourself.
£80 for what? Like a quarter?
Collect up the trash of your weeds and just make it out whatever you've got. If you know what you're doing, then it tends to come out okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, not for real. But if you want to get on the street level, it's £80. So that's correct. I know in Canada and America it's way different. You know what I mean?
Bro, over here you're paying probably like 50 Canadian dollars, which is like 25 fucking pounds or something for a quarter. Instead of 80, you're paying 25. That's fucked.
Yeah.
But then the thing is, once it gets over here, it's gone through how many middlemen? So this is why the price increases, isn't it?
Yeah, some has to be stupid enough to send it over there too.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how they do it. Yeah.
But listen, a lot of people have made money from that because there was people that were selling it for like £100 a pack, and they were taking Bitcoin only. And when I think of like how much Bitcoin has increased in the time that they've been like had their things set up like that, it's like okay, man's not just made a ton of money. He's profited from how he's gotten paid as well. And yeah, he might have lost a few boxes along the way, but compared to what he's made, I bet that's nothing at all.
Definitely, yeah. It's all going to be legal here soon anyway, man. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, enjoy so they keep saying.
What's that?
I said, so they keep saying, innit?
Yeah. Well, I reckon so. It has to go that way. It's like we're just going to have to catch up with the rest of Europe.
Yeah, I think maybe in the next, 5 years or something, it will happen. I was seeing a lot of like movements that made me like think it might happen last year or this year, but it seems to have all slowed down now, and the focus is on all kind of madness in it. But it will happen eventually.
Yeah, it makes sense. It'll make more for the country, and it makes sense for them, and it'd make money. You know what I mean? They'd be able to have a bit of control over it. So I don't see why they wouldn't do it. You know?
Yeah, and there's a lot of shops that are set up ready to go, because I swear even Cookies have opened a store somewhere in London. A couple of those name brands in it have like opened up little stores. So obviously once the thing gets legalized, it's like, yeah, they just swap a bit of merch for a few packs and bomb, there you go.
Yeah. Even half of these vape shops that you see out there, they're already, you know, they're just waiting.
Yeah.
They're waiting until it legalizes.
Selling their dead little CBD and shit.
Yeah, I've seen shops with CBD buds, and I'm like, oh, that's ridiculous, you know.
I know. I remember the first time I seen it, I was like, wait a second, man's just selling it in the little corner shop. Like, what is this?
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I think they'll get you in trouble for nothing.
No, do you know what? I remember when I seen it, I bought it, and then I think I was waiting to like go somewhere or something. So I bopped into McDonald's, and I'm sitting by the window of McDonald's, and I'm thinking, I could roll a spliff, right? Because it's legal. Like, it's not illegal. I'm not going to smoke it in here. I'm just going to roll it.
Yeah. No, I mean.
So yeah, these little, and I've always kept those little CBD containers as well.
Just
so if I ever get challenged, just be like, "It's CBD we talking about?"
Yeah. How are they gonna know? They're gonna have to go test it and shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're not gonna do all that. They ain't got time for that.
Yeah, it all depends on who you are and where you are, and fucking what kind of day the officer's having. You know what I mean? Like honestly, like really and truly, I've had my situation where because me and my brethren got stopped by 3 undercover police, and we were smoking a spliff, and he's with his son. He's older than me. He's with his son. His son's like grown guy. He's like a teenager, and yeah, we were smoking a spliff, and they stopped us, and they searched us, and the guy like was kind of separate in a sense of like, I was standing here, they were standing over there, and the guy searched me. He said to me, "Have you got anything on you?" And I knew he was gonna find shit in my pocket. It was right there, so I said to him, "You know what?" Because he's right there in my pocket. I'm gonna hide it. So I was like, "You know what? I've got like 5 grams on me, yeah, of weed, you know." So so it's like weed. It was like called Colombian weed.
Good.
So
That's what you should have done, because they're gonna find it anyways. You know?
Yeah. So do you know he did? Do you know he did? He said to me, you know what? He looked at me and he said, "What do you?" He said, "Like, what you like?" He's just making conversation with me. He's a younger dude. I don't normally talk with police. I keep it quiet.
He probably let you go if you be honest with him. You know what I mean?
I keep it minimal. This guy was honestly, he was giving me not bad vibes, you know. So he said to me, "Yeah, you know what? Cool." He dashed it on the floor. Yeah. He said, "Do you want a copy of your report?" I was thinking, fucking no, he didn't even write me one up. You know what I mean? So
because if you lied about it and acted all sketchy and shit, he would have fucked you.
He left my weed there for me on the floor for me to pick up after. He didn't take it. He didn't do anything. He actually chucked it on the floor because it was in a black bin bag.
You got lucky. You know, I've had way worse experiences.
I have as well. This is like a one-off. I've had more worse experiences than I have had good. You get me? That was like honestly a one-off. But I'm saying my brethren was getting searched by a different police officer, right? And his outcome was different to mine. He got a caution, he got a write-up, he got his weed taken, everything. So them 2 police officers were with each other, but I've actually witnessed it. You know what I mean? So I got a different outcome. But I'm not trying to say that the overall outcome isn't there to nick you, because really and truly, if he would have had to, he would have. You know what I mean?
Bro, I don't know, bro. All I'm saying is that, like, over here, I don't know how serious it's over there, but over here is like fucked up. Like they had a certain thing where they had carding, you know what I mean? So they could just stop you at any time and just ask for your ID. So they were abusing the fuck out of this over here. They had to ban it and shit because there's so many lawsuits. Because these guys are going crazy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's bullshit. They tried to introduce some ID card over here a couple of years ago, and I think they was right at the point of it going ahead, and then for some reason they stopped. It's like, no, we're not going to do it. It's an infringement on people's rights.
And yeah, like literally, they would stop you every single time, and then like you know, depending on who they would watch you and shit too, like who you talk to, they would know everybody. Like they have like everybody fuck. And then like, for some reason, like I don't know what the fuck they had on my record, or like on my, it's not even my record, like whatever, like on my file that they make of everybody. But every single time I'd do anything. Like I was always being watched no matter what. Like I had to like leave there for years. It was fucked. Because like I could not drive anywhere. Like every time I was driving, like they'd pull me over. I'd be on the fucking highway, you know, right around there. I'd be going like 5 kilometers over.
Yeah, over here they got a couple things like that. They've got
and they do some dramatic shit that have like 3 cars pull me over, and they're all like running up, holding their guns and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like constantly. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, they got a couple things over here like that. They had one called the Gang Matrix.
It's called Tavis over here. Fucking Tavis.
Yeah, they had a stop and search law that was targeting people discriminately, so that had to get pushed back, you know.
It was harassment, you know.
Doesn't
like,
stop it, but this is the thing. All these laws, all these changes, it doesn't stop them being absolute dickheads. I've seen how they, especially in East, like.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And yeah, sometimes it does depend on how you move towards them and the kind of person that you come up against. But I don't know, the majority of them are just dickheads, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more so of how the person you come up against, but more, as you said, sister, the majority of them are dickheads. Like, yeah. Were you in the East as well?
Oh, I was.
Yeah, in the East it's packed out here. It's just like everyone's on top of each other. It's like, you know what I mean? It's different to the rest of London. There's a bit more space everywhere else here. So, like, there's so many people.
Bro, one time they pulled me over for no reason. I had a couple people in the car. They pulled me over for no reason. They're like, I had one headlight out. They made me sit there. I'll sit there, and my friends had work the next day and shit. They made us sit there from like 11 o'clock to like 1:30 in the morning. You know what I mean? Just for no reason. They rolled me like $800 worth of tickets. It was like the same ticket written, like 4 different. Like they were just like searching it up, trying to fuck me the most.
They're just wankers. They just like literally have some.
Whatever. My paralegal.
They have some power that they shouldn't have. Like, it's unfair.
I got it all removed.
The simplest way I can put it is it's unfair, this power that they have over people. No person should have the right to have that kind of authority over me, to waste my time, tell me what I can and can't do. Like,
yeah, these motherfuckers, they couldn't get me and they're just pissed off. Little bitches.
You probably did all the ID stuff just to kind of boost a money-making scheme for them to make more, get like, you know what I mean? Like, as you said, a lot of people do fine. I
paid $60 to my paralegal. He dealt with that. You know what I mean? I paid him like $60, $80 or something like that. I didn't have to pay them. I'm not gonna pay them shit. Fuck them.
Yeah, it's all business. Even if you went to jail, it's all private. You know what I mean?
Not over here. It's not private over here. Over here, it's not like the US.
Probably not all of them, but there definitely is private prisons in Canada. You know, because even over here, not all the prisons.
So. But like over here, there's no privatized bail system. You know what I mean? Like no one's putting on bail. You just need surety. You need somebody just to sign for you.
Well, over here is similar, but they still got privatized prisons actually, where people have been able to put money into new complexes. You know what I mean? So maybe in Canada it's the same, man. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't realize that it's happening. You know what I mean? In certain areas, they might be contracting out the running of the prison to private services, and that's how it starts.
Yeah, exactly. It's more veiled over here. It's not so in your face like the US, you know.
I'll be surprised if it wasn't in Canada, just because it's so huge. You know what I mean? There must be like, well, I know there isn't as many people there, but there's a space in it.
Mm-hmm. That's fucked up, bro. I don't know. Like, either way, I don't really do anything that breaks the law. Everything.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
I mean, the only thing I'm ever have to do is self-defense, and that's still legal. So I'm good. I got great lawyers too.
Who's saying that, for us or for YouTube?
Yeah, I listen to the government. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too sometimes.
Yeah. I listen to them.
Don't give a fuck.
Listen to them all day long.
Oh, it wasn't legal, like, you know, like it was just recently, but it's legal.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of impact has it had on reducing crime rates?
Nothing at all. It probably increased it, you know what I mean? Because now certain people, they can't make money off that. Now they're forced into harder shit. And what happens when you're forced into harder shit to make money?
Oh, shit.
You know what I mean? It's going to be worse. Because this is just going to force the people who are like, you know, like the weed is a very non-violent drug to be selling, you know what I mean? Illegally or whatever. And then, you know, it's going to, boom, there goes their source of income. They're going to be forced now to sell some hard shit. That's when you start getting killed. That's literally just the truth of the fucking matter.
So basically now, instead of people getting arrested for weed, they're getting arrested for hard drugs, basically.
Well, yeah, like in order for them to make money, they're going to have to sell that. You know what I mean? That's it. They're going to get squeezed out of the equation.
People never think about the downside to, if we legalize weed, because that's the question I always ask. Like, okay, great, we legalize it, but what's the downside to it? Like, does that mean that I can't go down the road to my friend and pick it up from him? Because
there's plenty of downsides, man. Like, end of the day, the most important one is brain development.
I like the better when it was illegal.
So giving it to adults might eliminate that thing as well. But yeah, there's a lot of things, man. Obstacles, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Like,
end of the day, people shouldn't be getting arrested for it. That's one thing. I don't fucking think.
I'm just more concerned about the price. That it's just going to cost stupid money to buy it from shops. Like, so it's going to.
You never know. It might actually bring it down a bit.
Yeah. Well, there's a thing. See, like the quality is going to be the most important thing when it comes to fucking it being done properly, right? That is going to be the most important thing. So I think I'm for that. It being commercialized in the country instead of having some,
but
you know, you don't know where the fucking weed come from.
Innit? I mean? Like as I said, this cookies place is looking to open a store in London. So once they get their weed over here, you know they're going to be charging £75, £80, up to £100 a pack. Come on,
just for colourful packaging. Right?
They know it's just like they're going to go off the market price, innit? And they know what people are paying right now for it over here. So they're going to look at it as well. If that's what they're paying already in the UK, we may as well charge them that.
Yeah, I think people pay like about over £1,000 for just on flavors a month. You know what I mean? Fucking mad.
Yeah. People, but I think it's because of the journey and everything as well. You have to take the risk, the journey. You have to pay the other people.
No, bro, they get. I know, bro. Cost prices like if they're selling it for like 70, 80, they're getting it for about 40. You know what I mean? So they're making a nice fucking profit.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
That's a lot of profit, bro.
So when it comes back here into them terms, I think that it will have to get maybe brought down a little bit because all of that's cut out. They can't be charging people that price anymore.
Yeah, but people are happy to pay it right now. So it's just mad. There are people. It's crazy.
Nah, man. The real weed people, man, are gonna have to put the foot in there, man, because that will be ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like what weed becomes legal over here, but we all get bumped compared to the rest of the world. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it'd be interesting to see how they do the licensing for it. So how many licenses will they give out? What boroughs will be allowed to give out licenses? They might just start it as like, let's say, Kensington or Chelsea to begin with, and then it's just going to be all them expensive places in it. So you might have a few little bougie UK places in there, but the majority is probably going to be some American companies.
Yeah, there'll be always a name brands for real.
Well, yeah, what the man was saying before, right now, there's gonna have to be people. Like, you guys are gonna have to stand up for your weed rights over there. I know there is people in the UK about that, but in Canada, we have people like sue the government over the licenses and all that. There's something called the Yard injunction that we've still been under. I mean, like, there's been people like fighting for that shit over here for a long time.
And there is a big weed community over here as well. People have been fighting for it for years, and I can't say I know a lot about it, but I do know there is even like there's actually one guy over here called he was a big drug smuggler back in the day, Mr. Wise or something, but he actually is legal to grow his own little bit of weed and smoke it. We'll say more or less where there is that as well. You grow your own plant. There's like grey areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're only allowed a certain number of plants, and after that, yeah, if you do get caught, you might get whatever you get in it 2 to 4
And
years.
you have to document it all, and you have to say you're using it for certain reasons, etc.
Yeah, exactly. It all comes into the legal. Like even if you get caught certain times at weed, like they're more interested in getting you if you're trying to sell it. So they have to build a case around it. Like you got baggies, we got scales, we got all of this. So to supply, you know, but if you got personal weed, they'll fucking chuck it out, give you a little fine. They're not interested.
Yeah, but they're mostly after grows, man. They're not going to be after fucking draws, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just depends on how much time they have on their hands. But I was going to say, so if it ended up like Hollandaise over here, how it is in Amsterdam, would you be happy with that?
Huh? What?
Yeah.
If we ended up like Amsterdam, like we've got, you know, a certain area that's allowed to have cafes and stuff like that, and you're allowed to go in and buy, what's it, 5 grams maximum from each one. Would you be happy with that kind of concept?
I would, in a sense, if the price is comparison, I would, because you can get still decent, good weed for decent prices. Over here as well, you used to be able to get good herb like a couple of years ago, but nowadays it's a bit harder. You know, the level has gone down a bit. So it would be good if it was regulated, and if like people are actually like actual known people to grow or growing and supplying it, not like more of the government's influences. You know what I mean? But if it's more to do with the people in the community, like they can really get their foot in the door and do it like Amsterdam and other places, and yeah, I'm kind of for it still. It's just being more organized, and there will still always be the underground of like people still making money off of it and still growing and still, you know what I mean? Because not everyone has a time or lives near a cafe, or you know what I mean?
But then how do you feel about the government actually being the ones to regulate the quality of weed, and let's say, for example, they have to regulate the growers as well as the sellers? Would you be happy with that?
I wouldn't really, in a sense, be happy with it if it was too inner. In a sense, if it's just like getting the fucking degree.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen over there.
If
This
it's
is
like
called
getting
GW Pharmaceuticals.
Hold on, Cage.
But if it's like getting a degree or getting a little kind of like a licensing to do something like open a bar or something like that, then yeah, I'm for it. But if it's like really inner and they're like want to get really into what's in the weed and all this, I'm not with that. I'm not with it being tampered with too much.
Because that's what I'm kind of like scared of. Because okay, let's say the guy that one of the guys that I know, he gets his stuff from Canada, right? So will he be allowed to open up his little shop, get a license, and sell what he wants in there, or will he only be allowed to sell what is regulated and grown in the UK?
Yeah, just regulated and grown in UK. Can't sell your own shit.
Well, not just that. Over here, when they first made it legal, they made a lottery for you to get the license. You literally have to pay money just to get entered into a lottery for a chance to win, to have like over $1 million just to try starting to sell it.
It might be an import
to
tax
entry
if you
is
want
high.
to get shit from abroad.
Canada is an experiment. It's an experiment, and they're going to lock it down way harder than over here when they make it legal over where you're at. Right now, they're collecting data from us, and they're going to, we're just like a little experiment on it.
Just appreciate though, bro. I said your entire population, is like half of our city. You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever. Sorry, no, our city, London, is about 10 million or something like that. Your population is
like
about
about
35
the same.
million.
What do you mean?
Your whole country's population.
No, where I live, Toronto is like, and the GTA has like probably like 8, 9
Yeah,
million.
but look how big Canada is, bro. Your population is like 35 million, maybe 40. You know what I mean? That's fuck all. And look how big your area is. You know what I mean? It's mad.
Yeah, a lot of space, man.
Yeah, fucking. We got loads more people there, loads more customers.
A lot of shit to go. A lot of space for a lot of shit to go on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, over here we have like a 6 million population around here. It's not a small city, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, you lot got space, man. We ain't got no space around here, bro. Not like that.
Well, I'm just saying, if Canada is the experiment, then we're all fucked because we're all going to end up smoking whatever Cage is smoking.
Hey, good luck after that. Hey, good luck. Fuck.
BC bud isn't bad. BC bud isn't bad, man. It's like I got that a little while ago, a couple of years ago, and it was good in comparison to Amsterdam weed. It was like quite similar. And then obviously Cali is like a step up, you know what I mean? Like from my personal experiences with it so far.
You know, in BC they love diesel. That diesel punk, and they got bare different ones now. But when I was up there, fucking man, they always used to have a lot of the same grade. I mean, it's mad. I was a bit disappointed. I ain't gonna lie, but you gotta know people, innit?
No, for real. I got some Kush from there one time. It was quite nice. I think it was.
Yeah, Kush. That's it. They got a lot of Kush up there as well. Yeah.
It's very nice, man. My brethren got it. It was quite nice.
Here's a little bit. You know what I mean?
But in comparison, I think the California growers are like more on top of the growing, man. Like in a sense of, I don't know what they're doing out there. I know they're doing hydroponic systems and like giving it time to cure and everything. Because
it's all about genetics, bro.
Yeah, and the genetic. Yeah, they have some of the old plants there. Like even Skittles has been around for years, but they're giving it a name now because it's all legal, But that they've been growing that for years in Cali, and you get all the watered down ones all around. But like there's a you're right.
Wait, didn't they get sued by?
Yeah, Skittles got sued by Ring.
They got sued by Mars, isn't it?
Whatever that company that owns Skittles. Yeah, Skittles sued Skittles. Obviously, you can't be using people's fucking names and shit and making money like that.
But they put a Z in front of it, right?
I don't give a fuck. That's way too alike. That's way too alike. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, no, they did. They just
lost. They got eviscerated, bud. They got eviscerated. Telling you.
But yeah, as I said, that's been out for years as well. So, but when it comes to legalizing it, they put they branded it. You know what I mean? They could finally put all the branding on it, push it out. But that actual bud was there for years, being grown to perfection in Cali.
Yeah, one thing I haven't smoked in a long time, White Widow. I used to like that. Freaking 2001. Fucking Purple Haze. I was about King Buddha cheese. When I first tried that, it was fucking beautiful, bro. King Buddha cheese. Oh shit.
Well, you gave up smoking, Trillo.
Yeah, I'm saying I haven't tried all that. I mean, I dabble here and there.
Can you remember Chocolate Haze back in
that chocolate was nice.
That was one of the first flavors. The Dutch. Yeah, the blueberry. Can't remember all that, man. I think the nicest thing over here, I don't know if you've got it in Canada or anything, but it's called Skywalker.
I'm back. Big up the live stream, man.
Big up,
Skywalker OG. Big up,
Skywalker OG, man. Yeah, man. Oh, weed, yo. So one thing I like about weed.
Just because you're giving up on it until Saturday, bro.
Yeah, because it's like, how I feel about the weed. It's like I tried that.
Shut up, Jets.
Have you lot ever tried sedative? Oh yeah, that's really good. Yeah. Oh.
Sedative.
No one's taking the okay out here.
I've been smoking this thing called tranquilizer. Yeah, it's just like That's how you look sound, man. That's how you look sound, honestly. And you're getting quieter and quieter and quieter. Oh yeah. Fucking hell, man. Yeah. I'm getting phone calls like, yo, what's going on with your stream, bro? What's happening?
So we would be dead, bro.
Dare me to try and busy myself on that. But yeah, I'm
back, man. You're reanimated now? There you go.
I've been animated, man. I jumped off because of you. I mean,
what?
Are you still here?
I didn't want to say, but I think Cage just brings this vibe of just.
We got Cage talking about Canada and everything. You get me?
I know he's loving it, man. Canada, cannabis, get me, Canastella, all of them cans. Get it, man. All the cans are popping off. I hear ya, man. Let's try and wake the people up, man. Yo, family, hit the like button. You done know. Wake up a bit in the chats. I see some of you lot. Randy, I
Let's
know.
do a
Moody
Canada
Tuesday.
giveaway.
You know what? It's grey
Someone
as
Canada
fuck
can win
out
an
here.
ounce.
I don't even blame the people for feeling a bit meh. You know, the vibe is just the greyness of the skies. I don't know. But
make sure you come out on Saturday, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, make sure you lot come out on Saturday. Definitely. If you got a spare little minute, 40 minutes or whatever, we're gonna go through a little documentary. I don't know if it's any good. It's around current affairs. It looks a little bit fucking but I'm gonna play it anyway. And I'm gonna look for some comedy. I'm gonna look for something that's gonna make us laugh and better. You know what I mean? Because I think that's the vibe that the people them need. Two jokes. Might have to start talking about Jamaican food. That usually gets everyone laughing. Do you know what I mean? So I run into Jamaican food and two Bayesian food. I make them clap back and then everyone's happy. Oh, look at the Nigerian meat markets. Look, Yeah, that might be some jokes still.
What was it? That mountain frog and that?
Yeah, mountain chicken.
Jokes. I remember hearing jokes about all that.
Whoever tries to hinder us, and even more so to create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate.
Yeah, my thing was, I felt like this kind of imagery was like some kind of CGI or deepfake or something. Because I don't know, just the way his head and face is moving, it's a bit weird. These characters don't actually have to exist. Do you know that Vladimir Putin doesn't actually have to exist? Like, he don't even have to be a real human. He just could just be like a fictional character that
he's a hologram, bro.
Yeah, that's what he has to be, a hologram. And I reckon we got to the stage now where some of the people that are in our that are placed in front of us, yeah, as characters of interest.
They could be fake. They could be.
I think we've got to the point where there's certain humans that just didn't even really ever exist, and we brought in their whole storyline. We've seen them grow up. We've seen them in films, and we just think that they're real. And I think that they're just not, because the level of fakery that they can do is scary. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Have you seen the one of Biden with the fake mask on, and it looks exactly like him? Or he always of Biden pulling his face, and there's one of the Pope as well. Exactly like him. Yeah, he pulls it, and it's like a mask. You know what I mean? So, but it looks exactly like him. So these people could be doing doubles. You know,
doing like doubles. All right. What did I see? I saw some madness. What was I looking?
A lot of people have lookalikes as well, man. A lot of like people up there with enough money.
Like a doppelganger. Jedi. I already got Jedi one of those. Jedi has a stuntman and shit. You know what I mean?
I don't know why my name is. I just got one
for a Jewish plug.
Madman just loved Vince my name. I don't know why. Madman love my
I'm
name.
just fucking joking, bro.
I know you're joking. I'm joking back.
What is this?
Right. So first of all, before I watch the other thing, I'll watch this. I've got just breaking down some of the world. You tell me what you see. Furthermore, let's just see.
What's on your radar, Kim? Well, there's no doubt emotions are running very high in the war between Russia and Ukraine. People are upset, in shock, and disbelief. But one thing that isn't helping at all is the unbelievable amount of fake images and videos being spread, not only on social media, but also by legitimate news outlets. I even made the mistake myself here on Rising on Friday when I stated I was impressed with Zelensky getting into full military gear to fight on the front lines. Turns out that was an image from last April. I fell for it. I apologize. Unfortunately, I'm not alone in falling for it. Bild, a political news outlet in Germany, shared a video of what looked to be a horrific bombing by the Russians in Kiev during one of their broadcasts. But it turns out the footage was from a 2015 chemical explosion in Tianjin, China. Newsmax used a photo of a crying older woman standing in front of her devastated home with the caption, "The current devastation in Ukraine." But the photo was from 2015. An Italian news broadcast used footage from the video game War Thunder when talking about the war in Ukraine. No doubt viewers seeing a rain of missiles were horrified. So I want to go through some of the most egregious examples of the fake news circulating around, but I have to preface this because we're in a Western nation.
Go on, sexy sash. Go on.
Nation that is supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. The vast majority of the fake news that we see circulating is anti-Russian. So I'll be debunking a lot of this type of information. However, I have no doubt similar fake news is circulating in Russia and in pro-Russian countries, showing fake news that is disparaging.
Has anyone seen the one of the supposed Ukrainian soldier dipping bullets into pig fat?
Nah, I haven't seen that.
That's the one that come out today. It's mad. Does that have
Fuck, I haven't seen it.
That looks like this a little bit. She looks Anglo-Asian. Anglo-Orient.
Is Snake Island the one where the people like
yeah, that was some
like, go fuck yourself?
Yeah, that was yeah, what was that? That was some shit footage, bro.
They're like when they're on the island, like the Russian warship's taking over, and like they like surrender, put your guns, like go fuck yourself. And, whatever. Yeah, that was that, right?
Okay.
So they're saying that's bullshit too.
So
you can't believe anybody. You can't believe anything unless you saw it yourself nowadays. You know
yeah, I think that's good advice. That's good advice. You know, be careful. I think it's important. I'm not going to call anything fake or anything real. And the reason why I'm not going to do that is because YouTube are pussy-elves and they don't want bad man to speak their mind and they want to try to fuck up man's channel.
Yeah. We got to play along with the online. We're online. We got to talk in real life. You know what I mean? To actually have a conversation.
Oh, conversation you're after. Interesting. All right. Cool.
No, because you can't. There's certain keywords you can say it'll fuck up the algorithm.
Yeah.
I'm here. Fucking.
Yeah. Okay. Testing. 1 2 1 2 testing. Is my mic on? All right. So what I was gonna say is, obviously, I'm not gonna be telling people what's real and what's fake, simply because I don't want to incur any penalties. But what I would advise people is that, listen, you dog, get away from me. Do you understand me? Go, move. We're not friends today. Fuck off. Sorry, I'm giving my dog the cold shoulder. She done a madness yesterday. But yeah. So yeah, what I was gonna say, I just want people to pay attention to what goes on and just read between the lines and maybe not involve yourself emotionally or whatever to any major stories coming out right now. And just, I'm gonna say sit on the fence. I don't normally say that, but I'm gonna say sit on the fucking fence and just observe.
Look at it from the outside.
Shut up. Sorry. Don't pick a side. Don't pick a, you know what I mean? Don't decide. Just observe. Don't absorb it. Don't take it on board. Don't put it in your pocket. Take it home. Just look at it and let it be what it is. And I think, because soon there's I think a lot of the things that we're starting to see as our reality are literally, deliberately not even part of reality. Right? Stupid.
Exactly.
Just stupid articles, stupid stories where you wouldn't even see. Why do they even fake this? It's like they're on a mission to put forward fake footage so it looks real, so that they can later reveal it's fake, or so that we are unsure about what real things actually look like if we don't see it through a camera. Here's an example.
Shit.
Right
before the programming, social engineering family.
Before all of this war type footage that they're rolling out, we got the 83 people in the building. Yeah. Hit the like button, please. Before all this war type footage they've been rolling out, I showed you that they just revealed a new angle of the 9/11 footage. Did you see that, MJ? I don't think you was about.
Yes, I did see it.
Right. So, do you agree with me that it was a bit booky, or do you think it's just I'm reading into it?
No, it definitely looks booky. There's probably lots of different ways you could argue angles and stuff like that, but in general, it kind of looked booky. Yeah.
Cam, did you see it, bro?
I haven't, but I've seen shit in the past, and I've seen that kind of theory in the past as well on certain things. And yeah, man, I can definitely imagine that, bro. Like we all know there's just explosives in there, or it's a known theory anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So, it makes sense.
Crazy conspiracy theorists are saying that kind of stuff, bro. I don't know who they are. Do you know what I mean?
So what do you think? There wasn't. There could be a plane as well, bro. I'm not saying there isn't.
I don't want to lie. I personally don't believe there was a plane. I haven't believed there was a plane for about 8 years. When a man told me there was no plane, when a government worker tells me that there was no plane, I'll pay attention. So then I started looking at the footage, and then I found footage where it just looked booky. I'm like, Raj, you know what? But fast forward 8 years, I'm here this week. Hold on. I see this footage, and I'm trying to quickly bang this footage up. I see this footage, and I'm like, yo, what the hell was that? Where is it? Oh, man, stop acting dumb. Where's the ferry footage?
Even in where's the other place that got hit up that day? There's a Pentagon. There was nothing there. It was evaporated apparently. The plane, if there was a plane there, got fully evaporated. You know what I mean? Only the passports.
Are you talking about that Malaysian air flight or something that disappeared?
So they're saying that there's no Pentagon. I swear the Pentagon got hit up the same day as 9/11. And basically there was nothing there. It got evaporated. The plane supposedly got evaporated, and all that was left somehow.
Oh yeah. You know the part of the Pentagon that got hit. There's trillions of dollars missing, and that part of mysteriously got blown up too. You know what I mean? So they had no financial records, swept right under the fucking rug. But
just quickly, just quickly going to show you this footage and remind you, yeah. Of okay, so I'm already there waiting. Watch this. In my knowledge, this plane, what I'm thinking is this hologram technology has a certain range on it. So if you're within a certain range, you're gonna see the display, right? And if you're out of a range, the display is gonna act up or act funny. This is my belief. I believe that there was no plane in the airspace when this original guy took footage of the skyline. You're gonna see. They're on a ferry. Yeah. So this is what do they call this? Hudson River or what? I don't know. Whatever. Coney Island. Whatever they call it. Yeah. So you're going to see. So they've already been a first plane. Apparently a plane went in there. Which, come on, guys. Come on, guys. We could do better than this in life. But cool. If we're going to believe that, we're going to believe that. Because I ain't going to say they're bullshitting. But the next scene... So you're going to see the sky is empty as fuck. And you're going to tell me this big-ass plane comes out of nowhere like it appears. Yeah, I believe Project Bluebeam UK Rider still, or something similar. Remember when they used to rinse that video of the whale coming out of the school gym floor? And all the kids were like, oh! And they used to say, look, this is be prepared for the oncoming optical illusions that are going to convince you're seeing something that you're not, right? I don't know if you remember that video of the Project Bluebeam whale coming out of the floor in the school gymnasium as some kind of display. Anyone remember that?
I don't remember it.
Rasta, you look, man. Come on, man. We have to go back again now. 1 second. Yeah. Hold on. I want you lot to get where I'm.
It wouldn't surprise me though, because there's a lot of things that are now happening that obviously has been happening or has been in the process of happening for many years.
All right, here we go. I like to be thorough. If I'm trying to bring someone up to speed, I like to be thorough. Where you gone? Where the fuck you go? Here we go. Check this. Yeah, watch this now, because this stream will self-destruct by the end of the show. It will self-destruct. All right, let's go. They're showing you the level of hologram.
Wait a minute, Jedi, what is this, like the metaverse or some shit?
No, so what they're doing is they're looking at themselves on a display and then seeing that there's virtual things that they can interact with. Do you know what I mean? So it is like a version of metaverse.
Like an augmented reality, right?
Augmented reality, the same
or AR
technology
or whatever.
same technology they used when they had grown men going crazy, grown men and women going crazy over Pokemon Go. Remember that? That was augmented reality as well. So you look for, your game would show you where a Pokemon was in the real world and blah blah blah. I don't know, with some weird shit. I looked at bare people sideways when that came out. No.
If you're playing that, like, you know, you're escaping reality. That's some weird shit. I look at them sideways too.
Right, this is the most famous footage that people always use to explain Project Bluebeam. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly how they're seeing that, but the way they reacted was like, I don't know.
Like they're seeing it how we're seeing it, basically.
Yeah. That's
I was gonna say,
are they looking at a screen or something then?
I actually went to a thing like this once. It wasn't as techy as this, but it was you know, the Northern Lights in Iceland.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it was a remake of that, and it went on in, I think it was like Allgate or somewhere like that. But I went there and they used basically smoke and lasers to recreate it, and it looked like, bro, the Northern Lights was on top of us.
Right.
So I got videos of it.
The technology, what they're saying, people are trying to use is either put tiny particles in the air, like little. So remember, they've been spraying the sky with aluminium, and that. Apparently these microscopic pieces of aluminium or other things are going to be used as the screen.
It's not aluminum, but it's something else. I know what you're saying.
To bounce the imagery off, right? Particles. I've heard about dry ice. I've heard about all different things used, but some of the particles can be so small that you can't see with the naked eye that they're there. And then when you shoot any projector onto it, obviously it's going to now reflect the image. Do you know what I mean? So I just want people to say
that can be done easily, Jedi.
You might see stuff and be convinced because you saw something. A lot of you sat in front of your TV and watched planes go into the buildings. I did. I was at the studio when that happened. I remember seeing that, and I never considered that what I'm seeing isn't real. Now, knowing that we're heading into what some call the age of deception, the age of what do they call it? Disclosure, the information age, whatever. When you're gonna see certain things for your own eyes, right? And I'm just saying, we're gonna have to be careful what we call discernment and how, because before we could trust our eyes. And what I'm saying to you now, brothers and sisters, is I think we're out of the times where we can just trust our eyes now. Be very mindful. And your ears. Obviously, you've seen deepfake. You know I can do a program right now where I take over Obama's face and I can say, suck him up. You know?
Yeah, you could do anything. You know what I mean? And listen, Jedi, they can even do it through thought. You need discernment to what thoughts are yours. That's
That's the next level.
Joking.
That's the next level. Machine to bone communication or whatever they call it. Basically,
this is old technology. They easily do it.
Basically, yeah, let's not just say random stuff though. Let's like give some information. Basically, they've got, if you check out the old military patents for like the USA and stuff like that, they got a patent for like this technology which is called I don't know, is it something to skull communication, something to bone communication, where basically they're bouncing the sound off the bones in your fucking ear and that, yeah, to activate your eardrum. So this shit sounds like it's coming from inside your head. So anything they play, whether it be a voice, music, whatever, sounds like it's coming out of your head. Plus they got chemicals and certain light displays that are supposed to induce what they call a religious experience. Yeah.
They can do it through magnetic fields.
They got technology to trigger something in your head to make you feel like you're encountering something supernatural.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They've had a gay bomb, gay gas, gay bomb, whatever. They're gonna drop this bomb on you, and everyone, you're gonna start looking at man like you are, fuck them. Like, so I'm saying this is what they had the pattern. Bro, I'm telling you. About that. all right, cool.
Bro, that shit can only work. Okay, hold on. Any of this bullshit can only work if you have a weak mind. People can get affected.
Shit only work if you got a weak mind. Why did you say
you need to have spiritual armor? You know what I mean? You need to put up protections on yourself, no matter what. So no matter,
not having spiritual armor doesn't make you a weak mind, though. If you don't know how to arm yourself spiritually or whatever, so let's not make some statements, man. How is it?
I'm saying you can't be afraid of anything. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid like, oh, look at, you know, like, like, bro, you cannot be afraid of this shit. Nothing. Don't let them take away that from you. You know what I mean? No one's taking that away from me. I'm not afraid of anything on.
No, sometimes when we talk, we just gotta put the ego to the side so we could just like share information and have information to receive. Right? But you just talking about don't be dumb and I can't do this and I can't. That's all great, isn't it? But it's not helping anyone, telling anyone that they're dumb or like this. We're not trying to do that.
No, I never said that. I said I'm not stupid.
I'm trying to talk to my family. You had your choice. You had your chance, mate. You was on 64 listeners. We're up to 99. Give me a shot, mate. You know what I mean? You've had the mic for hours. Do you know what I mean? You sounded like you were dying. Talk about weed. And now we've come alive. So give me a fucking shot. I just want to talk to the people because I think they deserve to. There's somebody that hasn't thought like this before. Somebody that wasn't aware. And now after this, they're going to be like, rah. Maybe I can't trust everything I see. That's all I'm trying to do. I ain't trying to call no one dumb or nothing. I just want people to see.
I call myself. I said I never called anybody dumb.
All right.
That's all
I was taking it personally, yeah, for others, yeah. But okay, cool. You're not calling no one dumb. But I'm just saying, family tree, yeah.
I'll call myself dumb. That's about it. I'm an idiot. That's the only. I can only talk about myself. I can't talk about anyone else.
Cage, you can't rap, can you? Or dance? Can you clap in time to a beat? No, seriously, can you?
Of course, man.
You don't say of course, because you got no fucking natural rhythm at all. Don't tell me of course. I'm playing the beat. I want to hear you fucking clap. I want to hear you clap to the fucking beat. Prove to me, brother. Yeah, you know. How you gonna clap to this? Off key. How you gonna tackle this?
Edge getting an intervention.
I'm gonna start clapping.
All right, throw me a rhythm.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you're not doing it. This is what I'm saying, man. You got no natural rhythm, man. Because you're off time. Your time is quirky. It's mad.
Well, yeah. That's fine.
Oh, wait. Because look, let me just get back to the point I'm making. Of we're gonna go somewhere mad, right? Like, I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna act like how people want me to act. I'm gonna act like just me. I'm still. This is me toning it down. If you met me, I wish you met me. If you knew me in real life,
Kane, I'm gonna meet you in real life, Kane. Don't worry. We're gonna meet up in real life. It's all good, Kane.
One day, we'll let go.
One day, bro. Like, what I'm saying to you, brother Kane, is brother Cage, please.
Don't be calling me Kane on purpose and acting like it was an accident. That's fucked up.
No. You know why I called you Kane? because you call yourself Tubal Kane, yeah. So that's why Kane is stuck. You know what I mean?
That was just a hilarious thing if you look into it. It was a funny thing. It's a funny thing if you look into it, because I was looking into
I
this.
know who Tubal Kane is. Brother, please. I'll tell you one thing it is, yeah. I do have patience. I am a patient guy and I'm understanding. But like, let me fucking rap, bro. Let me spit in it. Like, let me do what I do, and then we can break it down a little bit. Like, just don't be the person that's blocking the information to someone that hasn't heard it. You know this shit already, so to you it's like, yeah, whatever, yeah. Come on, dude. But like, not everybody has. You get me? Chill.
We gotta start at the basics.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat, brother. So boom. Anyway, long story short, family tree. All I was trying to say to you is, please be analytical in these times. Big up, Anya. You get me? Be analytical in these times. Analyze what you see, what you hear, and you might have to match some things up. You might have to be more astute at telling vibration and frequency, knowing. Like I heard that there's some tests you can do to test yourself to see if you can tell the difference between talking to AI and talking to a real human. These things are things you need to train yourself on. Learn the pattern of men and learn to tune into your instincts, because you're going to see some shit that you're going to think is real and it really ain't. And we're going to go full circle. So right now we're here at how I was introduced to Project Bluebeam was through like a clip like this, and then them talking about the patents that the US Navy, Marines, and Army had, and blah, 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 and certain international corporations, China, and blah, 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 and hologram technology, and was going in. And this is before Tupac got up on stage, right? Before Tupac got up on stage at Coachella, the hologram, they was already talking about Project Bluebeam and certain things, right? So I was kind of early to this. And now I can see that deep fake and all these kind of things, CGI, blah, 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 it's controlling the way we see reality. This has got certain man thinking that they know what going in space. Do you have space is such a funny motherfucking thing, because the same people that tell you that they're doing ISS, the same people that tell you that they flew to the moon, same people tell you they land rover on Mars, same people tell you they got the Hubble space telescope, same people that tell you this and that are the ones now telling you about the planet Whisper 121b. Somebody Google the planet Whisper 121b.
They're all dark occultists. They're Luciferians.
And tell me what they tell you that planet is about. Once you see this, those people that are skeptical about my skepticism of the mainstream narrative about what space is, yeah, you're going to have to explain to me how you believe in this. Because they're telling you that they have a planet called Whisper, an exoplanet that has metal clouds and it rains liquid sapphire and rubies. Yeah. I need someone to sit down and look me in the face and tell me, you know what, Jez, you got to believe them because they know more than you. Yeah.
Was anybody there? Someone's there to witness that?
I don't know. Somehow they know the planet's got metal clouds.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Metal clouds. And it's raining gems, liquid gems. I don't know, man. I just feeling like they're taking the piss. They put these things here to laugh at man that sees that it's a piss take. So they're like, yeah, it's a piss take. What are you gonna do? I'll put this out there. You can't wake no one up from this. They're asleep. They're gonna hate on you and tell you you're crazy and a conspiracy theorist when you start challenging things. Anyway, let's get back to Project Bluebeam real quick, and then we're gonna go full circle back to current affairs, right? Cool. So basically, this is like that that spider technology. You know, I done it to my youth before. Oh, look at this. And he looks at the camera, then he sees the spider run across his face, then he bugs out, right? You've seen them ones, the filter, right?
Yeah.
So this is like
Jedi, can I say something?
No, you're gonna chill. This is like a bigger version. This is like a bigger version of that, right? And obviously, those things are designed to secretly not look as realistic as they could, innit?
Yeah.
It looks kind of real, but like you can see it's graphics. When they're ready for it not to look like graphics, you're gonna be confused. Because I know there were computer games I was playing 10 years ago where I couldn't tell whether it was a graphic or reality.
Oh, real, yeah. Facts.
They put that little cartoony gloss to it so you can see that it's a game, even though it's supposed to be reality. They do that. When they want it to look hyper real, that shit's looking 4K. You ain't gonna know. I promise. You ain't gonna know.
I had to jump on when you was talking about that planet that rains. What was it? That rains sapphire.
Yeah,
and it's a metal cloud. So how are you supposed to get onto that planet if this metal clouds?
I don't know.
And how do you see it's raining sapphire? Would it not destroy the thing? I can't get out of here, man.
You don't know, bro. Yeah, but the planet is exoplanet Whisper 121b.
Yeah, I heard there's a planet rated candy canes and shit, bro. Too. Come on.
Yeah, type it in. Whisper.
I'm typing it in. Whisper. Whisper.
Wait, Whisper. 121p. There you go. Whisper 121p. It's an exoplanet. I think they're saying it's an exoplanet of Jupiter or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently Jupiter has metal clouds.
Is that what it says?
Apparently.
Oh, it says what they're saying. Jupiter's got metal clouds too, yeah?
Yeah.
Jupiter, the morning star. Jupiter represents Lucifer.
Gas with more than no. Wait. Hold on. Let me.
The morning star, bro.
Oh no, my bad. Yeah, I see it now. I see it now. Metal clouds and raining gems over a trillion exoplanets. 855 light years away. You can tell me how it rains.
Right, you know, and then I say to them, "Yo, family, where's Madeline?" They're like, "Oh, I don't know, you know." Like, yeah,
how the fuck could they? How could they know what it? How could they know what the atmosphere is from that far away?
I just got it down.
Is Madeline there? Nah, we ain't seen it for a while. All right, cool.
If you man can find the planet that yeah. Madeline should have been found 5 years ago.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad trip on DMT where you get cast to infinity. You know what I mean? You go over there. The Lucifer's thing, you know, the morning.
Honestly, yeah. Look at this footage. Yeah, is looking shit. So it's looking like, oh yeah, if you was there, it looked fun, but you know it weren't real. Nah, I believe that they have been projecting stuff that looks totally real. We just couldn't tell the difference. And I 100%. Think 9/11, 9/11, which was how many years ago?
20 something, 21. 2001, right?
Fucking hell, bro. Can you imagine?
21 years ago.
9/11. So imagine the technology they had 9/11. Yeah. And I don't think it's a case that their technology just got better. I think they've had bad.
They've always had it, man. They slowly bring it in. They slowly bring it in. You know what I mean?
Right. And utilizing it. They've had bad boy weapons from time, bro.
But they slowly bring it in. Like, oh, you not seen this new thing?
Sorry.
When it's in the market, that's when we all get it.
Sorry, I've been informed. It's not Whisper, it's Wasp 121B. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, Wasp 121B. My bad. Thank you, Wazcon. Cool. So yeah, just showing this, just to get a feel of the fact that shit. That
one shook me still. That one got me.
The way they moved away as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Trill, Jedi. Remember how you told me? I was trying to tell you the first scene that you had.
That's dead. What they did? They're gonna make it do the Men in Black dance now. The Men in Black.
Well, you gonna pet it now?
Oh my god. Okay, bro. The first scene that you showed, there was smoke. And there was a bunch of people in the audience all watching the smoke.
Of what? 9/11?
Allegory. No, of this video. They hide shit in this video. Go to the beginning. Look. The first thing you pause it on, it was that. The scene where they're all in the audience around the smoke.
They use steam. They use steam.
There's no smoke.
It's when, yeah, there is. It's when they're all in the audience. There, you're right around there. Just pass it. You just pass it.
It's not smoke, man.
That's just the
You just
water. I
pass
think.
it, man.
Let's see it. Let's see
Right
it.
there,
This-
right there.
That's not
Yeah,
smoke. That's
pause
just
it, pause
water.
Okay, but I'm saying it looks like smoke over there. You pause it like, oh,
True.
look. Okay, but look, pause it right there. It looked like bare smoke after.
I mean, yeah, it
It's like
does look
everybody-
like. I mean, I can see what you're saying.
But then,
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what?
but I'm saying
you know-
like when you were
Alright.
saying that, you're like, oh, you have to pay attention to what's in front of you. Like, look at this, a bunch of people in the audience looking at fucking smoke and mirrors.
But yeah,
That's
when
what
I
it
saw
fucking
the
represents.
northern
On
light, the
purpose.
fake northern lights, it was like a steam that they used and lasers, literally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they could have put any picture in that. Obviously, they just chose the northern lights. But yeah, so a smoke will be harmful. You get me? So it's probably steam still.
Okay, so that was Project Bluebeam. Now I want you to look at this. This was released this week. Yeah, I'm going somewhere with this. This was released this week. New footage. Now, stop me when you see something Buki. If not, I'll stop you when I see something Buki.
Okay, cool.
Nothing. Nothing in the sky. Nothing in the sky. Watch. Nothing in the sky. You hear a helicopter. Then boom. Where the fuck did this plane come from?
I lie. You can see it from a mile away now. Realistically.
Boom. It's like
they just appeared that other. What?
so.
It
I feel
may have
like
been low altitude.
These
You
that
can't
are
see it
closer
from
to it. These that are seeing it. No one else ain't seen no plane. 1, 2, 3, 4. Them not are seeing the plane. Boom. Look at the wing on this plane.
Yeah, how are they just emerging from the what?
Look at the wing on this plane. Look at the right wing.
The right wing.
You see that?
It's like it was like it was just coming into life.
Loading,
the right
loading,
wing.
loading.
It was loading. It was rendering.
Right.
Man rendered it.
How's the right wing rendering?
Watch this. So as it's right in front of you, it's clear now, right? This is I think the thing about holograms. When it's right in front of you, it's the clearest. When you start looking at it from weird angles or weird distances, it might lose some of its integrity, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch this. Watch. Where's the plane?
Remove the bit there.
Where's the plane?
What we might have to play at 0.5.
Are you telling me that this is a plane?
That is not a plane, bro. That looks like a fucking light hitting the mirrors or something.
What's the impact? You say you're a whole jumbo jet. That's a whole jumbo jet we're seeing, right? But because of the angle, we can't see it properly. Yeah.
It looks like
You're telling me. Do you see how thick this plane was when it was flying in the air? Why no idiot plane? You know, where is it?
Yeah, this is a double decker plane, now.
Look, that ain't no idiot plane. Look at it. The size of it. Look at scale. Scale. See how close it is to that building.
Yeah.
Scale. Perfect outline. This is a big ass plane. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Oh. You telling me that's that whole plane gone?
That line.
Just that line.
That line. It looks like a mad magnetic.
Look at that. This is a plane, a whole jumbo jet going into a building. That's what it looks like that.
There's no impact, bro.
Watch. You're gonna see the impact. Watch. Bam. Impact. It's already exploded at the other side.
Okay, what were you trying to say? It never happened. It did happen.
Yeah, no plane went into the buildings. No plane went into the buildings. I stand by that. No planes
Yeah,
went into that.
the buildings went down, obviously. Though,
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not asking.
Yeah, they
if the
exploded them and shit. They painted them a certain thing.
All right, cool. I'm not arguing about that.
He's not arguing about the building not being there. He just
Yeah,
said,
was
did the building go down because of an airplane, or is it all like, you know? Have you ever watched Spider-Man?
Demolition. It's a demolition.
Have you ever watched Spider-Man?
Nah,
Yes, no?
nah. Like, you know, as a kid, like the
Yeah,
old
no,
one.
man. You watch Spider-Man or not?
Not the latest one. Not the latest one with Doctor Strange. The one before, the one with the guy with the drones.
I never seen that one. I seen the one from like the early 2000s. That's the last time I seen
Fucking
it.
hell. Never mind.
I don't watch that bullshit, bro. The fuck are we watching that?
Alright, man. I can't even say that.
You right.
You right.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna put this clip out there for you lot to watch. You see that? I'm gonna put it out there for you to watch. Oh, you said slow it down, right?
Yeah, slow it down. Let's see it. Slow it. Yeah.
Because this ain't even the point that I'm trying to make or whatever. I'm not here to say 9/11 never happened. I'm just here to say
it did happen right there.
9/11 isn't what we thought it was. Yeah, and for a long time we've been looking at the wrong thing. Who did it? How did it? And many of us didn't consider the fact that there was no plane. There was no plane. I could go slower than this one.
It makes sense though, because people were saying before, a couple of days before, or you know, whatever, people were bringing stuff in slowly inside the building. You know?
Watch it. Watch the plane disappear. Boom, it's going. Come on, man. How much clearer do we need than that? Come on, man.
There's bare painting done right before. People painted it with this with you know, paint.
Forget about that, man. We're not talking about that. Where's the plane?
It was mixed with a certain chemical that burns super hot.
Stuff. What are you on about, bro? Where's the plane?
Where's the plane?
There is no fucking plane.
If I was to say to you, yeah.
Do you know what they said? Even if there was a plane, I'm not saying that there was, but even if there was, yeah, the actual plane that they use in the footage or whatever, or in the hologram, is fucking not even. It doesn't even match up to the actual plane that the people would have been on.
Oh.
So they fucked up. They fucked up, man. On the hologram.
That's a fuckery right there.
They didn't even do it properly.
All right. We got the 92 people in the building. So this is a plane hitting a building, guys. This is a jumbo jet hitting a building. Right now, a jumbo jet has just hit a building. You would never know this looking at this shot. I mean, obviously, we can see the smoke coming from the other tower. If you try to ignore that.
And then, wait, let's talk about... Sorry, go on.
Go.
No, I was just saying, like, you see how the plane just appeared out of nowhere in the air?
Right.
Usually, if you're gonna, let's just say, if you're gonna aim into a tower, you would, like, descend to a level where you know you're gonna hit it, not just come straight out the air.
You would have seen it from on the horizon, too. What the fuck?
No one saw it from the horizon. Only 2 people turn around. And you can hear an airplane. You can hear an airplane so far up, you could just see the white line.
Right. But
So
the sound
wrong, bro. They should have thrown this a mile away.
CGI. It's always the same fucking footage. It's different.
The airplane sound didn't start until the airplane appeared.
Was in the picture.
Right? We could hear helicopters or something, but you couldn't hear that. But look, though, I'm saying, literally, we ain't got no more time. The plane, this is the plane that's crashed into a building. This is a plane that crashed into, and this is it. Literally, if you look at the side, the impact has already, the explosion from the side has already begun. You see that little mark there? That's the implosion. It's
you see paper flying out the window before.
This has already begun. The plane is already in the building at this point. Come on, brothers. What are we doing? The plane has already made structural damage to the opposite side of the building. Yeah?
Before even touched it.
And yet you can't see a plane there. And then watch. I take my finger off pause.
It's a fucking psyop.
What the fuck happened, bro?
What the fuck? What was that white shit?
It's fucking woman screaming and shit.
Smoke explosion, innit? Oh, whoa. So anyway, cool. That wasn't the point I was trying to make. I just wanted to show you, like, you know what I mean? Now we get back to, where are we? We're getting closer to modern times now. Well, what was I showing you after this? Boom. Now we get to this.
Of Ukraine.
Back to this.
Not seeing much of it, so I can't debunk it. So keep this in mind before you lash out at me and call me a pro-Putin Russian asset at the end of this segment. So let's start with what I think is the most astonishing example of fake news circulating. It was being reported that 13 heroic soldiers on Snake Island were confronted by a Russian warship. The audio recording shows the Russians telling the Ukrainians to lay down their arms to avoid bloodshed and unjustified deaths. The Ukrainians are infamously heard saying, "Russian warship, go F yourself." It was then reported.
Right. So is this
That's what I was talking about.
Is this what you wanted to hear about? Cage told you, be patient.
They fought valiantly until they were all killed by the Russians. President Zelensky even announced he would posthumously award the men medals of valor. Well, it turns out whomever claimed they had died was mistaken. Instead, the Ukrainian border guard disputed whether anyone was killed, and shortly after, video footage emerged of the Russians giving food and water to the 82 men, not 13, from Snake Island, who were then being transferred to Crimea. Some of
What the fuck, bro?
Well, like, hey, yo, they made me believe that shit. They made me believe it. Motherfuckers, man.
Right now, bro. What are you talking about?
Motherfuckers.
Yeah,
They got me. They got me with that one. They got me. I'm not gonna lie.
Holy fuck. They gave them food and water.
Fed them, you know. We gave them, put them packed lunch.
If the Russians wanted to bury him, they would have, and now they instead go home to their families. Another shocking video was of a tank swerving in the street and running over a civilian car. Totally shocking video, jaw-dropping. But thank goodness the person actually survived this crushing experience. Media was reporting this as a Russian tank and using it.
So what? The MJ literally just want to talk about weed. Where's she gone? Nah, literally, big woman like you literally just want to talk about weed.
On, man. You gotta stop that, man.
You better come back here and talk about something interesting. Come on, man.
Come back.
Come back, man.
Bro, I had a call. The phone call.
Jump on my phone. I'll be back.
No, my bad.
I'll be back. Sorry.
Cool.
That tank crushing a car's fake too. I see the video. The tank definitely crushed the fucking car.
A Ukrainian tank that had lost control and accidentally ran over that vehicle. And I'm sure everyone involved was relieved that person was okay. Russian tanks are marked with white boots, by the way, for future reference when you're looking at a video. Now, many of you saw the heart-wrenching video of the father saying a very tearful goodbye to his wife and daughter as he goes off to battle. This was being reported as a Ukrainian man sending his family to safety while he fights against the Russians. Well, the man is Ukrainian, sort of, I suppose. He's one of the rebels in the Donetsk People's Republic. He was sending his family to Russia for safety while he stayed behind to fight Ukrainian forces. The original video was posted by the mayor of his town several days before the Russians invaded Ukraine. And of course, I can't leave out the ghost of Kiev. There's footage of a fighter pilot downing several Russian jets. The video, of course, went viral with millions of views. The claims are this pilot took down 6 Russian jets in one day. But now, by the way, that number's jumped up to 10 Russian jets being taken down. Now, a fighter pilot who takes down 5 planes throughout the course of their entire career is called an ace. So to have 6 in one day or even 10 in 1 week is incredible. It's actually unbelievable, in fact. And it turns out the footage is from a video game called Digital Combat Simulator. But even with this video being debunked, the former Ukrainian president, Poroshenko, is tweeting that it's real and even shared a masked photo of the pilot. And there's a lot of wild claims going around of who the pilot is. There's a lot of talk that maybe the pilot's even a woman. And of course, it turns out that old photo, that photo there is actually an old photo that's recirculated. So it's still unlikely the ghost of Kiev is real.
This
shit's fucking hilarious. There's a whole joke. It's a fucking movie.
This is how Google Images has been fucking this up as well, because there's a lot more to show you, of imagery, that photos. I don't know, on WhatsApp, the videos are doing the rounds, right? Of, there's a still picture of people running through Kiev, right? And then the title says, innocent people run for their lives in panic in Kiev or something. And then there's another video that comes with it where you see journalists say 3, 2, 1, and then everyone running like on cue. So it just makes you wonder. Like, personally, I want you lot to know that they're doing all of this on purpose. Nobody is just outsmarting the authorities and rumbling their fake news. They want us to know that fake news is out there. They want us to know and give you the opportunity to know that everything you see isn't what it is. Why they're doing that, I don't know. I ain't got that far. I ain't really worked it out. Why they're exposing themselves, but they're exposing the fact that they're using propaganda. They're exposing anti-Russian propaganda and they're exposing anti-Ukraine propaganda. For what reason? I don't know. Some game, some mindfuck thing. But I'm just letting you lot know.
It's all a game.
Right, it's all a game. Be careful when you open up some publication or you watch some program and you see some shit or someone sends you a video and it could be on any subject. Just be easy. Take your time before you before you jump to the conclusions. Because right about now, there hasn't been any worse time to trust your eyes than now. That's all I'm saying. Right? And I wanted to bring this to your attention so you can see how they kind of manipulate people. For what reason, I don't know. But just be mindful that they don't steer you far away from what the truth looks like. And you end up with a bag of fake footage thinking that you're...
Words of wisdom right there, bro.
You know, it's because anyone can get caught.
Real. But a lot of people fell for it, and you can't blame them for wanting to boost up morale, I suppose. Now, the list of this fake news or fake videos and images just is endless on social media, totally endless. I could not possibly list all of them. But one thing I do want to mention is that, you know, the reason why this is so dangerous to have all of this fake video and circulating around and people believing it is that it is heart-wrenching to watch. So when people see a Russian tank running over a civilian car, you know, what they think is a Russian tank running over a civilian car, or they see, you know, just these really, really heart-wrenching and or even callous videos, it raises up emotions to a level where that is maybe too much, right? And this person thinks, oh, now I've got to fight. Things are worse than they actually maybe are. And it causes people to get highly emotional, and it can inflame a situation to be much, much worse. So Robbie and Ryan, I'm sure you guys have seen many of the fake different videos that have been circulating online. And it's tough to even know what is true and what isn't true. You know, I'm sitting there for hours, like researching just to make sure. And there was one, by the way, I do want to mention, it was a CNN, and it said that this particular journalist was killed in, you know, the first American to die in Ukraine.
Oh my God. See this one with the first Ukrainian, the first American to die. They actually put this out on news that this is the first American to die. Yeah. And then the picture they used is of a guy that was like a spy, like last year or 2 years ago. Yeah. Some guy that was a spy and got caught up in some next thing 2 years ago. And I'm like, well, how can they be so bait? They've just used the exact same photo. It reminds me a little bit of Sandy Hook. If any of you that was around them times, you know, boy, there's some madness. There's a greater game going on. I don't know what it is, but there's a greater game going on, and they're exposing it. It's not JEDI, it's not World Star Hip Hop, it's not Sniper, it's not like they are exposing themselves on purpose. Even this whole news thing, the Hill, the Rising, blah blah blah. It's like a version of RT, Russian Today. They're to expose the other side of the coin and make you think that it's like different sides, right? I don't know what's going on though. A madness out here.
Ukraine. And then there was another image that was shown side by side on social saying, but CNN had also claimed that this person had died in Afghanistan. That was fake. It was from a fake account, a fake CNN account, making it look like they had said that this journalist had died in Afghanistan and in the US. CNN never made, and in Ukraine, CNN never made that claim. So you have to like go in endlessly, exhaustively research this stuff to see what you see. Is it real?
Well, social media is just so unreliable in situations exactly like this. In breaking news, crises, natural disasters, war. Can't trust, what you see.
Yo, Sesh, can't you jump on? I mean, where's the real ones at? I don't know where MJ ran to, but safe, innit? Where's the real ones at, man? I need some assistance, man. Come talk to me. Man saying big topic, but jump on and let's talk about a UK rider, man. Fuck
yeah, JEDI, you always watching some fucking. Why don't you watch some real shit? I always send you some links. You never want to put them on though.
How do you know what I fucking watch, man?
What? But I'm saying we're always playing like the news or something. Like let's play some shit.
I'm always playing the fucking news.
No, I'm saying right now.
I'm always playing the news.
No, I'm not saying always.
Shit, man. Stop talking shit. Stop trying to generalize and talk shit. I watch more eclectic shit than you ever do.
Right,
I watch no. I watch bare different things, right? And I bring so much different subjects to the table. Man can't tell me all I do. I watch the news. I don't watch the news.
No, I know you don't. I know, but we are right now. That's what I meant. I mean, like, enough of this.
Nah, I'm watching a YouTube video about fake footage that's been spread as news. That's what I'm doing, and I'm sharing it with you as a topic. You always act like you got some fucking sick video to watch, man.
I do. I can show you some shit. You guys will be tripping out, bro. I'm telling you. This shit gets way deep. These guys are on some next shit, bro. I'm telling you, they are vampires. They're feeding off people's negativity. This is what the whole fucking charade's about. You know what I mean? They're feeding off that.
Shebs, sometimes I get lonely in there, Shebs. Don't leave me,
I know, I could see that,
Yeah, me.
I had a nap, and I came back, man. I saw you with Cage, man. Fuck's sake.
When you woke up, how did you feel when you woke up, like, straight away?
What do you mean? Did I feel warm?
Russia, but that doesn't.
Do you know what's funny? I had a dream about you.
Call out.
It's because I fell asleep to your voice.
You had a dream about me?
Yeah.
Did I impress?
I think we were running away from something.
Misleading or
running towards something.
Even deliberately misleading in some cases to the extent it's trying.
Who writ in the chat, yeah, run from fuck? Who writ
Big up whoever said that. Big up.
Right, boom. Yeah, Cage. People want you allowed. People want to get a Cage pack.
I don't know why Cage is chatting. He needs to focus on his weeds and just leave everything.
I'm just trying to show you guys
because he always sounds fucking high.
Put the link in the chat.
He always sounds high.
All right. We'll start from the last thing and move up because
you
guys
need to get private, bro. No problem.
Put the link in the private.
Yeah. No. Put the link in the.
Call out misleading or even deliberately misleading in
Hiram Johnson, Republican, to make your said that they've said that they have no beef with the Ukrainian people or with.
All right, cool, man. Whatever, man. Cool. All right, cool. That's just like buying to Ukraine.
So have we been debunking the fuckeries out of these people?
No, not really debunking. I just wanted to kind of highlight that not everything we see is what's going on, isn't it? That's all I wanted to
I put it in there. Right. But yeah, wait, look at these motherfuckers that run all this shit. Look at these people.
All right, watch.
Is it gonna be interesting, Cage?
Yes.
I hope so.
Are you sure, man?
Yes.
Because you know what's funny? Your voice is telling me otherwise, bro.
I know.
I don't know, man.
First of all, you haven't heard a real motherfucker before. Then I don't know what we're doing.
First of all, it's on BitChute, so I'm not going to play a BitChute video because most BitChute videos are banned from YouTube. So as we're on YouTube right now, it don't make no sense me watching anything from BitChute. But I will watch it in my own time though, respectfully.
Mad.
The world is moving fast towards change. Moving towards a step that will change the world forever. We are in a period of time that is calling for massive change. But it seems that unless you are awake, you are not able to. It is absolutely alarming.
How many times did he use change? 3 times.
I'll be back. 1 second.
He's trying to what's that word? Us. I don't know why he's using change so much in time. Big up family in the chat. You done alright, go ready. Your girl Chevs is back. Go stream my new single, Cupid, Chevelle Anderson. It's on all streaming platforms. You done know what to do already. Wait. So there's 6 parts you're saying from this BitChute video, but we can't play it.
Well, I think you could, but yeah, the only reason why this guy's off of YouTube, he got deleted. You know what I mean?
Exactly, and Jeds ain't doing no 24-hour stream or no 12-hour or no 10-hour stream for it to be deleted. So you should know that by now, Cage.
No, but I'm saying this is the fucking problem. Like, we came and talked about the real shit without getting deleted. Well, I'm saying I don't think that would get him deleted.
What's the real shit though? Because you act as though your shit is better than nobody else's shit. If you can't explain what the fuck it is, then shut the fuck up.
Well, I can. I'm saying this guy, you should go to that channel. There's a lot of good content on there, and it's presented in an unbiased way where you can go and search up all the
Whose channel are you talking about?
The link that I sent you, you just click it.
Yeah, but that's not a YouTube link, bro.
Some things aren't allowed. You got
So
banned off PayPal,
when you're saying a channel, we'd think it's a YouTube channel, right? But it's a whole different website, bro.
It's just an alternative. It's a well-known website. It's not something like it's
No, that's fine. But you do know if man plays it on his stream, he could potentially get striked again. Do you want that?
I honestly don't think he would, but no, I don't want that. Obviously, he's gonna watch it regardless. Like, you can watch it later on, not on here. Cool. But that's bullshit. There should be a place where you should have free speech.
Yeah, well, Cage. You see, this is the thing. Sometimes I think you're smart, and then other times I'm not so sure, because you know what's going on with YouTube. So why would you say that you're here with us on YouTube? If you had a better place, then give us a different place. But right now, we can only use YouTube, bro. Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying?
You should get the website, make like Trill.network. You know, like
big up, Oba. Oba Saxy, hopefully I'm seeing you.
Then we can actually play the real shit. You know what I mean?
Hopefully I'm seeing you this Saturday. I don't want to hear no excuses. Otherwise, I come find
No long talking. No long talking.
Jan Smith said, big up myself. Big up, Jan Smith. Big up.
Yeah, man. Big ups to all of you, lot, man. Yeah, I did ask Sash to come on. And what did Sash reply?
I don't know what she said, you know.
Just aired me.
Oba Saxy, why are you giving me eyes? That is not a yes or no. You need to hurry up and give me the no. I don't know. I was asleep when MJ was talking about weed.
They was having some try-ass conversation about weed.
Her and Cage as usual.
I thought, yeah, they must want this. And then I started turning it up, and then she was gone. I looked around, I was like, yo, MJ. And she left me with Cage. She was like, hey, Jedi,
she did you dirty on that one, no?
Jedi, you know, like I just wanted to, say it. I'm like, no, where's MJ?
I do think it was Cage that put me to sleep originally. I'm not sure. How long you been here, Cage?
Peace and Jets?
MJ, where the hell did you go?
Sorry, my whole internet.
Oh, that's what I thought, Abba. I come and beat your motherfucking ass, bitch.
Leave me with tubal cane.
Sorry.
Who that? MJ, big up MJ.
Big up, I'm not gonna lie, I was glad to hear Chevelle when I came back still.
You was glad to hear me, yeah? Big up, sister. Cause you know someone bring the vibes every time, every day, every hour of the day. I want to some people.
All right, mum. Yes, Other Sexy, you be there, man.
That's what I thought.
I'm gassed about Saturday still. I'm gassed. But yeah,
it's gonna be
it's gonna be fucking lit. But what you gonna do when they come with the big 4-5? All right, big up Cool Cat, man.
When the young killy, brother, you miss out a word. But big up Cool Cat. Hopefully we see you, Cool Cat.
No, hopefully we don't.
Mad. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now we're on the bus again. People paying attention, going to a destination without all zoned out, not really paying attention to where they're going. You just know they're being,
Guys, do you realize that this man on the video used change 3 times within the space of 30 seconds? Is that not him trying to do something to us? No, Matt, I don't subscribe to this.
And now some very, very important words for those who could be tempted to intervene from outside. Whoever tries to hinder us, and even more so to create threats to our country.
Me will burn your bomber cloud skin. Stay away from Russia. Stay out of Russian business.
Yes, he's on the land. A voiceover in it, Jen. That'd be hilarious.
Kill before
you
again.
think you're better than me? You think you're better than me? Move fire in the blood clot and bomb on Hey, but no one giant union.
It is absolutely alarming to me, the amount of people that I see that are just asleep and unaware, going about their normal lives, oblivious to what is coming to this world that will affect them in ways they have not imagined. It seems very much like the agendas have shifted. They are moving away from the agenda around the pandemic, now that a large percentage of the world population has received their solution. So they now seem to have given the green light for moving towards their agenda of change. If you listen to the news and all the propaganda, they aren't even really hiding it. They continuously talk about change.
Don't lie. I've only got 52 likes. That's got to be a lie. That can't be true.
Big up Cosmo. Long time, brother.
Yeah, I thought so. I got 96. I would have done the whole stream just there. Like I would have
just done it. Okay. And I wouldn't blame you. I would have texted Jen and been like, "You did the right thing, brother. You did the right thing." You okay?
You don't want this.
Don't frighten us like that. Don't do that to us.
52.
But this is how YouTube's a bitch.
52? Who, me? No, can't be me.
Big up Stopzilla.
Big up
Stops.
And guys, whoever's coming on pause, whoever is forwarding to the event on Saturday, can you please announce yourself as Stopzilla? Like, do you know what I mean? If that's what your name is in the thing.
We'll spot him.
I wouldn't know. I don't know what Stopzilla looks like.
Yeah, don't worry.
Wait. I know how you look. I'm gonna come to you. Pause.
You won't. Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah. Look for the slim dude. Yeah, with the extra slick hair.
I thought he was gonna say extraterrestrial.
I'm finished.
No worries, that man. I come with that ET sign, man. Peace.
ET phone home.
Oh, dead.
If he were to go in and invade, as he could, the entire country.
Right, kids, just give up, man.
Well, for Russia, not only in terms of economic consequences and political consequences, but it'll be enormous consequences worldwide. This would be the largest, if he were to move in with all those forces, it'd be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
I continuously have heard the same statements over and over, that if Russia invades Ukraine, that it will change the world forever. You see, change is upon this world. But unfortunately, it seems that the masses will not be ready for it until it affects them directly.
Yep.
And then at that time, they won't have enough time to react in a way that will limit their exposure to it.
All right, we've got the lively crews in the fucking building all of a sudden. So I love to see, man, like Roll Beats.
Get ready. Oh, shit.
Come on.
Medicine, man, where did you go this morning, bro?
Sorry, I had to.
On us, man.
Sorry, I had to go to a meeting quickly. I had to go to a meeting, but it looks like I come in just.
I can't believe Roll Beats did that. Roll Beats, nah, you need to go. You need to zoom in on his picture, bro. Nah, quickly before you press play. Yeah.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
I Roll Beats.
Oh my god.
Yo, King. Oh,
hold on, though. So where did they take this picture from,
bird.
bro?
It's a plane.
Bruv, it's like no, that's one of the original pictures.
That is one of the original. I can't lie. Yeah.
Mad, bro.
But
It's like the same angle, isn't it?
Remember, it's in the name. It's a picture.
Yeah, but that's like the same angle that from the video you was just playing.
I'm just saying, like I'm trying to look for it now. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I found it on the first page, man. Google.
I think this person took the picture while I don't know. This person took the picture. I think while they're
I'm gonna ignore that.
the floor. While the other person was on a boat now.
You answered your Ross.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yo,
you say stop.
Nah, the person that was recording the video was watching before was on the boat, innit? Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the ferry, yeah.
Have you guys been breaking down this whole Russian war thing, yeah?
Not yet.
Well, not breaking it all down. We're waiting for you. But what we did do is go through all like loads of fake news. Basically, I took them to Project Bluebeam. I took them to holograms, and we started having a chat about like, is what you see what you really see, and blah blah blah. Then we're going backwards. Then we went to 9/11. Then we went to the recent footage of 9/11 they released this week, which I believe for a reason.
They released it this week, yeah? Shit.
They released some new footage of 9/11 this week, right? And it supports my claim that there was no plane, right?
100.
Right? So we got Project Bluebeam holograms. Now we're going to this woman talking on a news program talking about all the fake news that she's accidentally conveyed and blah 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 about the Ukraine and Russia thing, and now we've gone back to this new world order kind of documentary.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Yeah. Please tell me you got your screen share ready, because you're gonna have to screen share some stuff. Now, tell me you remember what was the show that I just did on Wednesday, breaking down the other day?
Aliens.
The aliens.
Are you ready for this? Yeah, Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah. What you got for us?
Now, you remember that show that I did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did the NASA people get the melanin from?
Oh, don't fucking off.
Where did they get it from?
I don't know.
At what time though? What point?
Remember I did the video. Where did they get the melanin to use for the space missions? Where did they get the melanin from? Are you ready?
So what year was they?
Wasn't it from somewhere, some country?
We're gonna go there in a minute. Jedi, go on the Google right now. Go on the search bar. Yeah, and just type in Chernobyl fungi.
Oh shit!
That was it.
Allah, they ran to Crimea first, didn't it, or whatever?
Just type in Chernobyl fungi radiation. Just type in Chernobyl fungi.
Yeah, I remember when he was speaking about that.
You're right, you know,
and
they went
something
there
about
first.
how the melanin was either attracted
images.
to it or something.
Yeah, go into the actual orbit. Go down. Does it have where they found it? Melanin found. Go down, scroll down. Is it there? Yeah, there you go. Chernobyl fungi. Yeah, nuclear. Okay, cool. Now remember, what country is Chernobyl in?
Crimea.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
All right. Shit. Cool.
Ukraine.
So yeah, Ukraine. So remember. So just stick with this. Remember that, yeah, because this is some bombshells now. This is where the smoke screen is. Remember, the fungi was taken from this place in Ukraine by scientists, and all of a sudden shipped straight to NASA and sent straight to space. Yeah, remember that? Now,
just type in who. Oh, you don't even need to type this in. Which two countries were involved in the so-called space race back in the day?
Come on.
America,
Russia and America.
Yeah. America and Russia. Cool.
Cool.
Cool. Cool. Okay. Cool.
What's
Now,
with that Chucky
Jedi,
head shit, bro?
are you
Wait,
ready?
You're on
It's
the
not the
wrong
man
path.
talking.
Are you ready? Going back into your search bar, are you gonna type this? You ready? Yeah. Type in Russia Chernobyl takeover.
They took it. That's the first city they took over quick, and they're not letting that go. Any other city they
Type that in right
now.
now. Type that in your search, bro.
Yeah,
I said this the other day. Why are they going into Chernobyl? Like, what's there for them?
And you know what? The same question you just asked is the same thing that the news reports are saying. Go and type it in. You're gonna see it. Scroll down.
And you know, radiation went up after they went there. But
They've
I
all
don't know.
taken
That's
off
everyone still.
That's crazy.
Big up.
Big up, Stats.
But yeah,
look.
big
Why?
up.
What does it say? Why did what?
Why did Russian troops take control over infamous nuclear
Question.
disaster
Okay.
site?
Now let's piece this. Let's piece this together now. Let's piece this over together now. So we get they find the fungi in Chernobyl. Yeah. They find the fungi in Chernobyl. For some reason, American scientists had it, and NASA ended up having it, and it got sent to the ISS. Yeah. Bearing in mind, that was a big breakthrough, because remember, this is going to help with space travel and sending astronauts and more missions. And they've already got those missions planned. Suppose, remember what I was talking about?
Explorations, yeah.
And you already know that, like I said, it's always been a race between Russia and America. All of a sudden now, Putin now wants to invade Ukraine. They're telling you it's because of, NATO and this and that and that. No. All of a sudden they're taking over. But the question is, they came to Chernobyl where there's no one there except a few scientists, and they held the scientists hostage.
Yeah.
So
that's
the
only
question
thing
is,
they didn't let go.
Yeah. So the question is, why have they fully locked down that whole area, taking the scientists hostage, when we know that the only thing is there is radiation and that melanin fungi?
So what, Gabs? Do you believe in space?
Space, yeah, space.
As in what they say it is.
Okay, no. So space is space. I don't believe that they've been into space.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. And I was breaking that down. This is the reason why this whole thing's even happening. This is why I think it's part of this war. I don't believe they've gone in there, and I think that they know that the key to get in there is melanin. And this is the points that I was bringing up, and it's just funny that I had that show with JEDI just literally last week, and I came across this. Do you understand? So because this happened a couple of days ago.
Melanin work.
So
yeah.
Because remember now, this is now and the last piece I was gonna say. You know that Russia's had all these sanctions been put on them, right?
Yeah.
Guess what sanction they said they're not going to put on them, though?
Was it space travel?
The space, the link to do with space, because Russia, apparently, I think Russia has better space equipment and better space rockets and stuff than America. And
But they don't have the scientists, or what's missing?
They have the scientists, but I think there's a certain contract that they had. It was literally just mentioned on the news the other day. They have a certain contract or something with America, and they said they're not gonna deal with that yet. They're gonna leave that. They're not gonna put no sanctions. So why is it they're not gonna put no sanctions on that? But anything else to do.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Ukraine, they didn't even fight for Chernobyl. They just left it. Now they're just fighting for them other two cities.
There you go.
Yeah, man, you're right.
There you go.
The other city, they're contesting it.
There you go.
And they said that the radiation went up as well, like there as well. Like since troops walked in, that all the dust and that is.
Nobody's gonna fight for a
radiation levels
wasteland. It's not useful. Why would anyone fight for something that you can't use? The fuck.
But the question is, it's not something they can't
use. They can use it.
They can use it. No. Sorry, we're missing the point. Sorry, we're forgetting the fungi is still there. The melanin. The reason why they took that place over is because the black fungi, the melanin that is growing there, which obviously I hope JEDI could probably get the screen for it. Again, it should be up there. Just type in melanin fungi, Chernobyl, yeah, that is the key thing because there's loads of that growing there, and it creates a new chemical energy.
It creates a new chemical energy.
Cage, is this conversation making you uncomfortable?
Yeah, he's just making them
I think so, because it's to do with melanin, isn't it?
Yeah, to do with melanin, it's hurting them. I don't know why it's hurting them, bro. Remember, this is we're giving you European news.
He has this type of attitude towards everything that we want to talk about. He's never interested.
I thought he just talks all the time.
I don't understand why he
look at that.
jumps
Look
up
what's on the screen.
on the
Look what
panel.
Jedi's got on the screen. Come on, brother. The brother's
Scientists just launched
talking. I don't know why he's
fungi
feeling
from
so
the
upset.
radioactive
Come on, look.
wasteland of Chernobyl into space. And
These
it
are your
contains
scientists. This
the way
ain't
we
black
treat
scientists. This
cancer.
isn't pro-black scientists posting this stuff. This is European scientists. This is news network. It's
This
theirs.
is mad, you know, because it's like, I don't actually believe in a place called space in it, but I do believe like this. Is he still talking?
Oh my
No,
god.
Cage, what do you want to say, Cage? Sorry, Robbie, but Cage is proper important.
Oh no.
Cage, what do you want to say, bro?
I'm just saying that fungi is closer to human beings than they are to like a plant. It's kind of, I think fungi came from space at one point through like asteroids. That's what I think. You know what I mean? This is like the basis of life. That's an alien.
You know what it is? I think it's his tone. He always sounds like he's moaning at something. I don't know, it's just his tone.
Ro, what was you saying, King?
My headphones, bro.
Thank you, man. Yeah, like I said, all these things are kind of linking up together, man, because I don't really believe in a space like a place to go to. But like I was watching another video like last week or something, they're saying that fungi is like the only thing that can live in space and travel and send information to whatever different destinations.
Well, I just heard about the melanin and the fungi and the radiation from Gabs. You know, but it's mad here because I've been studying fungi, mainly mushrooms, for a little while now. So, like, for me, it's just a head top because everything I'm involved in is relevant. It's so fun. I'm still kind of slightly tripping off my experience that I had this weekend, which was all around fungi. And I don't know, man. Just something mad.
It's kind of a mushroom experience, eh?
It's, I feel like, you know what, it's the lead up because Medicine Man, was it Medicine Man that's Gabs, yeah? He was here last week and he started the whole conversation. And here we are this week. Today is Tuesday, a day off, literally. And we're back on the same topic. It all, like, in a sense. And you know what, you were saying this yesterday, Jed, about your experience and something about timing. Right, the perfect timing. Everything happens in its right time because Gabs broke it down for us last week. So now we're here today to be able to chat about it.
I'm not gonna lie as well, yeah. Another thing you say, like how we can't trust our eyes and our ears, yeah. I think like these things like shrooms and the places that it will take you, I think that will help you to see what's real and not get tricked with your eyes.
I think, do you know what, yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. When I even came across this stuff, the first thing that came, that's why I popped in earlier. I was excited, I was gassed, I was ready to come and just come on and just tell you and show it with Jedi. I was gonna message Jedi. Nah, I knew he was gonna be live. I said, let me come on and just show him this thing because it's just weird that I've been going through this journey, like trying to look at this stuff because I'm always researching and stuff and trying to make a connection, especially with this whole space stuff. I've always been intrigued with space and extraterrestrials and all this stuff. And now that I've seen this link and I was like piecing it together, it's only making me think, come on, man. And then when I saw that Russia now seized that whole place, and then people, the Americans and the news are saying, why would they take over this area? There's nothing there. There's nothing there at all. Even there's a video that you can watch, and the reporters are like, why would they do that? There's nothing there. It's only waste and this. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you think, but you ain't telling the people the truth because your American scientists found something there, and they took that straight to space. And now look, they're talking about melanin fungi, the melanin used for cancers now all of a sudden. Yeah, melanin used,
depression, blah, 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 blah.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere.
Right now, the scientists think that melanin, the same dark pigment we have in our skin, helps shield the fungi from harmful radiation and helps convert that radiation into a food source.
Hey, you see that? So then now, it's not even necessarily the fungi. The melanin is protecting the fungi. Imagine that. The melanin So the melanin is grown now to protect the fungi. The melanin is the one converting the radiation into a new type of chemical energy, which they're now saying that they can use for all their space missions. And we know the space race is always going to be a race because, you know, these people are always at loggerheads. They, you know, this is their nature. They always want to strive to do something first, and we need to be the best. And da 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 da. Do you understand? And it's just so weird that literally this stuff has come back up again. But what's funny is that nowhere, I've been checking all the news reports, no one's mentioning about what the NASA scientists found in Chernobyl. Why are they not talking it up? Oh, by the way, this is the same place where, you know, the NASA guys found the melanin.
What do you mean?
Do you understand? You don't see that. They're not talking about the melanin fungi. Why are they not talking about it? That's a big thing. Why are they not saying, oh yeah, maybe that's the reason why he's gone there? Why isn't no one saying that?
Yo, Walter, jump up, man. Jump on the panel. I can tell you got a lot to get off your chest, man.
Yo, Jedi.
Is he bleeding in the chest?
Yeah, man.
Bleeding out.
Bleeding out, man. Via the punani. Sorry. Karen?
Jedi, if I say the chest is problem, I said, yeah, I put a YouTube friendly link if you guys want to hear some real shit for once. This shit's actually proper.
Oh my god, go away, man. You really annoying.
It's annoying,
you know?
this. You want to hear some.
Oh
You're like
my
a kid.
God,
How old are you? You're 20 what? You're like a kid, man. You want to hear some real shit? You want to hear some real shit? Come on, man. Allow it, man. You guys want to hear some real shit?
Yeah. I want to hear. I want to hear.
Gift of anger.
Like, Kate, show me. I want to hear some real shit.
I don't want to know, bruv.
I want to hear.
Because apparently our shit ain't real enough. It's such a disrespect, you know.
We're gonna use it. We're gonna use it to our
Fucking
advantage.
idiot.
Anyway,
I'm still learning. All right, Cage, I'm still learning, man. Show me.
Yeah, teach us, Kane. Teach us, man.
Put it up, man. Just skip it a little bit, you know. Like after he announces his bullshit, we don't gotta hear that when he starts it, you know. Go in there.
In any way that the agenda was planned for them, depending on where they are in this world. I covered this topic very early on this channel, but the video unfortunately was censored and removed. But seeing what is happening at this present time, it needs to be covered and addressed. The world is moving towards a new world order. This is a complete shift in the way the world was once led.
By the way, there's no video.
This is a topic that was once a word that
it's not a sense.
when you would bring it up, people often got mad with you, called you a conspiracy theorist, called you crazy, wrote you off, etc., etc. People did not want to hear about this topic. But now, because it is referred to in a slightly different way, people are now embracing it. The events that are transpiring right now are all leading towards a great reset that will bring in a new world order. And if you do not understand what this agenda is all about, it is truly time that you gain more understanding. World leaders, business leaders, religious leaders, social leaders have all spoken about working towards this goal of a new world order. The news right now is telling us that Putin is trying to change the world order. So if there was anything that you really made sure you understood, it should be to understand exactly what this world order that will be changed and new exactly is. We are going to discuss what a new world order is and what it will mean for you and the world. Let's begin. Okay, so from once an unfounded conspiracy theory that held no merit.
This is what Gabs looks like to water and that. You get me?
Just haters in the chat.
To now, a goal that a world leader like Putin is being said to try to establish. I mean, look at this article from CNBC in April 2020. Putin seeking to create new world order with rogue states amid coronavirus crisis, report claims. I mean, they used to call people that try to expose these things conspiracy theorists, while at the same time, mainstream news continues to plug it into our minds so that they keep mentally preparing us for their agenda. And now, after the agenda of the pandemic is softening, they clearly are ready for the next.
My man enjoyed taking off that mask, boy. Is it him? Ah.
Now, the agenda of the pandemic is
That's smirk.
proper release, man.
You know he wore that all the way through Christmas.
All the
stayed away
way,
from my thing.
Got a whole
Clearly,
fucking time.
it is really crazy how these things change so fast. What I mean by that is the people that were once mocked and looked at as crazy conspiracy theorists are now starting to look a little more valid. And the hilarious thing is that these puppet masters know this. So what are they doing? They are now working towards fixing it. I mean, this week I have heard consistent promotion on CNN about a special report they're doing on Sunday night about the controlled opposition's ringleader puppet, Alex Jones. In the early 2000s, they propped up this man to control the narrative and how far people went in understanding this coming New World Order. You see, he is the and so in order to invalidate others like myself and many more, they don't have to attack us individually. They just have to use the face of the movement to attack the mindset and everyone who seems to think close to what Alex Jones has said.
First tonight, our report on the incendiary radio host, Alex Jones. For years, Jones has been spreading conspiracy theories, claiming, for instance, that elements of the U.S. government allowed the 9/11 attacks to happen and that the horrific Sandy Hook massacre was a hoax. Some thought we shouldn't broadcast this interview because his baseless allegations aren't just offensive, they're dangerous.
Listen, it's no coincidence that they are making this special report.
Why would it be dangerous? Hold up. Why would it be dangerous? If it's just a conspiracy theory, why would it be dangerous?
It's dangerous
to get
because
back to sucking dick, which
some people might believe.
God, sorry, what was you saying, Jedi?
Some people might believe it and then therefore act on it dangerously.
Some bullshit.
They might act on it and while out and think for themselves, or I don't know. I mean,
people should be able to think whatever they want. The fuck?
Yes, Cage, yes.
A lot of what Alex Jones says is true. He broke into the Bohemian Grove. He's definitely a controlled opposition, like what the man was saying, though. You know what I mean? Like, you don't think the man got invited into that? He's a part of these motherfuckers. Guaranteed. He's there to, sway people, mix some facts in with a bunch of bullshit, to muddy the waters.
All right, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Thank you
I'm gonna go mute.
Now's the fuck up.
When we are clearly moving towards this New World Order. As the events that are transpiring at this current time continue to escalate, we will continue to move towards this agenda. One important thing to understand when reviewing these world events is to make sure you do not believe the narrative that the news media is giving you. Countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and a majority of the Western European nations in the European Union, they're not looking to go to war over one country's freedom. If you believe this, you need to wake up. You can't stop the lies, but you can at least stop your mind from believing them. This is not about one country's freedom. This is not about Ukraine's freedom. This is about creating a scapegoat for the collapse of the financial system. This is all about the dollar. That's why all the threats have been first about sanctions, how they describe them as the mother of all sanctions. It's possible that before I've even finished this video, that they have moved forward in pushing the sanctions and kicking Russia out of the SWIFT financial system that will have enormous consequences for the world. You must understand that the timing of all this is no coincidence. There is no coincidence that at the same time they are provoking war, they are talking about doing 7 rate hikes here in the United States. Here in the United States, we have not gone through this type of rapid rate hikes since 2005. But the financial news channels are comparing it to the late 70s, early 80s, when rates went from 4% to 20%. Anyways, the Fed is talking about raising rates, which causes the borrowing cost for everyone to increase. And being that there is more debt than ever before in this world, it is not a good thing for the world to start paying higher interest rates on higher amounts of debt. The consequences of exorbitant spending, money printing, and higher amounts of debt have to be realized. Do you remember when they were giving out all that free stimulus money? People in the malls buying Gucci shoes with the government stimmy checks? There are consequences of all this. But the leaders in the world cannot be placed in the seat of blame for their easy to foresee economic consequences.
Nah, look at these dunnies. Who are these guys? Bush.
Bunch of fucking clowns. Like, you know, see some. I'll see his clown faces on it.
Does she ever move her hand from this position? Let me give him a break. Does she ever move her hand from this position? That's the only.
That's the German one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only gesture she does with her hand ever. Anywhere, like fucking hell, it's weird, man.
Yeah, she's booky, man.
She's a very important factor, you know, in this whole thing. She has been for a while. She's a key little player in this thing. That's why they got her in red. Standing out
to push certain agendas, man.
Yeah, she might get domed or headshotted or
Subliminals.
something. Yeah, man. I only know, so I know this dude. Obviously, that's our prime minister. I'm guessing this is the French one. I don't really know him. And this is Biden. I've seen this guy before, but I can't think of who he is. Anyone tell me who this guy is?
He's the
I think he's Canada.
Canada. Is he Canada or France? Yeah, he's Canada.
Where did
And who is
that
it?
go?
Is this the French one?
The one that got slapped the other day, isn't it?
This is the one that got slapped the other day.
Is that? He don't even look like him. Hold on.
Are you thinking of what's that guy's name? I don't know. If anyone knows this,
Trando something's the French one, isn't it?
True Delou says ML Reggie. We got ML Reggie. Justin True Delou. So is that the one that I'm on now? This is Justin True Delou. That's French, yeah.
No, it says Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah.
And this is so Macron's a French dude, right?
Yeah, that's not him.
It's not him.
Boris.
Oh, True Delou is the one with the long hair.
Yeah.
They say he's Fidel Castro's son. Who says that? Mary S UK. Jump on as well, man. Hit the link. Jump on. Come talk with us questioners, man. Yo, Cage, you gotta need to like take several tickets, man, and just like, you know, give us a break from. I mean, just give us a little break from just chatting the whole time. Black Future Months. She's got the shakes from Kuru. What's that? What's Kuru? School me, man. I feel like there's loads of people jumping into the chat ready to talk some talks. Jump on the panel if you can, man. Hit the link.
Zoom in on the red lady, the lady in the red. Zoom in on the hand signal.
Yeah, I can't zoom in. But we know that. We know the hand signal, but I can't zoom in. Man's already, we already highlighted
She's
that.
still the Fenger, though. I don't think she's the head of Germany no more, though.
I'm sure she is. Sure she is. And she's still that. I don't know what Germany's the head of the EU, right?
I can't remember, man.
For some reason or something like that, right? They're like very powerful in the EU. They got a big say.
Well, since England's left, they must have. Yeah.
Man said Merkel has stepped down. Okay, so maybe you're right. The G7 summit.
I mean, with all this inflation happening, Biden has not once said that it is even possible that inflation is about all the stimulus money and the printing him, Trump, and Obama gave out over the last 12 years. No, of course not. He is talking about supply chains and COVID.
Look, as you know, Ken,
is that my shit lagging or is that you guys too? What the fuck?
Yo, Gus Area Homo, what's good? Gus Area Homo.
the inflation has everything to do with the supply chain.
And now they're saying it will all be about Russia, and that's why inflation is happening. There's just way too much to say to get you to understand this. I've been talking about the problem with the dollar and our world financial system for years. So if you need more understanding, go back and watch those videos. And as you go through the years, just understand that after each of those videos, the governments of the world didn't try to slow down the problem of debt and money printing, but they in fact accelerated it. So now we are at a time when obvious economic change is upon us. Because of all the money printing, inflation is moving fast, which actually means that the value of the dollars you used yesterday is worth less today. So now, in order to combat inflation, the Fed needs to raise rates on the exorbitant debt. There is an absolute economic problem underway. They cannot just raise rates on the trillions of dollars they have printed. It's going to cost way more for the United States to service that debt. The United States can't even handle the debt it has right now. That's why we keep going through this debt ceiling increase problems. Let me help you understand it from a different way. Do you know what the debt was in the United States in the 1980s when they raised rates to 20%? In the year 1980, when Paul Volcker, who was the former chair of the Federal Reserve, when he raised the Fed fund rate to 20%, the United States national debt was $908 billion. That's with a B. 25 years later, in 2005, the last time we were in a real rising rate environment, the United States debt was $7 trillion. That's with a T. So since 1980 to 2005, in 25 years, the debt was raised by $6 trillion. So because the debt was higher, they didn't raise as dramatically as Volcker did. But now in 2022, more than 15 years later, with rates at 0% for over a decade, with a couple years of slightly raising, the United States national debt is over $30 trillion. And that is just the federal debt. If you remember, like I said, in 2005, it was $7 trillion. So in about 17 years, the debt was raised over $23 trillion. This is unsustainable. But when we're talking about debt, we're not even just talking about the United States federal debt. That doesn't include the state's debt, all the corporate debt, and consumer debt. There's just too much debt in this world. But in regards to the national debt, there's $30 trillion of debt. And they want to raise
something that's fake and doesn't exist. Okay,
5 years ago during his debate with Hillary Clinton still stands.
And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble.
Good.
Be careful.
Yeah. So I say all of that to show that because we're in a period where economic change is coming in fast and hard, they need a scapegoat to blame for the history books. They have to control the narrative so they can steer the minds of the people where they would like them to be led. So this conflict with Russia is being pushed in order for them to create a proper scapegoat. In the West, they are making Putin the enemy as if he yields this tremendous power. But that's completely ridiculous. These men, including Putin, are Freemasons, and they are working towards their religious goal of creating a new world order. Yes, I said religious goal, but I will get into that in a few. They are all just playing the roles they have been given in order to control the narrative for the mind control public who's being steered into this coming world change. The world is moving towards a specific goal and agenda.
For almost 30 years, I fought a battle for us to get our independence.
Oh, these fuckers with the goddamn ads. If they have that, how does this guy get monetized on this fucking thing? That's kind of suspect right there alone. The fact that it's monetized.
So nothing about the information that was in the video.
No, it's a lot, but you know, like why though? Like, how is it getting monetized? Like,
as usual, Jeds, as usual.
Yeah, right now, like the man's been talking for about 5 minutes straight. Once you get a chance to speak, I don't really want to hear about how does someone get monetized. I want to hear about the information that's being presented because the viewers don't care about how he got monetized. No one cares.
I'm saying if it's like real information, why would they allow him to have a voice and pay him to do it?
Yeah, but do you want to focus on that, or do you want to focus on the information?
No, I'm just thinking like objectively though. But he's saying a lot of it's true though. But I'm saying, yeah, you got to read in between the lines.
What part's true? That was good. What part?
Amazing patience, Jeds. Like, I'm learning from you, bro.
What part of what he's saying is true? Well, the world, like, look what's on the screen right now. The world's moving towards a specific goal and agenda. That's one truth right there. That's for sure. Everybody.
You just read the title.
Cool, man. Big up, man. Big up, big up.
Oh, it's right there. There's so many different
Allow it, man. Allow it.
things.
Like Cage. I don't even want to. No disrespect. There's literally no nice way to say that I don't want to hear your voice, and I'm thinking of a way to impart that sentiment without making you feel away. I don't want you to feel away, but I've just got to the point of my day where I don't want to hear it no more. I just don't. I don't even know how I've become afraid to tell you my truth for fear of offending you.
You think I'm offended? I
was just raised in a certain way, and like I just don't want to. I don't want to be that guy. I genuinely don't want to be the guy that says shut up or whatever. I don't want to be that guy.
Can I be that girl?
You don't have to be that nice, man.
Can I be that female?
Yeah, the Freemasonry thing's true, and it's all collusion. I mean, everybody's working together. It's all smoke and mirrors.
What I would say,
I'm telling you, I know these motherfuckers.
That they used with them all in the blue gowns on that. It's an image that even I have used before to show the affiliation of certain world leaders. Because what you had there was the South Korean president, the American president, and the Russian president at a time where there was supposed to be poor relations between them, right?
Right.
But what they've done now is they've labeled it as a Freemason event, which no doubt I do believe that all these people are Freemasons, but I don't believe that them wearing those robes signify them being, because that's actually the robes of
it's an apron.
It's called
Masonic apron.
I think it's called
I can't get to hear what you're saying.
Okay, no.
Say that again, Judge.
I think it's called TPEC. That it's an organization to do with the rising, it's like a G8 summit for Asians. Yeah, and these guys have been invited. G8 or whatever, like these little things that they have, but it's like an Asian version. But like America and Russia and certain other countries are invited, and I feel like they wear traditional clothes. It's like a tradition there. So sometimes I've seen them all wearing like poncho kind of things and different people's clothing. So that was just one nation's kind of clothing. But they're like, oh, look, they're all dressed the same. And through the symbol kind of looked a bit Freemasonry. They tried to say that it's a Freemason.
That's what it is, yeah.
Even though,
but would they really show us what they really look like?
Yeah.
When they're in their Freemason attire.
No, I can see how the
different branches.
The symbol that is on here is a hidden Freemason symbol. I can see the square and compass, the hidden downward pointing triangle and the upward pointing triangle. That's the best way I can get you look to find it. You see that bam, bam, and then bam, bam. That represents the square and compass, but it is not a square and compass, which I think they're trying to tell the uneducated viewer it is. It's not. I've looked into this myself. There's no point going down this dead road. It's not.
It's a sigil for the Eye of Providence.
Secret societies, hell yeah. Are they secretly like, yeah. The sentiments behind it, but they want you to fixate on bullshit. You know what I mean? So that you look dumb when someone goes and Googles it and looks up and says, well, actually, this is what it is. You're like, oh, yeah, but no. So do your little research. When they try to tell you things, this kimono or whatever they're wearing isn't a Freemason kimono, even if the logo on there is esoterically, should I say, showing you their affiliation. Don't just go on that because it's dumb. Well, I've got a top.
Obviously, look, there's an Asian man there. He's
blessings.
That's a Japanese thing for sure. It's a rose.
Nah, man, I'm just there, man. I was just listening into the video. Some good information.
Big up.
Blessings.
Yeah, man.
goal of creating a new world order. Yes, I said religious goal, but I will get into that in a few. They are all just playing the roles they have been given in order to control the narrative for the mind control public who's being steered into this coming world change. The world is moving towards a specific goal and agenda. So, what is a new world order? Let's cover that before I get accused of clickbait. In regards to a new world order, there is a secular agenda, and then there is a religious agenda. We will cover the secular first, that will lead to the religious agenda. So let me first say what the secular agenda is not. It's not about moving another country into the driver's seat of the world. It's not about moving one country out of leadership so another country can be the leader. Like, for instance, it's not about Russia or China looking to be the new leader of the world order, though this is clearly how the news is framing it. But no, that is not what the agenda is about. So understanding the secular agenda, we need to understand what the current world order is. I mean, you can't have a new world order without having something to replace. So what is the current world order? The current world order is run by the United States. This is confirmed by the article in the Wall Street Journal that was just put out on February 22nd of this year. The headline reads, Putin address takes swipe at US-led world order. Very clear. The United States is the world power and control of the world order. They have been the ones that have set the terms for all the countries in the world. They have established the most military bases in the world. Their currency, the United States dollar, is known as King Dollar all around the world. It is the currency of choice for most people in the world. If you go internationally, they often prefer the United States dollar compared to their own currency. The United States leadership is the current world order. So it's obvious that in this coming new world order, the United States will no longer be in that leadership role. It would not be new if it was still the same.
We know that despite all the diplomacy and the handshaking and the rhetoric, to build a really better world sometimes means having to tear the old one down.
You see, the new world order that will be established will come after the Great Reset of all things. Klaus Schwab, executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, wrote a book called COVID-19, The Great Reset. And in this book, he went over all of the factors of society that will be reset. There is an economic reset, a societal reset, a geopolitical reset, an environmental reset, and a technological reset. Now, I did make a video specifically about this subject, which I suggest you watch if you would like to understand the Great Reset in greater detail. But understand, they do not hide nor shield their intentions. They just put it in books that a mind-controlled, distracted public does not read. Let me just take an excerpt from that book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, on page 72, in regards to the fate of the United States dollar. Listen to this. To a considerable extent, American power and prosperity have been built and reinforced by the global trust in the dollar and the willingness of customers abroad to hold it, most often in the form of United States government bonds. For quite some time, some analysts and policymakers have been considering a possible and progressive end to the dominance of the dollar. This argument suggests that something major will therefore have to change, either through a much reduced geopolitical role or higher taxation, or both. After all, the status of reserve currency cannot last longer than foreign confidence in the ability of the holder to honor its payments. The United States must maintain an economy that inspires global credibility and confidence. Failure to do so will, over time, put the US dollar's position in peril. I mean, you can't get clearer than this. I show you this for you to understand that they all understand this. This is not something beyond world leaders. Look, this is Joe Biden before his presidency attending one of Klaus Schwab's presentations. I mean, this is the chairman of the World Economic Forum who wrote all of this. They all understand what the fate of the dollar is. They're just not explaining it to the general public. So anyways, the point is that The world order will be changing and reset. In regards to the economic reset, they do not wish the world to work under multiple currencies, dependent and controlled by each nation. The world wants a world currency that prices everything in the world at the same value, regardless of where you are. There will be a one world currency. That's the economic reset. In regards to a societal reset, they want to move the whole world to a complete socialistic style of government where there's only the rich and the poor. And in order to stop injustices and inequalities, our lives will be completely censored and controlled. In regards to the geopolitical reset, this nationalism that places one country's needs above the rest of the world will not be tolerated any longer. The mindset of the world will be the world's best interest over one particular nation. And in order to facilitate this, they will be moving to a one world government. The world will be run from a United Nations government, which is why we have seen the promotion of being global citizens. Now, in regards to the environmental reset, you'll see the world will be run less about profits and earnings and more about the climate. The rich will be rich. It will be less about profits and more about climate change. Everything will be tied to environmental sustainability. And in regards to a technological reset, the world will be moved into the metaverse, where most of the world will transact and live out their daily lives. This is how things will be reset and form what we will see as a new world order. But again, that is the secular view.
What do you not think?
So we're actually going to be living in the metaverse. What does that look like for us? That's what I'm interested in. Is that like basically where we're at now in terms of I can sit at home all day long, order food on my phone, order shopping on my phone, interact with people online? Like, am I already in that metaverse?
Seems like you already know the answer to that.
Like, even without a smart TV and you know, a house full of smart devices, we're technically there already, right?
I say we're already there, man. They just need to flip a switch at some point.
And that's what, so they keep that element of control over us. So when this time comes, we're in our place, as Raw Beats would say, know your place.
Trademark.
They want us to know our place.
But do you see the other day that what's his name? Facebook, the metaverse, their stocks went down. Like, they've had the biggest drop of like the decrease, their value went down.
Metaverse or Meta?
Metaverse.
No, Meta. Meta, the company.
Meta as in ex-Facebook Meta.
Right. Remember, Facebook changed their name to Meta. When you see Meta stocks have gone down, it's the Facebook stocks have gone down.
Hold on, let me go. Yeah, Meta platforms. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's WhatsApp, Facebook, Insta.
Okay. Yeah, it went down. It was the biggest drop they said in how many years, right?
Yeah. I heard about that still.
So I don't know what's going on with that.
What was their reasoning for that?
I don't know.
The war in Iraq, not Iraq. What am I talking about?
Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine. The war in Ukraine. The invasion. Yada. It's that.
They're somehow involved in that.
I don't know. This is what I like. This seems to be the same kind of narrative that happens all the time, though, isn't it? It's like, oh, there's a war happening. Oh, it's affecting stocks and shares. There's a war happening. It's affecting crypto. There's a war happening. It's affecting Bitcoin. It's affecting Meta. So this guy is right. Like, in what he's saying makes sense because it all leads back to some sort of financial thing. And even when this whole Russia-Ukraine thing started, we were on this same panel talking about, oh yeah, the oil prices are gonna go up and petrol's gonna go up and and, you know. But then you realize it's all bullshit because they only supply a tiny amount of the fuel that we actually get.
The Matrix.
You know, and then where's all the talk of that oil and stuff now? Like that's disappeared within less than a week anyway. So it does all boil down to money at the end of the day.
Oh, you say that it's money, but it come like they're just printing it, and they just go into debt, basically. So the money's
I think
there.
it's just got to do with
Yeah,
power.
but to them it means nothing. But to us who rely on money, do you know what I mean? It's like that's where the fear factor comes in. 'Cause it's like, oh, our household fuel prices are gonna go up. Oh, cost of living crisis. They've been talking about this for months. This is the illusion that they're trying to put into us to give us that fear so they can continue to control us going forward.
Yeah, for real, man. It's happening straight away. Everyone's feeling it with the fuel. Come on, man.
Listen, stop driving, get an extra blanket, get a fire in your back garden or in your local park, and you're good.
Cut down.
Telling you. No, that's what my actually, when I was thinking about all of this last week, is like, all right, let's say, for example, we can't get gas or whatever, yeah. How are we going to cook food? Well, just build a stone fire outside, isn't it?
Yeah, let's go back to basics, innit?
Yeah.
Man, wait, do you have the skills, man? You got to be learning that shit now or yesterday, man.
I'm pretty sure that we're intelligent enough people to be able to figure these things out. Do you know what I mean?
But some people can't even cook.
Speak for yourself.
Man. How long is this?
Yo, Steph, what you say, bro?
Yeah, man, just listening, innit? Like, it's like, we know what it is, man. I think it's just a big pantomime, innit? Like, fuck knows.
What's the reason for the pantomime?
Isn't that what we're all trying to find out?
Like, I've been fully trying to ignore it, you know, like not been trying to pay attention to it, especially the war thing.
Nah, same, but it's like you can't get away from
you can't
this
miss
shit.
it, and
Can't
then
avoid it.
And then certain posts, like they try to get you emotional and shit. Nah, that starts to piss me off, because even the ones that we played yesterday with the racism in Ukraine, I was thinking, rah, okay, flipping out. And then I even posted it on Facebook. I haven't posted on Facebook in time. I don't post on Facebook like that. But yeah, man, it caught me still.
What caught you? Facebook caught you?
No, the post about the racism, how they're not letting the Africans.
They got my boy Vin in the fucking chats. Yo, Vin, what's up, bro? Jump on, brother.
But see, even with that, bro, I heard that wasn't the Polish officials. Apparently, that was Ukrainian officials that were refusing people entry.
Yeah.
There's my boy Vin right now. Yeah, you gonna fuck some shit up. Let Vin get on there, man. Spice this up. I need. Yo, where's Zulu? Vin, let me know if you're gonna jump on. Let me know, bro. I got call some guys to talk with you, man. But yeah, salute for passing through anyway, man. Let me just bless you with a wrench, a spanner. Same way. Yeah. So we're just going over today. We're just going over. If you're listening today, we're just going over Project Bluebeam. I took them to the beginning of where I discovered about the whole hologram system, Bluebeam, the deception, you know, and then we went to, where did we go? We went to 9/11 just to revisit the visuals, because some new footage came out from a ferry this week. I don't know if you saw that, where you see the plane disappearing and all of that. Then we went into the fake news of, you know, isolated incidents between Russia and Ukraine, and just to give a little backstory into the way that they're trying to, you know, position our minds. Now we're watching this little short documentary about the New World Order and how the pawns are being moved by both sides to like bring us to this New World Order. but there's so much more we could be touching on. So much more we could be touching on. I'm just, you know, the family not really, I don't know, some people not really that used to these subjects. They don't really get their teeth sunk in too tough. Aye, you've made history. You've made it here, bro.
Hey, shalom, G. What's good with you?
Shalom, G. What's good? What's good?
Ain't not much, man. Finally waiting to tap in with you, dog. What's good with you?
Yeah, nah. I just was looking on Insta. I see y'all like, yo, man, I need to at least get you to break that. Yo,
hey, big up.
Big up, man.
Yeah, salute.
Big up.
So everyone, this is my boy from Southside, Vin. I've been telling you a lot about him still over the years. And when I say my Hebrew brethren or whatever, I say my homie that's made the hashtag African American African. Yeah, that's got some people tight over here, man. All of that information is kind of new to them.
Man, this got people tight over here. Got people in my my family tight. Like well, y'all wouldn't know this, but I grew up in you know, under the Pan-Africanist guys. One of the preschools I went to was Pan-Africanist based. So you know, that just goes with any other subject matter that we're all kind of brought into. And then kind of fighting against the cognitive dissonance, and kind of dealing with the information for what it is. So I've just learned over the years, just dealing with people, any subject matter they have an emotional attachment to, you're gonna have you know, you're gonna rub some feathers the wrong way. So if I talk about homosexuality, you know, they'll be like, oh, that's all you talk about. Well, that's because that's what's triggering you. So that's all you see. If I talk about white supremacy, you know, the same thing with the modern Europeans and modern Asians that pop up on the page and have a problem with me focusing on, you know, that particular end of the spectrum. So it is what it is.
Yeah. That's up. So I haven't really had a chance to chop it up with you about recent events, you know, Russia, Ukraine. What's your whole stance on the whole thing? What are you seeing?
Well, they're getting the pieces in play, you know, for them to foment it's gonna, to me, it'll be a relatively short World War III. But it's the chaos that results from it in each individual nation, which is going to make much of the difference, because if they can break down national sovereignty and get everybody to, you know, kind of submit to a world power system by way of chaos and disruption of their lives, then that's the achievement of the goal. Because, you know, I just put up a clip of, you know, Klitschko talking about their wanting to persevere in their pursuit for a European democracy. But democracy is just a nice way of saying socialism. And socialism is a little sister or little brother to communism. So they control both sides. All of this is contrived. It's no different than on the smaller scale in my country with Republicans and Democrats. They're both controlled by the Council on Foreign Relations, which ultimately answers to the RIIA, which is, you know, that's includes the Bilderbergs and all them boys. So that's kind of how the chain goes down.
So we got CFR, Bilderberg, Trilateral Commission, right?
Right. So yeah, it's just a matter of putting them in their places. So CFR is more in relation to, let's say, the United States and the United Kingdom working together. You know, and they're really, it's the United States taking orders from Great Britain and from the Crown through the Democratic and Republican systems. So both are controlled. They're both for the same agenda, the same goals, just different styles of going about doing it. Right, and then my fault. And then you got the Bilderberg, which is the more international scale. Yeah. So you have members of the CFR who go to the Bilderberg meetings to get the international playbook of what's about to go down for this year or that year, and then they go on to, you know, push everything through legislation and, you know, through their voting and or non-voting, and so on and so forth.
Just a side note, yeah. I don't know if you remember. You know when you got the picture of like Bush, Putin, and the South Korean president, they're in the blue get-ups, right? People say it's Masonic, but I know it's not Masonic. It's like something called TPAC or something like that. I got the image here. Look, see this?
Yeah, I know
here?
what photo you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. What's this? What's this clique called? This Asian. It's like their own version of the G8, right? It's the Asian G8.
I forget what it's called. I know what you're talking about, but you got to remember all these Eurasians are all family. So
right.
They're cousins. So.
Yo, Zulu, big up, my brother. I've been trying to link you and brother Vin up for a long time. Yeah, you're both on the same path still. So yeah, I think mutual shalams are in order still.
Shalom. What's going on?
Bro. What's up, man? You good, man?
Yeah, it's the young boy, man. He's
I'm alive. Can't complain.
Big.
Big up.
Yeah, Sarah, how you doing? You all right?
Big up, everyone.
I see you got your
I'm
AK
good, man.
ready.
How
You good, man? We're just talking, man. We're just talking. So, like, let me just see. Vin, did you see that new 9/11 footage from the ferry?
No, there's a new one.
Bro, it's a new angle from the ferry. I'm telling you, this plane straight disappears before it hits the.
It's a hologram. I was gonna say it's a hologram, so it wasn't.
This shit just. Oh, you need to see this angle, cause it's like they released it this week on WorldStar for a reason.
Yeah, DM it to me. DM it to me. You gotta remember, I was like 13 and I went to school right on the Hudson River. You know, when this shit was going down. So I seen things like loose change when I was 13 years old. So there's a new. You're telling me it's completely new footage. Nobody's ever seen this in 20-something years. Are you telling me?
Right, exactly. Check this. It's I don't know if
Fuck
you can
outta
see
here.
the screen. Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
It's not that good. But if you can see the screen, I'm showing it right now, right? So they've already watched one plane supposedly going to the building. He's scanning the horizon. Now this plane's gonna come out of nowhere. Look, boom.
Right.
Now it comes out of nowhere, bro. Yeah. And the sound, it comes. The visuals and the sound, the audio come at the same time. You hear the plane when you see it. Watch the right wing. Seems like it's buffering. It's loading. That graphic card is not really strong, right?
There's not enough barium and aluminum in the sky, so.
In the sky, right? As it moves, the sky that wing gets real clear. Look, bam, right? So you can see it fully now, right? Now watch it going into the building. Where's the fucking plane, bro?
Gone.
You know, they never released this footage before. Never before seen footage. And the reason why I'm saying that they've released this is to laugh at us, yeah. Us guys that got a suspicion that something ain't right, they're like, ha, we can even show you the plane disappearing. No one ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, and it's 20 years. It's 20 years gone. So it's like, you know, to get people to talk about this again with so much having happened and occurring right now in the moment, people's attention span is very short.
So anyway, so I just showed this to say, I think that we're definitely in a time where we can't trust what we see. Right? I don't know if you agree, man. You just can't trust it. You know, you might see a video of me saying, yo, I don't know, man, whatever. You know, fuck you, Caribbeans, blah, blah, blah. You can't trust that shit, man.
Right.
Because anybody can literally use a picture of me and animate my face with this deep fake technology that is, you know, and they can have me saying anything. So we got to find new ways to discern what is right and wrong, what's true and false. You know, so I'm telling people to tap into what I call my intuition. Others might call their spirit or whatever. But I was trying to like start the conversation based on that, because you know, dudes on this channel hadn't even really seen the old video with the whale coming out of the school, the whale coming out of the gym floor, and everyone's like, wow. People ain't even seen that. That footage is like 10 years old, 15 years old, whatever, right? So they're not aware of the level of hologram that is available and has been available since 9/11 and before.
Right.
So I just wanted people to see, because you're looking at the Ukraine and you might see, oh, you know, they got some footage out of the Ukraine and then it turns out it's from a computer game. People like, oh, wow. I'm like, nah, don't be surprised. They're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, well, like the asteroids that are supposedly going to be coming, when the damage is done, if it does happen, it's the rods of God that they're firing off, that they've been spending all this time putting up with. I think they're going to do it in disguise with Elon Musk and the Starlink, but it'll be them rods of God that be putting up there. So when they want to say, oh, these rocks are coming from outer space and we have weaponized space, you'll see it.
And then blame God.
You're talking about them weapons they got in space, apparently, on the satellites.
Yeah, in the upper atmospheres.
Yeah.
So what is Starlink then? What is this Starlink that Elon Musk is supposed to be hooking up Ukraine with? What is that?
It's like having wireless internet accessible anywhere, but it's going to be along this 5G network that they're setting up, for the digital prison grid. So this is just another way for them to move the chess piece in.
But you know what it is as well? All of them satellites that's connected with NORAD in it, because they all got NORAD numbers, so that shows that it's military.
Same thing with DARPA on our end. They work very closely with Bill Gates and Elon and all these kind of guys.
But I don't think there's no fucking satellites up there. So what have they got? Is this air balloons? What is this?
Yeah, I don't. You know my position. So, hey, maybe it could be anti-gravity technology at this point. There are black societies are 100, 200 years ahead, but 1,000 years ahead they be talking about. So the stuff that we're being shown on movies and on the news, that's just the trickle down stuff. That's
definitely something up there though, because I've seen shit in the sky. Like I've seen,
what have you seen in the sky? You ain't seen the
You've seen lights.
Have you seen them launch?
Nah, like I just see them. Like there's been times when I've like even called my brothers out the yard, like, yo, look at this, blood. Like just the line of lights just going across the sky, and then it'll stop, and then like next line, like one time there's about 30 odd of them, like just in it. I think I counted like 17, then it stopped, then about another 5, and then the next load come back past.
But how do you know they're in this thing called outer space?
Or nothing, but I'm saying it's definitely something up there. But when I seen it, yeah, I checked, and the explanation was, it was Elon Musk's Starlink sent up so many satellites that night or whatever. I definitely seen something before I even looked into it.
I think you can have stuff in like Leo, basically low Earth orbit, but nothing past that though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The anti-gravity tech and all the things that they've been working on since the 1940s and even prior. God knows what they're up to now. So.
Or whatever, but all I know is I've seen shit in the sky. So.
Okay. Yeah, well, like I said, I don't know how you look in the sky and believe anything you see. I don't even believe the sky. And by that, I mean like the clouds. Sometimes I'm looking at this sky like, yo, this shit's fake as fuck. Like something ain't right. So I don't know how anyone has any faith when they look up and I don't know, bro. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. They're playing so much games up there. They spray
the fake rain and the fake moon and the fake sun and
no.
Yeah.
Have you seen that video of, I think it was Mexico, where all these birds just literally crushed, literally fell. Yeah, out of nowhere, and half of them died. Or something.
5G.
That's 5G.
Yeah, it's mad.
You guys, you know the truth. We can talk about 5 grams. 5 grams of coke. we could talk about 5 grams of melanin, 5 grams of adrenochrome. But the minute you start talking about 5G, we got a problem on YouTube, and they want to start.
StreamYard will start acting up. Yeah.
Be creative. Be creative, please. Be creative. We don't want to get shot.
Nah,
Yo.
it's definitely some like energy type weapons they're using though, because like
And
even
they'll
their
try it with
military
animals, and then
bases,
it's
they got
us.
those. They got
It's
satellite pulse
detailed in
type
the book.
arrays and that.
So it's saying like Starlink is a satellite like constellation, basically, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, satellite system. It's a grid system.
Yeah,
Grid
and
system of satellites. That.
they just dropped it over Ukraine.
Yeah, but what's that supposed to? So in their fiction, how is that supposed to assist the Ukraine? What's supposed to
They
happen
can
now?
keep in touch with the outside world, and that's what they're claiming.
For?
Bingo.
To do what? To say
During
we
this
get our
war,
asses-
because they're in the middle of
we
a
get our
battle.
asses whooped.
But yeah, that's the claim they're making, to keep them in touch with the outside world.
Do what, man?
And
Do
obviously
what?
for like
As
military
Russia, of
comms and all
course,
them
invades
type of
them,
stuff.
this evil Russia.
I want to understand. How does the? Because there's another video I want to show you. Have you seen the video of these supposed UK dudes that want to go over and fight in?
Hold on, what?
Yeah,
This
there's
dude is
volunteers.
This dude is looking like a whole Drake on steroids. They're talking about, yeah, I just want to do the right thing. Yeah, I just want to do the right thing. I saw it on the news, and I just decided, yeah, I'm just gonna come down. Like, what? What are you talking about?
There's bare volunteers from the UK.
That's crazy.
Let me show you.
Mad people that.
They just want to shoot something.
I'm not surprised though, to be honest. I just feel like, yeah, they're just trigger happy. They just want to shoot something.
Really?
Yeah.
They want to shoot something?
Half of them don't even know what's happening. Most people don't even know what's happening.
A lot of those guys are veterans. They just miss being in the war and shooting things.
Nah, these guys saying he's not. They're saying they're not military.
At all.
One guy's admitting to being ex-medic or some shit. So it's like, yeah, I was in the territorial army, so you know, my first aid, I might as well put it to good use. I'm like, what? This is bullshit. Watch. Oh yeah,
Look at these ads. Look at these ads.
Look at that.
Gracious.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Was that DNA?
The DNA, yes.
Go back.
That's crazy, right?
Oh
Can you
shit!
do it in slow motion? Do it in slow motion.
Imagine that was just a random ad. Can you imagine?
Now you can't go back. You can't go back on these ads. That shit was DNA.
Yeah, but they think all these ads through.
It was DNA.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me play this.
Look at the country that's highlighted on the map. Pause. You saw America. Did you see America was highlighted on the map?
No, forget that. Did you see that there?
5 gigabytes.
Yeah, 5 gigabytes. Exactly. 5 gigabytes.
But the map. Oh, you missed it.
I missed the map. Next phase of the internet. So how many phases of the internet are there?
3, isn't it? This will be the 3.0.
Wait. Where does the Internet of Things come in? That's the next phase, right?
What?
Or are they dropping that out?
The Internet of
the Internet of Things. What do you mean?
Remember they had this thing called the Internet of Things. Go on.
Internet of Things is all the Internet of Things is all the new generations of devices that are linked up, essentially with 4G, and that can be tapped into the 5G. So including your refrigerators, your fans, your fucking clothes are about to be put in with this graphene technology that they can print onto stuff, and it's in everything. So it's gathering the data, the metadata that they need to document it. So that's what the Chinese social credit system, which is going to be their idea of the world governmental system, where your social status is based on points. So you have to get a score like Facebook or or any of these social media, these rating apps like you see with Uber, people rate you. That's going to be your credit system. And then, obviously if you don't do things they like or say things that they approve of, then they'll demote you. You won't be able to take certain public transportations. And that's kind of the reason why they want to automate cars, is to take away from independence so they can cram everybody into sustainable cities. All of this is a blueprint of kind of like what they've experimented, at least from my end, with American Negroes here, where they kind of pushed us off the land with the Great Migration and got us to migrate to cities so they can pay closer attention to our population growth and also monitor us and deter our growth and yada, yada, so forth. They're just expanding the plan now to everybody else. So. But, as Black people, we know what the deal is. We done been through all this while they've been practicing on us, wherever we are.
Yeah. All right. High technology, fourth industrial revolution of high technology. All right, Arsenal, big up yourself.
Hey, that book that they just mentioned with Klaus, if they read the section about implantable technology, that's where the vaccine comes into play, turning people into Borgs.
Okay. Boy.
It's crazy, honestly.
Metaverse real estate is what? Selling for millions. Okay, but
People selling real stuff to buy fake shit.
This is crazy.
That's a wealth grab, man.
This is eToro as well.
eToro, yeah.
The stocks and crypto.
What interesting logo eToro has as well, man. But yeah, that's dope. That's dope. So you can get a meta house.
Meta house, meta center, meta stadium, meta freaking country. It's mad. Meta passports.
Wait.
Companies will come to you and advertise.
Did you
doing concerts on there.
Meta country?
I wouldn't be surprised. You can buy land.
You can buy land.
Yeah, you can make your own island.
Right now, you can buy land.
It's like the movie Ready Player One.
Yeah, exactly. You will change it.
Yeah. Ready Player One.
Or Free Guy.
Or surrogates. You seen surrogates?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Everyone's just gonna be out in this fake world doing their stuff.
I know a few artists who use it to showcase their art.
Snoop Dogg had some property on there the other day.
Yeah.
That's the scary part, is the people buying into it, because people are saying, they're telling them, hey, this is the direction society's going. Who says? Says who? Why would we go in this direction? This is stupid. But because what's scary is the public at our level, the base level, the majority of them, not saying us, we understand, but the majority of our peers around us, they're fucking brain dead. Yeah, it's like, what the
No, they're literally Sims characters.
Yeah,
so
they're NPCs.
And NFTs, yeah.
Yeah, but this is what I was gonna say about like the internet. This is like the third phase. This is internet 3.0, where the first phase was like it was just text. It was one way input in it. You can only read text images. Second is you can input your own text. It's two ways now. You can interact with people in like we got now social media and that.
So people be going work in the metaverse.
I'm just saying, once they convince your brain, once they put something on the side of your head and they can convince your brain that you can actually smell and taste the pussy. Yo, that's
they already got it. It's called haptic holograms. Like you can feel shit. Like in what's that movie with Stallone and I forget the brunette chick and they're getting ready to have sex. Yeah, there you go. Demolition Man with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Oh, when the hologram can touch you and interact with you and that,
He's like, we don't have sex that way. That's primitive and archaic. Like the fuck.
We do this mind melding.
You can't use swear words and all that as well.
That's crazy.
Right.
So this dude,
what kind of tattoo is
got
that?
the flower of life tattoo on the back of his head. I just
What
know.
the heck is that?
You see that? I just noticed that still. So this is a
guy
that genuinely just rolled up, pressed the buzzer of the Ukrainian embassy and said, so what one blood? Yeah, man wants to fight you,
yeah, they're not gonna Shamima beg him though.
What are we saying? So like, this is crazy.
You said British Drake?
He's gonna admit to wanting to travel with knives and all
It's mad.
and
Not terrorist though.
He's not a terrorist. No,
He's not
fine
terrorist.
with
Or
it.
he's a freedom fighter.
Alright.
Even the fact that he's dressed in all
No,
white.
listen to him. You think
army or whatever they're called.
It's all planned.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Nah, play again.
Do you think it's a joke? Man says, man pressing the buzzer and says, hello, yeah, man, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
No way.
Hey.
The
level of propaganda, man, is crazy.
My God.
Watch this. Listen.
Hello, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
They're not even sure.
He can't even construct a sentence. That's grammatically correct.
Or whatever they're called.
Wow.
This has to be a prank. This has to be a prank.
That's like you rang my mum's bell, right? You rang my mum's buzzer. She said, "Hello, who is this? Hello, who is this?" And you said, could REDPILLTRILL come out? Or whatever
he's called.
What is your name?
Nah, they're actually mocking it at this point. It's a mockery of our intelligence. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
it has to be.
It's absolute mockery.
Crazy. I feel like this is as much for the people that can see through the lies as for the people that will get stuck in. I actually think it's
They're testing the waters.
They're not even testing the waters, bro. They're power bombing into that, doing a triple backflip from the top diving board. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. Like, you can't tell me they care, bro.
Nah, they're fully taking a piss. They're fully taking
Actually, oh my God.
When I saw this morning, I was like, I might watch this anyway. Just let me play it.
You actually went though.
Bro, this is crazy, bro. Watch this. It gets worse.
I've seen it, but I'm this guy went.
To join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
They're not even sure of the army's name, but they're utterly convinced of the cause. This is Leon from Surrey.
They look like they need help.
Sorry.
We're young, strong, fit men. We can help, so why not?
Outside Ukraine's embassy.
Who is this
Bitch ass nigga.
He's even smiling, bro.
Bro?
Just randomly in the embassy. Pulls out.
Who is this guy? They look like they need help. Where? What footage? What footage? What did you see, bro? What did you see that I never saw?
I'm done.
Because I ain't seen shit.
He saw the bombings. He saw all that stuff in it on YouTube.
In a place that has no human beings barely living there. Like, what are we doing?
Right.
Chernobyl. You got to defend Chernobyl, bro. Chernobyl.
Do you know what I mean? Where the Ukrainian and Russians are protecting the what do you call it?
Right, people are trying to flee and you're trying to go.
Yeah, they're both there doing whatever they need to do. Like, there's no war there. Come on, man.
And they don't even like your black ass. So what are you going over there for?
Right.
If he's even black.
Your own people trying to get out of there, and they won't let them get out of there.
You won't let the African students out.
And that's the messed up part, is that's their homeland, and they won't even stay and fight. So, well, the men are staying and fighting according to what they're saying, but they'll get their own people out of the mud before they let people who don't even have a stake in that country get the fuck up out of there. You understand? But other than that, you'll tell them don't come up in your country, and you'll make it hell for them to get up in there and then stay up in there. But when they want to leave, when it's time to leave, you won't let them.
You don't want
that shit make me so angry, man.
There's always time for racism, even in war.
That's facts, Azula.
There's always a time for that shit, man. I'm looking at it with a side eye though. When I saw that, like, you trying to trigger me to give a fuck about this conflict, and
right?
Yeah, I don't know.
It made me not care about the war after seeing that. I was like, wow, you're gonna treat us like that? Fuck them, fuck both of them. Like, I didn't care anymore. I don't care anymore after seeing that.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, but that's
excellent, because it's none of our business.
Yeah, it's white crime, man. I don't know why we're all up.
Yeah, whatever Whoopi Goldberg said. Yeah.
I don't care about
Whoopi, you know.
Whatever that woman said.
Did you see that picture that I sent you? Did you see that picture I sent you of Whoopi?
Yeah, fuck her too, but she made that good call. You know. A broken clock is right twice a day. Okay, so a coon can tap dance on beat at least sometime. Okay.
Wow, that's good too. That's absolutely good too. So yeah, let's get back to Leon. The random
from
Leon.
Surrey.
I told you it's Drake.
I'm sorry,
Leon Dawson.
That's fucking Drake, bro. He's wearing his limited edition Yeezy.
What's that tattoo on his eye?
Some random shit. I don't know. This dude's seen some shit. He's been involved in some shit.
You've seen his eye, man.
Probably Mason, man.
Trying to act like he's not military.
Looks like a Jordan logo on his eye.
It's all white. It's all white as well. There's probably significance there, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's go again.
Hello, yeah, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called.
They're not even sure of the army's name, but they're utterly convinced of the cause. This is Leon from Surrey.
They look like they need help. we're young, strong, fit men, we can help, so why not?
Outside Ukraine's embassy in London, a steady stream of men come to find out how they can join up to fight.
You can send email the writer for this address, and he contact with you and say what you must do.
Okay. Brian from Kent used to be in the territorial army. And you're prepared to go to Ukraine and fight?
Yeah, I can get on the flight tomorrow.
And if you don't mind asking, how old are you?
I'm 60, which means I'm just about within the.
What's a 60-year-old going to do in the war, bro?
And they all happen to be there at the same time.
You
They
believe
all
him?
happen to leave their house on that day.
It's advertisement. It's advertisement.
Listen, he's just
People
trying to
gonna
get
die.
a second pension. That's all.
They're trying to advertise so people can come and die, man. That's all it is.
Nah,
man.
This is ridiculous,
What's
man.
a
No one's
60-year-old
even
going to do?
lying.
I'm saying, if you want to know why Brian is going to the Ukraine at 60 years old, you gotta go and look his wife in the eyes. You understand? Hey, he's running.
That tickled him.
Yeah, excited he looked.
See what you see what you women push us to? Yeah, make man want to join the Ukrainian army. He's out of here.
Man's gonna be front line and everything. Front line.
That's what 2 years of lockdown done to him.
Oh man, this is crazy. This is absolutely wild. I don't get
This is with Sky, yeah. They gotta get an Oscars for this, man. This is ridiculous.
It's advertisement.
What is this shit?
Sky take the piss.
They actually take the liberties, bro. They mock your intelligence in every way possible.
Crisis actors.
Yeah, people just pulling up like, yo, where do I sign up? Yo, like,
And they're trying to represent every demographic. They got the mixed guy, they got the old guy, they got all the different demographics.
I was on World Star and I saw a video and I just said, nah, man, fuck this. Fuck this. We gotta do something because this is crazy.
Smart.
I'll never go to war, man.
This is weird, isn't it? All right, let's go again.
I had a vision about this.
In the UK, Poland, Hungary, and beyond, the seeds of a volunteer army to fight against the Russians.
You're Iranian and you want to join up to fight for Ukraine. Why do you want to do that?
Because I hate Putin. I'd like to take like a pocket knife, a stove.
Where's he getting all this from?
Nah.
What the fuck?
Get it up.
Wait, hold on. I got all this shit. So let's be fair, right? I got all this shit.
Where can I buy it?
No, you're gonna hit from the army surplus shop, where they've been closing down everywhere for years. If you find one, go and buy some stuff, right? But on the side note, yeah, he's gonna tell you where he gets his stuff from, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Listen to this.
Because I hate Putin. I'd like to take like a pocket knife, a stove.
War waits for no one, and by mid-afternoon, conscious they need to move fast, we catch up again with Leon and his friend Tom, who also plans to travel to Ukraine.
Body armor goes in there, which protects your chest.
By now, they've got hold of some old kit borrowed from a friend who's an ex-Marine.
Oh, God.
Okay.
More like you went into your garage and you pulled it out.
From a friend.
Before.
What's that? That's American gear, or is that British gear? It looks like American.
We don't have Marines, do we?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you do? Are they called Marines, or are they called something different?
We have Marines.
We have Navy.
We have Navy.
Most
Yeah, we don't have
Navy have Marine. Navy. Yes, Navy. Yeah.
We don't have Marines.
Okay.
So he borrowed this from a friend who's an ex-Marine, and then the guy goes, yeah, and he does want it back. So hopefully we can make it back and like give it to
With a rollie on, yeah.
Right.
Go to war and that. I can't deal with this.
These dudes are crazy, man. And he's shining too.
I'm actually taking a piss.
Man's got the Native American touch.
He's ready to fight for anyone. He doesn't care who he's fighting for.
He probably was in the army.
Oh,
you see the Native American
I've
touch.
been. You seen? Ain't that your cousin on the
Got already.
The tribe
Native American.
Ain't that Indigenous American?
I'm not a part of a One West camp. We don't teach that over here.
Yo,
REI and then them 501c3 government contract doctrines that they had to teach once they took that CIA money, or at least that's the rumor. So let me.
So he's got his Dances with Wolves tattoo on. I don't know. This dude seems very confused. You're from Surrey. You got a friend that's in the Marines. You got native
Probably
Indian,
an ex-Marine
native
himself.
Indian
Man,
tattoos. I don't know, man. You want to fight in Ukraine? I'm confused, man. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on here. Who this dude is? Where they birthed these type of dudes? But the story is deep.
War waits for no one, and by mid-afternoon, conscious they need to move fast, we catch up again with Leon and his friend Tom, who also plans to travel to Ukraine.
Probably armor goes in there to protect your chest.
By now, they've got hold of some old kit borrowed from a friend who's an ex-Marine.
He doesn't want it back, so let's hope we make it back alive so I can give it back to him. As soon as you get off the train in Ukraine, your life is on the line. You're not guaranteed to make it back, especially not in one piece.
Have you told your family?
Family are upset. Obviously it's a hard time, but if I'm this scared and this apprehensive, and what are the people over there going through?
Neither of these men have any military experience. Tom runs a dog care business.
Wait. None of them have military experience.
When they're going,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Make it make sense, man. Make it make sense.
This dude has killed with his bare hands 50 times. Don't tell me he ain't got no military experience, bro.
Yeah, he's definitely got something.
He knows pressure points. Yeah, I tell he knows pressure points.
Fuck out of here. He looked like Dr. Strange. Get the fuck out of here. Get Dr. Strange the fuck out of here, man.
Tom, what
about people
wrap
dying
him the fuck up.
and I'm not gonna get back. What is
Yeah, I don't know, man. Something's not
one
right.
isolate place, or are they acting like it's a whole?
Oh, as soon as we get off the train,
the audacity.
To get risk. Train from where? Where you getting a train from, bro?
What are you scared
They're going
for?
to an area that's evacuated with no human beings live. Like there's nothing. Except plants that are protected by the Ukrainians and the Russians. What kind of a war is that? You're both.
And like,
protecting
why
the
is
same
he willing
plants.
to fight for some random country? Like, what's his affiliation with?
It's propaganda.
Because he's like, oh, yeah, my family are upset, and but
Got paid.
like,
They're paid actors, innit? We know they've been doing this. Yeah. All of them are.
Nah, don't lie. Hey, Stephen, nah, you must be joking. Aurora says the script story telling is getting so ridiculous, even Steven Seagal has shown up for the Russians.
Oh my god.
Amen, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, with his Aikido. You know what I mean? Hey. Yeah, no, these dudes are some mercenaries. I don't know what we're dealing with some no military experience. He runs a dog care business. What? and is it legal for me to volunteer to go and fight in another country's war? England has no problem with that, no?
Well, if it was
wouldn't that be violating the whole NATO thing?
Yeah.
Because Trump and Putin said if anyone gets involved from other countries, then it's basically a war threat, like a threatening us, basically. So,
for real, yeah, I heard that.
And he was talking about nuclear shit, and that's scary. That's scary.
Nukes ain't real.
It's crazy.
Nukes ain't real.
So you go there, you fight a war, you die, and then what's your family gonna get? Who's gonna look after your family once you're dead?
In Japan, when they blew up that
Say
whole
to who? Say to who?
Is it Hiroshima, whatever it's called?
Hiroshima.
Hiroshima, yeah.
That was a fire. That was a fire bombing. That wasn't no nukes.
Fire bombing?
What's the difference with atomic?
Yeah.
Over a nuclear bomb.
Let's talk about it.
All right, man.
Go back and analyze the footage. How are trees standing but buildings are still down? It's no different than what happened in California when supposedly a great fire, but you look at the landscape and the trees were good, but all the houses were gone and all the cars were burned. How are the houses and the cars burned, but the trees are? Doesn't make any sense. Go back and look at the footage. How did the buildings implode from the inside out? Why aren't they wearing hazmat gear? Like, there's a lot of things you need to go back that our parents and grandparents' generation didn't get a chance to do because they were looking at Disney-produced work for which is propaganda that they got to see one time This is why they believe all that bullshit. Like we went to the moon and all. The moon isn't even something you can land on, but that's something different. So the whole new thing, just go back and rewatch the footage, and then we can get into other things on what the Manhattan Project was really about. It was more about esoteric technologies, this thing that we call Star Wars tech that they're working on, not exoteric and, you know, the things that you associate with nuclear bombs and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, MD Go says, yeah, what, you got something to say about that, Zulu? I think nukes are fake.
I'm just going to get Clem
I
again.
mentioned
I'm
this.
coming back upstairs.
What you say, brother?
I'm just collecting my food. I'm coming back upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's a scare tactic to keep everybody on edge and in place so they can move agendas and do what they need to do. I mean, it's happening right now in front of our faces. They're doing it right now.
Russia, yeah,
Like,
there's some scriptures that talk about there's gonna be war and the rumor of war, right? So I feel
that's
like
that New Testament stuff.
Yeah, that I feel like that rule of that rumor of war is kind of like what we're dealing with a lot. We've been dealing with it for a while, since the Cold War, right? Since the Cold War between America and Russia, it's been this threat of, oh, a super war is going to kick off between these nations.
What was the Cold War, though? What was the Cold War exactly? That's the thing we need to. Well, what happened? What happened in World War II? It was an intel grab where they went and they split up the Nazi scientists and engineers and all of them. It was Project Paperclip for the United States, and it was Project Alsos for the Russians. So this is why I said Project Manhattan and even Einstein, that thief and motherfucker's involvement, had nothing to do with atomic bombs like how we're taught traditionally. It had to do with this 5G tech and all of these type of things, the esoteric side of it, and their involvement with the occult and theosophy and the spiritual side of things. That's what they were focusing on. You know, that like, I'll put it to you this way. When you look at atoms and they break down to subparticles, the subparticles, they're gathered together in geometric shapes and patterns. So that's where sacred geometry comes in. That's the link between the physical world and the spiritual world. When you're dealing with things like quantum mechanics, that's what they were dealing with in Project Manhattan. Quantum mechanics doesn't have anything directly to do with nuclear technology like how we're taught. Now, it doesn't.
So with Hiroshima, with like, if it was a firebombing, how would you explain things not being able to grow there now?
Radiation, same thing with Chernobyl, but I mean, you have guys that I forget what the dude's name is. It's from either the 70s or the 80s, but he was doing a tour in the United States where he was going around eating radioactive material. So even the offset of what they're claiming is the destruction of the nuclear weapons isn't as destructive apparently as it should be if he's going around eating this stuff. Matter of fact, let me. Can any of y'all Google because I don't have my laptop right now, it's in repair. Can any of y'all Google just it's a scientist who went around eating, I think it's uranium, or either uranium or plutonium. And he did lectures and tours, and see what his name pops up so you guys can check it out so they have a reference and don't just think I'm pulling shit out of my ass.
Uranium or what?
It's not the human plutonium experiments, is it?
No, it's a single guy. It's a single guy. They may not have the videos on YouTube anymore, but things like platforms like BitChute, you may be able to find it. I just need his name so that the listening public can get it. And if we can't get it sorted here, then I'll just DM it to you so that you have it.
Oh, Galen Windsor.
Yeah, there we go. Galen Windsor.
So what are we saying about him?
He's going around and pretty much the nuclear fallout that everybody is afraid of that's so destructive to Hiroshima and displayed on Hiroshima, aside from the firebombing that they showed you, it's actually not as destructive as they're claiming, which would tie into things like Chernobyl, and what we're taught about Chernobyl isn't exactly true either. But yeah, So Galen Windsor, if you guys can...
You missed something before you came on. One of the brothers was revealing to us about the fungus.
The fungi, yeah, that grows
fungi
there.
that they found
yeah.
in Chernobyl. This that has a high count of melanin, and apparently they took this fungus that they just discovered, like literally a week ago or something. They took it and they shot it to the space station, and now they're doing experiments with it in the space station.
Because they say that it absorbs radiation. Apparently,
right.
it forms
So they
radiation.
say
Yeah.
Well, that has to do with melanin's components of dealing with ultraviolet radiation or gamma rays as well. This is why they want to block out the sun, because they can't protect themselves and absorb the light or the information, light being information, for the spiritual upgrade. They can't do it. This is why they got to kind of reproduce with us to keep their genetic coding going. Otherwise, their proclivity, they would have died off a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So now Russia invades Ukraine, and the first logistical point they take is where? Chernobyl.
But they're both guarding the same plants, though, the same nuclear plants. They're both guarding it. Both their armies are guarding it. So all of this hoo-ha, you got to wonder.
What is going on?
Yeah. Because it's mad. It's actually mad.
But
whatever they're doing, they're marching forward with their plans either way. So black people just need to stay the fuck out of it.
This is the dude, Galen Windsor. This is him, the dude.
There you go.
Nuclear scare scam. So yeah, check him out.
Wish I had my laptop. Yeah.
Check him out. What time is it over there for you, Vin? Yo, Vin, what's the time out there?
On my coast is 2 o'clock, 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay.
On the west coast is probably like 10 a.m. or something like that.
Okay.
Well, you guys 4 hours ahead? What are you, like 6 o'clock?
Yeah. We like it's 10 to 7 right now. PM.
Oh damn, okay.
Yeah, 10 to 7. So I'm just trying to figure out the best time to try and synchronize with you.
You got we got to get the WhatsApp thing sorted out so that we can just be able to dialogue. I can just shoot you.
I don't know.
So I don't know why it's not popping up.
I don't know what the problem is, man. We had a sister from Brooklyn, Sister Rashida. She came on there. She gave one of my homeboys.
Oh yeah.
She gave one of my homeboys the digits. I don't know if he got through, but he was trying to get the area code as well. I was laughing. I'd just been doing the same thing before him. But I gotta ask him if he got if anyone knows the area code. Someone said just add 1, right? I tried that, it didn't work. +1. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Then there was
I think the area code I'm missing is like the international joint, because I may have gave you my area code for my area, my county or whatever. Yeah. So I got to figure that out on my end.
My one definitely is.
Because I'll be talking to Harlem.
Right. UK is.
I'll be talking to Harlem with no problem. He from the UK.
Just add +44 at the beginning.
Yeah, +44. That's what it should be. I just don't know why it's not working for you, Vin. Try it again or whatever, but I've given you the whole thing. So if you go back in that message, that should be enough.
Just try it again.
Yeah. And
you know how they do it. This day platform, so
yeah. They mess around. Okay.
And I'm cock blocked like on every platform. So
we back on this. The Great Reset, blah blah blah. Well,
brothers, the Serpent Brotherhood. I think that's what that is, if I'm not mistaken. Serpent Brotherhood.
What brotherhood?
The Serpent Brotherhood or the Great Serpent Brotherhood.
Oh yeah, they're saying in the chat, take it with a 0 after you do the
+7. So you start with if it's a mobile, 7 or whatever.
Take away the 0.
0, okay. Yeah.
The next 0 of the number. Yeah.
So don't start with 0, basically. And then add
Yeah, so it'll be +4 for
4 and then 7. Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah,
Mhm.
all right.
Have been built and reinforced by the global trust in the dollar and the willingness of customers abroad to hold it, most often in the form of United States government bonds. For quite some time, some analysts and policymakers have been considering a possible and progressive end to the dominance of the dollar. This argument suggests that something major will therefore have to change, either through a much reduced geopolitical role or higher taxation, or both. After all, the status of reserve currency cannot last longer than foreign confidence in the ability of the holder to honor its payments. The United States must maintain an economy that inspires global credibility and confidence. Failure to do so will, over time, put the U.S. dollar's position in peril. I mean,
It already is.
Clear. I show you this for you to understand that they all understand this. This is not something beyond world leaders. Look, this is Joe Biden before his presidency attending one of Klaus Schwab's presentations. I mean, this is the chairman of the World Economic Forum who wrote all of this. They all understand what the fate of the dollar is. They're just not explaining it to the general public. So anyways, the point is that the world order will be changing and reset. In regards to the economic reset, they do not wish the world to work under multiple currencies, dependent and controlled by each nation. The world wants a world currency that prices everything in the world at the same value, regardless of where you are.
And it must be digital.
That's the economic reset. In regards to a societal reset, they want to move the whole world to a complete socialistic style of government where there's only the rich and the poor. And in order to stop injustices and inequalities, our lives will be completely censored and controlled. In regards to the geopolitical reset, this nationalism that places one country's needs above the rest of the world will not be tolerated any longer. The mindset of the world will be the world's best interest over one particular nation. And in order to facilitate this, they will be moving to a one world government. The world will be run from a United Nations government, which is why we have seen the promotion of being global citizens. Now, in regards to the environmental reset, you'll see the world will be run less about profits and earnings and more about the climate. The rich will be rich. It will be less about profits and more about climate change. Everything will be tied to environmental sustainability. And in regards to a technological reset, the world will be moved into the metaverse, where most of the world will transact and live out their daily lives. This is how things will be reset and form what we will see as a new world order. But again, that is the secular view. This is what the world is moving directly towards after economic collapse, world conflicts, and nuclear war. How I see things transpiring is a ping pong match that will lead to major escalation, most likely nuclear war. As Russia continues to move, it will give the West the justification to go against them. When the West kicks Russia out of SWIFT, then Russia will respond in their own way and go after the dollar. You see, there's no need for Russia to try to preserve the dollar if they can't use it. And being that it's the source of the United States' strength, they will attack it. I expect next week, when Joe Biden gives his State of the Union, I expect him to speak on American superiority and how much we've come back since the pandemic. I expect him to make a case that we've been doing well, and it's really only because of Russia that things are getting so bad right now. Again, like I said, they need a scapegoat. But after the case has been made about how much we've come back, he will prepare us for conflict. Now, it sounds as if after the West gives the sanctions and takes Russia out of SWIFT, Russia will most likely respond through cyber attacks, which the United States media has been alluding to. I expect a problem with our banking system or energy systems or both. And this will then lead to military escalation.
From our power grids to our communication lines to banking systems, U.S. cyber officials.
Yeah, but are these countries actually ever gonna bang at each other or not? Like, that's all I want to know. They're gonna bang at each other or not? Like, all this cyber attacks, sanctions, This some
It's contrived.
no one's fighting. It's no war. Where's the war?
Smoke screens, isn't it?
Yeah, that is war. That's a part of war, though, King. That's actually a greater part of war. Is the information part and the control of information. That's what all of this is about. Turning people into human nodes so they can monitor you. That's
So
all.
they're taking the war to the
Let
metaverse.
me be clear, though. Let me be clear. From your perspective, the American government and the Russian government have there's no conflict there. This is a game.
No. I mean, how can you have a treaty that nobody can go visit the edge of the earth in terms of Antarctica and everybody's at war with each other, but we can all agree. We all finna destroy the planet over this situation, but we all gonna agree we ain't gonna let niggas go to this end of the earth to go investigate stuff. Come on, man, stop it. It's contrived. It's moving the script. This is what Albert Pike was talking about in the Morals and Dogma book, where the 3 world wars. All of this is to move and make things happen. But it's going to it's going to happen because look at the historical connections back to World War II. It was they don't necessarily like these people, but they're willing to work with them on the political scale because of the benefits. So you're going to see this foment into the Middle East. Just Google what Ukraine has to do with the Middle East. Just Google it, and there's still articles that'll pop up of how Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe, and if this goes down, that affects the oil transitions and grain transitions. And
check this. Someone just brought it to my attention yesterday that the Ukrainian president is actually Jewish.
Not surprising.
You know, obviously
it's a family thing.
Yeah, obviously they're from them regions, right? You know, that's the region, right?
And don't forget, wasn't Biden's son, Hunter Biden, involved in some controversy a few years ago? Where he was making deals with the Ukrainians and he was doing all types of fuckeries. Him, China, Ukraine, and America.
Yep.
So they're all mixed up. It's all a mix up,
Yep. Child trafficking, human trafficking.
Exactly. They've got the worst, apparently.
Narcotics. Yep. Ukraine ain't no heaven on earth.
Fully involved in that.
He said a lot in that video though. So
yeah, there's a lot said.
I agree with like 90, damn near 100% of it. He's on his game. He's reading it. I did want to point out, I found the article. You guys can look it up. It's called "The World Sentient Simulation." So that's what Facebook and the NSA was created for, to collect the data, to monitor people, to create virtual representations of them so that they could get their characteristics, their nuances of their personality and their habits. This is why you can just think about something and then you'll see an ad on it pop up on social media. It's like that now. So they're creating virtual representations of who we are as people all over the face of the earth so that they can do simulations and war tactics and war games so that they can come up with, strategies on how to corral us in a particular direction. So it's called the World Sentient Simulation. So this is what the metaverse is. So they've been working on this for decades.
Working. I've been at work, man.
Yeah.
So the only way around this is prayer. It's through the Most High. The only way we can.
Yeah, I mean, this is a script that's playing out, dog. So the key thing. All right. So especially with them talking about this multiverse. For those of y'all that are familiar with the quantum mechanics talk and the M theory and string theory and all this type of stuff, they're trying to get into the dimensional talk. From my perspective with the Torah Tanakh is just the heavens and the different levels of heavens that they have. And essentially, what these people are trying to do is bar us off from, getting back to our creator. So if our God is outside of space and time and has identified the exact multiverse or timeline which is about to unfold, I think it will behoove you to at least study the book and see the script that is outlined there. And then you have two choices. And this is what I came to when I was like 20 years old. I was like, all right, it's either one or two things. Either this book and this God is who and what it says it is, or this is a part of the enemy's work and it's their script and it's going to play out the way that they've written it. So it's one of two options. So either way, you got to study it and figure it out. And that, you know, that's essentially what myself and brothers and sisters like me have been doing for the last like 10 plus years and generation before us, so on and so forth.
Yeah, Carl. I mean, your study is something serious. I need them to know why I gas you. I gas you low key behind your back, not to your face, but behind your back. I'll be gassing you, Vin. I'm like, yo, this is my dude. Like, yo, it's the only other person I've seen on my wavelength. And I call it my wavelength because I don't recognize many other people that think like that. But it ain't my wavelength, just this wavelength that exists.
Yeah.
Vin's
There's only a few of us. I get you.
That's on what I'm on. Like, and a lot of the things I've come across, like Vin's on it. Like, yeah, man, yo, like I don't think we've really disagreed about much. You know, even when he's talking, I told you, I can listen to Vin talk about where the true Jerusalem is, or where true Egypt is, or whether the stories are based on there or here. I can listen to him talk because he's kind of the straight talking, and he goes in heavy with the highlighter pen. So he's researching, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to give you where the source is.
Yeah,
you know, I'm going to tell you, even if you don't agree, you go fish it out yourself and go find out. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes two people can read the same thing, and all it takes is a matter of perspective or removing a stumbling block for clarity to be had. But the effort has to be on both ends. So, and then the other thing too is removing emotion. Because remember, social media makes it like the person is talking to you. So social media is the new TV. You understand what I'm saying? So people get their emotions tied up in what somebody says and how they're saying it, as opposed to just taking the information. So if I said, like, you know, hey, you stupid nigga, take your head out the window, your head about to get lobbed off, and we're on a moving train, right? And I stopped and I got mad at him saying nigger, but my head's still out the window. And I'll get my head lobbed off. Whose fault is it? The fact that he called me a stupid nigger while he warned me, or the fact that he warned me? I could have stuck my head out the window and then dealt with him about calling me a nigger. But if we put our emotions first, you end up killing the messenger. You understand? So that's I think the greater thing. That's the issue. But yo, we play your music out here. I told you the joint you made, the remix. Damn, the set tripping joint. We put, and the vaccine joint. We play it out here. I done played in the South Side for you. So we respect you out here. We respect it.
Much love. Zulu, you there, brother?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Zulu. I wanna talk about a few things, right? Like,
a quick question though.
Yo, go on.
Is the radiation levels like high in the UK lately?
I don't know.
I feel like shit, man.
Oh, you feel bad?
Yeah, man.
A lot of people have been saying they feel bad. And I got two separate dogs in two separate homes that had the same symptoms yesterday. So
talking to 5G? I mean, my bad. I'm gonna get it together. My fault.
I don't know what's going on, brother. But
I've been sleeping the whole day, just headaches, feeling like shit, man, for like 3 days straight, man.
Boy, you think you might be coming down with another virus? I don't.
But you know what? Now you said
that.
Everyone around
it
me.
just changes in the atmosphere, changes in the weather, maybe less pressure. I think we've all been feeling a bit tired and gloomy with the grey skies. Like, could be just natural settings.
I think there's a spiritual aspect that we got to take in as well. I don't know what it is, but there's some shit you don't see. That there's stuff is going on, and you know you might be more susceptible one time than someone else. I don't know, but I've had it where I'll be in a house full of people and everyone wakes up with the same symptom.
Because everyone around me is badged, and that might be why I feel like shit as well.
Oh, everyone around you's got the
everyone, bro.
Wow.
You know what African parents are like? You need to go. You need to do. I've been escaping it. The whole time. I'm the only one, bro, that hasn't got it.
They're gonna. Yeah, stay strong, bro. Stay strong.
They're killing me, man. They're killing me in this house, man. I'm telling you.
Don't give in, bro. Don't give in. You know, stay
will.
strong, man. 'Cause, yeah, that could be the last peer pressure you give into, mate.
Don't do it.
You know what I mean? You might not get another. Trust me, bro. This is just dropping. I don't know. But yeah, what I was gonna ask you is, I wanted to hear like a little conversation between the brothers about the soul, right? Because I know Vin's got some. I would say you got some complex. They're not complex. They just look complex, like ideas. So, what is the soul? Let me ask you, brothers, collectively. You know, Torah readers. What is the soul?
You wanna go first, man?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead now.
No, you go ahead first because they know my position. You go ahead. I want to hear your position.
Okay, cool. So the soul and the mind are the same thing. A soul is a fragment of what you call, or personalized section of what you would call the spirit or the breath of life. The soul, like I said, is the mind. The mind is an electromagnetic thing. So the soul, therefore, is electromagnetic by nature, as far as I understand. In terms of my background, I read brainwaves for a living. So for the last 10 years, although with the COVID vaccine, I got booted out the hospitals because I ain't taking it. So now I just, I kind of get work sparingly at private places. But even when you put on your EKG, how do they read you? It's bioelectrical stimulus that's read through the wires, that's given off by the, your heartbeat, and that's the rhythm that shows up through the computer. The only way to transfer this type of data is through the common grounds of electricity. So the soul is an electromagnetic based thing, and the soul is the same thing as the mind, the personality, or what you call yourself.
So what's the difference?
I would agree and slightly disagree.
What are you disagreeing on?
If we're going by the Torah and what that states a soul is, the word for soul is nefesh, and the meaning is more closely linked to living being or the breath. It's a sign of like that something is alive. It indicates more of a physical living state than a spiritual living state, because animals also have nefesh. So it indicates more or less a living being rather than an ethereal spirit or a part of you outside of your body. So
that's what I said, though. You said the same thing I said.
That's why I said I agree with you, but I disagree with Sam.
So where did you disagree?
I'm not 100%
because what you said is exactly what I said.
I'm not 100% sure if the electromagnetic field has anything to do with the soul. That's why I'm unsure about that part. But you can show me, and
how does it? Well, let's discuss it. So the scriptures tell you the life is in the blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the life being in the blood, and what happens when you breathe? Breathing in, you absorb what?
Oxygen.
Oxygen, positive ions, the breath of life. Through the hemoglobin process, you have oxygen molecules that attach to your red blood cells, transporting the blood all throughout the body. Now, without the heart pumping the blood and circulating the blood, without that electromagnetic stimulus, for which if your heart stops, how do they restart your heart?
If your heart stops, how do they? Don't they send a pulse of electricity to? It's like a jump start when you jump start a car.
Bingo. There's your answer. So how would the soul not be electric? How would the spirit not be electric based?
But they say that the soul, the blood, is like the essence of the soul, or it has the essence of the individual in some extent. But
no,
I don't think the soul is. Yeah.
It says what does the scripture say? The life is in the blood, right? When you breathe in positive ions from the atmosphere, which is inside the oxygen molecules, what is the positive ions? That's electricity, King.
Interesting. That's interesting, man. I didn't know that. Interesting.
What's your Instagram? I'll send you stuff and we can chop it up back and forth. I'll send you stuff.
I
I'm
don't
not
use Instagram.
selfish. Okay, all right. Well, through here, however we link up, well, I'll probably get back in here more often if Red let me get back on.
Come
And then
around more often. You can join the Discord.
I'll send him stuff. I was going to ask, is this Discord? I do.
Jez, can you put the link to the Discord?
So you know when you read the brain waves, does that mean that you're reading someone's spirit, someone's soul?
Yeah, it's an indirect way. The technology in terms of the work I do, because I'm a sleep tech. So to make it sound more complicated, I'm a polysomnographer. So just so motherfuckers put respect to our position. Because I've been called a nurse before, and I take offense to that. But
so
yeah,
is that when they
reading
attach little things onto your scalp, and then
Yes,
they
ma'am.
maybe get you to watch a sequence of colors or movements and monitor how your brain responds?
Yes, ma'am. This is what essentially the type of material that goes into EEGs. But I do the shortened. I mean, I can do full EEGs. That's just more electrodes, meaning monitoring more sections of the brain. But essentially, I deal with sleep, so I can read the patterns for which the brain is in. So I can do your stage ones, which is like awake, your stage 2, or awake, like drowsy, your stage 2s, where you're in sleep but not deep, your stage 3s, which really children have more so, and you lose it as you get older. And then you have REM sleep, which is when you go into the dream realm or the spiritual realm, which is my understanding. So
I'll put the Discord
so
in the private
essentially
chat.
it's reading your
That's
soul.
why we chop it up, is where you can join there. You can send us some stuff on there.
It's probably better on there actually, because you can just talk freely.
Yeah. Hey, Trill, you're gonna have to just send that link to me, because I don't have my laptop. My laptop, I just put it in the Apple because I had a cracked screen. So I'm hoping to get that bad boy back.
I'm gonna send it now.
Yeah, just send it to my DM. I'll get to it.
Cool. Because we need to get into the
Well,
America stuff.
that's what I was gonna look for.
So we need to get into the whole America is Africa stuff as well, and all that stuff. Because that's interesting.
It's not America, it's Africa. It's well, what exactly is it, Vin?
Well, if Egypt is in America, then is that not the same?
Well, what do you mean? What is it like? Because there's different people since this side of the coin is being explored. There's a whole bunch of different people that have ran off and did their own spin-offs, or maybe they found other things. Or I don't really go too much on what other people teach. So from my perspective, is the land would be, in terms of Jerusalem, would be over here. So some of the evidences that I've run across, not only just reading some of the context of Deuteronomy 28, but looking at the history which is told. So when them Europeans came over here, it was Christopher Colon who went to Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand and told them about the land over here. And they wanted to go find Jerusalem or recapture Jerusalem. So that's what it was all about, which is called the document is ended up called Dum Diverses 1492 or 1452.
So quick question. So the Templars, when they fought in Jerusalem, or what they called Jerusalem, where was that?
That place you call the Middle East?
Yeah. Because they wanted to go back and recapture Jerusalem also, and they didn't go to America. They went to Palestine.
Right, but where does the Templars fit into the prophecies of Deuteronomy 28?
But those prophecies in Deuteronomy 28 can be interpreted in so many different ways. Because if you actually look at the passage, it says they should be taken back to Egypt in ships. But historically, the Israelites were actually, during the 70 AD, were sent as slaves to Egypt. You can actually look this up historically. So People
I
want
know.
to.
I'm aware. I'm aware of that half. I came into the truth on that half because that's the most popular perspective.
So people want to interpret it the way they want to make it fit certain narratives, but no one really knows 100%. Sometimes some of these prophecies, they may happen in ways that you don't expect them to happen. You know what I mean?
Right. But how do you analyze prophecy without looking at history? Right. We agree there.
No, of course you need to look at history to understand prophecy in
Right.
some ways. Yeah. But like I
Right.
said, like
so the basis of no, go ahead.
So like when it comes to the Christopher Columbus thing, Christopher Columbus also spoke about seeing black people in the Caribbean and in Americas, right? And this is before the transatlantic slave trade. And
those are the people that he came. Those are the people that he came and took over the Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand.
But Lloyd, this is
American
the
Negro.
important thing, though. If you follow the expulsion of the Moors, and if you follow the migrations of black peoples from Africa moving into the Americas, you will find that you had black people in America thousands of years, hundreds of years before Christopher Columbus anyway. But not saying that everyone...
I'm aware of that. I've studied Ivan Van Sertima, Cheikh Anta Diop. Like I was saying when I came through, I grew up on Pan-Africanism. I'm aware of all this stuff. I'm looking at their books
that they
right
came
now.
From Africa. But does not prove that they came from Africa and migrated there.
No, how does that prove that an entire continent of people was made up by people who came from another continent? That doesn't prove anything. That just proves that there was migrations between continents before white people. And that's true in history. We were moving back and forth and trading with one another and sharing culture with one another, even back in the day when we were ruling. This is before Europeans. So, and then also you have to look. Go ahead.
So, sorry to cut you. Where was the Garden of Eden then, and the Tower of Babel?
From what I understand, the Garden of Eden is not in this earth plane. So, but the it's how, because then now you're talking about dimensions, because now you're dealing with the mind. So the mind is 4D. Okay, so it's not a physical place like how we're thinking of it. And the location, I would surmise, if we're looking from a geocentric perspective, would be the center, which is what you would associate with what they call the North Pole.
Okay, but then what about the rivers of Pion, Tigris, Euphrates, all these geographical rivers
There are
that we can identify today?
There are 4 rivers that lead there are 4 rivers that lead out of that central patch. If you look at older maps that go beyond the 1800s. So if you can get to material from beyond when the Tavistock Institute was created to really like the 20th and 19th, late 19th through early 20th century, when the current education systems in Western society were kind of like the foundations of what they are today. If you can get beyond that to material, like books, maps, whether they be cartographers or what have you, you'll have a better chance of getting past the lies of white supremacy.
So you're basically theorizing that the Garden of Eden was in a different dimension rather than a physical place. This is what you're claiming.
Well, that's what the scripture says when you're reading the Dead Sea Scroll works. You're looking at Adam. Adam was fashioned. He did not have the type of body that we have now. They had a body that was composed of dust and light and water, things constructed from the topsoil. There was no blood.
But the word Adam means, I agree to some extent, but the word Adam, Adama,
means ruddy, red.
Means ruddy. So he was
red.
A black man. He was a red,
he was
a brown black man, like us.
Yeah, like me. Yeah, we're not black.
We're not black.
We're
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. If you look up ruddy in nature, if anybody goes on Google right now, look up ruddy animals, and you'll see they're reddish brown, like us.
100%.
But we range in hues. We're not all just one conglomerate people. Our genetic ability, we're able to range. I mean, look at Noah. Noah was pale like the fallen. He was an albino.
You got that from the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, right. So right. So look at Mary. Certain portions. I mean, that's like saying, do you trust any of our enemies to have translated any of these works in these books? There's a lot of hijack that we have to work through. It's a lot of damn work. You know what I'm talking about. If you're doing it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, bro. It's just that, you know, I've read some things in the Book of Enoch that are kind of, you know, interesting. That makes me think. I don't know too much about this still.
Same here, but there's a lot more in there which match up with the Torah Tanakh and explain in greater detail. Like for instance, some of the Dead Sea Scroll works, you have to, like when I'm teaching them or incorporating them, they're an attachment onto a teaching that is already made through what we identify as the Torah Tanakh. Then with these Qumran scrolls, so you get things like the Testament of Adam and the conflict of Adam and Eve, which you have to be very careful, because if you read the preface before you read the material, the enemy or these modern Europeans will tell you that they'll even admit to you their own conclusions are made from the work. You understand? So you have to then go in and with already understanding the Torah Tanakh and be able to parse out, you know, some of the conclusions that they've made or some of the hijack that they put in that doesn't belong. You know, so for instance, I'm not sure if you're a New Testament Christ follower or not, but right. See, so I'm Torah Tanakh only. So from my perspective, that New Testament's the enemy's work. That's the work of Serapis. You know, and this is not anything new. This is the position that those of us over here have understood before the One West camps even existed. So if you know the history of you know, this movement, it didn't start with the commandment keepers in Harlem, but they're a big pillar for what ultimately spread into what you call what we call the truth, you know, and has spread all over, you know, the world. And the original, I just want to point this, my fault. The original position was that we were Torah Tanakh only, or what you call Old Testament. We are OT only. We didn't deal with the New Testament. This is Rabbi Ford, Rabbi Wentworth. If you Google some of this history, and I'll send some of the books to Red Pill, and he can send them to you. And then once we build a liaison, you know, once we build a connection, then we won't have to use him as a liaison. But yeah. So if you look into some of that history,
are you familiar with Zion Lex?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Zion Lex.
You know,
Zion Lex came up out of the. Huh?
You notice he's changed his position on Old Testament only, right?
Yeah, I don't care. That's his battle with Yah. That don't got nothing to do with me.
And he was a staunch Old Testament only Israelite. Staunch.
Yeah. Yeah, but did you know that he was brought up or used to believe the New Testament first, if I'm not mistaken?
Nope.
If I'm not mistaken.
He's always been OT.
If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I'd have to ask Nasi and find out, because Nasi, I'm in good connection with them. So my first lecture was in the temple. Hang on, King. I'm trying to tell you some history. My temple. But do you know Zion Lex, or do you just watch his material?
I've spoken to Zion Lex before, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you've spoken to him, but you don't you don't have degrees of separation personally. Like y'all don't have personal.
I don't know him personally, but I've watched a lot of his videos and I've spoken to him before.
All right, so yeah. I've chopped it up with him personally through social media. We brush shoulders in real life, and I mess with, like, I fuck with people in his inner circle. So I'm not saying that I know everything about him, but in terms of his position change, like I said, that has nothing to do with me. But I also know that he's connected to people that in a temple that I did my first lecture in, which is Nasi Yashuvel's father. That's Shema out there in Brooklyn. So those are our degrees of separation. I'd have to ask Nasi if he was New Testament first to verify, because I don't want to lie on brother. But if I'm not mistaken,
do you deal with the oral tradition, the Mishnah, the Halakha, the Zohar, the Talmud?
No.
You don't deal with oral tradition?
No, hell no. I don't deal with any of those Talmudic works. No.
Okay. What about the Targum?
I deal with the Torah Tanakh only. What was Moses given? Was Moses given any of that stuff?
No.
Exactly.
So you only deal with the Torah and the Tanakh. That's it. Nothing else.
Torah Tanakh, and then obviously you'd have to work with the 90-something books that are said to be of the rest of our people's works, which is supposedly represented in the Qumran scrolls, or what we call the Dead Sea Scrolls. So that's the
So you rely on
only
the Dead Sea
reason.
Scrolls.
I didn't say I rely on it. I said that's the only. I was about to say that's the only reason why you'll see me delve into some of these works to see whether they're authentic or not. And
so
I've read. So to get back to your point with the Book of Enoch, I've read the Apocrypha, yes, but that's more of a New Testament thing.
And the Book of Joshua.
Book of Joshua is pseudo-figure for us, so that would go along with the Dead Sea Scrolls. You find that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You don't find the Apocrypha in the Dead Sea Scrolls, so that's why I don't really. I read it to be prepared to understand, and also to see if it is authentic or not, if it does fit in to what I think I'm understanding.
Guys,
so
don't you guys think that the Dead Sea Scrolls? I'm coming as a slight outsider, right? So don't you think the Dead Sea Scrolls is a bit scary to really trust in, because they found them shits the other day, like 1940 something. Just we found them in some caves. Yeah. That shit's scary, right?
Yep. But then you also have the Ethiopic version of the Book of Enoch. So how do you explain that?
But that version,
no, that's a point.
That version is way different though to the one to the.
I have all of them, King. I'm telling. I know. But what I'm saying is, how do you explain it? If the book is mentioned, and then you have the Book of Joshua that's mentioned. I believe it's in the Book of Daniel. Joshua's mentioned. So how do you explain this stuff? And then in the Book of Jubilees and Joshua, they'll tell you there's 90-something books in our history.
But there's
and if you count the Torah Tanakh, there's only like I believe 60 something.
Sorry, brothers. I'm just saying. Quick side note, Aurora, you would do anything for Ruddy to be like this bright red fireball that you're trying to imagine. Yeah. When I Google it,
right.
I know it's hurting. Yeah.
Type in ruddy animals. It's gonna hurt even more, because then you have a living being, and they flesh is shining and it's nice and golden brown, like how we be looking. Man, we be looking good as a people.
But this is what I'm saying. Don't we apply more to that classification than black, if we're to be real?
Well, what is black? Black is a social status. It's not a real thing. If you look at the crayon color, you're not black. The jumpsuit I'm wearing right now is black. My Timbs are black right now. Okay, I'm not black. That don't make sense. I'm brown, and Europeans are not white. They're like pale or opaque. They're or like bisque soup, like lobster soup. If you look up bisque lobster soup, that's what they look like. That's their skin tone. Okay, they're not white. It's a social status. It's a way. It's social stratification. It's the world order that was set up so that they can get this new world order set up. It's the Aryan caste system. Okay, so that's why the Eurasians, they all work together. They make up the conglomerate of the social status called white. White is the upper class status. Black is the lower class status. So this is where the more information comes in key, because they do have some truth too. This is the understanding of you running around calling yourselves black, and then them beating you over the head like they do in my country, and you're running around calling yourself black, so you're asking to get beat in the head. That's not a nation. You walk around, go everywhere in the earth. They know themselves as Chinese, as Pakistani, as Indian, as whatever. Okay, and anybody come to any of us, oh, you're black. What?
What does the word? What does the word Kush mean?
In what language? It's black, but Kush is an Ethiopian son. What that got to do with us?
So
what they got to do with Israel?
So when they were calling them black, they meant that they were like hyper black, right? Like blick.
Well, in Psalms, what does he say? I am black and comely.
No, that's in the Songs of Solomon. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's the Hebrew word there. The Hebrew word there is shakar. It's not kush. Shakar is like black. But Kush is also can be used in the term as black sometimes.
But you understand, because you get into semantics, but you understand the general point I'm trying to make, right? Yeah. It's like a euphemism. It's not a literalism. It's a euphemism.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
It's no different than when people try to say, I think it's Psalm 1 and 10 is Christ. No, it's not. That's David speaking in third person. It's an illis. Like,
yeah, but David also says, "God of my God, Lord of my Lord, my hands and my nails are pierced before me." No, my hands are pierced before me.
that's where the Jesus Christ. That's where the Jesus Christ thing was stolen from.
Hold on. In the book of Psalms,
David is the son of Jesse in Bethlehem, as 2 Samuel says. That's all the hijack that was stolen from the Torah Tanakh to make up that false god, which is Serapis or Baal or Lucifer, the morning star, as even your God admits in that New Testament. He called himself the morning star. The only one morning star I know, and that's Lucifer.
But Lucifer doesn't call himself the morning star. Lucifer is called son of the morning, S-O-N. So that's another misunderstanding.
So what's the son of the morning?
And the word Hillel, which is the term Lucifer in Hebrew, means the shining one, and that simply means someone that outshines others, is special. Hence why Lucifer was a cherub. He was one of the highest angels in heaven before he fell. So it's very easy to misunderstand things when you don't look at the Hebrew.
We disagree because Lucifer is not an angel. Lucifer is a man. If you read Isaiah 14, I believe correctly. It's not an angel, it's a man. Lucifer
says it's a cherub. It clearly says in the Bible he's a cherub. Clearly.
Lucifer? What verse is that?
It's in Isaiah. Let me get the
verse. Look at it.
Isaiah. Clearly calls him a cherub. This is in Isaiah. Oh, this is in Ezekiel. Yeah, Ezekiel 28, verse 14. It says, "You were anointed as a guardian cherub, for so I ordained you. You were on the holy mount of God, and you walked among the fiery stones." So it clearly says here from the prophet Ezekiel.
Hang on.
28, verse 14.
It says Ezekiel 28, verse 14. Let me get on with you.
It describes Lucifer as a cherub, a guardian cherub, anointed cherub in King James.
Okay, son of man, 14.
So, and if you know what a cherub looks like, if you go to
where do you see Lucifer being mentioned?
But the person they're speaking of here is Lucifer.
Right, and I'm asking you, where is that mentioned?
Well, if you read the whole passage, the verse before that says, "You were in the garden of God. Every precious stone ordained you." And it talks about all the stones.
Right, but where is it? Where's right? It's describing the fallen cherub, right? But but your conclusion is that the fallen cherub is Lucifer. I disagree. My conclusion is that Lucifer is a man, which is Nimrod, which is what the Babylonian or mystery religion is based off of Semiramis, Nimrod, and Tammuz. You're claiming that
Nimrod is evil, but he's not Lucifer though.
Yes, he is.
Because Lucifer's
and I'm asking you to. All right, well, show me in this verse that you took us to where it mentions Lucifer, because it doesn't.
Okay, so let me ask you then: who are they talking about in this passage? Because I'm trying.
Well, hold on. I asked you a question first. Is there Lucifer anywhere in that chapter?
But there's a whole context behind this. If you read the verse before, it says, "You were in the garden of God. Every precious stone ordained you." And it talks about the stones. And then when you read the next passage after,
it's talking about the cherub that fell. It's not talking about Lucifer.
But who was the cherub that fell?
Lucifer is not a cherub.
Yeah, who was that cherub then? Who's the angel that fell? Say
Lucifer.
I think it's this being that is worshipped by Nimrod. So this being the one who's ascribed all the sin, which is Azazel. So maybe that could be it. I'm not sure. That's just my theory. I don't know.
To teach men, we got Azrael, Azazel. We know about those fallen.
Yeah, but who is ascribed?
Lucifer.
Who is ascribed? No, who is ascribed the blame for everything, humanity's plagues. There's one angel in particular. I'm aware that there's different angels that did different things. So remember, the main thing was that Samyaza Samyaza was the one that gathered the 200 of the angels and said, yo, let's make a pact. We want to go down and fornicate with the daughters of men. We want to go live the fleshly life. We tired of following orders up here. We want to go smash something. You understand? That's what went down. So their main goal was to go down and fornicate. It was Azazel, the main guy who did the teaching of cosmetics and beautification and manipulation, and also taught the things of war and what do you call it? Blacksmiths and all that.
That's only in the book of
Correct. Correct. But your Christ thing is only in the New Testament. You can't prove that in the Old Testament.
It's not.
All you can do is reach.
It's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Every book of
Go
the
ahead.
Bible,
We can do this today.
Genesis
We can do it right now.
From Genesis to Habakkuk.
No.
You can find a messianic prophecy that completely leads to Yeshua.
No.
From the first book of the Bible.
No,
Old Testament,
you
all
can't.
the way to Habakkuk.
What does Deuteronomy 24:16 say? Because you think our God believes in human sacrifice, and that's the problem right there.
So in Genesis 5,
what does Deuteronomy? Hold on. What does Deuteronomy 24:16 say? Because it'll answer your hold on, because it'll answer your question that you're about to answer right now about the blood of man being responsible by taking the blood of the man who took blood or whatever that.
Share your screen. Share your screen if you can, bro. Please, for the audience's sake, please, and for my sake, still. To be fair, but yeah,
I got a lot of tabs open my computer. Give me a second.
Yeah, take all that porn shit off your computer, bro.
There's no porn, man. It's just space stuff. I was taking notes about the space link stuff earlier.
Man. Big booty midgets might have to wait for a while, man. Come on. Right.
Yeah, you're a funny dude, man.
I love this. We opening up the book. I love this. Let's go.
That's what it's about. Let the book talk.
Yeah. Let's go.
Fathers should not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to death for their fathers. The person shall be put to death for his own sin.
His own sin. So that means that Abraham couldn't have been asked to sacrifice his child by the Most High if he's going to turn around and say this.
Right. Well, that's twofold.
No,
so there's two ways to explore. There's two ways to explore. Right. There's two ways to explore the Abraham thing. We can get into that, but let me piece this together for the brother. So how do you deal with that? If that's pretty much telling you that everybody's responsible for their own deeds, and I have other precepts that back up that one. So it's not just one cherry pick and then I'm going to run with it. We can go to a whole chapter like Ezekiel 18, and the Most High outlines to you what exactly is required from him. He doesn't require anything but your obedience. This is not a God that eats flesh. If he's created all things, why would the killing of an innocent animal or an innocent human being ever satiate any of his needs and requirements if he's an almighty God? It does not make any logical sense. Okay.
Are you denying that? Hold on. So just clarification. Are you denying the animal sacrifices?
Yes, that's all. That's a result of the lying pen of the scribes.
Oh, okay. Now there's no point now, because now you're done. Because I can show. Yeah. Oh man.
No, okay, I'm not. I can go. Only place you can go is throughout Leviticus for your basis. For your basis, I can go all throughout the prophets of the book, including David, where they don't do animal sacrifice, and I can go to Jeremiah where he tells you he didn't tell us to do any of that during the wilderness. No, you're done. You believe in human sacrifice.
All right. No. You don't believe in. Hold
on. You believe in being a spiritual tip drill. So if any of y'all ever seen the Nelly video, tip drill, when he swipes the credit card down the crack of his shorty's booty, like you guys treat Jesus Christ like that. You guys think that you guys can be scumbags and live whatever your life, and at the end of the day, because you believe in somebody who died for you, that you gonna go to the place that you think you deserve to go. Hell nah. That's not how it works in the Torah Tanakh. This book and this God is about responsibility. The whole reason why we were kicked out of the Garden of Eden or out of eternity was because we failed to take responsibility or accountability. Everybody passed the buck in Genesis, I think it's 3 or 4. Adam passed the buck and the blame to Eve. Eve passed the buck and the blame to the serpent. The serpent ain't give a fuck. You understand?
Right,
And that's why we got demoted. So the whole thing is about personal accountability and responsibility.
Okay, so
not swiping Jesus Christ down your butt crack.
Okay, so just to clarify for the audience, you deal with the Old Testament only, the Torah and the Tanakh. That's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the whole thing, yeah. So in Leviticus,
as far as the canonized works, absolutely.
Perfect. So in Leviticus 1 verse 1, I'm gonna go through each example of burnt sacrifices.
You don't have to, because I already know that Ezekiel or Leviticus chapters 1 through I think it's not. All right, go ahead.
All right, so the first one.
Man, I wish I had my laptop. Go ahead.
The first one is Leviticus 1 verse 1, and it says, "Then the Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the meeting tent." And then verse 2 says, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when someone among you presents an offering to the Lord, you must present your offering from the domesticated animals, either from the herd or from the flock." So quick question.
That's a result of the lying pens of the scribe in Jeremiah 8:8, for which is fashioned through Jeremiah 7:21 through 24, which is some of the stuff I was going to take you to explore why it says there's a lying pen of the scribes. They switched the roles of Cain and Abel. Cain is not the one that brought the oblations. It was Abel that brought oblations. Cain is the one who brought the blood sacrifice or the killing of an animal, which is not what Yahweh required.
Prove it.
Go to Jeremiah 7:21.
I know about hold on. I know about the passage of the
Hold on. They don't know that. So I'm teaching you and them at the same time. So go to Jeremiah 7:21 to 24, please.
Please let me speak, bro, because this is important, because I'm catching you out right
now. Can you go to Jeremiah 7:21 to 24?
I'm going to go to Jeremiah. And let me tell you why I'm excited to go to Jeremiah. This is the same argument that Muslims have used against Jews and Christians to say, "Oh, see,
I don't care. I'm not a Muslim, and I'm not Jew, and I'm not a Christian."
I'm not just speaking to you. People are listening, so I'm making a point. Okay?
All right, cool.
So they use this argument to say, "Oh, look, it says here that the scribes they changed with the." Let me get to the passage. That's probably better. Let me just go straight to the passage. Yeah.
The lion pen. The lion pen.
The lion pen. Yeah.
I never heard that before.
I have heard that one many times.
Well, you haven't heard it from me, so whatever straw man argument you're gonna bring up about Muslims and whatever they're doing doesn't have nothing to do with me.
Okay, Lloyd,
you ain't met a Muslim like me before.
Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah 7:21 through 24.
Cool. 7:24. 24.
See, you should have just went there like 5 minutes ago, like I told you. I done had this discussion a million times. Yes, it does.
I just typed in Jeremiah.
Yes, it does. And I said Jeremiah 7:21 through 24. You gotta listen, my man. Don't be an eager beaver.
So 21.
Hey, cut it out, Vin. Cut it out. This is my little bro.
No, there's no pressure. This is easy.
It's light work for me because you're a Christian. You still haven't come out of the New Testament yet. You still on baby's milk. Like I done had a million conversations with you. I know you're gonna stay on baby's milk.
I'll never go the New Testament.
I know that's why you don't know the soul is electromagnetic.
That says the Lord.
You're still on baby's milk.
The God of Israel. Add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat meat. For I do not speak to your fathers or command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt. Concerning the burnt. Hello? I'm reading.
What does did not mean?
For I did not speak to your fathers or command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices.
Ooh.
But this is why but hold on, listen. But this is why I commanded
you, reading?
Saying, "Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people, and walk in all the ways that I've commanded you, that it may be well with you." Yet they did not obey.
Right. So,
but follow.
Wait. Is that verse 24? Or are you reading the 25?
This is 24. That one. I'm on 24 right now.
24.
Let me start again.
Okay, my fault.
Yet they did not obey or incline their ear, but followed the counsels and the dictates of their evil hearts, and went backward and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came out to the land of...
There was a 25 weekend. Stop, man.
Hold on. Hold on. Because you're missing the point of what I'm... Because you can read the whole chapter and then get to Jeremiah 8:8, and we can do that too with the lion, pen, and the scribe comes in. But I'm just trying to point out to you that Jeremiah 7:21-24 is the hinging verse for Jeremiah 8:8. The reason why they're lying is because this other God, this God of Egypt, that our people kept going back to. So even when Aaron was left in charge and Moses went up to the mountain for 40 days and came back and seen that they were worshiping the golden calf. Who is the golden calf? The golden calf is the Apis bull of Egypt. Who is the Hold on. Who is the Apis bull of Egypt? Whatever, Apis or Apis, whatever. I'm not playing semantics. The Apis bull, when you look up his translation into Greek society, was Serapis. And who is Serapis based off of? Serapis is the archetype Jesus Christ. That's what, like, if you look up Marcion of Sinope and study that history, you begin to understand where the New Testament came in. It's hijacked. Marcion of Sinope did not like our God. He didn't like that our God messed with us and only us. It was only concerned with us. He wanted another God which was more favorable, which is exactly what Christianity is. It puts all the other nations above us. That New Testament you believe in puts all the other nations above us.
That's not true. So hold on. So what about
yes,
the
it is
in the book of Esther? What about the proselytes who are Gentiles?
Are they above? Are they above us in our society?
No,
are they ruling over us in our society?
They become as if they were born Israelites.
But can they occupy posts of dictatorship in our society? Yes or no? Based on the laws? No, they can't.
What?
They can't be put into rulership positions at all.
No, but they still become.
Where can they be put into rulership positions?
No, but they still.
Where did I say they can?
If you're not from the tribe of Judah, you're not going to be a king. So of course, there's laws in terms of that. What specific tribes are meant to do? You have to be a Levite to be a priest. But in terms of other Gentiles or people becoming Israelites, even before the New Testament, strangers.
You don't only have to be.
Hold on, bro. Strangers.
You don't only have to be Judah You don't only have to be Judah to become a king, because you had the northern and southern tribes. So those are two different kingdoms.
They were breaking.
I just want to make that clear.
But they shouldn't have split. We know that they shouldn't have split because the true.
I'm aware, but our history. Yeah, I'm aware, but our history is dictated by a dual kingship. If you read all of the books, that's mainly most of the chunk of our history was that dual kingship. But I'm just pointing that out because there's a listening audience, and there's you flying, but there's subtle differences in the detail we have to acknowledge.
100%. But yeah, like I said,
but this don't have nothing to do with what we're mainly talking about.
Yeah, because you made a point about the scribe and the pen. But if that's the claim that you're making, then how do we know that Deuteronomy, what you just read, was correct?
What do you mean, dude? Because what is the verse that is incorrect, or what is the actions that are incorrect that are mentioned by the Most High in Jeremiah 7:21-24?
Because when I asked you if you accepted the whole Torah, you said yes. So that includes Leviticus, and the previous verse I read was in Leviticus. So if we're gonna say,
I understand that. So I accept everything that I accept it as our book, but that doesn't mean there isn't hijack in there, as clearly Jeremiah 8:8 tells you.
But it doesn't say the book of Leviticus is hijacked anywhere here.
I didn't say that. It said that the burnt offerings and sacrifices, which if you look it up in the Hebrew, I believe it's korban and where's my book? Let me get the Hebrew for you so you can. Oh, hang on, because you're missing the premise. So you don't even know my argument, which is why you got to listen to what I'm saying to you and let me work my way through it so that you can understand the context, so that then you can develop your argument. Like you arguing in the dark right now, which is a disadvantage for you. You know, like I don't think because we're disagreeing, I got an issue with you. Yeah, but your questions are predicated on your pre-assumptions. on whatever arguments with Muslims and with whoever you brought up, 15 minutes ago. That's why I was telling you that's irrelevant because it has nothing to do with me. I'm a whole different beast.
I understand that. But
Yeah, but you're comparing people to me that are not on my level. This man Red Pill told you I'm different.
All right.
I don't come in with straw man arguments, but like, my nephew made this argument, you're making it now. I don't do that to you, But the Hebrew word I think is korban. If you look up for blood sacrifices, and damn, I don't have, because if I close this YouTube thing, then I'll be chapped out.
So what this is simply saying here is that what God cares more about is obedience rather than sacrifices. Because if you read in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Isaiah, God talks about how he's tired of your sacrifices, he's tired of your Sabbaths. Because what people were doing was they were keeping the laws superficially, meaning they were keeping Sabbath and keeping the blood sacrifices, but they were not treating people in a loving way. They were not practicing, which is the true essence of the law, which is love. So it's more like
it isn't only that.
But it's about obedience, right? So just because they were keeping the commandments doesn't mean that they were saved or that they were in God's favor, because it's not just keeping the commandments, it's also about righteousness. It's also about love.
Well, righteousness is keeping the commandments, and love is keeping the commandments by the Torah's definition. Love is the keeping of the commandments.
I'll give you a perfect example. You may not accept it because it's New Testament, but whatsoever. If you look at the story of
but if it's found in the Old Testament,
bro,
hold on. Let me just preface something. I understand, but let me preface something. You just made a statement.
But just do it after I finish, though. Is that unfair? Thank you. So when you look at
I'll let you take your little jabs, and then I won't respond to them. I'll just ride over.
I promise you that was not a jab. You can correct me where I'm wrong after I finish speaking, yeah? So
it's not worth it because you're going to say something and I'm going to forget about it. So go ahead.
Then. Where was I?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So if you look at the story of the Good Samaritan, right? It's a parable that Yeshua spoke about, right? You had someone that was injured that just got robbed and was being half to death. It was a Samaritan and was lying dead. The priest that walked by kept all the commandments, was clean, was doing everything, right? But he walked past. He didn't want to touch him. He didn't want to look at him. He didn't want to help him because it was Sabbath, right? A deacon, another guy walked by, did the same thing. But a Jew walked by, and if you know anything about the Jews and the Samaritans, they don't really rock with each other. And plus, there's certain laws and commandments where, you have to kind of, on the Sabbath, you have to kind of keep, clean or whatever. He went to the Samaritan, he picked him up, took him to the hotel, gave him some money, and asked the people to make sure that he's okay. What Jesus was simply saying there is that you can keep all the commandments you want, you can do all the sacrifices you want, but if there's no love in what you are doing, then it's pointless. So what he's saying here is he's not saying, I did not tell them to do burnt sacrifices, because I don't even need to stick to Leviticus. Almost every book in the Old Testament talks about burnt sacrifices. It's all over the damn place. So we're not going to play those games.
Yeah, that's because there's a line. That's because there's a line trying to describe everywhere. So we are going to play this game.
Last point.
And I'll checkmate you.
Final point. What God is simply saying here, just like it says in Isaiah about your Sabbaths, I'm tired of your Sabbaths. I'm tired of your burnt offerings. He's saying here, I didn't just tell you to do burnt offerings and then that's it. The point of it was obedience. Obey.
That's not what he's saying.
That's clearly
what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. No, it's not. We're gonna read. We're gonna read it again. Read the verse and what it says.
I'm gonna even show you another passage in Isaiah.
Read Jeremiah. Read Jeremiah. How can you read me another passage and you're only going off one verse that I've given you? You have to look at the connection of verses that I'm going to give you for the argument to make sense.
You're giving me your passages.
You're giving me New Testament scripture that doesn't say "Thus saith the Lord" in there, not one. So it means nothing to me. It doesn't prove anything on your end
I'm
either.
I'm going to show you in Isaiah. I just said Isaiah is in the Old Testament, bro. What are you doing?
Show me what in the Old Testament.
You don't accept Isaiah now? Do you not accept the book of Isaiah?
No, I don't accept your warped understandings of it. And I don't feel like listening to a Christian sermon. I would like you to get to the crux of the point without wasting both you and everybody's listening ear, because they can all go to church if they want to hear this bullshit.
You've read this. I've given you my explanation of this, right? We've heard
Yes, through Jesus Christ's lens. You told me that Jesus Christ told you that if you don't do the laws, that you can do the laws and you can sacrifice animals, but if it's not done with love, then it doesn't matter. It don't say that nowhere in the Torah tonight.
With love.
Okay,
So you just rammed in like a Southern Baptist preacher, and it's like scratching nails on a chalkboard. It's annoying.
So since you want to play games, let's go
let God talk. No, I want to give the verses so that I can let the listening audience and you understand the perspective from which I'm coming from. That's one verse. That doesn't do anything. You can't prove something with one verse. You have to go precept upon precept, like your boy Christ say, line upon line. Don't he say that?
I've just read your verse.
You read one verse. Your man Christ even tells you you have to go.
I read 21 to 24. I'm trying to show you another one now.
That's one chunk. I have other precepts to present.
So do I. I have other ones to refute what you're saying. But you're not letting me show mine.
Chill out, man. Everyone's entitled to have their own style. Like, he's got a long-winded style and it's irritating, I understand, but that's his style. He's consistent with it.
He's trying to talk around the point and run away from the point.
He's still in it, Jeds. Come on.
So for instance, you can go to Isaiah 1, which he was going to reference, and we can pay attention to particular verses 11 through 17, and then we'll ask him where the blood came from, because the blood didn't come from killing people or killing babies or not being nice or not doing it with love. The blood came from somewhere, and the blood that where it came from is actually mentioned in verse 11. So go ahead and read Isaiah, and we can answer your question or your statement that you made before about what Jeremiah 7:21-24 was about, which is why you didn't want to read it again, because it specifically says the opposite of what you said. Moses said he never taught blood sacrifice or required or requested it ever. He didn't give it, especially out of the Exodus. So where did it come from? That should be the logical question you ask yourself when you see Jeremiah write those words. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to go to the other prophets. Isaiah 1, and then you can start from the top if you want to, or you can go straight to 11 to verse 17.
Isaiah 1 verse 13.
It's up to you.
Are you done?
Isaiah 1:11. You can start from 11.
Can I speak, bro? Like, you just
can you start from 11? I requested you to start from 11.
When we read your passage, did we start from 1? Did we start from 10? Did we start from
I didn't. No, we started where you told me to go.
I went directly to where you said, and we went from 21 to 24. Now it's my turn.
Right, and it's not. I'm still presenting my case of precepts. I just got done telling you. The book said, what does your book say? It does not say precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. Yes or no?
We're going to go to Isaiah.
Does your New Testament not tell you that? I'm asking you a question. Does your New Testament not tell you precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little? Yes or no?
Perfect. And that's what we did with your passage.
No, we didn't. That's one precept. I haven't explained anything about my position. You don't know anything about my position other than the basic statement I made. I haven't proven my position because you won't allow me to. So I'm going to answer your question using Isaiah 1, and I'd like you to go from verse 11 to 17. That's what I'd like to focus on. Can we do that?
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
17. And it says, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, says the Lord."
Calling all Israelites. We have a problem on aisle 4. We have a wild Brooklyn nigga. He's bugging out. He's
I'm not from Brooklyn. I'm not from Brooklyn.
He's not from Brooklyn. I'm not from Brooklyn. Correct. He's wilding. He's talking about precepts. We need everyone to calm down. What we gonna do?
Chill, Red.
All right, and it says, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me?" says the Lord. "I have had enough of burnt offerings, of rams, and the fat of fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls, or lambs, or goats. When you come to appear before me, I do not delight in the blood of bulls, or of lambs, or goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my
What?
courts?"
Wait, hold on. What did Jeremiah 7? Hold on. Pause, because I'm going to explain this now. The context. We're not just going to read it and then you're going to do your little Christian spiel.
All right, listen.
The
I'll read it
context.
and I'll listen to you.
Hold on. The context is the same as Jeremiah 22. It's saying he did not give these orders. Who gave the orders? He's saying the same thing right here in Isaiah. Continue to read, please.
"Bring no more futile sacrifices. Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons, the Sabbaths, and the calling of assemblies."
I love that one.
I cannot endure iniquity. Okay, pause.
So what's that
mean? Pause. Yeah. I'm gonna explain. I'm going to explain. Hold on. I'm going to explain the passage. So when he's including the oblations or the incense and the Sabbath and the new moon days, it's because of what he's going to mention in the verses which he's about to read. It's because we keep doing things that he never asked us to do. He never asked us to sacrifice animals. So the blood on our hands, which he's about to read, is stopping us from having communication with our God, comes from the animals that were mentioned from verse 11, 12, and prior. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It's about reading comprehension.
Hold on, before you go again, can I pick a gem out of this? What is Jeremiah saying about incense, please? Because
Jeremiah or Isaiah?
Isaiah. What is he saying about
incense? In the temple, when they put incense in the temple,
it's an abomination.
Right. But why? Well, we about to find out. Continue to read, my man. Please.
Yeah,
please.
Gang is pissed right now. Sage gang is
I cannot endure iniquity and the sacred meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hates. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. When you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourself.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Go read that verse again for me, please.
I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood.
That's the whole verse.
When you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers.
Pause there for me. When you spread out your hands in supplication in prayer, when you come to me to these temples and you're praying to me, right? I'm not gonna hear you. I'm not listening. Go ahead and read the second half.
Even
to the semicolon.
Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourself.
Boom. Even though you make many prayers, your hands are full of blood. So that's the reason why he's not listening. That's for the reason why he's turned a deaf ear to us, because we're not following instructions. We have blood on our hands. So if the blood on our hands is the reason why he's not listening to us, then maybe we should figure out where the blood came from. Can you read verse 11 and 12 for me again, please?
Oh, so now we're going all the way back to 11 and 12.
What chapter?
Yes, because I'm making a point. Can you chapter 1 of Isaiah? Can you go back to 11 so we can find out where the blood came from?
To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, says the Lord? I have had enough of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or goats. When you
Thank you. All the animals named in Leviticus that you want to bring up, he don't deal with that. And the blood on the hands of our people, which is why our God ain't listening to us on them new moons, on them Sabbaths, and even when we have the correct type of sacrifice that we are to come with, which is the Adamic sacrifice of oblation, the same one that Abel kept and Seth kept, then there wouldn't be an issue. But because we have blood on our hands, continually sacrifice, there is an issue.
All right, have you made your full point? Because I'm still waiting to respond with my scripture. You know what I mean?
No,
I don't think he's
I'm
made
waiting
his
for you to
point.
finish reading verses 16 and 17 so we can see what the Most High tells us we should do instead of killing animals.
Okay.
I
Verse
can't.
16.
I stop trying to benefit from this body. This you not nothing. You're not part of this, right?
Why can't I benefit though, Jets? Why you
Because Zulu will body you. You don't challenge. Hold on, because you don't challenge Zulu on nothing, right? So when Zulu is having his discussion with his Hebrew brother, you want to now get involved.
Jets,
Like,
even
pull back.
I'm allowed to eat from the crumbs of the master's
Nah,
table,
you
bro.
let the hyena try to steal the legs from the lion. Nah, you need to pull back. Nah, I'm not gonna let you do Zulu like that. Yeah, you're not ready for Zulu. Yeah.
I was sticking up for Zulu 2 seconds ago. I just want to hear the argument.
Zulu
The
needs to
brother
have
is
a
entitled to
conversation
bring
with his
his
big
argument
bro.
without
I haven't even made my response.
him.
I haven't even made my response to him.
What name? Listen, trust me. Don't try to back up Vin because
I'm not backing up anyone. I just want to hear a conversation.
You know you're gonna end up hating this dude, so just don't even bother. Remember, I know him.
Do you think I'm
ain't gonna
taking
like
sides? Do you think I'm that petty?
Yeah, because you see,
Look,
Zulu.
You would think that though.
Alright, just chill right now. Just
Like,
chill right
yeah,
now. Sorry, my brother.
I
I'm saying.
I just wanted to point out one thing is that it's not about, like I said, it's not about attacking one precept at a time. You have to hear somebody's entire argument. Like Proverbs tell you, you have to listen to the fullness of man's argument in order to gain understanding so that you can formulate a rebuttal if need be. So that's why I even pointed out to you, my brother, your own book in the New Testament, your own idol, Christ, tell you precept upon precept, line upon line. So a precept is a verse or a small pocket or collection of verses which can be used to prove a point. It's not a whole chapter or anything. So I just gave you one precept in Jeremiah, or now two, two precepts in Jeremiah 7:21 through 24 and Isaiah 11 through 17. I have literally 20 plus more. You understand?
But we're not going to go for all of them,
there's a level
surely,
to the
because then
discussion
when am I
going to
respond?
and most of your arguments are going to be predicated on what? When you don't understand
Vince,
the argument that I'm making.
Surely we can't go through all 20 of your verses and then me not go through mine, because it's supposed to be a back and forth, right? So we've read 2 of yours now, including this one. When am I going to be able to respond with mine?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Give him the mic, Vin, man.
I didn't say I wanted to run with all 20, but what I'm saying to you is I'm like a lot of the questions you are about to ask or answer, I could already answer for you with the precepts that are given. And just like you tried to take the context of Jeremiah 21 and 24 out of the equation, you even brought up Isaiah 1 before I did, and I used that
because I already know it.
argument.
I've already seen this
but
before.
obviously you don't know it all too well because I just used it to bully your shit. So
no,
obviously
we need to get rid of this know-it-all
and you don't
culture.
know 11 through 17 to gain the context.
I've
which
read
is
this
why
so
I
many
said you got to
times,
listen
bro.
to a man's argument in order to understand how to engage with him. That's all I'm
All
saying
right.
to you.
All
Like
right.
I don't
So
have
let's listen to your full argument so I can respond. Is that fair?
Sorry.
Cool. So you want me to finish reading 16 and 17, yeah? And then are you gonna explain it and then you're done?
Right. And then you can go ahead and do your thing.
Perfect. So 16 says, "Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow." Anything you want to add to that before we move on?
Nothing to add, just to explain. It's the same things which are instructed in Deuteronomy 4. It's the same things that are instructed in Ezekiel 18, the entire chapter, where he's telling us just to follow the commandments, which is to love. Loving the Most High and loving the law is love in the Torah. So all this other whimsical stuff that is spoken about in the New Testament, I don't know what that got to do with anything. Okay, that's not, you got to come to me with "thus saith the Lord." There's not one "thus saith the Lord" in that New Testament.
Okay, so now it's time to make my argument. Cool. So let's go to Genesis. Let's go all the way to the first. You accept Genesis, right? Just to confirm again for the audience. You accept the book of Genesis, right?
I accept the entire Torah to now.
Perfect. So Genesis 9, verse 5.
Go on, Zulu. Get in your bag, man. Hit the like button, family tree. Yo, this is dope.
So let's read a verse before in the same fashion as previously, just to be more, correct. We'll start from. Okay, we'll just start from 3. No, we'll start from 1. Might as well. It says here. So God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be on every beast of the earth, on every bird of the air, and all that move on the earth, and on all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hand. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as the green herbs. But you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. Surely, for your lifeblood, I will demand a reckoning from the hand of every beast. From the hand of every beast, I will require it. And from the hand of man, and from the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of man." What does this mean, Brother Vince?
It actually proves my point.
No, explain. What does this passage mean to you? Explain it.
Read it again. It's not about what it means to me. It's about what it says.
No problem, bro.
There's
No problem, bro.
what
I'll read it
means
again.
to me. It's about what it
I'll
says.
read it again. Surely, for your lifeblood, I will demand a reckoning. From the hand of every beast, I will require it. And from the hand of man, and from the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of man.
Now, why is the Most High requiring the life of man, whether by another man or by an animal, for doing what?
Because of the sin of Adam and Eve, eating the fruit, and because God told
Read
them
the
that the day that you eat the fruit, you shall surely die. So
And
same
which
ways
verse?
how
Which
Abraham.
verse is this again?
Hold
So
on.
I
This is
can be
mine.
on par with you.
Hold on. Allow me to finish.
I'm asking
Yeah.
you what verse we're on, so I can get on par with you, my brother. Calm down.
We're on verse 5. 9 verse 5.
Thank you.
Genesis 9 verse 5. So the reason why I'm using this passage is because before this passage, before this event, during the fall of man, Adam and Eve were told that the day that you eat this fruit, you shall surely die. And to mitigate that, God allowed us to do animal sacrifices to take the place of our death, which is also a foreshadowing of the Messiah dying, which is said in Isaiah 53. By his scars we are
No,
healed.
Isaiah
That's why we can
is
get into that one. We can get into that one because that's going to be my second precept. Don't worry, we'll get into that one.
Right, but Isaiah 53 is not about Christ at all. It's about
it's about the weeping servant. You're going to say it's about the suffering servants, right?
I just
the
want to put
suffering
this
servants.
if you read the chapters before that, which is what reading comprehension is about, and not cherry picking, you'll gain the context that the children of Israel are the Messiah individual
servant.
that's spoken of in Isaiah 53.
Yeah, the suffering servant. The same thing that the Jews say. It's the same thing that the Jews. Hold on. The same thing that the Jews that deny Jesus say. That, oh yeah, that's just talking about the suffering servants.
I don't give a damn who the Jews
cool.
that deny Jesus say what. I don't care.
But
they study the Talmud. They don't even
this
study
is my
the
time,
Torah
though, bro.
Tanakh.
This is my time,
So
bro.
I don't care. Your straw man,
you want to go ahead? Go on.
Equations to me don't work. Clearly, it's going bad for you, my brother.
No problem. It's going. Whatever's going bad is going bad. Okay.
All right. Can we actually read to expand on it? Can I read it from the Torah Tanakh that I have?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
So it'll say verse 5. However, your blood that belongs to your soul, I will demand. So this is to me, when you ask me what do I glean from this? This is gleaning the spirit of self-responsibility and accountability, like I brought up in Deuteronomy 24:16 and Ezekiel 18 and a couple of the other precepts that I have.
Can you repeat that? Repeat that again.
We'll eventually get into. But however, your blood that belongs to your souls, I will demand. Whether of every beast, I will demand it, but of man, of every man, for that of his brother, I will demand the soul of man. So it's just saying, accountability or responsibility. Even verse 6, it goes on to say that, essentially you reap what you sow. What the work you put in is what you get. Every man's responsible for his own doings. It doesn't say anything about, somebody dying for your sins. It says something about you being punished for what you do. So it says verse 6. This is why you don't cherry pick. Even the verse after what you said. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood shed. That's not that doesn't say anything about Christ coming to die for your sins.
That's exactly
You're
what
just
that means.
using precepts from the Old Testament and then
That's
running
exactly
back
what
to
that
the New
means.
Testament to prove what you believe. But again, there's no "thus saith the Lord" anywhere there in that New Testament. Okay, and no man can die for your sins, as is law, as stated in Deuteronomy 24:16, as within the instructions that were given to us in Deuteronomy 4 and expressed in Ezekiel 18 and various other precepts. So what you talking about don't make no sense from the Torah Tanakh perspective.
Cool. So what you did there was you basically gave your own interpretation of verse 5, 6, which is cool. But and it's funny how you anticipated verse 6.
Huh?
Hold on, let me finish.
No. It's not his.
Come on,
It's
man.
not his
Come
own
on, man.
interpretation, though, is
Yo.
it?
Come on, you
Now,
gotta
there's
relax.
millions of people that
Come
believe
on, you
that.
gotta
You can't
relax,
say
bro.
he made
This
it
is my
up.
time to
I can't hear
rebut
anything that's
what
being
he's
said.
saying, and now you want to interrupt. Where were you
You
interrupting?
can't hear nothing.
Hello.
Yo. Yo, you can't hear us? Leave and come back, bro. You might have to leave and come back, Vin. Yeah, I noticed your reception wasn't all that. I could hear like from the
It was a bit of a lag
audio
or
quality.
like a delay in it.
Yo, Vin.
Is he muted us?
Who just bounced? Khan. Let's kick him and see if he comes back.
Yeah, Zulu. Come on,
Yep.
like, how's that? Like, he's just, to be honest, when he read that, I kind of got the same thing from that, and I'm gonna lie.
But this is the thing, though. When you read in verse 5,
How
and it
that
talks
his own
about,
you can't say comments like, "Oh, that's your own interpretation." Like, you get me, car. If he's reading it, and I've even come to that conclusion, how's that his own interpretation?
I'll
Like,
explain it, bro.
there's other
Because
people out there like that's
he's
only thinking the
rejected
same thing.
any passage in the Torah that talks about blood sacrifices because he read a passage earlier in.
Can you guys hear me?
Was it
Yeah.
Ezekiel?
My fault. I don't know where I cut out at.
You know what? Your reception hasn't been that good.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's
my
cool.
phone is low as hell too. My battery's on like I'm on the charger still, but it's on like 10%.
Yeah, look, like
as well.
You might as well put it on the charge now because StreamYard's a motherfucker, man.
Yeah. Maybe I can come in through the Discord because I have Discord on my phone. Do you want to see if that works a little bit better?
I don't think it's gonna work better. No, it won't.
You can screen share Discord.
You can what?
Yeah, but
well,
what you mean? You two can talk. You know what?
No.
Two can talk on this. You're right.
No,
you two
have
can
the
talk on
discussion
Discord.
with you on your platform. Just continue. Would you like me to try the Discord? Or y'all?
You could talk on Discord. Both of you could talk on Discord, and I could share the screen. You're right. Yeah. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, you're right.
No, I thought the little chat we in right here is the Discord, or is this just YouTube?
No, this is StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is StreamYard. Yeah.
So my connection is that damn. It's that bad. I do only have 2 balls.
It's all right now. It's all right. It had its moments, but it's all right.
All right. My fault.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah. Khan. Yeah, I was saying, Khan, you want to stay out of it because when Vin comes back, I'm gonna make him bang on the Muslims. So you ain't gonna want to be his friend then. I'm telling you, you don't want to hear what he's got to say. He's talking to a fellow Israelite, and it's easy now. But I warned you guys, man. I was gonna bring some big dogs through, and here's one. But yeah,
so quick question, Vince. And this is kind of related to this passage, but not related. So with the Abel sacrifice, you said something about there was a switcheroo. Can you just elaborate on that, please, so I can remember what you said?
That's what I'm understanding is that those roles were reversed. So the sacrifice, which if you look at the role reversal, this will give the justification for why people think animal sacrifice is even makes sense. I mean, first off,
it's weird. I think we was taught this as a Jehovah's Witness. I was taught this,
Yeah. Well, it's nonsense. It doesn't make any logical sense. And even the prophets will tell you, even David tells you, and I'm kind of at a disadvantage because I can't even bring in share anything because I'm working just through the phone. But once I get the laptop back, then it's all business. I got all of my precepts together. Like right now, I just got the ones that are written on my little handheld note. But yeah. Did I answer your question just now? My fault if I
No, you did answer. I'm trying to go to the actual passage in Genesis 4 where it talks about this, the Cain and Abel thing. Just to ask you,
it's Genesis 4, I believe.
4 verse 4, and it says here. I'll read from verse 3. It says here, and in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought an offering of the first fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And the Lord respected Abel and his offering, but he did not respect Cain and his offering. And Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. So in verse 4, where it says here, Abel, and bearing in mind in verse 2, it says that he was a keeper of the sheep. So he was like, he dealt with like cattle and sheep and stuff like that, right? It says here in verse 4, Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. So what is that here that he's bringing before the Lord?
That's the role reversal. He didn't bring blood, gut, and fats. He brought the sacrifice that was deemed acceptable by the Most High from Adam, which is oblation.
Where does it say that?
If
What
you
do you
read
mean
it,
by that?
if you sorry, it's two
What do you
people
mean
asking
by
2
oblation?
questions. Sorry?
What do you mean by that word oblation?
Oblation is a bloodless sacrifice. So if you look up in the Hebrew, there's really 2 types of sacrifice that are in there. And one is the sacrifice of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The other is the sacrifice of, the baby eater, Saturn, or, known as Azazel or Chronos, or it depends on what culture, what time period we're talking about. But that's the bloodthirsty God.
Can you see my screen?
In a minute. 1 second.
Oh, you're not sharing? Oh, never mind.
Yeah. No, wait.
I typed in oblation in the Bible. And it's
type in the
Hebrew.
The Hebrew words are mincha. That's one Hebrew word, and korban. So if you go to Blue Letter, and Blue Letter Bible is a useful tool. It's not the only one, but you can use that one. It will give you the translations of the words.
You type like a secretary Zulu, man. Yeah,
I know,
like
fam. You stuff, bro.
He be on his study game.
Yeah,
man.
I do,
bro. Listen, I'm learning from you, bro. I'm listening to your point of view.
I know. That's why I tried to bring you together. But Zulu's only 21, Vin.
No, 22.
Young brother, that's good. When I came into, how old were you when you came into the truth?
I'm 22 now. Actually, I'm not 21. But I came into. I came in when I was probably like 18 or something like that. I just, yeah, man.
Nice. You came in as a youngin', man. I came in when I was about 21. So right out of college. So nice, man. That's good. You'll come out of that. Maybe I can do for you what Nasi Yashibel did for me, and a few other people did for me. So
I don't know, man. Yeshua's Lord, man. Big up Yeshua, man.
You're Lord. He ain't our Lord. I don't worship pagan idols.
Isaiah 53 is a mic drop for all the Old Testament Hebrews. Still, I can't even lie. But anyway, we'll get into that.
You bringing up one dude. I done brought more people out of the New Testament.
Bro, I brought Genesis 9 verse 5. I brought Isaiah 1 verse 11. Come on.
No, man. you brought your interpretations.
You brought your interpretation.
The one who brought Isaiah 1 and showed you the context of what it said and matched it up to Jeremiah 7 and 22. And I can match it up with even more verses just out of this Old Testament.
So do you want me to go to the Blue Letter Bible, or is Bible Hub okay? Because it shows the Strong's Concordance in the Blue Letter Bible.
Either way, it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. So here it says here, korban is the word for oblation. And it says the definition here is offering or oblation. And then it's got some usages in the Bible. It says here, Leviticus 1 verse 2, of you brings an offering to the Lord. You shall bring your offering of animals. You shall bring an offering of cattle.
That's hijack.
You shall, if his offering is a burnt offering, burnt sacrifice.
That's
obviously you'd reject all of this, right? Because it's altered.
It's
been changed,
it says
right?
It's burnt. So burnt is animal, and then when you see in the oblation some of the definitions where it'll mention animal, that's untrue. Because I'm looking at the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia right now, which is some of my external sources that I use, and I'm trying to find. I need volume 2. I know it's page 60, but I need one of these volumes where I can read to you the history regarding the sacrifices in the temple. And they tell you that oblation is the ancient and traditional sacrifice, and that this blood sacrifice thing
So the high priest wouldn't sprinkle blood on the Ark of the Covenant.
There's no blood, nothing.
So that whole stuff about the temple and the sacrifices is all wrong, all of it.
Yes, they're not supposed to be doing that. Hence why we read Isaiah 1, particularly verses 11 through 17, where he's saying, yo, you got blood on your hands, so I can't even listen to your prayers. And all the things that I told you to do, like the new moons and the feast days and the Sabbaths and giving of oblations, I can't even accept that because you got blood on everything. That's stupid. Why would killing an innocent animal have anything to do with you? Especially if you're still going to be a rotten scumbag after the fact. So not only are you causing misery among your own species, but you're bringing another species that I've created into the fray. And with as many people that existed at that time amongst our people and all of them sacrificing, God knows how much animals were in the slaughterhouses crying on to the Lord, just like they do. Like you same Israelites of your ilk like to talk about how the birds are singing in the morning, praising the Most High's life. So what happens when you, another fellow creation of the Most High, try and take their life based on some goofy shit you did? It doesn't make any damn sense. That sounds like a bloodthirsty God to me. It don't sound like no God, fit for worship. And that's not our God, as Jeremiah clearly noted and all the rest of the prophets noted. We can go all throughout the books of Amos and Malachi and all of these books, and they'll tell you that he never required it. So why would the prophet say
to your point, it does say here in the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, oblation, sacrifice, offering, whether bloody or unbloody.
And that's hijacked because I'm about to show you in this International Standard Bible Encyclopedia. If I can find it, it's like 4 of these big ass books. But we're definitely gonna have this conversation again when I have the laptop on me, so that way we can screen share, and I'll have all of the material with me and not just working out of my brain. But
okay, yeah.
The other Hebrew word, just to give it to you, is mincha. So mincha is another word, so they're interchangeable.
Mincha. How do I spell that?
That's the particular word that's used in Genesis 4 verses 4. Which is a particular thing to note, because it doesn't, in the English, it'll tell you that Abel gave multiple sacrifices, or excuse me, it'll tell you he gave multiple sacrifices in the Hebrew, whereas Cain gave a singular. Now, if Abel's the one who came with a lamb and Cain came with, fruits, nuts, and grains, last time I checked, fruits, nuts, and grains would be multiple and a lamb would be singular. And also, you got to analyze the psychology behind it. Most serial killers, how can you tell a child's going to grow up to be a serial killer?
They hurt animals.
What do? They be
hurting, they be fucking up animals and shit, right?
Right. They kill animals and then they move on. If it's the behavior is not curbed, they move on to bigger prey, which is human. And that's exactly what Cain did, because he's of his father the devil. He that serpent seed. He's not Adam's son, but that's another thing we can get into. So I'm going to prove that. I'm going to read this. It goes verse 6 in this same chapter 4. After Cain's countenance fell, that his blood sacrifice got rejected, Hashem said to Cain, why are you so annoyed, and why has your countenance fallen? Verse 7, surely if you improve yourself, you will be forgiven. Not if you sacrifice animals, you'll be forgiven. Just improve yourself. Same thing Ezekiel 18 says. Same thing Deuteronomy 24 and 16 alludes to. Self-responsibility, true godhood, being accountable. But if you do not improve yourself, sin or death rests at the door. Its desire is towards you, yet you can conquer it. So he has to overcome whatever this, jealousy he has towards his brother Abel, and he's not able to successfully do so. But anyway, I just wanted to bring up the point that when you analyze psychology, people who kill animals when they're really young usually go on to kill human beings. And Cain killed animals, that lamb, when he was really young, and then he went on to go kill his brother out of spite and jealousy.
Okay, so the two definitions,
the correct sacrifice.
So the two definitions I've looked at, which is mincha and what was the other one again? Korban. Both of them show that it's possible to offer a sacrifice without the requirement of blood. But then they also mention passages where it is within the context of animal sacrifice.
But that's,
so would you say that those passages?
That's based on
This is the question. This is the question. But this is the question, though. Please,
again,
allow me to finish.
That's based on the hijack.
Just listen to you. I didn't interrupt you.
Again, that's based on the hijack.
Come on, Vince.
That's
I didn't interrupt you this whole time, bro.
Again, that's based on the
Wow.
hijack that's given,
Wow.
which is the whole premise of what we're talking about, the lying pen of the scribes. So these Gentiles who are going in and giving you your translations, which is why I brought up, so it can be a little iffy. You have to go deeper. And they'll include things based off of their understanding and translation. So if it reads in English, what they're saying, they're going to put it in there based on the lying pen of the scribes. Lying pen of the scribes happened before the translations were done in English. In other words, so like I said, this International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, for which I'm still trying to find the highlighted section for you, lets you know in the history of the temple, there was no animal sacrifices in the traditional days. It was only oblation. This is what Jubilees chapter 3 gets into. That's the sacrifice which Adam was allowed to give to the Most High. And if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, they'll get into some of that prehistory where it talks about what things were acceptable to give unto the Most High to supplicate in terms of what Adam had done in getting booted out. And none of it says anything about any animals. It says frankincense, myrrh, and the work of Adam's hands, which is the curse that was given to him in this in chapter 3. He used to till the ground of the earth. That was supposed to be his sustenance, where he got his food. He had to work for it now. Okay. And then a part of your best of what you have to offer is the things that you eat, which were ordained to eat. Adam was given a plant-based diet. He was not given a meat-eating diet. 2, why would a God who created you and designed you tell you to eat a food substance which isn't the best for you? In fact, it moves you closer to death. It gives you a mucus basis. It's the cause for a lot of the disease that we go through. Chad
are you vegan?
Boswick died of anal cancer. Died of colon cancer.
Vince, are you vegan?
Sorry? I'm plant-based, yes. I don't know.
There's when it comes to Passover,
there's a whole bunch of different terms that people use, but I just deal with plants. That's it.
Okay, so when it comes to the Passover, you don't keep the Passover. You don't eat the lamb.
No, I don't eat the lamb. I don't eat meat. That's not Adam's diet.
So that commandment is also altered, right? They've altered that. They've changed it, isn't it?
What?
The one where God tells them to sacrifice the animal and eat the animal.
Well, obviously.
Okay, no problem. So that's more passages that have been changed and altered, right? It's just all over the place.
There's a whole bunch. I literally have how many of them written down and highlighted throughout the scriptures where they go in, put in their little sacrifices.
So what is correct?
Over the book. What do you think? Lying pen of the scribes is just one verse.
So what do we know is what do we know? How do we know that something is correct then in regards to the Bible?
Because Jeremiah 7:21-24 and the preceding verses and precepts from the prophets that I have tell you what is required of us. So if you're doing stuff that God never required of us, particularly killing animals, as is stated in Jeremiah 7:22, then you should probably stop doing that. This doesn't have anything to do with fringes. It doesn't have anything to do with the marriage law. That's not mentioned in Jeremiah 7:21 and the preceding verses that I have to use to supplement my argument.
Okay.
And we can have an even better discussion, like I said, once I have my laptop.
Yeah, once you have your information, I can see what you have to show still. Because I've heard of Old Testament Israelites. I've spoken to them, but I've never spoken to someone that doesn't believe in the burnt sacrifices.
I know.
This is new to me personally.
That's what I was trying to tell you before. Like whatever comparisons you're trying to make, it's not gonna work with me. You have to at least hear out my position of what I'm saying to you, so that then you can go ahead and bolster your argument and prepare yourself for that part. And then I don't mind. But if we're gonna go piece by piece, then I have to listen to you make an arguing point, which I could have possibly have already answered, by just giving you my position, like what Proverbs says. Where and this is not a formal debate. So maybe if this was a debate thing, then that would have been the case. So that's on my understanding too. So ain't no biggie.
So Zulu, what you saying? You think it could have been switched as well? that about the Abel and Cain?
No, I don't believe that. I honestly believe 100% that.
You don't think it's not possible? I'm not saying we can get into probability later, but I'm saying possibility. You don't think that it doesn't make any sense that an innocent animal or human has to die for something you did. You don't think that's
well when we look at when we study the occult, so Vince, when we study the occult, we know that they do blood sacrifices, and blood seems to be the spiritual currency.
Life is
in regards to salvation and being saved, the whole Levitical blood sacrificial.
What do you mean salvation and being saved? What do you mean? Because that's
well, do you believe
not
in the
anywhere
final?
in what
Do you
the
believe in
Most
the
High
final?
told us.
Well, do you believe in
where is
the
that in the
Armageddon?
Exodus? Hold on. Where is that in the Exodus where blood was required in order for us?
But Vince, you stopped me in the middle of me speaking. I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
I'm asking you about because you said why are you talking about salvation? I'm asking you about now the Armageddon and the Gehenna, right? Which is the Hebrew concept of hell. Because people think hell is just Christian, but even in the Old Testament, there was a concept of the Judgment Day, the Day of the Lord, where souls will be judged from Sheol. They'll be resurrected and judged before the Lord. So, do you believe in the heaven or hell concept or the Sheol Gehenna concept?
You mean as Christians believe it? No.
It doesn't have to be exactly the same as that.
No, there's a place like hell, as people traditionally think of it, with the fire and brimstone. That was a place that was created strictly for the fallen and for the wives that they took up, which turned into sirens or people called mermaids or all that.
You mean the bottomless
all that other stuff? But yeah, that was a place that was made for them and their children. That was that was not necessarily made for us, for mankind, or humanity. So I can't say I totally agree there.
Okay, so in terms of a final judgment and a reward for righteous and
because if everybody who's bad goes to hell, then who are the other nations when everything is put back in this order that are going to be in our captivity that are spoken of in the prophecies? Like, who are they going to be?
Oh, so you believe in
you got to have some people around.
You believe that the Mashiach will come and recapture Jerusalem?
Which Mashiach are you talking about?
I'm not talking about the one that...
Y'all have this idea that there's only one Mashiach, and the word Messiah is really only used twice, and it's really to describe the anointed. So anybody who is anointed, like kings were Mashiachs. David was technically a Mashiach. The children of Israel of Isaiah 53 is talking about are the Messiah to the other nations. We're the ones who's going to be waking their ass up, and when they realize we're the children of the book, us assuming our position.
What about the one that will crush the head of the serpent?
What verse are you talking about? Read the verse. You can't just
you know the verse that when God told Eve, for your seed.
In Isaiah 3.
Who's that talking about?
Let's read it.
Genesis 3, I think. Let me see.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
You don't know. You know what to do. Hit the like button. Drop a little something. PayPal, Cash App, any love.
Oh, okay. Here we go. It's verse 15. So that's the hemolytic disease. That's where I came up with the. This is like back in 2013, where I think I figured out that this Genesis 3:15 has to do with hemolytic disease and them reptilians.
What?
Because Cain ain't the son of Adam. Cain's the son of somebody else. There was some fucking going on in the garden, and they have nothing to do with that righteous.
I knew it.
See,
yeah,
continue.
We're not on no son of Seth Christian doctrines over here.
You guys are way off base.
We're not off base. You're off base. You believe in human sacrifice.
So wait, what did you say about Cain?
It's not cool.
You said that they were having sex
people
in the
in
garden.
Captivity to begin with, because people like you keep going off.
Cain was having sex with who in the garden?
No, Cain is a result of the serpent and Eve.
Right. That's why he's not. That's why he's not listed on your.
Obviously not true.
He's not there. Yes, it is. He's
not
not
in the oral
listed
tradition.
on any of the
Who is the seed of the?
But who's the seed of the serpent? It was
It's a
predicted,
spiritual,
bro.
it's a spiritual seed, bro. It's
It's
not a
not no
physical.
spiritual
spiritual
seed. There's no
seed.
spiritual
Seed is
seed
all.
of
When you got,
nothing.
hold on, one second.
That's like
One
that's like
second,
Christians. That's like Christians
One
using the
second, Vin,
argument of
Vin,
spiritual
wait,
Israel. Oh,
Vin. Hold on.
spiritual Israel.
Hold
No, there's no spiritual nothing. Get out of here with that
on.
nonsense.
Hold
You'll
on.
never find that in the
Yo,
Torah.
Vin. 1 second. How,
That's
like, this is what I'm
nonsense.
saying, yeah? Bro, I'm not saying that it's true, but you have to consider the fact that Cain is a totally different dude to Abel, right?
Where is he listed
When
in the
does it
lineage?
say he's a totally different dude?
From his behavior.
But anyone can show bad behavior.
Well, not anyone. Cain was the first one.
Right.
And it
These
seems
are
like,
the beginning of creation.
and his mom was told that she would carry the seed of the serpent.
No, it doesn't say that.
Bro, what does it say, bro?
It doesn't say she will carry the seed
So
of the serpent.
what does
said
it
by
say?
her. It said through her seed.
Yeah,
the person
and
that will
her
come from.
offspring
Hold
and your offspring.
Hold on,
where
man.
does his offspring come from?
Can I finish what I'm saying, bro?
Go
It
on.
says from her seed, meaning the person that comes out of her will crush the head of the serpent. Doesn't say anything about her
read
having a
verses
serpent.
15.
It don't say that, bro. It don't say that.
I'm gonna read it because you won't
Okay,
read
read it again.
I
read
will
it again.
put
read it again.
enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring.
Boom.
Now, what offspring did she have, and who did what to who? What
And why would her
enmity was had
offspring?
between offspring? Of,
Why would her
of
offspring be
Eve?
separate from her husband's offspring? You not
Stop
tried
it.
this same shit. You tried this same shit with Sarah. No. Because they were saying whether we were having a debate about whether Abraham was Sarah's brother or father. No, husband or father. Yeah. So we wanted to know whether that was his daughter. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Zulu?
He said
What
Sarah's
did you
his
say?
daughter.
Repeat that, bro.
Who was it that we was asking about whether
You're
they
talking
were
about the sister thing.
Yeah.
That's that was with Shifa, and basically he was saying that they're not brother and sister. But when we read it, it clearly says that Abraham confessed that is truly his sister.
Right, but he was trying to use the verse to say, well, when they were asked, oh, who is this? And he said, oh, this is
my sister.
This is my wife. That meant that they weren't sisters or whatever. But like, it's like you're ignoring the language that's clearly there.
Right, it's an omission. It's
context
not a
behind
lie.
it. He lied.
technically.
He lied to
because
the
he
Pharaoh.
omitted a detail
No,
that
he
doesn't
lied-
make it a lie. He just simply
Pardon?
omitted a detail.
No, but the
Nah,
point
that's a
was
lie.
that-
That's he's a lie.
It's not a. How did he lie if he didn't tell the fullness? He did tell the truth. He just didn't say that this is his wife.
So it's deception then.
It's not
Yeah,
deception.
I mean, yeah, if
He's
you
hiding
omit
some of the
something,
truth
it
from
is
it.
deception.
It's not
Absolutely.
deception.
It's deception, bro. At least deceptive, isn't it?
It is because why would you? It's a form of deception, yeah, but it's kind of like defending yourself. It's a need to know basis. Like Red Pill, do you walk around and tell everybody everything about yourself, all your
Right.
It's a fucking need to know basis. Why this stranger king who I'm in his land and I don't really know how they get down like that, and I gotta kind of tread lightly and tread carefully.
It's Takia.
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
you know, how
What?
convey the
No, it's
information?
Takia. It's Takia. It's
Oh,
Takia.
you're next, bro. You're next. Trust me. You better stay on the panel. You better stay on the panel, bro.
Yo, all right, man. This is a great build, though. I'm
This is a great build, man. I like this, man.
Getting back to that point. Right?
You're a good dude, man. Don't mistake my fervor and my seeming aggression as like a lot of people do.
Wait, did you
as
say
me
seeming
having, like,
aggression?
personal issue with you. I ain't got a personal issue.
That's what I
with you,
heard.
though. It's just information.
You heard that as well,
At
Cuz?
the end of the day,
You seeming aggression. What's you guys are
That
so
sounded like
faggot.
semen. Be real, bro. That sounded
well, maybe you got cum in your ears. Come on, let's not be. You're not embarrassing me, man. You know, I brought my cousin around here.
You're gonna need more than a Q-tip to get that.
Listen. I brought my cousin around here. You guys trying to play the pause game and shit. Allow it, man. Like, come on, man, fix up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, but seriously though, where we was with the offspring, why would Eve's offspring be different from Adam's offspring, bearing in mind that they were the only men and women?
Can you read that one more time, please, just so I can like be in the same frequencies? Just read that one more time, Vince, if you're on it.
So, sorry. What you want me to read?
The
part
Genesis,
about
about the offspring, the seed.
Yeah.
Shoot, where's my damn scripture? Oh, here it is. I got too many books around me. I still gotta find you the thing from the International Standard Bible, but I can't. Like, it's like 4 thick ass books, bro, and I only know page 60, but apparently it's not it. So once I get the laptop back, we'll get on and we'll have a more official discussion, and that way I don't have to work just out of my brain.
Yo, Jets, but can't that be because God supposedly already knows what Cain and Abel would do? So he knows that flipping Cain's gonna kill Abel. So then he knows, like, you get me? Cause the way I read, that's what I was asking my man about that Zulu, if he believed about the switching round. Cause when they read that verse, I took it completely different to both of them. You get what I mean? Like, what was that verse you read?
Which one? The 3 and 15? The enmity?
Nah.
You're talking about the Cain and
one
Abel
about.
But let's stick with that enmity one for now, because we don't want to confuse the source, right? You try to figure out what you're talking about, Steps, right? But the enmity one, if we could get that read again, just so we can get the clarity on what he's talking and what God's talking about, because it's like, yo, what enmity between your seed and his seed and your seed and your
it's important to
offspring,
look up what the Hebrew words are.
Yeah, do you want to go to the Hebrew,
what we
Vince?
can get to.
Go for it, man.
So if
Do you want
somebody's
to go
got
to the
a
Hebrew?
Blue Letter Bible or whatever
I
they
can
use,
do that now.
we can check it out.
Go for it. And share,
What's the
it.
passage? What's the passage?
Genesis 3 and 15. So I just wanted to preface, back in like 2013, I think, or 14, I was watching this show called V, and it's when the black guy, Morris Chestnut, is having, he's an alien and he's or reptilian, and he's having baby with a human woman, and there's some complications. So I started, it made my ears stick up. So I was like, damn. And then I got to Genesis 3 and 15. So I was like, put enmity between your seed and the woman. And then I was also at that time looking into like Rh negative blood and hemolytic disease, and how the women need a Rogan shot in order, I think it's called the Rogan shot, in order for them to even continue with the birth. Now I'm like, okay, if we're the same species, there shouldn't be any complications with reproduction. Now, why is there complications between these two particular blood types? Is it because Cain and Abel are humanoid, but only Abel is human, which is why only he's put on the lineage listed throughout Genesis and not Cain? That's what I was.
Is there any other supporting like evidence for that other than the way?
Well, we also have Genesis 6 and the accompanying book of Enoch, which is what Genesis 6 is about.
Does Enoch say anything about Cain being like reptilian?
Hold on. The reason why I'm bringing up the example of Genesis 6 and by extension the book of Enoch, which is what it's about, is because we've seen this interaction between non-humanoid beings and obviously human beings, and them having offspring, as it's expressed in the fallen angels coming down. Now, do you subscribe to the son of Seth theory? I take it, or no?
Do you mean like the angels of the sons of men, sons of God are actually the children of Seth? Do you mean that?
Right. Is that your take?
I do subscribe to that. Yes. I do subscribe to that.
Right. So yeah, that's not my take at all. But okay. I'm of the understanding that these beings were doing high hand manipulation. And for instance, like the beings that you call reptilians, those are the fallen ones. They're actually, when you look up fiery serpents, which is what Quetzalcoatl is, and all these other black sun religions all over the face of the earth that deal with reptiles, it has to do with the fiery serpent or the seraphim class.
The same one with the Nehustan, the bronze serpent from the pole.
So hold on, yeah. So what? So right. God sent fiery serpents to the Israelites in the wilderness.
Yeah, but hold on. There's a class of angel called seraphim, which are a serpent class, or I take it maybe they resemble reptilians or something like that. That's how I take it. So when those beings
I've heard that.
Right, when those beings fell from heaven in Genesis 6 and decided to come down and fornicate with the daughters of men, creating giants, or what in Greek mythology is, gods and demigods, these fallen angels or
men
titans,
of renown.
Right. This is what. There we go. All of this is reflected all throughout the world. So when people say, "Oh, this is plagiarized off that," then shut your bitch ass up. That's like saying the New York Times and the New York Post and all these different New York newscasting stations plagiarize off each other because they're retelling a common event that happened either in or around a time, or their ancestors are passing down the history. So it has nothing more or less to do with copying necessarily. It's just a reflection of a common history that we all share before everything got split up after the flood, after Noah's
That's
flood.
a great explanation. I'm going to use that one.
You know, and then also Noah's flood isn't the only flood that happened. There was a flood before Noah's flood in Genesis 1 and 2. Genesis 1 and 1 clearly displays an age of perfection. So what happened in between the space of Genesis 1 and 1 and Genesis 1 and 2, where there's desolation and destruction? The Most High tell you in Proverbs that he doesn't start off anything in perfection. He's not a Darwinian evolutionary God. Okay, he starts off everything perfect. So how did the world get destroyed in Genesis 1 and 2? You get clues of that when you read Job. And then you're seeing a rebuilding of something which was already built from Genesis 1 and 3 up until the creation of Adam. So
Vin,
yeah.
Does that also go for scripture? When God sends the scripture, is it perfect from the beginning? Or do you believe in abrogation?
What do you mean when the prophets were writing it at their time?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's well, not obviously being sarcastic, but it's a one-to-one basis. So these guys are either getting dreams or day visions, and they're writing down their
So
experiences.
God don't send corrections. He don't send no corrections for his word.
No, why would he? This is
I'm just trying to understand your position, where you're coming from.
I know. So don't take what I'm saying as sarcasm. This is just
No,
this is just
never.
my nature. Why would he? You're talking about if you could encompass what this being is, this God is in our finite brains, would it be much of a God to worship? No, at least to me. If I can fit everything that he is in its magnitude and its omniness in my finite brain, it wouldn't make sense. So we're only analyzing what we conceive, like, through its supposed actions and behaviors with a particular people through this particular book, which happens to be, us Negroes, in particular us American Negroes and our descendants all throughout the face of the earth, wherever we may be.
Wait, quick question, because someone in chat made a good point. They said that Black Future said he's addressing Satan. God said the woman's seed would defeat Satan's seed. So could that not mean that when he says his seed and her seed, his meaning the serpent seed?
He's talking to Adam and Eve, man.
Right.
No, but the serpent was also present because remember he cursed the serpent.
Yeah, but that was well, let's read it again. Let's read it again.
So if you go from 14, it says I'll go even before that. Where should I start?
No, from 14 is good. No, because even it says Hashem God said to the serpent.
Yeah. I'll start
so
from 14.
You already established who he's talking to.
I'll start. You say Hashem, by the way. Is that like a Jewish thing? How
no,
come you don't say,
that's just what's in the. It just means the name, but that's what
the name,
they have written here.
Did you say Adonai as well?
Translation. Sorry.
Okay. No, you say
he's
Adonai?
He's asking you about the names.
I'm just reading you what this particular the translation I'm using here is a Stone's edition. So if I was using a Septuagint or a King James, I would read it to you how it's written. So I'm just reading to you what they say.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
And it says, "And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field, and upon thy belly thou shalt go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life." And I will put enmity.
Can we pause there for a second?
But we need to continue reading.
Hold on.
Ah.
Yeah, but you got to break down the verse because look there. It says something which is very peculiar. So I'll read it again. Because you have done this, accursed are you beyond all the cattle and beyond all the beasts. So he was at the level of cattle and beasts. He's just cursed beyond all of them. So was this serpent an angel like you're saying, or was it a being of creation? Or where did this being fall and become amongst the living beings in order for him to be classified amongst them?
Yeah,
do you see what I see?
Yeah, because remember, there's a theory that the snake used to have limbs, arms, and it used to have wings or something. It wasn't always. So this is basically showing that now it goes on the ground.
I got a clue. I got a clue for you. Go to etymology, look up the word Wyrm, W-Y-R-M. So this is a teaching that I have. It's called the worm-worm serpent theory. So all the movies that we see about parasites and body snatchers,
Tremors.
even with what's his name, Daniel Marshall, he used to follow the Instagram page until he realized that
Donald Marshall, yeah.
Yeah,
The
I used to
real
get on
guy,
modern
yeah.
Europeans, so he ran.
So wait, would
off.
you say that this is the same as Tanin?
What the fuck happened to Donald Marshall? He's weird now, right?
No, he's still on there, but he ain't really talking about much. You know how them COINTELPRO dudes are. So
Yo, Vince, would you say it's the same as saying a Tanin?
An idol?
No, the creature, the Tanin.
Tanin?
The dragon.
Which
the
culture
dragon.
is that? Yeah. Which culture are you referring to though? Tanin.
The Hebrew culture and the Babylonian culture. There's
so
also the Tiamat, but that's not really a dragon,
right?
But there's the Tanin.
Yeah,
right?
these could be allusions to these people. Like, listen to the words I'm saying. Could be. I've never seen a reptilian in real life. I'm doing the research that y'all doing and studying same way. So when we all experience it, we all gonna get a chance to see whose rendition or understanding of and teaching was what. And you know what I mean? So it's just we're all presenting our cases and working together. But yes, I would.
I've screenshot it. Can you see the worm thing that you told me to type in?
Yeah. So is it type in? You see how it says Old English worm, W-Y-R-M, or serpent, snake, dragon, reptile. This is a serpent. It's a parasite. What do we see in all the predictive programming in the movies about body snatchers?
Like Alien, right? Like those
come
like
from
Predator
outer
and Alien.
space.
The
Sorry,
xenomorph, like the xenomorph.
Right. Okay. Now let's add on top of this theory that we're trying to build. Okay, so if there's these body snatchers, let's look at some of the clues that Donald Marshall gave us. What is the proboscis that comes out from the center of the reptilian heads when they take over humanoid bodies? The black eye theory with all the celebrities, they're getting droned. In other words, for those of y'all that are on that level.
What do you want to type in?
What is it you wanted to look up? The black eye thing?
Yeah, the reptilian thing.
Okay, so the reptilian, you have to look up Donnell Marshall. So Donnell Marshall, reptilian proboscis. So it's like a detachable piece. It's like a worm or a parasite. Donald Marshall.
Yeah.
So now this guy's COINTELPRO. So I'm not saying what he's saying necessarily is true, but it seems fit in with my research and some of the details that I'm coming with. So, just be careful when you use these people.
This ain't him.
Yep. Not that guy.
Not dude. Yeah, this dude with the long hair.
Yep, all the way to the right.
Third picture.
You're only going to probably be able to find his videos on BitChute. I doubt you'll find anything on YouTube.
So you believe that these guys are reptilians?
No, he believes
they could be. I believe in the possibility. I don't know. I'm not in their backyards. Like one of the people who used to follow my page, she says that Beyonce is like her actual cousin. Like she's not directly a Roland, but she's family of the family. So it maybe not. I don't know. We're all trying to figure this out.
Okay, is this the thing you're talking about?
Sorry?
Is this the thing you're talking about with the snake coming out of the head? Is this what you're talking about?
Right. That's a representation. So it's a proboscis. So it's a piece that these beings supposedly have, where it encapsulates their sentience, if that's what you want to call it, and they can transition. But once they leave that reptilian body, they have to go from host to host, which is supposedly what Queen Elizabeth does. And apparently that body's about to expire. This is why they do the cloning. So that they can transition from body to body.
So they transfer their consciousness to
a
different body.
So think of the Sumerian kings list. How were those kings ruling for supposedly all that amount of time? And what duration of time are we talking about where they were ruling that long? I'm surmising those were the days of in between Genesis 1 and Genesis 1 and 2 with that great destruction.
Well, I mean, Methuselah lived up to 900, and people back in the day were living up to long ages anyway, right?
Yep, but that was because we have a higher concentration of oxygen. We were at 32 or 33% oxygen, whereas right now we're only at about, I think it's 21 or 22%. So remember, oxygenation increases every time. So remember that breath of life and all of that stuff we were kind of mentioning before. This is why they were able to live longer, grow bigger, heal more. So even some of these giant bones we're finding, they may be some of the bones that were pre-flood that didn't belong to Nephilim, that belong to some of our
It's
ancestors.
the people, exactly.
Right.
And have you heard of the hyperbolic chamber, where
Yep,
they
the
increase the
stasis
air pressure and
giants.
the oxygen and increase their regeneration double?
Yep,
And they did
Michael
the same thing,
Jackson
but with
does it.
plants.
All right,
James.
can we go back to our argument that we had the other day?
What?
So me and my
I don't 100% agree though, Jez. I'm not.
All right, bro. You don't agree exactly, but I'm
But
saying
you see the possibility.
right.
That's all.
You know. I
we're
think that
saying.
could be though, bro. Why could it not be possible that it's a generational demon that's made a pact with the bloodline to say,
bro,
"No, I'm going to preserve."
That is the premise. That is.
You know what? You know what I think here. These dudes are too selfish to get because they would sacrifice their son as quick as they would. Wait. Let me say this. All right. They would sacrifice their son as quick as they would make a pact to make sure their son eats. So this is why my theory is they've got to tap into conscious transference, right? Which would mean that they could directly benefit from the system that they bring in.
Right. Soul transference.
Wait. So what me and my brother was having an argument about whether he sees it biblically possible. And I didn't have the right language to get him to see that I believe it's possible. And
do you know what, Jedi? I actually was learning about this yesterday.
Yeah, go on.
About soul transference.
I just want to say, let me just finally say,
there's a patent for it.
Say that again.
There's a U.S. patent for soul transference technology. I got all this shit on my laptop.
But brother, quick question though, Vin. Does it not say in the scriptures that only God has power over the soul, whether to destroy it or whether to do anything with it?
Right.
Really?
That's to create. That's like the second law of thermodynamics. Only God has the power to create and destroy, to get rid of energy, to retain energy, or to give energy. But that doesn't stop a being from being able to transfer energy.
But then I could just live forever then.
Yeah, no. which remember in the prophecies it says if he didn't stop them from doing the things that he's doing, cut the days short, there'd be no life left. So God removed his spirit from the earth, as it says in Genesis, and it's just been a steady downhill progression with us losing the battle to the Luciferians in whatever generation.
I thought that passage where it says that you'd only live up to 120 was just a general biological cap, meaning the body will deteriorate to a certain point.
That's the body. That's the
body under its natural premises, right?
But doesn't the soul go to Sheol when you die, though?
Sorry?
Doesn't the soul go to Sheol when you die?
When it hasn't got a body to attach to, maybe.
Yeah, when it hasn't got a body to attach to, that heartbeat isn't, that electrical.
So you're telling me that there's someone alive right now that's just transferred from body to body to body all the way to now?
According to their belief.
I mean, it's technically possible. I mean, think about it. They've been cloning humans since the 30s, but officially since the 90s, right? They've even admitted they've had these children that are test tube babies that are cloned, that are grown and out there in population. Are those actual human beings or are those NPCs? Do they have a soul?
I was learning about this from the Zohar. This is in Hebrew, actually. Well, I don't know if you accept it, but it's in their books. It's in their books, and all that, the reincarnation and all that.
Yeah, but this is reincarnation. How is David going to come back and rule as king, as it stated in the prophecies?
And they were saying that one vessel can carry up to 4 souls. They're saying that 4 souls.
It does say that.
Hold on, that pattern, is it mind personality transfer?
Yep.
Method.
Yep. And if that's what's put out, look at the years put out. Now, if they put it out, imagine what they've been doing it already. It's perfect already.
2001?
2001. And guess what that happens to align with in terms of the United States and Jade Helm. This is one of the breakdowns I got on my Patreon about the AI taking over the military. It's a document about it.
Quick question. So when it comes to transhumanism, Vince, and uploading to a machine, you're not against the idea, right? You think it's possible?
Hell yeah, it's possible. Even in the Christian breakdown of the clay and the iron. What do you think this is? What do you think they're trying to put?
That's the kingdom. The clay and the iron is a kingdom.
Huh?
The clay and the iron in Daniel's dream is a kingdom.
Yeah, transhumanist kingdom. At least according to some of the Christians that I've seen when they put out their videos and stuff. They beyond in terms of the technical data. They just don't understand the prophecies of the book because
So so then you said so. How this doesn't make sense?
But Vin, they're saying they could put a woman's soul into a man's body and a man's soul into a woman's body.
Why not?
Well, if this is the end times and they were able to do the same things that they were doing in the days of Noah, I don't put anything past them. If they're making human animal hybrids like they're doing underground, like we see in Resident Evil and all this type of shit.
Yeah, but that's true. We already covered that. Yeah. So basically, the secret soldier and the super soldier programs have already spoken about using DNA. What did we watch the other day? The guy was talking about using DNA of what? Certain wildcats and blah blah blah.
Chimeras.
Right.
Of what?
Chimeras.
Was about chimeras.
Yeah, but it was to give the soldiers resistance to fear and blah blah blah, and
Yeah, this is the real deal, man. We're living in the days of Noah. It's not a joke. People just think it's about, even people think Sodom and Gomorrah was mainly about the homosexuality. It wasn't. It was about a lot more than that. Even more so than the moral aptitude. It was the willingness to engage in interspecies, or if you want to call angels a different species.
Bestiality.
Yeah, they didn't. There's no morals, none. So they had.
But who's the beast, though? Are you saying we're the
Their genetic pool
beast?
was fucked.
Are you saying humans are the beast, though?
Where did he say that?
For angels to be mating with humans.
No, that means that
You called it bestiality.
No, because they had sex with animals. They had sex with animals in Sodom and Gomorrah. That's sex with anything that moves. Children, animals, everything.
Yep.
Let me ask Vin one more thing, yeah? Vin, this is just from me, yeah? I heard that it's true that certain humans, they don't have souls. That not all humans have souls.
That's why I was bringing up the clone thing. Like, these babies are out here walking around, and their children now have children. So do those children have souls if they weren't birthed through the womb of a woman? These are big questions, man. I can't give you an answer.
Yeah, scary shit, man.
I don't think they are, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
So do you think those celebrities are clones?
Many of them, yeah. If they're in that $20 million club, you got to join that shit.
Yeah, but
all right. So okay, we got a clone, yeah. But what is the intelligence? Is that AI?
No, they're copying the same way I read brainwaves and I copy the brainwave data onto the computer. That's just sleep. They do the same thing in these MK Ultra, procedures where they're recording, essentially your life essence up until that point. So there's different types of clones. So if you look up Dr. Peter David Beater, so last name Beater, Beter, from the 1930s. He'll talk about animatrons and clones and body doubles and different types of clones and Mach 1 clones, Mach 2 clones which are actually made from baby form, and then they grow up to look and act like the person, just have their own personality because obviously they have their own experiences. Then there are 1-to-1 clones, which are short term, which we see a lot with like Hillary Clinton's when they're glitching out, which they go and achieve multiple.
Do you believe this, bro?
Yeah, come on, man.
It's quite possible. And they have the documents there and the patents to at least.
No, but I mean, have you seen enough evidence that's convincing? You know what I mean? That's what I'm asking.
I mean,
it's not a matter of believing me. Look at the patents. When I give you all the patents, you can go read them yourself. And then it's a matter of believing.
So they're out there cloning people right now, and they're living people, the actual people that are alive and functioning.
I wouldn't be surprised, Zulu, man. Why would we be surprised?
Because that dolly sheep.
Zulu, why is that
you know the sheep that they cloned.
We all believe in an omnipotent.
What, you don't know nothing about Zulu.
You know the sheep that they cloned died.
Hold on, brother. You know nothing. We know nothing about that Dolly the sheep. Only what they told us.
Right.
We don't know.
You know that it died after a few days, though. Right?
We don't know that, Zulu.
What would they lie about that?
Explain.
What do you mean? Why would they lie? We can't. No, 1 second. We can't call them deceivers, liars, this, that, and then start doing the why would they lie shit. That's boring.
Explain the clone. I know you're saying the clone persons which were born and the test tube, the IUV or IEV babies which are born. Explain all of this stuff.
IVF.
Yeah, this is the possibilities and what we're able to achieve with fallen angel technology. This was the same stuff going on in the days of Noah. So why would it be hard to believe if you're reading it right there in your scriptures about all the genetic
I do agree there's manipulation with the biology.
Why is it such a reach?
No, there is biological manipulation, brother. But when we get into the aspects of consciousness, like we don't choose to be here. I don't choose to be a living soul. So I assume that there's the same parameters, bro. Like when you talk about soul transference or consciousness transference, that's some godly stuff, bro. Like how
that's
are you
angelic
manipulating that?
stuff. But hold on, let me pause you, bro. Think about it. If these beings fell and they came from heaven, having the wisdoms of heaven, but no longer having the ability to go back. God never said that he stripped them of their understanding and wisdom. They kept all the same esoteric sciences that they've always had. This is why, Aleister Crowley and Helena Blavatsky and all these demonic Luciferian demon worshippers went around and did Babylon working, opening up portals like they do with CERN now. So now they don't necessarily need blood sacrifice. They just need our people's focus and energy. Okay.
But Vin, the guy that showed me this, he was showing it to me from the Zohar, from the Hebrew sages, and he said that it's 500 years plus old.
See, well, that's the thing. That them Zohars and them Talmuds, that came from a time where our people were in captivity. So that's a whole bunch of mismatching of the Torah mixed with Babylonian practice.
Definitely.
Can I just add something?
That's why I understand when people go, hey, this is what's happening. But obviously this is what's going to be happening because that's the enemy's playbook.
Yeah.
So they're doing what they're instructed to do by the God that they worship. So it should be of no surprise. It should be a eureka moment for everybody, not a moment of confusion.
I just wanted to say, some of you. Wait, Sash, 1 second, Sash. I'm sorry, Sash. So good to hear one of you women pipe up. Finally, you finished washing up? What happened? You got free of the kitchen?
Hey, yo.
All right, cool.
Hey,
so listen, hold on 1 second before you go, Sash, because I'm playing. I'm seeing a lot of people in the comments talking like, yo, Zulu is out of his depth. Now, you don't understand. This is how we learn from each other.
Exactly.
And this is how we get to understand each other. Because one thing I know is everybody talking about Zulu this, Zulu that. None of you are up on here. The 22-year-old boy is up on there. You lot are all big men
22,
with receding hairlines.
22.
You guys ain't up here talking, giving your opinion.
Right.
He's
been in the truth 3 years. I've been in the truth since I was 21. I'm 33 years old. So just to give some people context who beating up on you. And this is a good thing for you to go through and see, because it's a part of what I had to go through on social media as well. If you're going to be a leader or a teacher amongst your people, you got to have thick skin. You got to be able to bounce back from a lot of the things that people are going to say about you. It doesn't necessarily matter what people believe about you. It's, concern yourself if somebody's lying on you and, warping evidence against you, then you got to address it. But other than that, the little petty stuff, like, don't let it bother you.
To be fair, it's me addressing it. He's cool. He's doing good. It's me addressing it. Because I'm just trying to say, listen,
a cool cat. It's just, I get it. And I just don't want him as a younger dude, especially with them using me as a catalyst to kind of do that.
Right.
I don't want him to feel like I'm in that group. I'm not.
Nah, but this is getting
today.
It's that you lot are initiating him into.
They're excited. No, but Zulu, you're doing your damn thing, and you're not getting battered. You doing and I'm telling you that like you're gonna find out. Like there's some dudes that that have tried to go against Vin. It ain't been nice for them. I've not really seen anyone.
Yeah, they got their fucking head lobbed off.
It ain't been nice.
I've got my head lobbed off plenty of times. It's give and take.
I need Kemo to jump on, man, because Kemo's way better.
I don't know where the hell Kemo is, man. But yeah, anyway, this is a great conversation. Yeah, you lot carry on. I just wanted to interject with that. Like, Zulu is the guy, man, and he's open, he's learning, he's studying, more importantly, and he's walking his walk. Unlike some of you guys, right? Sash, talk to us, sis. Hurry up, man.
Nothing.
Hurry up, woman. God damn it.
I just put a link in the chat for a company I came across a while ago called Human. It's called Clone Aid, pioneers in human cloning.
I heard about that.
So, have a look at that website.
They got things called the Cannibal Club, where they're showing you they engage in human sacrifice and they eat cannibals, which is also owned in part by
they
Mark
eat feces
Zuckerberg
as well. They eat fecal matter as well.
Yep. I seen it in dreams. God done took me to dreams and places like that. I done seen all that shit.
Bro, I've seen some of that shit in my dreams too, man.
I've
seen human trafficking, bro.
That's the closest you're getting.
I've seen some, taking people's organs, black people's organs.
I'm good with that. If dreams are the closest thing I get to be in situations like that, I'm happy. I don't want to be nowhere near none of that type of stuff. That's why dealing with Raspy and them boys, and then starting to see who are surrounding me, I was like, this is.
But quick question though: is space fake?
Yeah. There's
So
no
where
outer space,
the
dog.
reptilians coming from then?
I just told you. Genesis
Dimensions,
4.
bro.
Dimensions. So they're looking
Yeah,
like
dimensions.
Satan.
No, reptilians are from Genesis 4, man. That's
So
Cain, baby. That's Cain kids.
So, huh? Oh,
That's
so you're saying
Cain's children, these
the snake.
reptilian descendants.
Okay.
From
And
my
Nimrod.
understanding, these are Cain's children.
Hmm.
And then all the other, so all right, so we'll break it down in mythological terms using Greek, because that's, out of all of them, that's probably the most I'm familiar with from like my childhood, and like watching Hercules and Xena and all that type of shit. So the Titans would be equivalent to the fallen angels.
To the fallen angels. I've always thought that. Yes.
The gods would be equivalent. Remember, fallen angels technically are gods. They're like, compared to human beings, their knowledge and wisdom and their ability to wield manipulation of matter is because they come from a higher place, which
that's why they're called
manages
Elohim.
matter. That's why they can manipulate it. So when it comes to soul transference, remember, matter is nothing but light coiled up or dense. It's just dense light. That's what matter is. So an atom is not empty. That's Luciferian stuff. Worshiping the chaos, the chaos. And the god of
the chaos.
That's why the Egyptian god Atum. The highest Egyptian.
Atum.
Yes.
Right,
Atum.
but that's the god of the abyss, of nothingness, of counterproductivity,
exactly.
a parasite. Actually, in reality, atoms are full of light. They're full of the creator and his substance. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not empty. When they say things are 99% empty space, or how is there any physical matter, just apply that same argument to everything being 99% light. It's just coiled up light. That's all it is. So when these angelic beings come down, like with Balaam and the donkey, there's a reason why Balaam or the donkey could only see Balaam, or only see the angel before the angel allowed itself to be perceived by Balaam.
Yes, exactly.
Right,
because animals
because
can still see that shit. Yes.
Right. They don't. They have more rods and cones available to handle the UV light in order for them to make out these spiritual apparitions. We don't yet. That's why they want to block out the sun and the increased gamma ray production it's kicking out. It's going to benefit our people. Well,
but do you think our eye or visibility to these things have something to do with the third eye?
Sorry?
Do you think our visibility to these spiritual entities has something to do with that third eye being closed?
Well, what do you mean by closed? Like calcified?
Yeah, what do you mean like
calcified? Like if it was opened up, would I be able to see angels and demons walking around?
I would suppose, but you'd have to be on a level with the creator, like the prophets were, to probably witness some of these things. Like this is, do you believe people see angels today? Like, I think I've come across some
I believe that. I've seen an angel.
Form. But it's funny because
I've seen an angel, but not in normal life, walking around.
I don't know. I'll give you a scenario. One time I was walking, I had a night shift. Ain't no patient show up. I was going through a little bit of something. But, I'm walking home, and this is in the city. So you know how long them blocks are. And I'm in the middle of a block in the winter, and there's a guy that passed me, and he said something to me about the creator. And it has something to do with stuff I was talking to God about at the time. So I'm like, damn, how the fuck would you know that? So, and I'm listening. I got one headphone full of music, the other one. So I'm kind of, you're not really paying attention. But I heard what he said. And then I'm thinking about it. And, I must have walked like 2, 3, 4 feet maybe. I turned around. This guy was nowhere there. We're in the middle of a New York City block. I turned around and ran to go see if he was maybe like catching shelter on one of the doorway things. There was nobody there. Who the hell talked to me? So I don't know. Maybe we make passings with angels in real life, like the scripture says. Time for people to start being good people, because these angels keep accountability of all the actions that we carry out. It's written in the book of life. So when we all sit down for our judgment, like it's written in the book, I anticipate, I don't know, but I anticipate the Most High gonna have a big ass spiritual jumbotron, and you gonna get shit played from your perspective, from other people's perspective who are interacting with you, and how they felt based on all of that type of self-correction and accountability stuff.
And you know the saying, Vin, that your life will be played before you when you die, or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's saying,
yeah.
I believe.
Not trying to find out though.
And your own mouth will speak against you.
Yep.
Oh yes, it does say that. It does say that.
Because think about it, soul transference technology. All you're doing is, like, when I read people's brainwaves, I'm literally recording their sleep staging and what's going on during that particular passage of time within the brain. So just imagine that on the spiritual level, your soul. How is King David going to be able to come back if there isn't some type of record of this personality, this soul, this individual being, in order for it to be put back into a body? And how it comes back into the body is, who knows? Is David going to come back through the womb of a woman like traditional? Is his body going to resurrect like some zombie shit and be refortified? I don't know. There's a couple different angles, but we'll know when we get there.
Exactly.
Point being, let me just make a point here, Zulu. I don't think that prolonging, I don't think like hopping from one body to another is the same as living forever.
Right.
Right. I don't want you to confuse that. I think that what you've done, if you found a little cheat code to prolong your shit, but eventually you're gonna run out of bodies to jump into. You're gonna be, you know what I mean? You're gonna fuck up. And
that's why they want to make the
go,
bodies of these androids, so they can transfer the consciousness into metallic bodies which don't decompose.
So the bodies that they're transferring to, are these open vessels, meaning are they human beings with their own soul?
Soulless
Well, are
They're
these
clone vessels.
Clone vessels?
So who are you talking about? The elite?
Like, so for example, hypothetically, like the king.
Yeah, no, the vessels. Yeah, you're asking who's the recipient vessels of the clone.
Would it be like someone like me or you or anyone that's like a normal person?
I believe it can be someone like me and you. Maybe it doesn't work as well, but it also like babies. I think babies are very good candidates. They do a ritual. They suck the essence, the soul, right out that body, and throw something in within the window.
This is why they do it at conception, King.
Right,
and that thing grows up with the memories of the previous.
They'll get the woman pregnant,
and it will grow up with the memories of the previous.
They don't need to suck the soul out. They just do it before the soul enters the body, which is at a certain amount of time.
The soul's in the body. I believe the soul's in the body from pregnancy, though.
No, but Jedi, that's what I thought, but then I found out it's not.
Well, let's get into the process of
it's called ensoulment. It's called ensoulment. That means when the soul enters the body at a set time. That's why when the human body.
What do you mean at childbirth? You mean?
So what I'm saying is sometimes when you make a baby and it's like it's gonna get aborted because it's like what's the word? It's like not properly developed or whatever. Yeah. So the body rejects it. But that point, if it's not gone beyond a certain time, the soul hasn't entered the body yet.
I don't believe
that. It is because if you think about it,
there's like an 8 day. There's an 8 day.
Let Vin tell you. You don't want to hear it from a Muslim.
There's supposedly an 8-day period between the pregnancy, the initial starting of the pregnancy, the zygote being created, and then the there's the development process.
The beginning of
so
the
that's the process. That's the part where it's theorized the soul is placed
entering the
like
body.
the genetic coding,
Right.
not genetic coding, but the soul is placed in, and then all the genetic coding operates around the essence or the resonance of the soul that's put into the body.
Yeah,
that's the theory.
Yeah, I'm rocking with that.
I think as soon as the sperm meets the egg, it's alive. It's a soul, in my opinion.
That's a possibility.
That's a possibility too. Yep, absolutely. Either way, we know we're human beings and we come from an essence that's non-material.
Yeah, but what we're not going to do is take an unborn baby and try to make them a soulless being. This is how we make the excuse of...
Yeah, but they're saying not everyone's got a soul, Jedi. They're saying not everyone's got a soul.
Everyone's born with a soul, bro.
Everyone that come out the womb of a woman, we can say is born
you can
with
lose
soul.
your soul. You can give your soul away. But everyone's born with a soul.
But what about this, King? What about the MK Ultra and child trauma abuse and them fragmenting the soul, creating disassociation or subconscious splinters, where you then have the effect of what we call now through pop culture the sunken place or being demonically possessed.
Yeah,
because when you're demonically possessed,
that's how possession
that's not
works,
getting
isn't
rid
it?
of the soul.
But demonically possession, I can believe
with
demonic possession. I can believe.
I'm not gonna lie.
Possession.
This is where I kind of differ from you. I do think that the personality and the soul are separate. I'm not gonna lie. I think the personality,
definitely.
You know what I mean?
Your
I don't
personality.
I don't think they're
See, for me, the soul and the spirit are separate.
I agree.
Those are separate things. The
Yeah, I do
personality
believe that.
is.
I also believe that too. But I think the personality and the mind, I just think they're slightly different from the soul, which is a more raw essence.
Would you define the soul as you, as yourself?
It's your heavenly self.
Right. So would you identify? So all right, this is where the
But the mind would be the ego aspect, right?
Yeah, the mind's the
so
ego.
You identify the soul with the subconscious and the mind with the conscious.
That sits better. That sits better.
Okay, so all right, so we agree there. For me, I combine the conscious and the subconscious, since the conscious relies heavily on the subconscious, and I just say the soul and the mind are the same thing. But ultimately, we agree with that breakdown. That subconscious mind is associated with the soul, which is encompassing everything of who you are, even the personality traits that you don't understand about yourself because of whatever happened to you as a baby or what happened. Yeah, we agree. Well, we agree.
So wait, hold on. The thing that hears the thoughts, the conscious observer, separate from the ego. Are you saying that's the true you, and everything else is the environmental input?
I think the ego and the conscious observer are one and the same thing.
Yeah,
the ego is something separate from the source, which is the creator. So you as a living being, obviously participating in the physical realm, are separate from the source on a physical level, but you're linked to it still spiritually. Yes. So it works the same. It's the same thing. It's twofold. So that's why when some people are like, oh, the Bible's literal, or the Bible's an analogy. No, goofy. It is what it is when the context sees it fit. You have to read it and read within the context. So you don't have to jump to conclusions. That's why some people say, oh, what's your interpretation or what's your opinion? It doesn't matter what my opinion is.
So what, Vin, you saying that you can't just pick up a Bible and just read it like that? You're saying
Go ahead. My fault.
Like if it's like a straightforward thing where you can just pick up the Bible and read it, you don't need to know what parts are esoteric or what parts have a deeper meaning or what parts are just plain and simple.
No, you can just read. I didn't know all this going in. You understand? You just read it as is and start off. This is my advice to everybody. You read your Torah Tanakh, or what you call the Old Testament, as is. So your mind is a blank canvas when it comes to this work. So whatever it is you see in the scriptures, you paint on your blank canvas of your mind. And then anytime there's anything different or you find any conflicts, you're able to address them because you're now on a blank slate. You're not working off of what you've been indoctrinated with. I have the benefit of being able to do this because I never grew up in church. My parents never raised me in church. Church was always like a grandmother thing for me. When I go see my grandma, go see Nanny, my grandma, my mother take me to go see my grandmother, and we chill with her at her congregation. And then when we're in church, my mom was never serious about it. Like, she's the one who's everybody hands down praying. She's got her eyes open. She's winking with the kids, making us giggle and laugh. I used to sleep through church, man. I didn't grow up in church. So my folks don't even understand how I got here and what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So just take it in stride, read it for what it is. It's like an onion. So it's like a thing that keeps giving. And this is why I understand the book to be as powerful as it is, because you'll glean different context out of it the more you read. I didn't know that this Cain and serpent seed thing was official until multiple years later.
This explanation is way too long for a Muslim.
Who? Which one?
This dude here, Khan, that answered the question. He's a secret Muslim, man.
Yeah, what do you think about Islam, Vince? Tell us what you think about Islam.
It's
let me get my popcorn. Hold on, let me get my popcorn.
It's the same thing I think about any other black sun religion. So whether that be Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Taoism, whatever, it doesn't matter. They all stem from the black sun cult. So if it's not the Torah Tanakh, me and my people have no business with it. Two, the Quran belongs to Ishmael, the real Ishmaelites, not them proxy Arabs that's over there right now. Now hold on. And if you are that, I'm not trying to. My goal is not to offend you. So that's just throw that out the window because it's never a personal thing with me. So, but yeah, so I'm talking about the real Arabs. Those are Ishmael. That's a different Hebrew people than, my lineage, my people. And then also that takes away the argument that these fake Jews use about anti-Semitism because there are multiple Shemitic people. There are multiple Hebrew people and they're all Shemitic. So Israelites are not the only Shemitic people. So even if they were to properly claim themselves to be Israelites, they're not the only Shemitic people, so they can't cry anti-Semitism anyway. And they're not Shemitic. So, like,
So you don't believe in the Islamic prophet and their point of view? You think it's something else, right?
No, I think that Islamic prophet is the same thing as Jesus Christ, the same thing as
You don't need to talk about Christianity,
Quetzalcoatl.
bro. It's still, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that it's that fallen angel God
That one
that these
backfired
things
on
are
you,
waiting
Zeno.
to return in 2030. I think that's the guy that's going to be running the UN. I think it's
Well,
going
yeah,
to be
the
Nimrod
Mahdi, right?
clone, but
Yeah, the
that's just
Mahdi.
my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's why they went to go take over the body of Gilgamesh. When they went over to Iraq, go recover some of those bodies. They found the tomb of Gilgamesh, and I think they're gonna, I think this guy that's supposedly to be the Antichrist, not to use a New Testament terminology, but this figure, whoever they have planned to come in to be the head, he's gonna be some type of clone android thing, like you've seen in Terminator with John, whatever the main character is. That's just my theory. I don't.
But how do you? But do you have a concept of the Antichrist without referring to Revelation, without referring to the New Testament?
Sorry.
But do you have a concept of the Antichrist without referring to the Revelation or the New Testament?
No. The only reason why I mention it is because as I understand it, the New Testament is the enemy's plans. If it's not hijacked from the Book of Daniel, Isaiah, which much, if not all of it,
yeah, a lot of Daniel was the same as Revelation.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's just
I'll give you
rehashes.
that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, so instead, what they do is they throw, like, they make Jesus Christ or Yahushua, whatever you want to call him, that they make him multiple different roles that you find in the Torah Tanakh. So he is the Most High, he is the children of Israel, he is David, he is Melchizedek, he is a whole bunch of different things, all in one, according to the New Testament. Whereas in the Torah Tanakh, it's broken up. Everybody has distinct roles. And for instance, Mashiach is just a title, meaning anointed.
Anointed one.
So technically, the kings, once they pour the oil on their head, they was anointed. They were to be Mashiachs. Now, whether or not they fulfilled their duties as was ordained, that's down to their personal characters and flaws. And, that's all to read and study throughout Samuels and Kings.
But Vin, sorry to interrupt you, but isn't that why when the Romans got their hands on Jesus, they put the sign above his head saying the King of the Jews? Because the anointed one, once he's anointed with the oil, he becomes the king, right?
Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of other processes that go to that. That's even if this took place. Like from my perspective, this whole story, that whole shenanigan comes from Serapis. So that entire thing is based off of Osiris, Apis. It's all the same rehash story that we've seen. It's a Nimrod, Tammuz, Semiramis tale. It has nothing to do with
the Nimrod.
But
the Nimrod and the Samarius and the Tammuz is referring to the father, mother. Big up, MD. Referring to the father, mother, which is the pagan.
God married Jesus Christ, because many of the Christians walk around and call Jesus Christ God. They say that's God in the flesh. I'm not sure if you're one of them, but I'm just.
No one said no, but nowhere does it say God married Jesus. It doesn't say that anywhere.
No, he didn't say marry Jesus. Some believe Jesus is God. That's what he's saying, and some Christians they do. Yeah. But sorry to cut you. I was just really interested. I don't, because I've been in and out the stream, and I've really enjoying the topic. And big up the boss as well. And like, comment, and subscribe. People hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff. Yeah. So Vin, you're saying the soul and the spirit separate. What is your definition of because how I would describe it is like the soul is the physical manifestation of the spirit. Do you see what I mean? So people, go ahead.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Is a thought of yours a part of you, or is it separate?
I would say, me personally, I would say it's a part of me, just because Islamically you say you have to beware of your thoughts, because your thoughts become your words. Beware your words, because your words become your steps, and beware of your steps, because your steps will become your destiny. So right. I would say that it is a part of me, my thoughts.
It is a part. Okay, so in the same sense, because we agree. In the same sense is that's like saying finding the difference in between the transition of spirit and matter. Like, where is that hard line between the two? Is there a hard line between the two?
No.
Do you have it? What's your opinion on it? That's what I'm curious about.
So, all right. So from what I'm understanding, the soul, when you're reading Genesis, and the Creator says he breathed the breath of life into this clay man, this man made of clay. Mm-hmm. He's giving an extension of himself. So yes, that is his spirit that is operating the body. But if it was his spirit, then we would not have free will. You understand? The fact that we have a soul, something that separates us, gives us a personality that's different from the source, a fragmentation. For those of y'all that study fractalization and stuff like that, that's essentially what the soul is compared to the spirit.
I've never heard of that, but I'll definitely look into the fragmentation.
Yeah, well, Pill gonna have me on here more. So once I have the computer, then I can show y'all some of the, stuff.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, you can come back and do like a proper segment, like a show where you can go into details. I'd appreciate that.
Do you believe in free will?
Freedom of choice, yes.
How can they be free will if God knows everything?
But this is the thing: the freedom of choice and free will. It's not to say that just because the Most High knows, you don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? You are left with the free. Do you see what I'm saying? Sometimes when people try to compare the heavenly dimensions, although yes, parts of it reflects upon the earth. You have to understand that they're not in the same degree, so the measurements are not going to be exactly the same. It's the same thing like what Vin was just saying about the Most High breathing life into Adam alayhi salam. Yeah. So that essentially is a part. It's a part of source. We all carry a part of the source with us. But the same thing is like with a color. If you imagine us to be like clear water, and the source being color, yeah. The more you put the one drop, is not going to be the same as what 3 drops would look like. Do you see what I'm saying? In that water, it's the same. Do you see what I mean?
It's diluted. Yeah. Yes.
It's diluted. So although yes, you share in that essence, you are not the essence, and therefore you cannot hold your measurements to the same as the Most High that is immeasurable. Do you see what I mean?
Can I tack onto that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you respond to the free will thing though?
Oh,
I think she answered that, no?
No, but Vin might have a different opinion. That's what I'm
trying to. You want Vin's answer?
Yeah, so I wanted his answer about that.
Hang on, I just wanted to, before I lose it, because I'll forget. I just want to tack on with what the our sister was saying here. It's kind of like how do I put it? What was the example you brought up? I want to use the exact one for which the sister was responding to.
You mean the part with the clear water and adding a drop of color into it?
It was before that. It was what he said to you that inspired you to give that analogy.
No, it was something that you said that made me give that analogy.
Okay. All right. So all right. So let's use the example of what we're getting into: predestiny or predestination and free will. If things are predestined or you have a destiny, how can there be free will? Well, it depends on where in the time-space continuum you are. That changes your perspective. So our creator is outside of the time-space continuum and therefore can analyze all possible avenues of everything within the confines of creation all throughout the duration of time. So therefore, to that type of being, nothing is new to it. Everything happens simultaneously. Everything begins and ends at the same time. So think about the multiverse movie that just came out with Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, and which is about to come out with the other one. They're giving a lot of gems in this shit. But yeah, so think about it that way. Now, for those of us who reside within creation, within the space-time continuum, time moves differently from the creator outside of space-time and for those of us within it. So from our perspective, we live moment to moment. The creator experiences every moment that has ever existed simultaneously. We are finite beings. We don't. You understand? We barely even can tap into what's about to happen next within our own timeline, let alone the collective timeline of humanity. And that's
Vin, you know what in a film sense, what shows that exactly what you just said? I don't know if you've seen that film Interstellar.
Yep. That's that
exactly.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
So that's what my Heavens and Dimensions breakdown is about, is showing that not only these angels and who in here is a fan of Star Trek?
Yeah.
Okay. Do y'all remember
Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, all of that?
Yeah. All right. Do y'all remember the old school Star Trek where they were above Earth and they were like, time moves faster on Earth than it does up here. So 20 minutes had passed up here, but it's like 20 years down there. That's the same thing from the angel standpoint. And if that's from the angel standpoint, can you imagine the Most High? So let's take it back to the Torah Tanakh. The Torah Tanakh tell you, I think it's either in Proverbs or Psalms, it's probably Psalms, that a day to the Most High is as unto 1,000 years to a man. So when you're reading Genesis, these young earthers are telling you the earth is only, 6,000 years. They're wrong by their own, by the math. So from Adam's creation, or from Genesis 1 and 3 on to present day, that would be close to 13,000 years, if not approaching 15,000. I would have to look and try and
But
get
it's
my
still
math
less
right.
than millions of millions, right?
Right. But hold
Okay,
on.
that's as long as
we
you
have to make up for the time of Genesis 1 and 1 to Genesis 1 and 2. What was the duration of time before that age of perfection till when all that water and chaos took place? We don't know. It could have been millions of years. It could have been only 12,000, another 12,000. We don't know. There's things that we don't know. There's things that
Yeah,
the
but you
scriptures
obviously don't believe in
answer.
the evolution stuff, though, right?
No, hell no. Come on, man.
But they need millions of years to kind of justify their claims.
Even if they had millions of years, they can't justify it because they can't observe it. So they got to shut the fuck up, because a part of science, the scientific method, is observability, falsifiability, and provability. They only can give you theories based off of conclusions they're making based off evidence that, if you have a different perspective, can give you a whole different theory. So that's all that is.
So the free will thing, how could we be judged if he knows what we did before he created us?
Because you still chose to do it.
Exactly.
But he
and
knew
even
even
Islamically, you can make dua. They say, the importance of making dua. Obviously salah is a fard, yeah, but dua, the importance of it is that it can also stop something that is destined for you to happen to you, and you can lift the qadr that was coming down up, and then a different one will come down. And even with the time thing, Islam, we have the same thing in terms of, like, when it comes to the time coming up to the last days, one day will seem like a week, one day will seem like a month, one day will seem like a year.
Time's moving fast.
Yeah, exactly. There's different parallels with it, but yeah. So
I ain't gonna lie, time is moving faster. Like 2021 2022 is like we're halfway into.
Time like a spiral, like a drain or like a spiral. Because remember, light moves in a coil fashion. So think of time, which is light moving of light, which is how we see motion, right? As a coil. So if we're going down the drain of time into eternity, of course things are going to tend to seem like they're speeding up. Old folks used to tell, or at least some of my old folks, they used to say, yo, time move quick, especially as you get older.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
but that's because we know we're closer, because in our minds we have already a time frame of how many years an average man will live. So the older you get, the closer you are to that point, and the quicker the time seems. That's why when you get older, you have less time for people talking BS to you. All that nonsense. It's just like, no, I don't have time for this, man. I'm too old for this. Yeah.
Right. It's also why you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The other side of the perspective.
Exactly. As I'm one of the oldest people, you lot should understand me.
Sorry. Well, I already gave my understanding of you, so boy, you already know what that is.
So wait, Vin, you see no contradiction.
No one cares what you think.
In predestination,
pre-knowledge. You don't have to get in your feelings.
There is a contradiction, but it's only from our perspective. It's a conundrum. There are also contradictions in left and right. Left and right perceivably are contradictions. Up and down are contradictions. Male and female. We live in a world of dichotomy or contradiction. So how do you live in this world? It even tells you the Torah Tanakh. In Ecclesiastes 7 and 16, it'll tell you, I think it's there's no just man on the face of the earth. Then in Proverbs, I think it's 4 and 20, it tells you a just man falls 7 times and rises 8. That seems like a contradiction to those without wisdom and who don't study. But the book gives you precept upon precept. So when you put both verses together, it's telling you ultimately to find balance, which is what the Fibonacci sequence is. We can even take it to math. Fibonacci sequence is the pursuit of perfection. What is the 10 commandments? It is the rules of perfection given to man who is living in nature to pursue higher things above nature. Pi and phi. So Fibonacci sequence works mathematically in a form of fractalization to chase the 3.14 pi ratio, the numbers. So it's even reflected in the mathematics. Our creator is a bad motherfucker, man. I don't know how people are like reading and seeing the science and not able to see. That's why I know that they're lying, because I'm a normal dude and I'm seeing this shit clear as day.
You're not a normal dude, bro. Don't say that. You're not a normal dude.
No, I'm a normal
dude. Dean, you gotta come back again. Please do come and have a segment, because boy, the gems are just falling in all over the place, and I can't pick them all up in time. So please come back and do the proper slideshow.
If only someone clever and smart thought, you know what, Vin would smash it on here, and invited him like 2 years ago. I might just do
I don't know who that one is, yeah, but big him up. Big up.
Hey, look, I had to go on hiding because it was getting too real. I was getting like gang stalked for real. So, you know, I didn't really kind of believe in the gang stalking thing. I was like, yeah, it's possible, but, you know, I got to experience this shit. And I think I went through it, man. And it, you know, it was, I'd get ready to kill somebody. And I don't want to say too much other than that. And then, you know, and then I would remove I was in an emotional state, and that's why I was trying to tell you, my brother, Zulu, like, don't let anything get you off your track and off guard. Obviously, if it's egregious, you address it, but there'll be a time for us to address, you know, the more physical nature of addressing people once the system collapses, because then it's just you and God. And then, you know, I'll use this word, jungle justice, which is a thing that modern Europeans seem to have a problem with when it's used against them. But you know, I don't want to have that type of conversation over their platforms, because that we just shoot ourselves in the foot that way.
So quick question. We call, you know, the job the badge over here. So have you taken the badge?
Hell no. Come on, dog. You don't listen to me talk about 20 seconds. You already know I ain't took it.
I just wanted to
embarrass me out here, man.
I put it this way, right? I had just got into this hospital, right? They paying me good ass money, and I'm observing the Sabbath. So the true Sabbath, not the Friday.
Oh, you keep the Sabbath.
Okay. The true Sabbath, and or at least as far as my studies are concerned, and they showed me favor. You understand? So I know the Most High was with me. So I was working pretty much 5-6 nights a week, whatever I can get. And they gave me my Sabbaths off. And then I told them, once I started seeing the COVID thing coming, which is right around the time that I got the job, I said, listen to her, my supervisor, I said, look, they're going to make this a mandatory thing, the shots. So just know that at that time, I'm not taking it. Okay, no matter what, nothing. I'm not taking it. I'm not compromising. So she kind of looked at me and brushed it off. You know, they know I'm kind of peculiar and, you know, to them weird, but that I think stood out to her. So then months later, when the shit's happening, they came to me in October last year. They were like, hey, you know, I know what you said months back, and, you know, I still can't kind of believe it, but is there any chance that you're going to kind of acquiesce? And I said, is there any chance that my God's not coming back? They know what the answer is. So it's a no. It's a hard no. It's a hell no. No. So no. That just to answer your question, I'm 10 toes down with this. I just lost about $6,000 a month in terms of my income. I just lost that. But I think the Most High has opened up a door for me to teach, and that'll be the way that I'll be able to facilitate trying to move the ball forward. And then I'm not on the white man's time. Even when I wasn't on his time, I was a bad motherfucker. I was saying what I wanted. God was covering me the whole time. You know what I mean? With doctors in the office.
And big up to you, because I know you said it was a troublesome time that you went through, and the fact that you're still out here giving knowledge, mashallah, man. Big up. You know, it just shows the strength, and you'll find that equilibrium, man. Big up.
Yeah, man.
Let me tell you, look, anyone that wants to hook up with Vin, I've put his Instagram in the chat, so you might want to follow his Instagram. You know what I mean? And he's also got a Patreon. He's also got a Patreon, so you might want to support the brother on Patreon. And I'm trying to bring him over to the YouTube.
Let me say this first about the Patreon. Just cool, just chill out on the IG and make sure that it's things that you like, and you'll get a gauge for what my personality is. For the most part, you'll see an accentuated version, but for the most part, get a gauge so that you know you're not just, because you don't know me. So check me out, vet me first. You know, I got a cosign for your man Red Pill, but still do your due diligence. And then if y'all like what you see and you want to do more than surface level stuff, then you can come on the Patreon. So just let me explain the Patreon to you real quick. There's 3 different tiers, because one of my fights was A lot of the teachings that you see, or few, let me not say a lot, but a few of the teachings you see that have become popular, they were coming from my brain. I was one of the main brothers, if not one of the main ones. And a lot of the bigger pages that a lot of people subscribe to now, they were they were on my page coming to get information. So I was seeing them. I say that to say this, although I was giving it out for free. And when I say free, I work hard and grind for my money. So I didn't go on vacations. I still haven't been to Jamaica. You understand where my family is from? I still haven't been there. I'm 33 years old. I've been grinding, buying a whole $600 library, books that are worth $1,000, some even more, not many, but I use my hard work to get this information to give it to our people. So, you know, me doing this Patreon is now to weed out the people who are taking my breakdowns and not even giving credit to the Most High or to myself, but they were giving credit and saying that the Most High gave them dreams and all types of stuff, goofy shit, and also taking credit just in general, which is foul. It's plagiarism. You know, it's called the laws of Moses for a reason. It's not Moses's laws, but he's the one who it was given to in order to distribute it. So if somebody is working hard to come up with these understandings to teach the people, at least give the people the alley-oop to go back to the source where you got it from. And since I can't trust my own people to do that, my own people flag my pages down and gang stalk me and do all this shit, I'm going to listen to what a lot of my peers been telling me, and I'm going to weed out the goofballs by letting people's money where the mouth is. But I also didn't want to price my people out of information I need to give them. So I've created a $5 tier, which just create, you know, that requires more of your own reading, but I completely flush out subject matters like how we talk about having clickable links, the articles, the images. I break down documents, I read the documents, I highlight them, I scan them, we go over them. So the whole 9 yards. The $10 tier has the library page, so all the external sources I use that are not the Torah Tanakh to validate some of my teachings. You'll find all of them on there. I don't hide books that I read. I give them out so y'all can go read them yourself. I'm not one of them grimy niggas. You know what I mean? And then tier 25 is like all the video stuff, like that's like you want me to be your personal teacher and you want to ask me personal questions and have access to me at whatever time. You know what I mean? Like that's that section. So that's for the people who've been around for years and they know the type of effort I give out. But yeah, just chill on the IG, fish it around for you know a month, 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, see what you like. There's guaranteed.
He giving you a warning. He giving me a warning because he's worse than me.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. So you tell him, man.
You being nice.
They about to walk into a brick wall and they may.
I didn't think you was gonna be this nice. I'm not gonna lie, but you being very nice, bro.
Yeah, I'm growing, man. You got
grow,
to
I was gonna say you've grown a lot, bro.
My mid-20s and my late 20s.
You've grown a lot.
Like I'm 33 now, dog. And like all that angriness.
Well, you say 3.
All
right, right. Here comes a real bitch nigga though, man.
Damn.
Bitcoin, you back, yeah? Why you back again? This is another. Man, I don't want to. Yo.
Yeah, I just want to tell everybody to go fuck themselves.
I'll suck your mom, man.
I love you all, man. Merry Christmas.
You listen every day.
Like this guy came on to say that, bro.
You know who this is? This is some Puerto Rican dude who thinks he's an Israelite and thinks he can call us niggers and all that bullshit. Like, bruh, I can't stand that dude, man.
Oh, you serious? You're not joking with it?
I'm not joking.
No, he's a piece of shit.
Oh, okay. He wanted them lied to Spanish
right, yeah. He thinks he's one of the tribes and this and that.
Yeah,
and then,
nah. They hate me, dog. They hate me because when I started talking about, we're not the people of the book. You're not the people of the book. Like y'all some Spaniard babies. They went from bigging me up in my DMs to fuck
crazy.
you nigger, and I was like,
crazy. It was crazy. Man started breaking down the racism that the so-called quote-unquote Latinos have for black people.
Yeah, and I've experienced it, dog. I grew up in New York City. Yeah. Man, it's my nigga until it's you niggas. And I've known talking about black women and their ugly pussies and how it's pink on the inside and black and crusty. I've literally heard them say this. And this is when I'm 13, 14. So, as I grow up and came into the truth, I'm like, my wisdom started to kick in and common sense started to kick in. There ain't no black and brown out here like that unless they're our people. They're actually Negroes who speak Spanish. Speaking English don't make you an Englishman. No more so than speaking Spanish make you Hispanic. That's stupid. That's a slave tongue.
Yeah. And and the thing is, he's mad. He just listens all day and comes in to say something. He's been listening all day. He's heard all this Hebrew Israelite, Torah talk, Tanakh talk, and I know it's pissed him off, right?
Yeah, it's so going to. Because, hey, they're not our people, and they got a wicked spirit of jealousy on them too. And it's a shame because we got to deal with that amongst our own people. And then we invite other nations of people into something that's supposed to be ours. And then they come in and think they can be arrogant. And this is what you see with a lot of the Latinos, so-called Israelites. They think they run shit and are on par with us. And you're not. You're not even in the group. According to the law, you can't even be brought into the congregation. You're a stranger.
Okay.
So Vince, what's your opinion on Hamites?
Same thing as anybody else. You treat, well, listen, let's just say this. The book tells us to treat strangers with respect and to treat them the same way that we would treat our own people if they're going to go along with the tenets of our book. So I don't have so even when we talk about like the Akata thing and, African or Aboriginal Africans not being the same as Aboriginal Negroes, American Negroes, I don't have any underlying hatred for my fellow Adamites. I don't. We have certain interfamily things, or whether you want to say that the cousin scale or closer, that we need to deal with amongst each other. And it's a shame we don't have a setup to kind of deal with it in private and not in the eyes of our enemies, our common enemies. But it's something that we're all gonna get together anyway. When you read the prophecies, we all gonna get it together anyway.
Yeah.
So
that's the prophecy, ain't it?
Yeah, so just chill out, everybody.
So could an African be Israelite? Or is it only Americans?
Of course.
But saying it doesn't matter. It's the prophecies that the two sons of Abraham come back together.
Well, hold on. It does matter. There's a waking up process. I just want to say this. There's a waking up process for which the tenets of the way the world will be run in this prophecy is based off of the Torah Tanakh, the commandments. So who is that gifted to? It was gifted to a specific Adamic people, the Israelites. That we weren't chosen because we're better than another nation of people. Oftentimes when you read in the scripture, we're just as bad, if not worse. So we were chosen because our God is a man or a God of his word. He keeps his word. He made a promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he's going to keep it. That's why we were chosen, not because we can bounce and dribble balls better than other motherfuckers, or we were inventing shit while we were in slavery and had no access to books and still were killing shit in terms of invention. Like that. That's all.
It's because an oath was made and has to be fulfilled and will be fulfilled.
Right. It's his word.
So is it only the African Americans that are Israelites?
No, because you have our descendants, which are everywhere on the face of the earth. So what it is you call a so-called African American, the actual aboriginals of them, and our descendants scattered everywhere on the face of the earth, like the book says, including in spaces like West Africa. I got a book. Where is it? It's what is his name? I'll send it to you again. Let me see if I can find it, because I got all these books.
So the Israelites went from America to West Africa, not the other way around.
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade, according to what I'm understanding, happened in reverse. So many of us were taken from the regions where Columbus and them conquistadors came, which was the focal point of the Caribbean and Central America and Upper South America. They came and took many of those people. There was intertrading amongst those people. So let's say, for example, some people taken from Panama that were taken to Florida, and people from Florida were taken to Jamaica. Jamaica was a huge slave trade hub for which the warring Indians, Negro Indians, who were taken from Virginia and South Carolina and North Carolina, were shipped to Jamaica and then redistributed to places like West Africa, to other Caribbean islands. You had a lot of people taken from over here, Negroes, and distributed to West Africa on them coasts. So our people are everywhere. Our people are over there in Africa. So when you hear me say these things, it's not that I have there's no underlying hatred or vitriol, for another nation of people like that. Even when I talk about white people, as I get older, I ain't got no time to really hate you like that. I don't like your actions and the shit you do. But anybody got time to think about you all day and obsess over you like a fucking... Anybody got time for that, man?
Is the white man Esau?
Sorry?
Is the white man Esau?
No. Hell no. The white man is a hybrid. The white man's not even human, and neither are the modern Asians. They're not human either.
Oh shit!
They're hybrids. Look it up right now. Look it up right now. SLC 45A2 gene mutation, and then we'll discuss where they got it from. Their pale pigment. It's permanent. Even albinos can have dark-skinned children. How come modern Europeans and modern Asians can't?
But isn't that because it's a recessive gene, and the black woman has what they call the Eve gene? That's what I thought it was. But I was going to say I didn't hear any theories about it being reversed. Do you know, like coming from the West Indies and the Americas into Africa, other than more recent times, you know, with the creation of Libya and people being exported from America to Libya, like as a colony. That's the only kind of reverse that I've ever sort of heard of. Anything prior to that, all right. So you saying it now is the first of my knowledge to say. Obviously, I know people traveled, but not to be transferred in bulk like that.
Right, like that. All right. Yeah. So the key you want to look at is, remember, our enemies control the education system, and our enemies is what fed us Pan-Africanism, even from the 1920s to even with Marcus Garvey. So there's a lot of things to talk about too, with a lot of who our idols are. Harriet Tubman, she was a Morning Star, so she was working with the Masons. There's a lot of our people, heroes who we've been given throughout history, which don't deserve to be heroes. But you know, that's the beauty of doing the studies and living in the time we live in. We have a chance to double check things and triple check things that our fathers and our grandfathers didn't have a chance to, nor the time to.
And explore with a more open mindset, because obviously we're the generations of the information age. You know what I'm saying?
Bingo. Yeah. So I was going to say this to tack on what you just said. So the current education system, which would include Google, because that's the enemy shit. They you know, they've been working from the Tavistock Institute, which came around during like the 1910s or 1920s. So I think it's 1927 or something like that. So really, the modern education system in Western civilization, so all of modern Europe and the United States and much of, you know, South America and Central America and the Caribbean, everywhere the Kingdom of Great Britain is pretty much, there's a common thread of this European dominance in the way they tell the history. And we have to get beyond that. So if we can look to their writings from the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, we get closer to when our people were ruling Europe. Then we get closer to the truth. We can bypass this last 200 years of lies. It's just 200. That's it. So people make it seem like it's a bigger thing than it is. Then you're going to find the clues that you need to see some of the history from a different perspective. Even some of the people in Africa, they'll tell you their ancient understanding. Some of these tribes, they understand they came from Persia. They migrated into Africa, and they're black just like us.
Some they would say they will claim their lineage and their actual bloodlines from different parts of the world. Because I know some Somalis, they would class themselves as Yemenis, even though but they will just say that it's just the generations of generations they've been there, but originally they came from that place.
Like look at it in reverse, even with the modern Arabs, right? And this whole debate about, you know, are Arabs African? Fuck no, you ain't African. You bitches moved up in there, and sorry to say this, like if there's anybody on there of this descent, but this is just the history. Y'all moved up in there during the Caliphate expansion, and y'all took over those territories from dark-skinned melanated peoples. Y'all don't belong there. Y'all some new niggas. Y'all what we call over here in America some new niggas. Y'all just got there. Y'all proxy. Okay, so y'all, that's why I said proxy Arabs in the beginning. It wasn't to offend, but I understand the context of history. Y'all not real Arabs. All of them over there, the modern Arabs, the modern Persians, the modern Asians, the modern Europeans, they're all family. They're all from Scythian stock, or Cimmerians, not Sumerians, Cimmerians, like Cimmerians. They're Cimmerians, or Scythians, if you will. These are the serpent people that went around and took over Egypt and took over Greece. Greece and Aristotle and them boys was Yaphetic people, but dark-skinned. They was also dark-skinned. Okay, they went over and took over those people. That's the Bronze Age with these fucking Neanderthals. These what do they call them? The wood wolves. These cavemen. This is when they took over. After the damn war civilized them. Should have left them in the cave, man, eating lice off their own backs. Should have left their ass there.
So can we get back to what you said about white people not being human and the Asians? Can we just like expand?
He's gonna go further deep in that. But I'm sorry to interrupt, family. I've got to go. Amazing convo. Vin, please come back and. No, it's a couple of. I've got to swear a couple of little things. I'll be listening though.
You're not
Let's
going.
go, man. Let's go.
Oh, don't be like that, brother. You know, it's all love. It's all love.
Man, get back in that
comment and subscribe.
Get back in that damn kitchen. And don't come back here without your head cover up next time.
You're funny.
And a sandwich. Come back with a sandwich.
Yeah, come back with a sandwich, man.
She must be family for y'all to be playing with her like that.
Yeah, we play it, man. We play. But yeah, Zulu. I noticed you tried to roll out the dread carpet for Shakara. Like, Shakara, jump on, man. Oh,
because come on, would it not be entertaining? You know it would be.
What are you hoping for? Nah. You know, ain't gonna just exhaust my guests like that. And all be coming up.
I gotta have a sip of water back. Hey,
you want to see that debate? That would be dope.
If I had my computer here, it'd be a little bit more fun for me on my
it'd be dope. It'd be dope, but you get that sorted out soon, man.
Yeah, 5-6 days I get the laptop. Then I'm gonna go see my girl in Vegas. So y'all, you know, if y'all want to tap in, I can do the live with you. I'll be there.
Yeah. That sounds good.
I'll be studying, working, doing the lesson plans as usual. And then, when I take my break, I'll chop in with you.
Yeah. That sounds really good, man. We hear all the time. You know, I stream mostly every day anyway, so you can always listen in. You might hear something wild.
Yeah.
And just be like, you know what? I need to jump on. What these guys talking about? Because we do talk about the Torah, Hebrew, Christianity,
right?
You know, the Bible. We talk about that a lot, as well as Islam. And
I know you've been trying to get me on this motherfucker for a minute. So that's
because I'm telling you, I know how dope it is, bro.
People time.
This shit is dope. Like, I'm telling you, this is the dopest platform, bro. No one's got this platform is so sick. Trust me. And it's a real, you know, it's a coliseum. So we like to see the fights.
I see how y'all get down in whatever park that is over there.
Right.
Probably enough stabbing done gone down over some debates. So I get
it. We do like to see the fights and with the debates and the differences, because for me, like, it's the best opportunity for me to learn, you know, and just get to the meat of the teachings. And I've learned so much just listening to the brothers going back and forth. I got my pen, I got my pad next. I'll be writing down scriptures and then I pick up a little bit. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah. So I'll be learning, man. But we got some good brothers, and Zulu is like my favorite panelist. He's a young brother, and he's come such a long way, and he's
nice.
He's got knowledge, man, and he it's in his heart. This is the thing. The truth. He wants to see the truth. You know, he might be a little bit stubborn, but he does want to see the truth. You know,
man, ain't nobody more stubborn than me. So you probably, trust me, I understand.
Yeah,
you gotta prove it to me before I budge. I get you. That's how you should.
Right. You know, like, show me.
If they can't show you or prove it to you, and you still believe it, you're a pushover mentally. So you belong to not with critical thinkers.
You know what disappoints me? You guys don't see the quality of the speakers that I bring, and then you're talking about, Vin versus Schiffer. Really?
Yeah, don't do that, Schiffer.
Are you serious, bro?
Please.
Come on, man. Zulu's not even trying to debate Schiffer for his first debate.
No disrespect to whoever Shiva is, but
no. You don't want that.
If he
you don't want the Atlantean. You don't want.
He's an Atlantean mermaid dude. I don't know, man.
Even if he was nice, you know, by y'all's will, I'm still gonna scrub his boots. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You definitely you wash him. You wash him up. It's not even no point.
Get them boots clean, man.
Yeah, he will get washed. You not like Vin is being very nice right now. I don't even know why. I think it's partly to do with me. He said he's growing, yada.
Yeah, I'm just older, man. I ain't got.
Yeah, I kind of looking through my fingers like, oh shit. You know what I mean? But Zulu's all right, because Zulu's like, yo, he's got his little assertive voice. Can I finish my scripture?
Now I was cutting them off. I was cutting them off though. I was doing it on purpose. That's a little debate strategy, man. When you get somebody's emotions invested,
right.
Get flustered. So just take that as a learning curve, man. I was just
learning curve, yeah, man.
So Vin, I tried. I never heard that. Like I said, I never heard the angle from Old Testament Hebrew. So it was a shock for me. I was like, whoa.
Man, I be having battles with other Old Testament dudes, and I mean, who do you think were the ones gang stalking me? The whole reason why I had to get rid of my page in 2018 and kind of just duck low for a second was because of these dudes. They was getting ready to do harm to my family, or at least that's their word. So once you start talking about harm to my family, I immediately take it seriously. Cause you can talk all the shit you want in the world about
people want to hurt people over talking about stuff
because they well, either they COINTELPRO and they work for them boys, like I was saying, gang stalking, or these people got some serious demons on them, and whatever doctrine I'm pushing is doing some serious damage. And I think it has to do with the parasites in their stomach that they get from eating meat. Okay, and the parasites